Once, the nation spent billions to excavate dinosaur fossils. Now they lie as trash in the academy, gathering dust, even deemed by experts as rocks not even a dog would bother with. However, the moment I laid eyes on it, I decided to make it my first prison beast. Everyone laughed at my intelligence, saying even dogs were smarter. Even my girlfriend of 2.5 years wanted to break up with me. Little did they know, I possessed the Fierce Beast Manual, the prison beast system, capable of replicating any creature's remains into its juvenile form for contract. The more intact the remains, the purer the bloodline replicated. At that moment, Lu Yuan slowly placed his hand on the remains, and an attribute panel popped up instantly. Creature Shadow Overlord, Species Qilin, Attribute Fire, Personality Immune to fire damage, other data lost. Detected Shadow Overlord remains integrity at 100%. Initiate perfect copy? Without any hesitation, chose to copy. As a blinding light emerged, a terrifying wave of energy spread instantly. Even prepared, Lu Yuan couldn't suppress his excitement. Detected host's first copy of an Imperial creature. Awarded an Imperial beast remains with warrior level, integrity 30%. Before Lu Yuan could rejoice, a silver-white cub appeared before him, its body covered with silver scales. Lu Yuan tried to touch it, feeling a searing wave of energy, the scorching heat palpable on his palm. Lu Yuan again stirred the long-silent soul force within him. In an instant, streams of fresh blood dripped from his palm, forming black marks. Little fellow, let's conquer the world together. Lu Yuan gently pushed his palm, imprinting the mark into the center of his forehead, his dark pupils flickering with light. The moment the imprint touched him, blue smoke instantly rose from the back of Lu Yuan's hand. Meanwhile, outside at Shanghai Beast Academy, what was once a sunny sky was now covered with dark clouds, thunder roaring in the skies, a chilling aura instantly sweeping across the academy. Then, from the churning dark clouds, streaks of green light began to spill out, dyeing the entire academy like the depths of hell. Students who had never seen such a terrifying scene were terrified. At the same time, in the principal's office, a middle-aged man stared intently at Lu Yuan's enrollment data, his gaze lingering on the Soul Force aptitude section, sighing lightly. What a pity, such top-tier aptitude, but unable to contract any spiritual beast. Otherwise, the academy would have invested all its resources in him. Beside him, Instructor Zhang Qianwen's eyes flickered with an urge to speak. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed. Such a strong energy wave. Is someone contracting a spiritual beast in the academy? Zhang Qian exclaimed, turning to look at the principal. Recently, Zhang Fan had found a spiritual beast in Demon Valley. Could it be him contracting a spiritual beast? The principal did not answer Zhang Qian's question, his brows furrowed, staring at the celestial phenomenon. Such strong energy waves. The Jade Beast's bloodline level must at least be Tyrant level. Tyrant level. Zhang Qian's heart trembled. This was the strongest level beneath legend. Thinking it was her cousin contracting the Jade Beast causing this phenomenon, pride swelled in Zhang Qian. She hurriedly greeted and ran towards the male dormitory. Zhang Fan. The principal stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, his brows slightly furrowed. Then he closed his eyes, seemingly activating some sensory ability. No, this energy wave exceeds the Tyrant level attitude. Legendary level. It's actually legendary bloodline. Zhang Fan was taken aback. The principal's brows furrowed deeper. The contract is almost complete. Wait, this isn't Zhang Fan's soul force. The principal's expression sharpened, his body bursting with a fierce aura. It's her. The next day, a young woman in a white blouse and black skirt stood with a microphone in front of 80 billion students, announcing, "Students, the long-awaited autumn test officially begins." The first tester, temporary student Lu Yuan. As her words fell, the crowd was in uproar. How was this trash who can't contract a spiritual beast still here? Under everyone's mocking gaze, Lu Yuan walked calmly onto the stage. This trash doesn't even have a spiritual beast. What is he trying to do? Who knows? Maybe he wants to remind everyone of his top-tier soul force. After all, that's all he can brag about. In a moment, countless eyes converged on Lu Yuan, ready to see his downfall. Temporary student Lu Yuan, when you're ready, stand on the soul force testing platform. Instructor Lu Xinyue said gently. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and stepped forward as ancient steels radiated waves of light. A powerful energy wave erupted within Lu Yuan. What's he playing at? I want to see how he ends this. It's shameful for someone who can't contract a spiritual beast to even step up here. Everyone knew Lu Yuan's details, and on the awakening platform, Lu Xinyue was not in a hurry to proceed to the next test. He would consider each student's feelings. In his view, the best choice for Lu Yuan was to step down immediately. Teacher, I'm ready for the next test. Lu Yuan suddenly spoke, startling Lu Xinyue. Lu student you. Lu Xinyue looked at him curiously, nodding her head. Next, the test for spiritual beast bloodline level began. As she spoke, the scene boiled again. Not impressive at all. What's so special about top-tier aptitude? Yesterday, Zhang Fan contracted a tyrant-level spiritual beast. Watching the noisy scene, Lu Xinyue frowned slightly. Don't mind them. Show your spiritual beast. Lu Yuan slowly raised his right hand. Today will be the start of our names resounding across the world. Come out, Pikachu. Immediately, a snow-white Qilin cub stood proudly by Lu Yuan's side. Pikachu's body was covered with snow-white scales. Its body's greenish, ghostly flames outlined the scales with black lines. The stalk of greenish-brown hair fluttered in the wind. Pikachu looked up with a slender head, its greenish right feet shimmering in the sunlight. This was a uniquely shaped spiritual beast. Pikachu's appearance directly silenced the 10,000 square. Everyone waiting to see Lu Yuan make a fool of himself was dumbstruck. This spiritual beast's mere appearance showed it was no ordinary creature. And Lu Xinyue, standing closest, had a serious expression. Only she could feel the domineering energy contained within this seemingly graceful spiritual beast. Taking a deep breath, she extended her slender right hand, her palm suddenly holding a scanner. This was a common portable bloodline testing device. This is the Beast Master Bloodline Tester, a commonly used portable bloodline device. As she pointed the tester at Ming's forehead, she explained to Ji Yuan. At first, Ming wanted to dodge, but under Ji Yuan's signal, he accepted willingly. The tester burst into intense light upon contact with Ming, and then, in front of countless gazes, the device in hand made a cracking sound and shattered. Chapter 5. What is arrogance? What is this? Ji Yuan asked, slightly confused. He had never seen such a device before. If it broke, how would they test? Lu Xinyue's beautiful eyes flashed with shock at the moment the tester shattered. This portable tester can withstand the bloodline fluctuations of a sovereign level. She stared at the unique beast beside Ji Yuan and, after a moment, announced the result loudly to everyone. Ji Yuan, contract beast, bloodline level, sovereign level or above. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan was somewhat stunned. Oh my god, did you all hear that? It's actually a sovereign level beast. Oh my goodness. Sovereign level? Where did he get this beast from? This Ji Yuan pretended to be useless for 2 years, but now he wants to make a big impact in this autumn test. Did you not hear? The fairy sister said it was sovereign level or above. Maybe the bloodline of this beast is even more outrageous. No wonder this beast looks so extraordinary. Lin Yunjia listened to the whispers around her, her fair hands clenched, turning red, as her gaze locked onto Ji Yuan on the stage, her eyes shimmering with strange light. She did not expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. Just yesterday, she was saying Ji Yuan would be kicked out of the academy during the autumn test. But now, with exceptional soul power and a contract with a sovereign-level beast, he would surely become the academy's key training target. On the stage, Ji Yuan smiled in disbelief. If this kind of commotion was just for a sovereign level, what would happen if they knew the true bloodline level of Ming? They would probably riot on the spot. Classmate Ji Yuan, congratulations on successfully obtaining your own beast. Please step down. Lu Xinyue took a breath, her chest rising and falling momentarily, smiling and signaling him to leave the stage for now. However, Ji Yuan shook his head. Director, I remember there is a rule in the autumn test. I apply to be the challenge arena master. His tone was calm, but it once again shocked the entire audience. According to the autumn test rules, any student can apply to be the arena master. The second agenda of the autumn test is the arena challenge. Its intention is to allow students of all levels to showcase their skills and earn rewards assigned by the academy based on their performance. And once someone becomes the arena master, they will face all students qualified to participate in the challenge. According to the rules, the arena master must defeat all challengers until no one dares to compete against them to be considered a victory. The arena master who wins will receive incredibly generous rewards from the academy. However, upon failure, the arena master will be banned from participating in the autumn test for 2 years. Historically, there have only been a few prodigies who accomplished the feat of defending the arena. No one expected that Ji Yuan would dare to be so arrogant. Is he crazy? Has he been suppressed for too long and lost his mind after this sudden change? Too arrogant, Ji Yuan. So what if you have a sovereign-level beast? You are just a Tier 9 beast master. He just contracted a beast and is already so cocky. Someone will definitely put him in his place. Among the crowd, countless students were screaming, with a hint of venting their frustrations. Lu Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened. This normally calm director had been shocked many times since the test began today. Are you sure? Ji Yuan nodded. Sure. He was not acting on impulse. There was a reason for his actions. Before Lu Xinyue could announce, Zhang Heng could no longer hold back. I also want to be the arena master. He jumped up onto the stage, his face flushed, glaring fiercely at Ji Yuan. He could not allow anyone to be so arrogant before him. If both of you want to be the arena master, then you can only have one match, the winner will stay, and the loser will exit this test. Lu Xinyue resumed her usual gentle demeanor and spoke softly. The bait was taken. Ji Yuan looked at Zhang Heng, a cold smile rising in his heart. Dare to fight me? Zhang Heng arrogantly raised his chin, extremely contemptuous. He had been at the academy for 3 years, with a solid mastery over Beastmaster control and the manipulation of soul power. He was confident that Ji Yuan, a guy who had wasted 2 years, was no match for him, even if the other had a Beastmaster of the Overlord level. Why wouldn't I dare? Ji Yuan laughed loudly. As his voice fell, a violent blue light surged around Ming, enveloping Ji Yuan's figure as it soared toward the spacious challenge platform in the center of the square. The blue light created by Ming crashed into the surface of the platform, and after it dissipated, Ji Yuan and his proud figure stood there. On the other side, Zhang Heng was unwilling to be outdone. As the Beastmaster seal appeared, a silver-white figure leaped and landed firmly in the challenge arena. It was a silver wolf, with silver fur and a strong build. The silver wolf was larger than Ming, standing at nearly 2.5 meters in height and length. The silver wolf assumed a pouncing posture, its beastly eyes flashing with a fierce light, letting out a low growl from its blood-red mouth, staring motionlessly at Ming beside Ji Yuan. You're too proud, Ji Yuan. Zhang Heng sneered. Even if your Beastmaster has a strong bloodline, so what? The key to victory is the Beastmaster's soul power level. The soul power level of a Beastmaster determines the strength of the beast power. Zhang Heng had been a Beastmaster for 3 years longer than Ji Yuan. At this moment, he had reached the peak of 8th level soul power. He pointed at the silver wolf, ready to pounce, and said, its bloodline is just advanced, but under my support, defeating your Overlord level beast is easy. After all, Ji Yuan had just become a Beastmaster with barely 9th level soul power. No matter how great his potential was, how could he possibly compete? You talk too much. Ji Yuan remained calm. The connection between the Beastmaster's soul power level and the beast's abilities was only something a formal student could learn from relevant books. Zhang Heng had a lead in battle knowledge, which was somewhat useful. But Ji Yuan also had a hidden trump card that Zhang Heng could not predict. For example, everyone thought Ming's bloodline was merely Overlord level. Chirp! At that moment, a flash of pink light appeared, and a pink eagle beast descended from the sky between the two men. Lu Xing knelt on the eagle beast and looked at both of them before saying, since you have agreed, then make this battle on the platform beautiful. After saying this, the eagle beast flapped its wings and flew outside the arena. Zhang Heng will win. Zhang Heng will win. Zhang Heng will win. The shouts from the audience rang out deafeningly. Why can't I hear anyone shouting your name? Is it that you don't need it? Zhang Heng was smug. Ji Yuan sneered. Your lackeys are only good at stirring up these brainless people. Zhang Heng knew he couldn't argue back, his eyes flashing with vicious light. I want to see if your strength matches your mouth. Immediately, the silver wolf moved like a thunderbolt, leaping forward with its blood-red mouth wide open. Such a creature with that bloodline dares to show its fangs in front of us. Ji Yuan chuckled lightly. Boom! Suddenly, on the platform, Ming slightly raised its head, exuding an indescribable, terrifying aura. Skill 2, Dread, activates the oppressive force of the Emperor bloodline to intimidate any creature with a lower bloodline than itself. In an instant, the silver wolf, who had bared its teeth and claws, was struck by the aura, causing its silver fur to stand on end. The wolf froze in place, and its previously fierce eyes suddenly became clear. Gradually, it even crawled on the ground, slowly inching toward Ming, occasionally emitting a low whine. It looked like it was trying to please the other, completely losing the earlier aggression. The entire venue fell into silence because of this sudden scene. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Zhang Heng. He was also stunned. Inu, what the hell are you doing? Chapter 6 Zhang Heng, your beast is stolen. Inu, what the hell is going on? In the silent square, only Zhang Heng's suspicious and furious roar echoed. Ji Yuan smiled slightly, although his soul power level barely reached level 9. The bloodline gap from the beast was a deep-seated fear instinct. Shameful thing. Zhang Heng's forehead showed bulging veins. He guessed that the opponent's dominant bloodline caused the silver wolf to lose its fighting ability. Immediately, with a wave of his right hand, The silver wolf's figure transformed into specks of starlight and vanished. Don't get too proud. Do you think I only have this one useless beast? Zhang Heng looked at Ji Yuan's expression, and a deep blue, icy crystal mark suddenly appeared on his right hand. In a daze, the boiling air temperature due to the underworld gradually began to cool down. In front of Zhang Heng stood a gorilla enveloped in cold mist, its fur a deep blue like ice crystals. This gorilla was not particularly massive, with both arms propped on the ground, hunched over, cold aura continuously spreading around it. It's the snowy ice gorilla. Zhang Heng actually summoned it. I heard this beast was given to him by his father, raised very well, and has never been summoned in public. Wait, no. An 8th rank beast master can only contract 2 beasts at most. If Zhang Heng already has 2, then the abnormal phenomenon from yesterday. I say, are you guys out of your minds? Only now do you realize that the phenomenon from yesterday was definitely caused by Ji Yuan. Yeah, just look at the brilliance around Ji Yuan's beast. Isn't it identical to yesterday's phenomenon? My God, no wonder he has special qualifications. Ji Yuan is probably going to shake off the title of useless now and soar into the sky. It's too early to say that if he wants to soar, he has to first get past Zhang Heng's barrier. Below the stage, whispers kept buzzing. A fierce light filled Zhang Heng's eyes. This snowy ice gorilla was originally his trump card, all because the silver wolf was too useless. Fortunately, the snowy ice gorilla possessed a special talent, dull perception, ignoring any bloodline suppression. Note, if the bloodline level difference exceeds 2 levels, the talent is useless. The bloodline level of this snowy ice gorilla was high, only 1 level lower than Ji Yuan's beast, and dull perception worked just right. Without bloodline pressure, let's see if this weird creature can still be arrogant. Zhang Heng smiled broadly, as if he had already foreseen the tragic end of Ji Yuan's beast. Cover your fists with frost power, attack directly, face it head-on, it definitely won't be able to withstand it. Immediately, Zhang Heng issued the command. Suddenly, the snowy ice gorilla stood up nearly 2 meters tall, its basketball-sized fists covered in a layer of ice crystals. Roar! The blue-furred gorilla howled at the sky. Then like an earthquake, it charged towards Ji Yuan. Zhang Heng. The cold aura rushed towards him, but Ji Yuan's expression remained calm. His gaze crossed over the snowy ice gorilla, landing on Zhang Heng's confident face. I will make you see reality right now. Ji Yuan's calm voice spread throughout the square. In the next moment, everyone saw the green beast beside Ji Yuan step forward slowly. Facing the rushing blue-furred gorilla, its dark green pupils flickered with light. In an instant, boom! A terrifying greenish-blue heat wave erupted from within the creature, instantly covering the entire arena. The arena was surrounded by defensive light shields, but even so, the crowd below still felt the scorching waves of fire. The greenish-blue heat wave engulfed the arena, and all they could hear were cries of agony rising from the stage. At the center of the heat wave, the snowy ice gorilla thrashed wildly, its hands desperately clawing at its head, as this greenish-blue flame was not only scalding but also burning its soul. The dual pain of soul and body immediately made it roll its eyes, falling unconscious. At Ji Yuan's signaling, this terrifying heat wave did not sweep over Zhang Heng. He stood in the vast flames, his face looking grim, because from the Beastmaster seal, he sensed the state of Shui Qiao Bing Xing, transitioning from active to dead silence. How is this possible? Around him, the green flames were gradually fading away. Why should I lose to him? I am an 8th rank peak Beastmaster. Why should I? Why? Zhang Heng lost his expression management due to extreme anger, his fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding. Can we announce the result, Director? In a quiet square, Ji Yuan's calm voice rang out, bringing everyone back to their senses. This battle did not last too long. In fact, from the moment the two stepped onto the stage until the end, only 5 minutes had passed. Everyone's gaze was concentrated on the center of the stage, on the unconscious Shui Qiao Bing Xing. At first, they thought this would be a crushing victory for Zhang Heng. But after 5 minutes, it was Zhang Heng who was easily crushed. The sound of the eagle beast flapping its wings rang out as it landed slowly on the stage. Lu Xinyue's expression was complex, her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at Ji Yuan. After a moment, her red lips parted. The challenger, the winner, Ji Yuan. With every word Lu Xinyue announced, everyone finally accepted this fact. Ji Yuan, the one who joined the academy 2 years ago with a special soul power qualification, after 2 years of silence, once again shone brightly. Wait! Zhang Heng's eyes flared with fury, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward. You despicable thief, you stole the beast egg I brought back from the Withering Valley. and took the chance to hatch this green fire-type beast, forming a contract with it. Zhang Heng pointed at Ji Yuan, his expression twisted with agitation. You stole my thing and actually dared to use it to participate in the autumn test. Do you really think I can't see it? Unable to accept his easy failure, emotions surged, and he lost control for a moment, regretting his words as soon as they left his mouth. But once the words were spoken, the impact had been made and could not be taken back. What the hell? No way. Ji Yuan's beast is actually stolen. Don't say that, it's really possible. Think about it. Ji Yuan has been silent for 2 years. Just when Zhang Heng's beast egg went missing, he suddenly got a beast. It's hard not to raise suspicion. A single sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. The silent crowd instantly began to blame. They only wanted to believe what they wanted to believe. In the crowd, Lin Yunjia curled her lips, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. After all this time, it turned out to be stolen. It's really hard to see. The one-sided shouts of criticism rang out endlessly. Ji Yuan's handsome face remained calm. He had long been accustomed to the cold sarcasm of the crowd over the past 2 years. Lu Xinyue frowned, not expecting Zhang Heng to be such a sore loser, losing and yet throwing a fit to smear others. She was one of the few who knew that the beast egg Zhang Heng brought back from the Withering Valley was a dead egg. But after all, Zhang Heng was the son of the vice president. As a mere director, it was better to choose silence. At this time, amidst the shouts, noticing the director's choice of silence, Ji Yuan suddenly moved. He casually walked up to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng glared furiously, but his heart revealed fear, and he could only step back. The next moment, smack! Ji Yuan's right hand swung out with great force, suddenly slapping Zhang Heng's cheek. You sore loser. In an instant, the shouting stopped. Chapter 7. The so-called fairness and justice. Zhang Heng felt the fiery sting on his cheek, his pupils trembling constantly. Ji Yuan actually dared to hit him? His gaze swept across the crowd, countless eyes staring at him in disbelief. Suddenly, humiliation, anger, and various emotions surged into his brain, making him roar, raising his hand to prepare to retaliate. But Ji Yuan quickly grabbed his arm, and then his right hand swung down toward Zhang Heng's face once more, fiercely. Smack! This slap directly sent Zhang Heng to the ground, blood gushing from his nose. Everyone gasped in shock. Even Lu Xinyue took a few steps back. In their hearts, a single phrase emerged at the same time. Ji Yuan has gone mad. Since Zhang Heng was hospitalized, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on him. After all, the vice president was famously protective of his own. A cold snort suddenly echoed through the academy. What a ruthless kid. This voice was filled with anger, causing many students to instinctively shrink back. It was the vice president, Ji Yuan. He was doomed. With a flash of white light, a middle-aged man in a suit with black and gold glasses appeared on the stage. The man was none other than the vice president, Zhang Zhilin. President Zhang. Seeing him, Lu Xinyue immediately called out respectfully, then summoned her eagle beast and left this place of turmoil. After Zhang Zhilin appeared, his gaze was sharp as he stared at Ji Yuan and said, Since the establishment of the Beastmaster Academy, there has never been a student as despicable as you. An overwhelming pressure from a high-ranking Beastmaster came rushing toward Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan remained calm, looking directly into his eyes and smiled lightly. President Zhang, on what grounds do you call me despicable? Zhang Heng lost the battle and, in a fit of humiliation, slandered me for stealing his things. Do you really not distinguish right from wrong, just to protect your own? Facing the aggressive vice president, Ji Yuan stood tall, neither servile nor arrogant. Indeed, for 3 years Zhang Heng has bullied others with his identity. Why didn't you step in to stop him then? This vice president truly has double standards. Bah! Below the stage, some people remained clear-headed. Impudent. Zhang Zhilin's sharp gaze swept below, and some people immediately shut their mouths obediently. In competitions among students, receiving injuries is normal. Zhang Zhilin said nonchalantly, I have come because Zhang Heng accused you of suspected theft. The academy has always emphasized personal character. Since theft is suspected, the academy must investigate the truth. Though he said this, deep down he wished he could slap Zhang Heng, this ungrateful child, to death. It was truly because he had indulged him. He lost and simply slandered someone else in front of all the teachers and students. All he could do now was to make Ji Yuan bear the theft accusation. Otherwise, Zhang Heng's reputation in the academy would be utterly ruined. I never wrongfully accuse any student. Zhang Zhilin lifted his proud chin, his hands behind his back, saying, Zhang Heng, in front of all the teachers and students, tell everyone why you are convinced Ji Yuan stole your beast egg. He slightly tilted his head and glanced at Zhang Heng. The latter's eyes flickered as he understood his father's meaning, and immediately said, I brought back a beast egg from the Withering Valley, and its glow is exactly green. Zhang Heng said without a change in his expression. The beast egg has been kept in the dormitory. It's already in a state of hatching. After returning from the reading room yesterday afternoon, I found the egg was missing. Up to yesterday afternoon, Ji Yuan had not contracted a beast. But after the strange phenomenon occurred, today, Ji Yuan suddenly has a beast never seen before. I base my conclusion on this alone, believing Ji Yuan stole the beast egg. Zhang Heng racked his brain to make his story sound more credible. Seeing him finish, Zhang Jilin turned to Ji Yuan. Is there anyone who can prove that you contracted this beast before yesterday? Or can anyone prove that at the time of the strange phenomenon, you were not in the middle of contracting a beast? Watching the father and son play their roles, Ji Yuan shook his head with a smile. To frame someone, is there any lack of reasons? Who in the entire academy doesn't know I have no friends? How does Vice President Zhang expect me to find a witness? Zhang Jilin's face remained calm, saying, So you are not planning to deny it? Then he scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, Anyone who lives in the same dormitory as Ji Yuan, now come up. With his words, a yellow-haired boy and two timid boys immediately stepped onto the stage, standing at the edge with his head lowered. When a strange phenomenon happened, where were you? Hearing the vice principal's question, the three temporary students quickly replied, Back to the principal. We were in the training hall at that time. Did you see Ji Yuan? No. Report to the principal. We saw Ji Yuan come out from Zhang Heng's dormitory yesterday morning. Suddenly, a few boys raised their hands in the crowd. Zhang Jilin let them come on stage. Ji Yuan glanced over them one by one, and these so-called witnesses were all Zhang Heng's sycophants. You lot, in front of all the teachers and students, tell me what you saw. Zhang Jilin looked at the sycophants, his tone calm. Anyone who dares to frame someone else at this opportunity, I will not let them off lightly. This vice principal revealed fairness and justice in every word. At his gesture, the sycophants began to speak one after another. Unsurprisingly, each claimed they saw Ji Yuan take something from Zhang Heng's dormitory. At this point, Ji Yuan was left without a word. I can't believe it. Ji Yuan was caught in the act of stealing. Wow, this is being caught red-handed. Sigh, Ji Yuan's reputation has completely exploded. In the entire venue, scorching gazes gathered on Ji Yuan, a look mixed with discrimination and disdain. Lin Yunjia, please come up. At this moment, Zhang Jilin spoke again. In the crowd, Lin Yunjia, suddenly named by the vice principal, was stunned. In countless gazes, she nervously walked up to the platform. Vice principal. Lin Yunjia lowered her head obediently in front of Zhang Jilin. I heard you grew up with Ji Yuan in the welfare home since childhood. You should be the one who knows his character best. To avoid injustice, I ask you here, how was Ji Yuan's behavior in the welfare home? Zhang Jilin spoke slowly. Lin Yunjia's mind went blank at that moment. She slightly turned her head to look at Ji Yuan not far away. This man was almost confirmed guilty of theft. The vice principal didn't need to go this far. Could it be to stab deeper, to kill with a heart? Her mind raced. Ji Yuan's beast was stolen. No matter how strong, it would ultimately have to be returned to Zhang Heng. The Beast Control Academy was the most authoritative academy in Linyun City. The principal rarely showed up, and the vice principal managed all matters big and small. Perhaps today's incident was approved by the principal as well. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yunjia made her choice. Back to Principal Zhang. Lin Yunjia straightened her body, glanced at Ji Yuan, then looked at Zhang Jilin and said, Ji Yuan often stole things from others in the welfare home. I always looked down on him for this reason. Two birds with one stone, both pleasing the vice principal and cutting ties with Ji Yuan. At this point, it was settled. An orphan with vile bad habits since childhood has now come to the academy. A dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. In everyone's heart, disdain arose. Gazes gathered on Ji Yuan, filled with scorn and disgust. These gazes were like blades, deeply piercing his skin. Ji Yuan's fists clenched until they trembled. During his time in the welfare home, he was the most beloved, sensible, and obedient child. He never thought Lin Yunjia would choose to lie at such a moment. Ji Yuan, do you have anything you want to say? Zhang Jilin looked down at him, his eyes hinting at mockery. You want to challenge me? You're still too naive. Now, destroy your contract and return the beast that belongs to Zhang Heng to him. Zhang Jilin's tone was calm, yet contained a hint of menace. Behind him, Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't imagine how strong he would be after acquiring that blue beast. But just then, Ji Yuan slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with the vice principal. You said this beast belongs to your son, right? A blue light appeared, and the body of the beast, Ming, materialized, standing beside Ji Yuan. With witnesses present, do you still want to argue? Zhang Jilin's eyes flashed with astonishment. This beast was indeed very attractive. If it weren't for a father's love surpassing selfishness, he really wouldn't want to give his foolish son any advantage. What a wonderfully staged play. Ji Yuan suddenly laughed. What if I tell you I have more than this one beast? In an instant, the wind and clouds changed dramatically. Chapter 8. The Farce Ends. Boom! The clear sky once again turned dark and turbulent. The sky suddenly darkened, as if it instantly shifted from day to night. Heaven and earth phenomenon. Zhang Jiling squinted his eyes, frowning, as a sense of unease flashed through his mind. A bunch of dog-eyed fools. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Ji Yuan laughed loudly. The next moment, the clouds suddenly parted, revealing a bizarre and colorful cosmic star river. Another heaven and earth phenomenon. What is going on? Ji Yuan just said to open our eyes wide. Could it be because of him? My God, this is the first time I've seen a cosmic star river phenomenon. What kind of beast is this? What level of bloodline could cause such a phenomenon? On the stage, Zhang Jiling's eyes narrowed to slits. At this moment, a strong wind swept across the square, making everyone's clothes flutter and hair dance. Zhang Heng and Lin Yunjia and others looked up in shock, speechless. Roar! At that moment, a strange roar echoed through the skies. Whoosh! Above in the sky, a shadow plunged down from the cosmic star river phenomenon. When this shadow landed firmly beside Ji Yuan, the entire crowd seemed to stop breathing. What appeared was a massive beast with a pair of golden wings. This beast was like a cross between a lion and an eagle. The muscular lion body had, aside from its exaggerated wings, also a head like that of a mighty eagle. Its fur shone golden, like the radiance of the midday sun, incredibly dazzling. At this moment, everyone seemed to have their throats choked, mouths open, each person could not utter a sound. This beast was the Star Peak Griffin, which Ji Yuan had contracted when he signed a contract with the Deep Sea. After the initial contract was completed, the Emperor's digital album upgraded. One of its functions was to temporarily summon Emperor-level creatures recorded in the album. This kind of summoning would cause a heaven and earth phenomenon, able to temporarily manifest Emperor-level creatures in a way that felt incredibly real. However, the cost of doing this would be to consume the integrity of the remains. He was reluctant to use it, but who could have thought this father and son could turn right and wrong upside down like this? Zhang Heng, is this beast yours too? Ji Yuan's cold voice rang throughout the square, and Zhang Heng's face went pale, not daring to make eye contact with others. What did Ji Yuan? At this moment, Zhang Jiling felt like he had been publicly slapped in the face. His eyelids trembled. He never expected that Ji Yuan would have more than one beast of this level. It seemed that there was only one way left to go. A vast wave of soul power surged within Zhang Jiling, as if he wanted to summon his beast. Such excitement. At this moment, a light laugh echoed. Zhang Jiling's expression darkened instantly. No chance left. In the sky, the phenomenon caused by the Star Peak Griffin slowly faded, and the clear sky reappeared. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged man with graying hair at the temples and a storm hidden in his brows. Ji Yuan slightly looked up, his pupils contracting when he saw what was behind this person. He saw that this suddenly appearing middle-aged man had a pair of wings on his back. Fourth-rank Beastmaster. Ji Yuan had heard that a fourth-rank Beastmaster could use soul power to transform any part of their contracted beast. Although this act consumed a great deal of soul power, what mattered most was being impressive. When this middle-aged man landed 3 steps in front of Ji Yuan, the previously aggressive Zhang Jiling took half a step back and softly said, "Director Tan." The newcomer was none other than the true director of the Chengfeng Beastmaster Academy, Tan He. This leader of Lingyun City had always focused more on urban development. 很少管学院的事情，怎么今天却 rarely concerning himself with academy matters. Why today? 张之琳眼珠滚动，最终恍然大悟，瞟向不远处的妓院。Zhang Jiling's eyes rolled as he suddenly realized, glancing towards Ji Yuan, not far away. 是院长啊，我来学院4年了，还是第一次见到他本人。It's the principal. I've been at the academy for 4 years, and this is the first time I've seen him in person. 刚刚我没看错吧？院长居然有翅膀。I didn't just imagine that, did I? The principal actually has wings. 土鳖，那是四品御兽师的能力。Rube, that's a 4th grade beast master ability. 这位向来神龙见首不见尾的院长突然露面，引起了不小轰动。The principal, who usually appears like a dragon and disappears like a ghost, suddenly showed up, causing quite a stir. Ji Yuan 看着他的背影，双拳渐渐握紧。Ji Yuan looked at his back, his fists gradually tightening. 终于出现了。Finally, he appeared. 当年基安觉醒特级魂力资质时，就是他将自己领入学院中。Back then, when Ji Yuan awakened his special soul power talent, it was he who brought him into the academy. 今天之所以不留余力，为的就是要让对方出面，因为只有院长才能给予他最大的帮助。The reason for his all-out effort today was to make the other party show up, because only the principal could give him the greatest help. 谭鹤面带微笑，就像是一位平易近人的师长。Tan he wore a smile, like an amiable teacher. 他走到季嫣面前，视线扫过身躯壮硕的施救和外形惊艳的明。He walked up to Ji Yuan, his gaze sweeping over the sturdy griffin and the stunning appearance of Ming. 不错，不错。Not bad, not bad. 两只玉兽在这时均不约而同地后退半步，似对这个男人有些忌惮。At this moment, both beasts instinctively took a half step back, seeming a bit wary of this man. 谭鹤伸出手，轻拍在施救身上，后者顿时化作星光，消散。Then he extended his hand, gently patting the griffin, which instantly turned into starlight and vanished. 是什么事情需要张副院长亲自出面解决？ What is it that requires Vice Principal Zhang to personally intervene? 谭鹤转过身，期间与季嫣进行了刹那的对视。Then he turned around, momentarily locking eyes with Ji Yuan. 在整个凌云市，所有人都知道张之琳是副院长，但只有谭鹤一人能这样称呼他。In the entire Linyan city, everyone knew that Zhang Jiling was the vice principal, but only Tan he could address him this way. 现在听到他的问话，张之琳面无表情地摇摇头。Now, hearing his question, Zhang Jiling expressionlessly shook his head. 就在他准备说话时，后方的张衡却是咬牙切齿，抢先吼道：“报告院长，这季嫣他。” Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Heng from behind gritted his teeth and shouted, "Report, principal! This Ji Yuan he." 张衡贼心不死，已经闹到这个地步，他必须要让季嫣偷窃的罪名坐实。Zhang Heng, undeterred, had caused such a scene. He had to make Ji Yuan's theft accusation stick. 可话未说完，亲爹的手就朝自己的脸扇了过来。But before he finished speaking, his father's hand swung towards his face. Ha! Smack! 脸颊上火辣辣的刺痛又一次涌现。平日里娇生惯养的公子哥目光呆滞，傻了。The sharp pain surged again on his cheek. The pampered rich kid's gaze became blank, stunned. 张之琳面不改色，心中却恨不得当场把这没脑子的逆子掐死。Zhang Jiling remained unfazed. But in his heart, he wished he could strangle this brainless son right there. 谭院长，只是误会而已。Principal Tan, it's just a misunderstanding. 张之琳声音平淡，但还是有着一丝解释的味道。Zhang Jiling's voice was calm, yet it still carried a hint of explanation. 谭鹤笑容依旧，误会解除就好。这里没你的事了，走吧。Tan He's smile remained. As long as the misunderstanding is cleared up, you have no business here. Go on. 这般毫不客气的感人，张之琳仅是沉默点头，白光闪过，他的身影便消失了。This unceremonious. However, this time, the conversation turned to praise for Ji Yuan and disdain for Zhang Heng. After clearing Ji Yuan's name, Tanny shifted his gaze to the last person, Lin Yunjia. Chapter 9. I will provide you with all resources. Lin Yunjia. Tanny's voice echoed. Lin Yunjia nervously clutched her clothes, her body trembling slightly, filled with countless regrets at the thought of facing expulsion. The dean was clearly backing Ji Yuan. What should she do? She absolutely could not be expelled. At this moment, she suddenly heard the dean say, "Ji Yuan, how do you want to handle this person?" In that instant, she felt like she had grabbed a lifeline. She quickly lifted her head, meeting Ji Yuan's gaze. Lin Yunjia bit her lip, her eyes pleading, her pretty face filled with grievance. She always remembered that at any time in the past, whenever she adopted this posture, no matter how big the mistake was, Ji Yuan would always forgive her. Expel from school. But when Ji Yuan calmly uttered those 4 words, Lin Yunjia's face instantly crumbled. "Why, you have no reason to expel me," she screamed. "No reason." Ji Yuan smiled. "Lin Yunjia, don't you know in your heart? With your pathetic soul power talent, Why are you qualified to enter the Windstorm Beast Academy? If it weren't for me urging the dean to give you a chance back then, do you think with your barely intermediate soul power talent, you'd even be eligible for admission? These words struck like lightning, exploding in Lin Yunjia's mind. For 2 years, she had always thought it was her potential that allowed the academy to make an exception, but unexpectedly, everything turned as the dean appeared. This farce finally came to an end. Expelled Lin Yunjia and her group left the arena, looking lost and dejected. Zhang Heng buried his head deep in his chest, walking further away under countless mocking gazes. On the arena, only Ji Yuan and the dean remained. The autumn test will proceed as usual. He said lightly. Before that, Ji Yuan, as the champion, does anyone wish to challenge him? Silence filled the space below. Everyone was not foolish. They could see how the dean favored Ji Yuan in this farce. Not to mention, Ji Yuan had 2 beasts that could draw the world's phenomena. With these 2 points, any challenge against him would indeed be foolish. Come to the dean's office to find me. Seeing no one respond, He smiled at Ji Yuan. Then, a pair of eagle-like wings spread wide. As the dean left, Ji Yuan also stepped down from the arena. At that moment, in a crowded square, thousands of people simultaneously made way for him, their gazes filled with respect. The autumn test would last for a week. More than 10 minutes later, in the dean's office of the Windstorm Beast Academy, Ji Yuan lightly knocked on the 2 brown wooden doors. Come in. Pushing open the door, a faint floral scent filled the air. The dean's office was elegantly decorated, with a spacious reception area on the left side as you entered. He was sitting on the sofa, holding a teacup. Zhang Heng is, after all, the son of the vice dean. We can't deal with him too harshly. You have no objections, right? Ji Yuan shook his head. How could he dare to have any objections? In 3 months, there will be a city-wide competition. As soon as he took a seat, he heard He say, I need you to represent Windstorm and at least make it to the top 10. He was direct. In fact, 2 years ago, when Ji Yuan had just entered the academy, the other had said the exact same thing. Taking a sip of tea, He looked at Ji Yuan and said, Before that, I will use all the resources of the city to train you. As the most authoritative dean of the Beast Academy in the city, he also held the role of mayor. He truly could make such a guarantee. I only have one question. Ji Yuan picked up the hot tea in front of him and took a sip. If I make it to the top 10 in the citywide competition, what benefits will I receive? Any pretty words are not as good as real rewards. Good kid. He seemed not to expect him to respond like this. Super Academy. You know it? Under the 1,000-year Beastmaster civilization system, a vast number of Beastmaster academies were established across the country. Among all these academies, only 3 can be called Super Academies. Zhuoling Academy, Lantian Academy, and Shengtian Academy. The district contest, simply put, is a qualification selection contest set up by the Super Academies to absorb fresh blood. As long as you stand out in the contest, the benefits are obvious. He said, I won't hide it from you. If someone from the district enters the top 10 in the contest as a cultivation reward, the mayor can get a legendary bloodline beast egg. I have been a beast master for 30 years, and I only have a beast to the highest bloodline level at the Bajuji level. I really need a legendary beast egg. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan's pupils subtly shrank. He didn't expect that as a 4th-rank beast master, he actually didn't have even one legendary bloodline beast. Seemingly knowing what he was thinking, He sighed. Do you think everyone has such heaven-defying luck? Just like you. The imperial bloodline beasts have been extinct for hundreds of years, and mythical beasts are even more rare. In today's world, the only legendary bloodline beast egg that can be cultivated is worth as much as everything in Linyun City. So exaggerated? Ji Yuan frowned. Isn't he in great danger? Fortunately, most beasts have unique bloodline advancement paths. He waved his hand, and a large hound covered in black thorns suddenly appeared in the huge office. This is the strongest beast I own. In 2 years, its bloodline can advance from Baju level to legendary. He recalled the hound and said, Most legendary bloodline beasts in the world are carefully cultivated by beast masters, spending endless money to advance. I won't probe into your secrets. He looked at Ji Yuan. I can give you all of Linyun City's resources. All you need to do is enter the top 10 in the contest. Director, Tan has so much confidence in me. Ji Yuan met his gaze. He smiled, stood up, walked to his side, and patted his shoulder, saying, Not just in you, but also in your special soul power qualification. Special soul power qualification. To be honest, Ji Yuan still didn't feel any extraordinary ability. Maybe he just didn't understand enough? After thinking for a moment, he stood up and nodded seriously. I agree. At the same time, he reached out his hand toward He was taken aback. What are you doing? I want the access card for the reading room. Half an hour later, Chungfeng Beast Master Academy, Reading Room. After leaving the dean's office, Ji Yuan dove into the ocean of knowledge. As he flipped through professional books, he finally gained a clear understanding of the differences in Beast Master levels. This also included a detailed explanation of the differences in soul power qualifications. He started in the reading room around 10 in the morning. When he left, it was already deep into the night. Rubbing his tired eyes and yawning as he hurried toward the dormitory area, Ji Yuan suddenly saw a familiar figure at the door. Lin Yunjia. Ji Yuan, you're here. Looking left and right, Lin Yunjia ran up to him when she saw him. I've been waiting here for you all day. Lin Yunjia wore a smile on her face and reached out to link her arm with Ji Yuan's. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan took a step back, completely ignoring her, and was about to enter the male dormitory. Ji Yuan. From behind, Lin Yunjia's choke voice came. In the past, that face that often wore a smile, innocent and beautiful, floated in front of him. Ultimately, Ji Yuan still stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Lin Yunjia seemed to see hope and hurriedly ran up. But before she could say anything, Ji Yuan's cold voice rang out. You can go, Lin Yunjia. Having said that, he left without hesitation. On the day of awakening the system, he had already given up on hope. From behind, faint sounds of weeping and sniffles could be heard, but Ji Yuan's heart. Nothing is stirring. At the autumn test, he made an astonishing breakthrough and was assigned a new single dormitory. The layout of the dormitory is quite luxurious, with a computer, television, air conditioning, bathroom, and everything one could need. Lying on the bed, Ji Yuan first summoned Ming. As soon as the little creature appeared, the temperature in the dormitory warmed up considerably. It spun its emerald green eyes around the dormitory, seemingly feeling very curious. Here is our temporary home. Ji Yuan smiled, and then began to summon the Emperor's bestiary. The griffin's integrity decreased by 5% due to the transformation at the autumn test. I will do my best to gather your remains. His fingertips brushed over the griffin's illustration, and a low growl escaped, as if responding to his words. Taking a breath, he placed his hands together, flat on his abdomen, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Now let's give it a try. Today's reading focused on the rank progression of Beast Masters. According to the textbook's record, soul power is the foundation of a Beast Master. To progress, there is only one way: refine soul power. Following the teaching method in the book, to promote from 9th rank to 8th rank, one must gather the scattered soul power within the body and refine it into a sphere the size of a tennis ball. Closing his eyes, Ji Yuan began to feel the soul power flowing wildly within him, drawing it together toward his abdomen. Then, carefully, he compressed and gathered this pale, gray soul power into a small sphere. He didn't know if it was due to his soul power aptitude, but he found it easy, feeling no pressure at all, like the book stated about abdominal distension or pain. The gathering of soul power inside him went exceptionally smoothly, and the size was much larger than a tennis ball. According to the book, when I stop controlling it, and if this sphere of gathered soul power doesn't disperse, it means I've succeeded. After pausing for a moment, Ji Yuan slowly withdrew his control over the soul power. What shocked him was that the sphere not only did not dissipate, but began to expand again. This is... He quickly recalled the content from the textbook in his mind, and immediately found the answer. Am I promoting to 8th rank now? This is too simple, isn't it? As an 8th rank Beast Master, gathering the scattered soul power within allows for a more efficient manipulation of soul power. According to Ji Yuan's own understanding, soul power is like the blue bar in a game. When summoning a beast, the soul power within the Beast Master will deplete over time. When soul power is excessively consumed, it can cause dizziness or even risks like blackouts and death. The rank elevation of the Beast Master is to increase their blue bar limit. The higher the rank, the more sufficient the soul power. Similarly, as the rank slowly increases, Beast Masters not only can contract more beasts, but also can command multiple beasts simultaneously in battles due to the substantial increase in their blue bar. The influence brought by soul power aptitude is even more exaggerated. A mid-tier aptitude Beast Master naturally has half a bar less than a superior aptitude Beast Master. And for superior and special grade aptitudes, the blue bars are the same. However, the special grade aptitude possesses unique soul power density and outrageous recovery speed. Soul power density allows Ji Yuan to have the upper hand when facing Beast Masters of the same rank, and the higher the rank, the more significant the difference. As for recovery speed, to give an example, a superior aptitude Beast Master consumes 1 soul power per second and recovers also 1, perfectly balanced. Whereas a special grade aptitude Beast Master consumes 1 soul power per second but recovers 3. These two unique abilities of special grade aptitude are no wonder Tan he is placing his bets on him. An 8th rank beastmaster can contract 2 beasts. Ji Yuan looked at his hands. Now, the soul power within him could be sensed clearly without any deliberate effort. To step in at 8th rank so easily, aside from soul power aptitude, Ji Yuan's own talent has also contributed significantly. Next on the agenda is to search for the remains of the Imperial-level creatures. In the city competition 3 months later, apart from the requirement to reach 6th rank, 1 more beast to contract, it would be best to find a complete Emperor-level corpse. That way, the top 10 in the city competition wouldn't be a problem. Regarding the corpse, it cannot be disclosed to anyone. The best option is for me to find it myself. After upgrading the Emperor's Guide, many new functions were added. One function is the ability to locate Emperor-level corpses within 1,000 meters around Ji Yuan. This is undoubtedly what he needs the most right now. Emperor-level corpses sound precious, but nowadays, their only value is for research. Ji Yuan is the only person in this world with other uses for them. However, Emperor-level corpses are hard to find in the city. Most excavation news comes from some mountains. Right, mountain forest, the Withering Valley. Lingyun City is surrounded by mountains, with a unique geographical location. Apart from the city center, there are several towns. Among them, the entrance to the Withering Valley is in a town called Fenghen. While surfing the internet, he had seen many posts about the Withering Valley. The Withering Valley has a complex ecology and unique geology, being the only area around Lingyun City that has a primitive forest ecosystem. It is said that many beast tamers go to the Withering Valley to hunt wild creatures. If lucky, they might tame some unique creatures as their beasts. For example, Zhang Heng found a beast egg in the Withering Valley a while back. Although it was a dead egg, it was enough to prove the ecological diversity there. Immediately, he got up and opened his computer to start searching for information related to the Withering Valley. In the dormitory, the restless Ming saw him get up and hurried over. With bright beast-like eyes, he stared at the computer screen with a look of confusion. Ji Yuan scrolled through posts for a while and suddenly saw a catchy title. Local of Fenghen, level 6 beast tamer, experienced professional guide to and from the Withering Valley, interested parties, DM in the top right corner. Chapter 11. Unexpected turn of events. Are you going to the Withering Valley? The next day, at 9 in the morning, on the other end of the phone, Tenhe fell silent for a moment and said, "I'll arrange for someone to take you. It's safer that way." After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuan drove the car arranged by Tenhe straight to Fenghen town. On the way, he only stopped at the supermarket. Using the car Tenhe provided to buy a lot of outdoor camping gear, food, water, and so on. This feeling of spending someone else's money without having to pay it back is quite enjoyable. When he arrived at Fenghen town, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Following the address sent by Tenhe, after navigating there, Ji Yuan found that it was exactly the same as the location marked in the post he saw last night. It seems it is the same person. This spot is near the edge of the mountains, resembling a farmhouse style. The Withering Valley became a sensation online, attracting many beast tamers to come. However, the terrain in the mountains is steep and filled with strange beasts, which causes many people to either get lost or fall prey to beasts. Therefore, some local beast tamers in the Fenghen area quickly formed a complete tour guide industry after noticing the opportunity. The guide introduced by he is a man named Huiyun. He is a level 6 beast tamer and quite a famous guide in Fenghen town. Apart from Ji Yuan, there are 2 other people on this trip, 1 male and 1 female. Once everyone has arrived, Huiyun summoned a rhinoceros the size of an off-road vehicle. The roads in the mountains are hard to walk, driving is not convenient, and it's hard to deal with emergencies. Huiyun casually explained for a moment, and then jumped onto the rhinoceros's broad back first. This was Ji Yuan's first time riding such a beast, and he found it quite novel. When he climbed onto the broad back of the rhinoceros, he was surprised to find that Huiyun had customized a chair similar to a saddle for comfort on the rhinoceros's back. "Wow, boss, you are quite particular about this." A young man named Zhao Shan followed him up, marveling constantly. After the only girl settled down securely, a 4-person temporary team set off on the rhinoceros, setting off toward the mountains. The rhino's pace was not much slower than a vehicle, and with the smooth ride, Ji Yuan couldn't help but nod secretly. As they passed through a stretch of flat ground and deep into the forest, a young man named Zhao Shan turned to Ji Yuan and said, "Brother, are you planning to camp in the Withering Valley?" On the way, Zhao Shan talked the most, having a good chat with Huiyun, and now it was finally Ji Yuan's turn. He looked at Ji Yuan's backpack behind him, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. "Take me along. I love camping the most." "Who are you calling a buddy? Are we that familiar?" Ji Yuan immediately shook his head. "Sorry, I only prepared things for 1 person." Hearing this, Zhao Shan pouted, then turned his gaze to the girl who had not spoken a single word since the start. "Hello, my name is Zhao Shan." The girl had long, shiny black hair, her focus on the passing scenery, without uttering a word. The atmosphere fell into silence. Zhao Shan cleared his throat a couple of times and casually turned back, starting to chat with Hui Yun again, the only one who responded to him. About 10 minutes later, Ji Yuan distinctly felt the temperature change from humid warmth to coolness. When the enormous rhino reached a steep slope, it suddenly stopped. This slope rose up, with dense bushes on the left and an unfathomable cliff on the right. The rhino stopped abruptly, and Hui Yun turned around, looking slightly serious. The giant stone says it smells something strange. Be careful. That's odd. This road shouldn't be a problem. But just as he finished speaking, whoosh! From the left, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from the thick bushes, moving incredibly fast. Bang! Ji Yuan only felt a rush of cold surging towards him. Without having time to react, his chest felt as if it had been hit by a cannonball. A tremendous force directly knocked him away, and he uncontrollably fell towards the cliff. Roar! At that moment, a strong hand clutched his arm. Ji Yuan quickly looked up, only to see that it was a slender, brown-haired gibbon that had grabbed him. Whose beast is this? It saved me. But before he could feel relieved, Ji Yuan's expression changed as he pointed behind him and shouted, "It's coming again!" From the bushes, shadow after shadow flew out like a black tide, fierce and overwhelming. The gibbon was instantly covered by these shadows, and as a reflex, it let go of its grip. Oh no! Losing the hold, Ji Yuan felt a chill run from his head to his toes. Everything happened too suddenly. His body fell like a stone rolling down a mountain peak, racing towards the bottomless abyss. The fear of free fall overtook all his senses. All he felt was the increasing speed of his fall, the wind roaring violently in his ears. The sky gradually turned into a speck of light, until it disappeared. Slowly, darkness began to cover his vision. He didn't know how long it had been before. Ji Yuan suddenly came to his senses, his cheek pressed against the icy, hard ground. A warm object was continuously pushing against him. He pushed himself up with both hands, and when Ming saw him stand, it immediately let out a joyful low roar. "I'm okay." He quickly took out his phone, only to find that it wouldn't turn on, unsure if it was broken or out of battery. However, feeling himself safe, he sighed in relief and began to observe his situation. With a green light radiating from Ming, he could see thin mist floating in the air. The ground was a hard stone surface with uneven bumps. All around was pitch black, and he had no idea where to go. His backpack filled with water and food was also gone, and the situation was extremely dire. After a slight pause, he realized he could only start moving to slowly find a way out. One man and one beast walked cautiously ahead. Before long, Ji Yuan and Ming arrived at a T-shaped intersection. To the right, thick mist enveloped everything, and he couldn't see to the end. To the left, the black rock wall was covered with luminescent vegetation, and to be safe, Ji Yuan chose to go left. Just as he stepped onto the left path, a prompt suddenly rang out in his mind. The Emperor's Codex has detected the presence of an Emperor-level biological remains near the host, already marked for the host. Almost at the same time, a light point appeared in his line of sight. Coincidentally, it was not far down the road. What a lucky find. Ji Yuan immediately called Ming to come forward. The road surface was relatively flat, except for strange depressions dotted with white objects from time to time. Because glowing plants grew along the black rock walls, the visibility was clear. After walking about 100 meters, they finally reached the spot marked by the system. Strangely, this mark was actually on the right side, within the rock wall covered in plants. Is there remains behind this rock wall? Or is there a cave entrance behind these plants? Just as the thought arose in his mind, a strange noise rang in his ears. At the same time, Ming suddenly let out a low growl, green flames rising all around him. Seeing this, Ji Yuan was taken aback. But soon, he saw 2 rows of blood-red light points appearing behind the glowing plants. When several dark purple, thick objects as sturdy as tree trunks emerged from behind the vegetation, Ji Yuan's scalp suddenly went numb. It was a spider, an extraordinarily huge spider. Chapter 12, Spider Nest. As strands of dark purple, fluffy-legged limbs crawled out from behind the plants, Ji Yuan's entire body was covered in goosebumps. In front of him was a giant spider, completely dark purple, about the size of a truck's front. Those 2 rows of blood-red light points were its eyes, each roughly the size of an adult's fist. Whoosh! In an instant, a ball of snowy white liquid flew straight at him. Ji Yuan instinctively turned his head to dodge, and when the liquid hit the ground behind him, he realized it was a web as thick as an arm. Turning back, he saw the giant spider moving rapidly, revealing 2 fangs covered in white mucus, as if ready to pounce. Beside him, Ming appeared to be intimidated by the size of the spider, frozen in place. "Ming!" Intimidate it quickly. There was no time to be stunned. Ji Yuan shouted hastily. As soon as his voice fell, Ming regained his senses. His ghostly green pupils narrowed fiercely. Whoosh! The emperor-level bloodline pressure burst forth like thunder. Although the giant spider looked terrifying, its bloodline level definitely wouldn't be too outrageous. When the storm carrying the emperor's pressure surged towards it, the giant spider that was about to pounce immediately froze in place. Its 2 rows of red-eyed lights trembled slightly, as if struggling. Quick, unleash the infernal flame storm. As Ji Yuan's voice fell, a scorching heat that could scorch souls erupted, rushing towards the giant spider. In an instant, it turned into a burning blue fireball, crashing down from the rock wall. Boom! As the giant spider's massive size hit the ground, it made a huge noise. 8 hairy legs thrashed and struggled wildly, while Ji Yuan signaled. The infernal flame kept burning, the terrifying temperature distorting the air, until it stopped struggling. After burning for several dozen seconds, Ming slowly extinguished the... With continued exploration, the surrounding rock walls gradually opened up. After walking a distance, Ji Yuan and Ming stopped. Before the one person and one beast stood a gigantic nest covered with countless snowy white spiderwebs. In this nest, strangely shaped, withered corpses lay tangled in the webs, looking extremely eerie. That is, Ji Yuan's gaze turned towards the depths of the nest, where in a world of white webs, he saw basketball-sized black spiders crawling back and forth. He instantly recognized that the black shadow attacking them on the back of the rhinoceros was exactly these spiders. In the place where these small spiders gathered, there were 2 figures wrapped in webs, struggling to move. Is it Hui Yun and the others? After observing for a moment and finding there were no other creatures besides the small spiders, Ji Yuan signaled Ming to take action. The infernal flames suddenly swept through the nest, and wherever they passed, all the webs vanished into thin air. The small spiders, which were working, were instantly turned to ashes. The flames lasted for a full 5 minutes. After ensuring there were no dangers left, Ji Yuan and Ming dared to move forward. As the webs were burned away, the original form of the nest slowly revealed itself, an underground cave. This cave was interconnected, and apart from the direction Ji Yuan came from, there were at least 8 other openings. He quickly walked to the center, where 2 figures lay, unmoving. As he got closer, he found that these 2 were the chatterbox Zhao Shan and another quiet girl. Ji Yuan looked around, and apart from some withered corpses, he saw no trace of Hui Yun. He wouldn't have already died, would it? Ji Yuan didn't dwell on it further and focused on the 2 people. Breathing steadily, they should just be unconscious. Then, he turned his gaze to the other side, where the system had marked the location of the remains. Faintly, he could see a silhouette. Ming, stay by their side and guard them. After leaving Ming to protect the unconscious duo, Ji Yuan cautiously approached the remains. This time, there were no more incidents. As he reached the remains, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. It was just a bone the thickness of an arm. He couldn't even tell which part it belonged to. Having it is better than not having it. Sighing, Ji Yuan immediately absorbed the bone. Remains assimilated. Relevant information has been recorded in the Emperor's bestiary. Standing up, he walked back while opening the bestiary in his mind. Following the Star Peak Griffin, the bestiary lit up with the 3rd frame. Creature, verdant wood lizard. Race, giant lizard. Bloodline, mythical level. Attribute wood. Trait, upon maturity, the bloodline will advance to imperial level. Other data has been lost. Remains completeness, 15%. Creatures with potential to advance to imperial level bloodline are also included in the records. 15% is a bit low. Forget it, better than nothing. He didn't expect to find a complete skeleton with 100% integrity immediately. As he put away the bestiary, he noticed that among the 2 who were unconscious, the quiet girl sat up. For the first time, Ji Yuan saw her appearance. A delicate and fair oval face, unadorned but still beautiful. Her clear eyes showed panic at that moment, her face pale, as if she were frightened. At that moment, she also felt the warmth beside her. Her eyes moved, and upon seeing Ming, her pupils trembled. So beautiful. This was almost every girl's first thought upon seeing Ming. You're awake? When Ji Yuan walked closer and Ming joyfully ran towards him, the quiet girl finally noticed the figure of the handsome young man. She silently nodded, stood up, and looked around, and after finding no traces of spiders, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Was it you who saved me? Thank you. She turned her gaze back to Ji Yuan, looking him over for a moment before finally speaking her first words. Ji Yuan waved his hand indifferently and asked, what had jumped out from the bushes when we were above? Was a swarm of spiders. mentioning the word spider. The girl's complexion changed slightly, as if she still hadn't recovered her senses, just nodding. Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan couldn't be bothered to make things awkward for himself, just as he was about to try and wake Zhao Shan. Damn it! Zhao Shan suddenly jumped up, screaming and stomping in frenzy. A glowing light appeared in his palm, and he directly summoned his beast. Chapter 13. Hurry! Punch me to death! As the light flashed by, the first beast was a thin, long-armed monkey that had grabbed Ji Yuan before he fell off the cliff. The other was a gorilla, its fur icy blue, shrouded in cold mist. This gorilla was the same kind that Zhang Hong had summoned during the fight with Ji Yuan yesterday, the snowy ice gorilla. When the long-armed monkey and the snowy ice gorilla appeared, they initially wore fierce expressions, ready for battle. But when they saw that there were only Ji Yuan, Ming, and the silent girl around, the gorilla and the monkey stood dumbly in place. The shouting Zhao Shan noticed something was off in the atmosphere, then froze too, opened his eyes, and after a few seconds of understanding his situation, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Sorry, Zhao Shan scratched his head awkwardly. I'm really afraid of spiders. Please forgive me, forgive me. This guy seemed a bit abnormal. Ji Yuan gave him a deep look before asking, Have you seen Wei Yin? Good news. 3 out of the 4 members of the team were safe and sound. Bad news. The only guide who could find a way out was missing. Who remembers that much? I don't know if those disgusting spiders have any hypnotic poison. I just remember you being knocked away, and in the blink of an eye, I was covered in spiders, then I lost consciousness. Zhao Shan recalled, still shaken. Meanwhile, the silent girl shook her head, seemingly without any useful information. Ji Yuan frowned. This nest was a maze. Aside from the cave he came from, the other caves were filled with spider silk. Though Ming could dissolve it, he wasn't sure if other cave ends had a giant spider guarding them. Ji Yuan shared everything he encountered on his way. When Zhao Shan heard about a giant spider the size of a truck, his face turned pale. Why, you're not joking, right? How can it be a spider that big? The silent girl also stared wide-eyed, somewhat in disbelief. The key now isn't the spider, but that we need to find a way out. Ji Yuan was a bit speechless. Where were these two focusing? Bro, if you can kill a spider the size of a truck, you can lead us wherever. Zhao Shan said sincerely. At this moment, the silent girl suddenly spoke. I can't summon my beast. After saying this, her petite body surprisingly toppled to the side. Ji Yuan's reaction was quick. He caught her just in time, but saw cold sweat dripping from her forehead, her face growing paler. It's poison, Zhao Shan shouted, and Ji Yuan finally noticed that there were 2 dark purple wounds on the girl's right arm, visible toxins crawling up from the wounds. Wait for me, wait for me. Zhao Shan closed his eyes beside her. After a few seconds passed, he saw a blue ring in his hand shine, and an oval-shaped white pill appeared in his palm. Beast ring. When Ji Yuan saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. The beast ring has an independent storage space. This thing isn't cheap. It seems Zhao Shan's background isn't simple. Zhao Shan held the white pill and put it into the girl's mouth. This pill was very special. As soon as it touched her lips, it melted away. Then, a miraculous scene occurred. The toxins on the girl's right arm quickly receded, ultimately oozing from the wound and flowing on the ground. I'm from Hongling City. As long as it isn't some highly toxic poison, there's always a solution. Noticing Ji Yuan's gaze, Zhao Shan laughed and rolled up his sleeve, revealing 2 scabbed wounds on his arm. I see. Ji Yuan nodded. He heard that beneath the urban area of Hongling City lies a complex network of giant ore veins. Within these veins, there exist various poisonous creatures. In Hongling City, while developing mineral veins, they deal with poisons, making them one of the top cities in the country for detoxification. Zhao Shan grinned, ready to say something more. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the cave. This sound came not from one direction, but from all sides. Almost at the moment the sound appeared, both Ming and Zhao Shan's beast companions showed signs of unease. Oh no! The noise made Ji Yuan's heart skip a beat. Zhao Shan looked puzzled, and then he heard Ji Yuan softly say, Did you not believe there were truck-sized spiders? Watch closely. After saying this, Ji Yuan didn't care how Zhao Shan reacted and immediately picked up the silent girl, rushing back to the cave they came from. What does that mean? Confused by his actions, the next moment, Zhao Shan's face turned pale, because he saw, emerging from the numerous openings, giant spiders with long, hairy legs. Ji Yuan heard Zhao Shan's strange scream from behind, and when he turned back, he witnessed a horrifying scene. A glance revealed those giant spiders crawling out of the caves, each of different colors, red, green, and even gold. Counting carefully, there were more than 8 of them. Zhao Shan, who had somehow put away Shui Qiao Bing Xing, was riding on the neck of a gibbon, racing wildly toward Ji Yuan. The gibbon moved swiftly, and as it passed Ji Yuan, it scooped him and the silent girl into its embrace. Ji Yuan took the opportunity to return Ming to the beast seal. Which way should we run? Zhao Shan's terrified voice came from above, and Ji Yuan quickly pointed to the cave entrance, shouting, "That way! That way!" The gibbon exploded into full speed, charging toward the cave. But just as they were about to reach the cave entrance, a massive dark purple figure fell from the sky, blocking their final escape route. Damn, why is this one so big? Zhao Shan's voice trembled. He was truly terrified of spiders. If he had known it would be like this, he would rather die than explore Twilight Valley. And he was right. Ji Yuan's vision darkened. This dark purple spider was a whole size larger than the one they had burned before. For a moment, their escape route was blocked, and the dense, terrifying crawling sounds from behind made Zhao Shan tremble uncontrollably. Good bro, didn't you and your beast already burn one? Hurry and think of something. Where the hell should I think of something? Ji Yuan's expression was also grim. To clear the cave, Ming had already exhausted the underworld flame. This level of energy consumption was utterly unbearable for its young form. Seeing him silent, Zhao Shan's heart sank, and he grabbed the gibbon's ear, yelling, "Tuan Tuan, hurry! Punch me to death! I would rather die at your hands than be drained slowly by these disgusting creatures." He had seen documentaries about spiders. These damn creatures liquefy their prey before slowly swallowing them. In this moment of despair, hearing Zhao Shan's frantic words made Ji Yuan burst into laughter. This guy was just a clown. Then, Ji Yuan's expression turned serious, his beast seal glowing as he prepared to overdraw his soul power. After all, if no one stepped up, the three of them were definitely doomed. Quick, quick, get down. At that moment, the silent girl's weak voice sounded. I will handle it. Chapter 14, Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard. When this girl, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were both stunned. Then, without hesitation, Ji Yuan recalled Ming and quickly crouched down. Zhao Shan also at that same moment recalled the gibbon, mimicking him to lie flat on the ground. Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard, use Sky Split Slash, as the silent girl's weak voice rang out. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan lying on the ground felt a powerful burst of soul power. In an instant, a blinding golden light covered their vision, and a piercing sound of wind broke through their eardrums. Soul-stirring. Swish. In an instant, the golden light vanished, the world returned to silence, and no sound remained. Ji Yuan only felt a momentary daze in his consciousness. It's all right. When he came back to his senses, a gentle force was tapping on his shoulder. He raised his head, and Ji Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. The spider lore that had blocked their escape route was gone, and on the black rock wall, there was a deep crack, as if cut by a sharp object. Within the crack, there were still faint golden lights flickering, not yet dissipated. He stumbled to his feet and turned back. Behind the silent girl stood a huge black panther, its body entirely entwined in golden light. A strong bloodline aura surged forward. This was the first time Ji Yuan felt an extraordinary way from a beast. Wow! Zhao Shan looked at the silent girl with suspicion. Sunlight Thundercloud Panther. Are you from a Sioux family? The girl raised her white wrist, turned her palm, and the exaggerated fierce panther behind her immediately vanished. Only then did she nod slightly. My name is Su Zine. Thank you for the antidote. It's nothing. Getting the Sioux family to owe me a favor is something I desire, Zhao Shan said cheerfully. But Su Zine spoke blandly and expressionlessly. I saved you just now, too. We owe each other nothing. As if her identity had been exposed, her tone contained a hint of distance and coldness. Ji Yuan carefully observed the girl. From the panther's aura and Zhao Shan's words, he could guess that the so-called Sioux family must be a prominent noble family. Perhaps this Sunlight Thundercloud Panther is even the Sioux family's ancestral beast. All right, Zhao Shan shrugged indifferently and then looked at Ji Yuan, extending his hand. Bro, we have gone through life and death. Let's do a serious self-introduction. How about it? Seeing how eager this guy was, Ji Yuan no longer refused, clasping his hand back and saying, Ji Yuan, a local from Lingyun City. He, Zhao Shan, from Hongling City, a rank 7 beastmaster, an expert in poison resistance. I'm afraid of spiders. Once Zhao Shan opened his mouth, he couldn't stop, and Ji Yuan quickly let go of his hand, saying, since neither of you are ordinary people, do you have any way to contact the outside world? Like family messages or something? To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Zine turned her head away and fell silent. Zhao Shan found it a bit funny and patted his shoulder. Brother Ji Yuan, you must have read too many web novels. In this deep mountain gorge, the only way to contact the outside world is through a mobile phone, but there's no signal here. all right? Maybe he was thinking too much. Ji Yuan rubbed his forehead and started to ponder what to do. After thinking for a while, they decided that the three of them would go back to the T-shaped junction they had come from and see if there was another way. On the way back, Zhao Shan's chatter struck again. He didn't stop talking all the way. Even if Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin remained silent, it didn't prevent him from asking and answering himself. By the way, Su Ziyin, what rank are you at now? Zhao Shan turned the topic towards her, and she was silent for a moment before answering. Peak of rank 7. Oh, a bit higher than me. Then how about brother Ji Yuan? Rank 8. Rank 8 dares to come to the Withering Valley by yourself? I mean, no offense. You saved my life. That's definitely impressive. But what exactly is your beast? The bloodline aura is very strong. It looks like a horse and also like a deer. It can't be a mixed breed, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to. To be honest, your beast looks incredibly beautiful and cool. I really like it. Only replying with 2 words, but the other person was like a machine gun. Ji Yuan felt his head was about to explode from the noise. Finally, the 3 of them arrived at the T-shaped junction. Ji Yuan pointed to the right and said, I woke up in the middle of this path. Let's go straight for now. If it doesn't work, we'll come back and try here. Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin had no objections, but the fog on the road ahead was quite thick and visibility was low. Let the group go first. Its bloodline may only be intermediate, but its talent is immunity to poisonous gas. I'm afraid this fog is toxic. For this reason, Zhao Shan specifically summoned the gibbon, letting it lead the way. The gibbon, Tuan Tuan, walked into the fog, and, after taking only a few steps, disappeared from the sight of the 3. Zhao Shan, let Tuan Tuan call out. Seeing its figure vanish, Ji Yuan said. Zhao Shan immediately complied. After forming a contract with the beast, a spiritual connection could be established through the beast control mark. Soon, Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan. It made a sound. It seems this fog not only obstructs vision, but also hinders sound transmission. With a wave of his hand, Tuan Tuan was recalled in a flash of light. The fog is fine, but won't it be too dangerous for us to walk in like this? Zhao Shan kept his eyes on Ji Yuan, waiting for him to decide. To be cautious, let's explore another path first. Ji Yuan shook his head. The fog was a bit strange, even blocking sound, so he wouldn't easily try it. The 3 immediately turned around and walked in the direction Ji Yuan had come from, going all the way. Bad news, this was a dead end. Zhao Shan came up with an idea. His 2 beasts, the gibbon and the snow ice orangutan, were climbing experts, so why not try climbing up the rock wall? Without delay, he rode on Tuan Tuan's neck, calling for the snow ice orangutan to climb up together. The steep and uneven rock wall provided them with support. Soon, 1 person and 2 beasts disappeared from sight. Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin waited in silence. But as time passed slowly, after about half an hour, a rustling sound suddenly came from above. Due to the giant spider, Ji Yuan felt uneasy about this sudden noise. His nerves tightened as he looked up only to see a gibbon and an orangutan slowly climbing down. Damn, what the hell is this? Zhao Shan's voice came. There's a roof above. This cursed place is completely sealed. What? Ji Yuan frowned. The gibbon and orangutan landed safely, and Zhao Shan jumped down, his face grim. Really, we climbed about 7 or 8 meters and found no way to go up. Then we climbed forward all the way to the cave, leading to the spider's nest, and still found no exit. How is this possible? Ji Yuan had fallen from a cliff. If this place was closed, how did he end up here? What do we do now? Should we go back to the spider's nest and try those complicated tunnels again? Or should we go into the dense fog? Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan, waiting for him to decide. Strange. Ji Yuan fell into deep thought. Perhaps going deeper into the fog was safer than the spider's nest. Chapter 15. The Great Secret Realm Era. Can you summon the sunlight thundercloud leopard again? Ji Yuan looked at Su Ziyin, who still looked unwell. Summoning it takes too much energy. It's impossible in a short time. Su Ziyin shook her head. Seeing this, Ji Yuan voiced his thoughts. If we go back to the spider's nest and encounter a swarm of spiders again, we would be hard-pressed to fight back. I think it's better to slowly explore the path through the fog. What do you think? He looked at the 2. Zhao Shan immediately agreed. As long as we avoid dealing with spiders, I'm okay with anything. You don't know, my Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing are terrified of spiders. Beside them, Su Ziyin's face turned pale, as if she hadn't recovered, but she had no objections. Whoosh! Just after the 2 finished expressing their opinions, a spider silk as thick as an arm suddenly shot down from above. Caught off guard, this spider silk wrapped around Zhao Shan. Whoa, whoa! In an instant, Zhao Shan was yanked into the air, being dragged by an unseen giant spider, speeding towards the road covered in fog. Help me! Help me! Save! In just a few breaths, Zhao Shan vanished from sight. Ji Yuan's face changed as he immediately chased after him. in this perilous place. One less person means less fighting power. Flame Eater Sparrow. Aim for the spider silk and spit fireballs. Suddenly, Suzine called out sharply from behind. Boom! Then, a scorching fireball streaked above Ji Yuan's head, flying toward Zhao Shan's direction. But due to the distance, the fireball did not hit, and Zhao Shan's screams faded away. Ah! At that moment, there was a gasp from behind, and Ji Yuan quickly turned around, only to see Suzine being lifted up by spider silk. Fortunately, the flame-eating sparrow summoned by Suzine reacted quickly, spitting out a fireball, accurately hitting the spider lurking in the sky. Immediately, the spider ignited by the fireball struggled wildly and fell from the sky. Suzine was right under the spider, and once it landed, she would be crushed beneath the burning spider. At this critical moment, Ji Yuan seized the opportunity, leaped out, and wrapped his arms around Suzine, rolling to the side. After rolling for a distance on the ground, they separated, and Ji Yuan staggered to his feet, pulling Suzine's cold little hand to help her up. Thank. Suzine's little face lost all color after this incident. Her delicate body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from the cold or from fear. Seeing her shake so badly, Ji Yuan took off his jacket and draped it over her. At the same time, he looked in the direction where Zhao Shan had disappeared, letting out a long sigh in his heart. The change came too suddenly. In the blink of an eye, only 2 remained in their group of 4. What should we do now? Suzine tightened Ji Yuan's jacket, her voice weak. Now that there are only 2 of us, forget about the nest. We can only take a risk and try the path shrouded in fog. Ji Yuan walked ahead, and Suzine hurriedly trotted to keep up. To prevent any accidents, her flame-eating sparrow stood watch above her head. When they reached the fog-covered intersection, Ji Yuan grabbed Suzine's hand. At first, she was stunned, and when she realized it, she tried to struggle. The fog is too thick. We need to avoid getting separated. Ji Yuan explained, puzzled. Did he really seem like that kind of person who would take advantage of the situation? Oh, hearing him say this, Suzine paused in her panicked struggle and stopped resisting. Holding her smooth and cool little hand, Ji Yuan's expression became serious, signaling that Ming should walk in front. If anything happens, he would immediately withdraw Ming into the beast's seal. After making preparations, he stepped out, and as soon as he entered the fog, a chilling breath swept over him, making him shiver involuntarily. After taking 2 steps, he noticed Suzine's hand tremble. It was too dark to see in the fog, and when he turned around, he could only see her wrist. Then, Ji Yuan gently squeezed her hand to reassure her. Thus, Ji Yuan kept a close eye on Ming's figure, following it step by step. He didn't know how long they had been walking. The fog still showed no signs of dissipating, but instead became even denser. Suddenly, Ji Yuan caught a glimpse of the green light emitted by Ming dissipating, and before he could react, the ground beneath his feet vanished into thin air. The terrifying sense of weightlessness hit again, and Suzine's terrified scream rang in his ears as they fell into the endless darkness below, hand in hand. Moments later, splash! The icy cold water engulfed both of them. Ji Yuan still held onto Suzine's hand. Realizing she was thrashing wildly, he realized she couldn't swim and quickly pulled her closer. Her delicate and soft figure was pulled into his embrace, and despite her fierce resistance, he dragged her upward with all his might. When they surfaced, Ji Yuan first heard a roar, and following the sound, he saw Ming anxiously pacing on the shore. Reaching the shore, he first lifted Suzine up, then climbed up himself, lying on the cold ground, gasping for air. He only wanted to take a chance in the withering valley, yet had gone through so much. Row! Beside him, Suzine sat on the ground, hugging her knees, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her pale little face seemed to have a blush after the intimate contact in the water. Ji Yuan recalled the random places he touched in the heat of the moment and awkwardly rubbed his nose, not answering. Detected the presence of complete imperial biological remains near the host, marking them now. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly echoed in their minds. Ji Yuan stood up, his pupils shaking. In this prompt, 2 new keywords appeared, complete. It was truly like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, hitting it by accident. At this moment, it was as if they were in some underground palace. The ceiling, the ground, and the walls were all paved with neatly arranged black stone bricks. In the walls, at regular intervals, there were objects that emitted a soft glow embedded in them. At the same time, Ji Yuan noticed that at regular intervals on both the ceiling and the floor, there were lion heads carved from white jade. So that's how it is. Suzine's surprised voice sounded. He turned around to look, only to see her already changed into casual clothes, with a jade imperial ring on her hand. He had to endure the wetness of his clothes and asked, "What's wrong?" "We are in an ancient secret realm. A secret realm? You've been reading too many online novels, huh? Ji Yuan was a little surprised, but don't blame him. After all, with more than 100 cities in the country, Linyun City was ranked around the 90th, and there were some secret pieces of information he indeed didn't know. Su Zine extended her delicate finger and pointed at the vividly carved lion head made of white jade. I saw this in the family books. This is the Beast King's medal. The books recorded that in ancient times, the ultimate beast master, the Beast King, after his life was exhausted, invited the world. He placed all the rare treasures and wealth he had collected throughout his life in a secret realm space that could move and jump. Wait, this sounds a bit familiar. Could this Beast King be called Joel D. Roger? Did he open the Great Secret Realm era? Chapter 16. Let me do it. Ji Yuan, after making the lonely joke in his mind, was surprised to see the silent girl reveal an excited expression. What treasures or not, it held no attraction to him. In his view, a silver light flashed. It was the complete Emperor-level biological remains marked by the system. Shall we go? Su Zine looked at Ji Yuan, her starry eyes shining with light. Behind them was a bottomless water pool, and only one road ahead led the way. The remains were right ahead, and Ji Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. This only path ahead was winding, with no branches or end in sight. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with only the sound of their breathing filling the air. Neither Ji Yuan nor Su Zine was like Zhao Shan, able to chat about everything or nothing. At this moment, thinking of Zhao Shan, Ji Yuan found himself missing his chatterbox. After walking for another 20 minutes, seeing Su Zine's still somewhat pale face, Ji Yuan finally initiated the first conversation. Your soul power, hasn't it recovered yet? Su Zine nodded, not intending to elaborate further on the topic. Ji Yuan, picking up on her mood, closed his mouth but felt a little strange inside. According to what he knew, her soul power was at the peak of the 7th rank, and even if the Sun Thundercloud Leopard was strong, it shouldn't have drained her so badly. Once again, the atmosphere fell into silence. After walking through this winding path for who knows how long, the road ahead finally began to change. It became a straight, wide path. Crack! Just as they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, a strange noise suddenly came from their right. Su Zine was startled and instinctively leaned toward Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, equally on edge, summoned Ming, and both he and the beast turned their heads to look. Hui Yun! Ji Yuan was shocked. At this intersection of the straight path, there were only 3 exits. Tour guide Hui Yun was leaning against the wall, blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyelids drooping, and his whole body swaying, about to collapse. Ji Yuan quickly supported him and scanned him from head to toe. Hui Yun was covered in injuries. Quick, run! Hui Yun clearly hadn't expected to encounter them here and immediately screamed, as if grabbing onto a lifeline. At that moment, Ji Yuan finally saw, behind Hui Yun, a mass of black objects surging toward them like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Ji Yuan and Su Zine's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly helped Hui Yun as they dashed toward the straight path ahead. Fortunately, although Hui Yun was seriously injured, with the support of the two, he didn't hold them back too much. Woo-woo! As the 3 of them just rushed out, Ji Yuan joyfully heard Zhao Shan's voice from behind. Damn it! Wait for me! Everyone, wait for me! When Ji Yuan turned back to look, he almost stumbled and fell because of Zhao Shan's appearance. There he was, riding on Tuan Tuan's neck, with black hair tangled in spider silk, his face a mix of green and purple, as if he was poisoned. Under him, the given Tuan Tuan was even worse, its brown-yellow fur covered in spider silk, with multiple spider bite marks on its body. Both man and ape shared the same expression in their eyes. They were scared to death. What made Ji Yuan's scalp tingle even more was that behind them, there was a swarm of medium-sized spiders following closely. Each one was as big as a fish head car. Fortunately, Tuan Tuan was very fast, quickly catching up to them and taking the severely injured Hui Yun. With Hui Yun gone, Ji Yuan and Su Zine unleashed all their strength to run. Zhao Shan rode Tuan Tuan at the front. At this time, terrifying sounds came from the passage behind them. It was clear that the strange things chasing Hui Yun had encountered the spiders. When they finally rushed to the end of the passage, a vast closed space suddenly appeared before their eyes. Looking around, there were green plants, ponds, arch bridges, and so on. It was just like an indoor park. Ji Yuan's gaze passed everything, lingering on a white jade platform at the far end. This platform was about 4 floors high, and the complete skeleton marked by the system was right on top of it. There's a way to leave. Hui Yun struggled to raise his hand, just pointing at the platform. But just as they were about to move, chirp! A sharp cry rang out from the sky. Ji Yuan looked up and saw a huge shadow diving down with a fierce wind. Quick, get out of the way! Zhao Shan grabbed Tuan Tuan's fur and rolled to the side. Ji Yuan saw Su Zin frozen in place and hurriedly yanked her to dodge. Boom! The ground shook and dust flew everywhere. The huge shadow that came crashing down blocked their way. From the passage behind, the terrifying noise grew closer, and once again, they were caught in a tight spot. Ji Yuan looked at Su Zin, whom he had saved once more, and couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Pull yourself together. You will only hold us back like this." "Yes, I am sorry." Su Zin lowered her head, obscuring her expression. As the dust settled, Ji Yuan's pupils shrank as he continued to gaze ahead. The huge shadow was a combination of a lion and an eagle. He was very familiar with this kind of creature. It was the second Imperial-level creature in the Emperor's bestiary, the Star Peak Griffin. Star Peak Griffin? Isn't this creature already extinct? Zhao Shan and Su Zin exclaimed in unison, full of doubt. Then, they heard Hua Yun weakly explain, It's just an illusion of the skeleton, calling upon the beast to attack. It won't be too strong." Illusion of the skeleton? Hearing this key term, Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. "But Bing Bing and Tuan Tuan are deeply poisoned and have no fighting power," Zhao Shan said bitterly. In other words, now the only ones who could deal with this griffin were Ji Yuan and Su Zin. "My fiery sparrow is only of mid-level bloodline." The latter shook her head as well, seeming to indicate that she could only summon the sun lightning cloud leopard once. "Let me take care of it." At a crucial moment, Ji Yuan spoke up. The Emperor's bestiary contained all the information about the Star Peak Griffin, including its weaknesses. He looked at Su Zin, "Focus and follow my commands." After saying that, Ji Yuan stepped forward, summoning Ming, charging towards the Star Peak Griffin. Roar! Ming's body appeared like an ant before the Star Peak Griffin, waving its wings, its beastly eyes filled with fierce light. "Intimidate!" Ji Yuan issued the command in his heart as the Imperial bloodline erupted with power. The Star Peak Griffin's beastly eyes flashed with surprise, and then it similarly released its own bloodline aura. Boom! The two Imperial-level auras collided, creating a fierce, silent wave that rippled outwards, causing the expressions of the three watching in the back to change. Soon, the breath from the abyss suddenly pressed against the griffin, crashing into its massive body and causing a momentary imbalance. After all, this Star Peak Griffin was just a phantom formed from bones, and in this collision, it couldn't compete with the perfect bloodline density of the abyss. Ji Yuan seized the moment and commanded again. "Release Flame Storm." The abyss raised its head, and the nether flame erupted wildly from within. The scorching heat distorted the air, and the Star Peak Griffin seemed extremely wary of the flames, flapping its wings to prepare to fly high. "Now's the time. Bring it down," Ji Yuan shouted. Beside him, Su Zin, focused and alert, raised her left arm, revealing a crimson mark. Chirp! A clear bird song rang out, and in the sky, a small bird engulfed in red flames dove down, crashing into the Star Peak Griffin's enormous body. This crash caused the Star Peak Griffin to lose its balance and fall back to the ground. At the same time, the burning nether flame surged forward, scorching both soul and flesh. In an instant, a sea of blue flames engulfed its huge body. Chapter 17. Ji Yuan, you really are my dear brother. In the greenish-blue sea of flames, the Star Peak Griffin's massive body gradually shrank until it completely vanished. When the nether flame dissipated, a bone about the length of an arm remained on the ground. The abyss's footsteps were unsteady, seemingly exhausted. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately summoned it back into the Beast Tamer seal to rest. Then he picked up the bone and looked at the others. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Zhao Shan was the first to regain his senses, grabbing the thick mane, and carried Hua Yun to follow. Su Zin remained behind, gazing at Ji Yuan's back, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Could he really be a person from small town with a population of 90? She saw very clearly the confrontation of bloodline auras between the Abyss and the Star Peak Griffin. She was almost certain that Ji Yuan's beast, with its bloodline level, was the same as the Sun Lightning Cloud Leopard, both mythical grade. Ahead, Ji Yuan absorbed the bone without any change in expression, and a line of information immediately popped up. Bone absorption complete. Star Peak Griffin corpse integrity increased to 40%. The arm-length bone increased the integrity by 15%, which was not bad. Although over 30% would allow for contract duplication, his psychological expectation was still around 70%, without daring to hope too much for 100%. After all, ancient emperor creatures from thousands of years ago were few and far between, and complete remains were likely impossible to find anywhere in the world. Along the way, there were no more blocking creatures, and they smoothly climbed up the jade stone platform. The platform was quite large, large enough to hold several trucks. In the center, there stood a large skeleton, shining with silver light, remarkably complete. What guy? There's nothing here but a broken skeleton. How do we get out? Zhao Shan scanned the almost empty platform, a bit anxious. Looking down from the platform at the path they'd taken, numerous unknown bizarre creatures like a tide covered the ground, spreading towards them. Tuan set down Huiyun, who took out an oval stone block that sparkled with deep blue light from his pocket. Get ready. Huiyun raised his hand and struck the stone block against the jade platform. Ji Yuan's heart sank, and he immediately opened his mouth to tell him to wait. But with a crisp sound, nothing happened. Huiyun suddenly looked up, glancing left and right, and when he spotted a black object on the platform, his face changed drastically. What are you doing? Can't we leave from here? Zhao Shan grew anxious after waiting with no response. Ji Yuan let out a sigh of relief and rushed towards the remains. At the same time, he heard Huiyun's desperate voice. This jade platform is a teleportation device, but it must have only humans on it to activate. As he spoke, Huiyun pointed to a corner where a pitch-black creature was crawling. That dark creature was as big as a manhole cover, with two large pincers, resembling a crab. Forbidden crab. Su Ziyin seemed to recognize this creature. A gasp escaped. Damn it, let me just kick it out. Zhao Shan immediately stepped forward, but was pulled back by Huiyun. The forbidden crab is immune to all attacks, almost indestructible. It's useless, Huiyun said, looking down at the scars all over his body, as if to say this was the work of the forbidden crab. At this moment, Ji Yuan had already arrived next to the silver remains, faintly hearing the sound of thunder echoing within the bones. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast. Race, Leader of the Wolf Pack. Bloodline, Emperor level. Attributes, Thunder Electricity. Trait, Immune to Thunder-type damage. Other data, missing. The information panel was almost identical to Ming's, and Ji Yuan felt a rush of excitement, stretching out his finger, silently thinking, absorb. In an instant, the silver glowing remains visibly started to dissolve. Fortunately, Zhao Shan and the others were focused on the forbidden crab and did not notice the abnormality here. Soon, the remains were completely absorbed. Detected the Thunder Emperor Beast's remains completeness, 100%. Would you like to immediately replicate the complete body? Looking at the prompt box, Ji Yuan chose to slow down for now. With so many people around, absorbing the remains was his biggest secret, and he must not expose it easily. It's over. This is really over, Zhao Shan shouted as Ji Yuan scanned the surroundings. The high platform was already surrounded by countless black, forbidden crabs, preparing to attack everyone. Tour guide, is there no other way? Zhao Shan summoned Tuan and Bing Bing, and a long-armed monkey and gorilla swung their fists, batting some faster forbidden crabs away. But these damn things were just too numerous, and they could only knock them away without causing damage. Once their strength was exhausted, they would still be devoured by these forbidden crabs. Huiyun smiled bitterly. It's all my fault for being too greedy. All my soul beasts have fallen in this secret realm. The forbidden crab can only be resisted by soul beasts with two specific attributes. He looked at the three, saying thunder and wind. Does anyone have soul beasts with these two attributes? As soon as he finished, Zhao Shan looked at Su Ziyin. If I remember correctly, the Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard has both wind and thunder attributes, right? Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard? Huiyun's eyes lit up, as if he saw hope. At this moment, everyone's hope of survival rested on Su Ziyin. But she shook her head, whispering, I actually don't have a contract with a Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard. The one used in the spider's lair was just a phantom. Phantom? Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan suddenly realized. A second-rank beast master can use their soul power to create a phantom of their contracted soul beast. The phantom is not restricted. It can be during an attack or at any time. This phantom mainly serves to give the younger generation they value a means of survival. No wonder, after seeing it in the lair, Su Ziyin never summoned it again. Dad, if I had known, I would have listened to you and not left on Ling City. Zhao Shan slumped on the ground, looking as if he was waiting for death. Su Ziyin lowered her head, hiding her expression. Yun looked ashen. Not only had all his soul beasts fallen, but now even his life was gone. Buzz! Just when despair enveloped everyone's hearts, a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly surged on the high platform. Boom! Along with a muffled thunderclap, the three who had sunk into despair trembled and lifted their heads. They saw a handsome young man standing tall, his eyes flashing with rolling lightning. Beside the young man stood a muscular black giant wolf, its fur shiny black and its deep blue pupils shimmering. Beneath the wolf's fur, electric light flickered subtly. Under the shocked gaze of the three, Ji Yuan slowly raised his hand. On the back of his hand, a deep blue beast mark emerged. He pointed towards the endless swarm of forbidden crabs, whispering, "Use Dance of Lightning." Ziz! In an instant, the thunder roared in their ears, and then, within the overwhelming black tide of forbidden crabs, a deep blue lightning surged up violently. The lightning spread rapidly through the crab swarm like a virus. In the blink of an eye, it was filled all over the high platform, accompanied by a strong, burnt smell spreading out. Those forbidden crabs that had not yet rushed up the high platform, sensing the thunderous pressure above, all retreated, disappearing completely. "Brother, my dear brother, Ji Yuan, you really are my true brother." Chapter 18, A Brief Calm. This sudden change left all three of them stunned. "I love you." Only Zhao Shan was the first to react, racing towards Ji Yuan with tears in his eyes. "Get lost." Ji Yuan laughed and scolded while dodging, not forgetting to summon back the Thunder Emperor beast in a critical moment. At this point, the beast mark on his palm once again transformed into a green color, and then the figure of Ming appeared. "You hid this too well. Since you have two beasts, why didn't you summon them directly?" Zhao Shan was extremely excited. "You're mistaken." Ji Yuan shook his head, stroking Ming's body. Just now, it merely switched to another attribute. The Thunder Emperor beast would serve as his strongest trump card, only to be summoned again at life and death moments. "What?" Zhao Shan stared wide-eyed, scanning Ming as if studying a treasure. "I've seen beasts with two attributes, but one that can switch attributes. Could it be an extinct royal creature? It's just that the bloodline lucked into reaching the legendary level. Nothing so mystical." Ji Yuan smiled faintly, but inside he was sweating a bit. Without the ability to protect himself, if someone discovered that his beast had a royal bloodline, let alone the beast, he would get caught for study. After all, royal creatures have all been extinct. He was also thankful these creatures went extinct early, leaving behind ambiguous information. Otherwise, his path ahead would be very difficult. "No matter what, in this cursed place, you've saved me more than once. I, Zhao Shan, recognize you as my buddy." He looked at Ji Yuan and said very seriously, "Once we leave here, if you face any difficulties, you can come find me in Hongling City." Zhao Shan caught sight of Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing tossing the corpse of the forbidden crab to each other, and he couldn't help but get angry. "You two fools, what are you playing at?" After he left, Huiyan also came up. After surviving, he carefully looked Ji Yuan over and patted him on the shoulder. "I now understand why Tan he would bet on you." He looked at Ji Yuan, his eyes filled with expectation. "In the district competition next year, you must represent our city and bring us honor." After that, Huiyan called Zhao Shan to let his two beasts clear the corpses of the forbidden crabs off the high platform, preparing to leave. District competition. Ji Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. Now possessing two royal beasts, aiming to break into the top 10 should be no problem. Now the only thing left to do is to work hard to improve his soul power level. Through this trip, he could feel the importance of the level in unleashing a beast strength. "Thanks." At this moment, a soft voice sounded. Ji Yuan immediately interrupted the person. "Thank me again? We have known each other. No need to be so polite." Suzine raised her head in a daze, looking at Ji Yuan's smile, nodding silently, no longer speaking. About 10 minutes later, the forbidden crab group on the platform was finally cleared away. The long-armed gibbons and the snow-pale ice apes were exhausted, panting with their tongues hanging out. Zhao Shan cursed while recalling them into the beast mark, and only then did he realize the silver bones in the platform were missing. After asking around, everyone just shook their heads. No one had noticed. Ready. This time, there were no more obstacles. Huiyun held a deep blue stone, striking it fiercely against the white jade surface. In an instant, Ji Yuan felt as if his consciousness was being infinitely stretched, twisted, and shaken. In a long daze, time seemed to stop altogether. When he came to his senses again, the familiar courtyard came into view, a silver car parked before him, just like the one he drove into Fenghen Town. He was back to Huiyun's home courtyard. The feeling of this teleportation is too damn uncomfortable. Vomit. Zhao Shan's voice came, as he bent over and retched for a long time. Suzine appeared to be unaffected. At this moment, Huiyun walked out from the house, holding a phone, not knowing who he was talking to. We stayed in the secret realm for 2 days. After hanging up, Huiyun faced the three with his phone. As he said this, an indescribable fatigue and hunger surged from within. The peculiar secret realm seemed to have a unique passage of time. Ji Yuan took a new set of clothes from the car trunk, took a shower, and completely dried the still damp clothes. Half an hour later, Huiyun built a fire pit in the courtyard and cooked a bowl of noodles for himself. The sky was already dark, with countless stars twinkling, and the four sat quietly around the fire pit. "You mean this is your second time entering this secret realm?" After finishing the soup, Zhao Shan looked at Hui Yun satisfied. Hui Yun said, "This secret realm is quite strange. Last time, I also stumbled in by accident, and I didn't encounter any spiders or forbidden crabs along the way. Of course, besides this teleportation stone, I didn't get any benefits." Zhao Shan let out a sigh of relief, looking at Ji Yuan across from him. Fortunately, Ji Yuan was here this time. Otherwise, I might have already become a dried corpse. Indeed, without you, young man, we would have met our end at the teleportation platform. Hui Yun patted his shoulder with emotion. Su Zin crossed over the fire pit. Her gaze also focused on Ji Yuan. The four chatted and felt sleepy pass, so Hui Yun went back to the house to bring out a grill. Feeling it wasn't enough, he also brought a few bottles of red wine. Zhao Shan mocked him, saying no one grills barbecue with red wine. After experiencing life and death crises in the secret realm, all four relaxed completely, eating barbecue and drinking wine, laughter echoing around. Su Zin frowned and drank a few sips, her beautiful face turning rosy, and she became much more talkative. By the way, after a while, Hui Yun, with an arm around Ji Yuan and a mouth full of alcohol, said to the other two, "Did you know this kid Ji Yuan once caused a sensation in Linyun City? Is that so? You must tell us more." Zhao Shan, somewhat tipsy, immediately became interested when he heard this. Ji Yuan waved his hand, signaling him not to mention it. In a moment of joy, Ji Yuan drank a few more sips, and he only felt dizzy now. "I'll just say 4 words, the rest you guess." Hui Yun raised his glass and took a sip. "Soul, strength, talent." Hearing this, Zhao Shan snorted. Talent just has 3 levels: low, medium, and high. If it caused a sensation in the entire city, it must be the higher level. "Zhao Shan, you are drunk." Su Zin smiled beautifully. "There's also the special grade, right?" Miss Su is right. Our Ji Yuan's soul strength talent is special grade." Hui Yun's laughter left Zhao Shan and Su Zin both dumbfounded. Special grade soul strength talent is extremely rare, not to mention in Linyun City. Even where they are, it is a rare existence. No wonder this guy is so abnormal at just level 8. There's a reason for it. At this moment, Su Zin seemed a bit forlorn. Reaching up to tuck her hair behind her ear, she softly said, "My soul strength talent is merely low grade. Among the family. In prominent families, this talent is evidently not enough, and she didn't know how many cold laughs and sarcasm she received in the Su family. None of this matters." Suddenly, a light laugh entered her ears. Su Zin looked up in a daze, and over the flickering flames, she saw Ji Yuan's handsome face carrying a smile. "Before meeting you all, I was just a waste who couldn't even form a contract to tame beasts. So what if I have a special talent? In those 2 years, I suffered countless cold laughs. In the eyes of some, I wasn't even as good as a dog." Ji Yuan smiled calmly. "Don't care too much about others' opinions of you. So what if you have low-grade talent? Look at me. Now my soul strength level is only 8. Isn't it still lower than you?" His way of comforting made waves ripple in Su Zin's heart. In the depths of her eyes, a faint sparkle flickered. After a moment, she quietly lowered her head and said nothing more. Chapter 19. A challenge that must be won. There was no conversation throughout the night. The few of them stayed overnight at the Hua family home. Ji Yuan slept until the afternoon. After tidying up, he was ready to leave, only to find Zhao Shan and Su Zin were just now waking up. Before leaving, the 3 exchanged phone numbers. "Unless something unexpected happens, see you at the city tournament in 3 months." Zhao Shan waved at the two from inside a convertible, wearing sunglasses, and then stepped on the gas, gradually driving away. After a nap, Su Zin seemed to have changed quite a bit. She did not look at Ji Yuan again, merely hastily said goodbye. After bidding farewell to Hui Yun, Ji Yuan was on his way back to the city when he received a call from Tan He. According to Tan He, Ji Yuan's starting point was too high. He had already surpassed the level of young beast tamers in Linyun City. Even at the most prestigious Changfeng Academy, they couldn't teach him anything special anymore. All knowledge about cultivating, caring for beasts, the gathering and promotion of soul power, and so on, could be found in textbooks. Rather than confining him to some special class, it would be better to let him explore on his own. According to Tan He would be admitted to one of the 3 super academies sooner or later, and it would be better to start learning from scratch once he entered the super academy. Ji Yuan accepted this gladly. "Are you almost in the city?" Tan He's voice came from the other end of the line. "Just got off the overpass. Don't go back to the academy yet. Come to the municipal building." "Okay." After hanging up, Ji Yuan guessed that Tan He must have something to give him. He knew that Tan He held multiple positions. Not only was he the principal of the academy, but also the mayor of Linyun City. On the way, he noticed many new billboards, all related to beast tamers. At first, he didn't think much of it, but when he turned onto the busiest street in the city Ji Yuan slammed the brakes. What the what? In the most prosperous commercial building in Lingyun City, there was a huge 3D screen. Usually, this big screen showed some popular advertisements, but today the content displayed was actually Ji Yuan's big face. And beside it were the words, Supernova, Ji Yuan exclusive certification. If you want your Beast Tamer skin to be moisturized, use Deshun brand Beast Tamer Shower Gel. An inexplicable sense of shame surged over Ji Yuan. He took a deep breath and sped towards the municipal building. All the way, he realized that within just 2 days, there were at least 5 advertisements he didn't know about endorsing him. But the problem was, he knew nothing about it. When he arrived at the municipal building, a male secretary who had been waiting for a long time led him to the mayor's office, where he saw a smiling Tan He. Before Ji Yuan could speak, Tan He handed him a black and gold card. I talked to a few companies for you, and this is the endorsement fee. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Now that's how it should be. He took it and examined it closely. This card was as thin as paper, and the material felt soft, unlike an ordinary bank card. How much is on it? Ji Yuan asked curiously. You'll see when you look. Tan He said, just drop a drop of blood on the card. So novel. He immediately followed suit, biting his fingertip, letting a drop of blood out. At the moment the blood touched the card, the black and gold shimmered, and then Ji Yuan was amazed to see the card begin to transform. In the blink of an eye, it shrank into a black and gold circular ring. At the same time, a strange space suddenly appeared in his mind. In this space, there was a mountain of cash piled up. Ji Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at the black and gold circular ring, filled with excitement. Is this the beast ring? He looked at Tan He, who nodded and replied. It's the highest level beast ring. Not only does it have storage space, but you can also pay with it using the ring. Listening to his explanation, Ji Yuan proudly put the black and gold beast ring on his hand. The amount of cash in the ring immediately appeared in his mind. A total of 5 million. You should know, the average salary in Lingyun City is only 2,000 yuan a month. There's one more thing. Tan He spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Be prepared. At 8 tonight, you need to face a challenge. Challenge? Yes. There's only one spot to participate in the district competition, and there was already a candidate. After I settled on you, the other party was not satisfied. Understood. Ji Yuan quietly nodded. Then he walked to the window, gazing at the city streets. The district competition happens every 3 years. In simple terms, it's a contest to rank 120 cities across the country. Once you represent Lingyun City, your final score will determine Lingyun City's national ranking next year. If you ask me what the ranking is good for, the answer is simple. The higher the rank of the city, the more development and resources it gets. He turned around and looked at Ji Yuan, saying very seriously, so this is not just about you. It relates to the whole city. What is this? Getting myself mentally prepared. Ji Yuan's expression was calm. In previous years, what was Lingyun City's best score? He vaguely remembered hearing countless people cursing on the streets before awakening his soul power talent. His question made Tan He shake his head. Since I took over this city, the best score was 88. 88. It seems that breaking into the top 10 in this district competition will be more difficult than expected. But there's no need to feel too much pressure. Even if you don't meet the agreed score, just surpassing this historical best score will be good enough. Tan He said earnestly and then mentioned another matter. After understanding the importance of the district competition rankings, you'll understand why the other party wants to challenge you. The challenger is named Su Jie, and he is from the Tengyun Beast Academy. Tengyun Beast Academy? This academy has recently been gaining a reputation in Lingyun City, seemingly surpassing the Chungfeng Academy. This academy is closely linked to Zhang Jiling. Its growth till now is thanks to his behind-the-scenes support. I see. In fact, I've long lost interest in running the academy. The position of president and mayor cannot be balanced, so I turn a blind eye to Zhang Jiling nurturing a new Chungfeng. Right now, I only care about one thing. Tan He's gaze fell on Ji Yuan, the district competition. As for Su Jie, a year ago, Zhang Jiling deliberately created hype for him, making him sign many big endorsements with the title of a 7th-rank Beastmaster. Recently, under my operation, most have chosen to bet on you, no longer renewing contracts with Su Jie. In the upcoming match, the whole city will be watching, and the only thing you need to pay attention to is one point. Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged. What is it? Su Jie's beast. Tan He appeared very serious. His beast is the soul spirit scorpion, a creature that lives deep in the Withering Valley, naturally immune to fire attribute attacks. He knew this. Ji Yuan's greenish-blue legendary beast was of the fire type. Tan He was not sure whether Ji Yuan's trip to the Withering Valley would yield any gains. Bringing it up now was also to see his reaction. Immune to fire attribute. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking this trait was rare. The soul spirit scorpion excels in soul attacks, You have 4 hours to think carefully about a countermeasure. Seeing him in silence, Tan-hee sighed, starting to think about how to help him if he fails. After all, encountering such targeted traits, even with a higher bloodline level, is still not powerful enough. Chapter 20. Falling Behind. Is Ji Yuan in danger? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Linyan City's largest beast arena. The venue was filled to capacity, with hosts, judges, live broadcast equipment, and everything needed. As Tan-hee said, this was a challenge that the whole of Linyan City was paying attention to. Renowned as the most outstanding beast master of the younger generation, challenging a supernova with top-notch soul power talent that rocked the city 2 years ago. To the audience here, and those watching live on television, welcome to the Deco Beast Arena, tonight at 8, bringing you the most anticipated showdown in the city. The lights shine bright. The flamboyantly dressed host holds the microphone, his expression and tone both extravagant and passionate. The two competitors are ready to enter the arena. Let me introduce them one by one. In the specially designed arena, on the left side the spotlight shines down. Connecting to the backstage, the first to appear is a dark red giant scorpion, comparable in size to an SUV. The giant scorpion is covered with hard armor, its 2 large pincers reflecting a cold shine. Most striking is the sharp venomous stinger hanging from its back. The appearance of the giant scorpion triggers screams from the audience. Countless glow sticks wave in unison. Now, alongside this terrifying-looking giant scorpion entering the arena is the most outstanding young beastmaster of the 7th rank, Su Jie. The host's voice echoes throughout the venue, and the audience begins to scream wildly. Su Jie! Su Jie! Su Jie! As Su Jie and his beast step into the arena, the host points to the right side and continues with rich emotion, loudly saying, "Meanwhile, please turn your attention to the other side. Welcome the special qualification holder, the 8th rank beastmaster, Ji Yuan." As the words fall, the audience's passion noticeably diminishes, but many still wave their arms and shout. Under the spotlight, Ji Yuan strolls into view of the crowd. Tonight, he is dressed in casual clothing, and his handsome face is unperturbed. Just as he is about to step into the arena, a mass of green flames abruptly bursts forth beside him. The flames swirl around him, and moments later, this mass of fire suddenly expands, transforming into an elegant creature less than 2 meters tall. Wow! Ji Yuan's beast is so beautiful. The appearance of Ming elicits gasps from the audience. Its snow-white body is surrounded by green flames. Although it is not physically powerful, it is still stunning. At the same moment, far away in a wealthy villa, Zhang Heng watches the live broadcast on TV, seeing Ming's arrival. Damn Ji Yuan, where did this beast come from? Clenching his fist tightly, Zhang Heng looks at his indifferent father beside him and softly asks, "Dad, Su Jie will win tonight, right?" Zhang Jin, sitting with his legs crossed, holding his phone, does not raise his head. Ji Yuan's fire-type beast is perfectly restrained by the soul spirit scorpion. No need to watch. But didn't he also have a new beast during the autumn test? Even though his father says so, Zhang Heng still feels uneasy, as if he is about to enter a battle himself. That beast is just an illusion. A 7th rank beastmaster can control soul power for battle, but Ji Yuan is only 8th rank. Once his beast is restrained, he will undoubtedly lose. Zhang Jin puts down his phone, coldly staring at Ji Yuan's face on the TV, saying, "I've already instructed Su Jie. In this battle, he must find a way to incapacitate Ji Yuan or his beast." He understands Tan-hee. Even if Ji Yuan loses this duel, Tan-hee will still forcibly protect Ji Yuan to allow him to participate in the city competition. Only by completely incapacitating Ji Yuan can Tan-hee be left without a way out. Once Su Jie successfully represents Linyan City in the city competition, the mayor's position next year may change hands. On the other side, in the arena, both sides are in position, and as the host exits, the battle bell rings. Boom! In an instant, the soul spirit scorpion in front of Su Jie charges forward. Ming also does not hold back, transforming into a green light shooting out. Just as they are about to collide, Ming's pupils lock onto the target, Emperor's pressure erupting, but the scorpion remains still raising its massive pincers to sweep at it. Seeing the intimidation useless, Ming immediately retreats, a mass of ghostly flames surging forth from within. Swish! Unexpectedly, just as the ghostly flames ignite, the soul spirit scorpion suddenly sweeps its tail. The fierce wind blew the flames away. This is, so far, the strongest opponent that Ming has encountered. No need to rush, take it slow. Ji Yuan stood in the back, murmuring in his heart. After a brief initial clash, Ming stopped attacking head-on and began to fight while retreating. The soul spirit scorpion was massive, but every time it tried to attack Ming, he narrowly dodged. Oh dear. Audience friends, did you see that? Ji Yuan's beast is completely powerless against Su Jie's giant scorpion. It can only flee in embarrassment. The host furrowed his brow, broadcasting the situation inside the arena in real time. In the audience, those cheering for Su Jie burst into mocking sounds. Hey, looks like this special grade talent is useless after all. Yeah, this beast is just a vase, pretty to look at, but useless. Listening to the jeers from outside, Su Jie looked stern, unaffected in the slightest. He gazed at Ji Yuan, who remained calm, and coldly sneered in his heart. You pretentious fool, you're not worthy to compete with me. Let you pretend for a while longer. I'll end this dull battle in 10 seconds. Time passed slowly. The two beasts chased each other in the arena. No flashy clashes, no passionate battles. Even the host didn't know what to say anymore and began to discuss exciting past matches. At this moment, the audience suddenly erupted in gasps. The host quickly looked towards the arena, his eyes brightening. Oh? It seems Su Jie can't stand such a boring duel any longer. He is planning to take the initiative to attack while the beasts are entangled. Su Jie clenched his fists and rushed towards Ji Yuan. Let me remind everyone here, a 7th grade beast master can command soul power to fill their limbs, making their punches much stronger than ordinary people. The host raised his eyebrows. It seems Su Jie intends to directly knock out his opponent. Don't forget, our Rising Star soul power grade is only 8th grade. In a head-on clash, Ji Yuan can last at most 3 punches. Just joking, just joking. The host seemed to regain his excitement, eagerly anticipating Su Jie to quickly end this boring duel. Only by ruining you can my position be more secure. On the field, a ruthless spark appeared in Su Jie's eyes as he reached Ji Yuan, throwing his right punch fiercely at Ji Yuan's cheek. At the same time, he commanded the soul spirit scorpion in his heart. No more playing Black Demon, use demonic spirit extraction. He wanted both Ji Yuan and Ming to collapse at the same time. Get back to the ranks of the useless, Ji Yuan. But just as his soul-powered fist was about to strike Ji Yuan's face, smack! Suddenly, Su Jie's pupils contracted. His own fist was actually caught by Ji Yuan. Then he heard a light laugh. Sorry, I'm also a 7th grade. Chapter 21, Reversal. Special grade soul power talent. Nearly invincible at the same rank. Su Jie's expression changed dramatically as he quickly tried to pull back his right fist. But Ji Yuan's hand seemed like an iron claw, pinning him down, unable to escape. Your champagne opened early. Ji Yuan's expression was calm as he punched out under Su Jie's terrified gaze. Bang! My God, what did I just see? Outside the arena, the host grabbed the edge of the stand, leaning forward, shouting in disbelief. Su Jie's offensive attack was easily neutralized by Ji Yuan. Moreover, with one heavy punch, Ji Yuan knocked Su Jie to the ground while showing that he is also 7th grade. This sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. They couldn't even believe their eyes. After receiving a punch, Su Jie felt dizzy, and before he could say anything, a shrill scream echoed from afar. Oh my God! Audience, did you see that? Not only did the Beastmaster have a reversal, but even the two beasts that were entangled with each other are about to determine the winner. Su Jie's eyes flashed with shock, no longer caring about Ji Yuan in front of him. In a hurry, he turned to look at his soul magic scorpion. There, the magic scorpion, which should have been immune to fire damage, was now engulfed in boiling greenish-blue phantom flames. The scorpion howled in agony from the burning flames, its body twisting continuously, smashing cracks into the walls of the room. How is this possible? My black magic is immune to fire damage. Why is this happening? Su Jie was filled with uncertainty, but at that moment, he heard Ji Yuan chuckle lightly. Why? Go home and guess for yourself. After meeting with Tan He at the municipal building, Ji Yuan returned to the academy dormitory. He searched online for information about the soul magic scorpion. Indeed, this creature possessed the feature of being immune to fire attributes. But it was only because of the dark red armor covering its surface. He looked into the related attack skills of the soul magic scorpion, and one skill was to extract the opponent's soul using soul power. The name of the soul magic scorpion came from that very reason. Thus, Ji Yuan quickly had a clue. The ghostly flame of the abyss was no ordinary fire. Once this scorpion released its soul power, it would be burned to ashes by the ghostly flame. As for promoting to 7th rank, perhaps it was due to the quality and talent of his soul power. The key to advancing to 7th rank was to expand the soul power sphere within and always keep the soul power filled in the limbs. Some 8th rank beast masters would often think of trying to do this, leading to the collapse of their soul power sphere. However, Ji Yuan managed to grasp this feeling firmly in just 2 hours. Only after reaching 7th rank did he understand why Zhao Shan and Su Xin were both a bit faster than him in the secret realm. The enhancement of the limbs brought by soul power was not too outrageous, but indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary person. At this moment, unable to accept the impending defeat, Su Jie clenched his palm, instantly retracting the scorpion that had been roaring in the distance. Feixing, come out for me. As his palm glowed with a crimson light, a bird with wings engulfed in red flames appeared from the sky, diving down towards Ji Yuan. The flame-crushing bird? Ji Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of action. When Ming returned to his side, the pressure of the royal bloodline instantly caused this bird to halt its movement, folding its wings and landing on the ground. The pressure from a bloodline level is a fear deeply engraved in one's bones. Only a very small number of creatures can overcome this fear. Damn it, I forgot he had a beast with a sovereign-level bloodline. Su Jie slammed his fist on the ground in frustration. The atmosphere in the room froze. Do you have any beast left? Ji Yuan's tone remained unchanged throughout, just like his expression, always calm and steady. After struggling internally, Su Jie tightened, then relaxed his fist, finally coming to terms, and said quietly, I lost. Outside, the silence was broken at this moment. With countless people beginning to cheer Ji Yuan's name, the host began to announce the results of this match with great ceremony. That night, Ji Yuan's name echoed once more in Linyan City. No one dared to voice any objections to him representing the city in the competition again. Zhang Heng sat in front of the TV, squeezing an orange so hard that juice flowed everywhere. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe Ji Yuan had advanced to 7th rank. What infuriated him even more was that Ji Yuan had only become a beast master for less than a week, yet managed to leap across 2 ranks. Meanwhile, he himself had spent 3 years just to step into 7th rank yesterday. What a Ji Yuan! Behind, Zhang Jilin spoke calmly. If we let him participate in the competition, he might really break into the top 20. It seems we have to think of a way to eliminate this threat in advance. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhang Heng was excited and said, Dad, are you planning to have Uncle D take action? But Uncle D's influence is in Hongling City. They can't possibly come to Linyan City. If Tan, he notices something strange. So, you go back to the academy and find out any moves from Ji Yuan. Zhang Jilin looked at his stepson and said, as long as we can get Ji Yuan out of the city, there will be a chance to act. Originally, I had arranged some people when he went to the Withering Valley that day, but unfortunately, this kid did not show up in the valley. A flash of killing intent crossed Zhang Jilin's eyes as he saw Zhang Heng a bit unwilling and immediately scolded. It's just a loss of face. When I become mayor, you can join the Tingyun Beast Tamer Academy. Okay. Zhang Heng shrank his head. After all, he was still his father, and he did not dare to contradict him. On the other side, after leaving the arena, Ji Yuan got into a black business car under everyone's gaze. Well done, kid. Tin had been waiting for a long time, and after he got in, he personally poured him a glass of champagne. Because you won cleanly and decisively tonight, Cody, who has never invested in any beast tamers, has decided to make you their lifetime spokesperson. Cody Group controls 70% of the beast industry in Linyan City. They never signed contracts with any beast tamers. Tanny smiled and raised his glass, saying, I've checked the contract for you, and there's no problem. Every year, Cody will give you 10 million in endorsement fees. Thanks, Mayor. Ji Yuan raised his glass to clink with his. He knew that all of this must have been arranged by Tan he behind the scenes. There is no goodwill in the world without a reason. Ji Yuan understood this very well. But that doesn't stop the sincerity of the other party from touching him. Call me uncle. Then he waved his hand. This kid really could create surprises for him. Earlier, he was still worried about how he would break the deadlock, but unexpectedly, he actually broke through to the 7th rank. This time, he really made the right bet. Uncle Tan, I want to find something. I don't know if you've heard of it. Ji Yuan quickly changed his words. What is it? Yiming Ghost Seed. Materials needed for Ming to advance to the youth stage. Chapter 22. Establish a fund. Give back to the Welfare Institute. Yiming Ghost Seed. Then he pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, I have no impression. Let me ask someone to help you. If you have time these days, you can also check the reading room at the academy. Okay, Ji Yuan replied, looking like this thing was not so easy to find. Back in the dormitory, Ji Yuan released Ming. After thinking for a moment, the deep blue beast mark appeared on the back of his hand. Accompanied by a deep, rumbling thunder sound, his second beast once again revealed its form. This thunder wolf was larger than Ming, with deep blue beast eyes flashing with lightning, and its sleek black fur swirled with thunder, looking exceptionally majestic. The appearance of the Thunder Wolf made Ming take 2 steps forward, leaning beside it, tilting its head and blinking its eyes, looking extremely curious. Roar! It seemed that it was too close. The Thunder Wolf let out a low growl from its throat. Whoosh! The next moment, the 2 creatures actually pounced on each other and started fighting. Ji Yuan rushed to stop them, but upon seeing their playful scuffle, he suddenly realized. Before establishing a beast space, the contracted beasts shared the same beast mark. It seemed they had a good relationship. Ji Yuan's gaze focused on the Thunder Wolf, and soon, its attribute panel popped up. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast, Juvenile Stage. Race, Thunder Wolf Lord. Bloodline, Emperor Level, Perfect. Attributes, Thunder, Electric. Traits, 1. Immune to Thunder Attribute Damage. 2. Capable of manipulating thunder and lightning. 3. Command, Intimidate Wolves Tamed Beasts. Ineffective if bloodline levels are equal. Talent, Soul Link. Grants the beast tamer their own traits. Can only choose one. Thunder Lord. The power of released thunder and electric attacks is doubled. Skill 1. Dance of Lightning. Transforms into lightning to strike. Hitting enemies will generate chain lightning, paralyze, and destroy enemies. Skill 2. Thunder Judgment. Gathers a cloud of thunder, unleashing rumbling thunder to destroy any enemy. Note, when cast during thunderstorm weather, consumption is halved. Path to Advancement. Devour Thunder Attribute Biological Flesh and Blood. 0 out of 100. It can be seen that this beast's attribute panel is different from Ming's. This Thunder Emperor beast emphasizes absolute offense. This is also in line with its thunder attribute. With a thought, the 2 creatures stopped their playful fighting and came to Ji Yuan, one on the left and one on the right. He reached out his hand and stroked the smooth fur of the Thunder Emperor beast. What should I name you? Recalling the thrilling scene when he made a pact with it in the secret realm, Ji Yuan quickly decided on a word. Soul. But calling it Soul alone sounded a bit strange. After a brief contemplation, Ji Yuan got an idea. He looked at the Thunder Emperor beast and smiled. From now on, you shall be called Flash Soul. How about that? Flash Soul. The deep blue eyes of the Thunder Emperor beast sparkled, and then it raised its wolf head and let out a howl. A woo. The voice was deep, but filled with a hint of joy. Flash Soul. Not too unpleasant, right? Ji Yuan smiled lightly in his heart, and after interacting with the 2 beasts for a while, he fell onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, sunlight streamed onto his face, waking him up. After washing up, Ji Yuan left the dormitory. Just as he reached the dorm entrance, he heard Zhang Heng's voice. Ji Yuan, wait for me. He raised an eyebrow and turned around, only to see Zhang Heng running over with a big grin. Hee hee. Where are you going? Let me go with you. If you're sick in the head, go take your medicine and stop bothering me. Ji Yuan looked at him in surprise and directly stepped away. This sudden change usually means he's pondering something bad. Ji Yuan didn't want to bother with him today because he had something important to do. At the academy, every student who saw him ran over enthusiastically to greet him. Some even wanted to add him as a friend. In the past, whenever anyone saw him in this academy, they would avoid him. This change was, in a way, a satire. Ji Yuan wore a faint smile, responding to everyone one by one, and finally arrived at the parking lot. He drove towards the edge of the city. After 10 minutes, in an old orphanage, not large, with weeds growing everywhere, Ji Yuan stepped inside, gazing at the familiar scene before him, somewhat in a daze. Since he entered high school, he had not returned here. Time had flown by, 5 years had passed. There is only one building, an orphanage, 4 stories tall with 26 rooms, where orphans and the elderly lived together. Back then, every day was spent playing in the empty space behind the yard. Xiao Yuan, a surprised voice rang out. He turned to look. A gray-haired old woman holding a broom was staring at him in astonishment. Aunt Qin. This elderly woman was the director of the orphanage, Chun Qin. Her orphanage was a sanctuary for countless orphans in Linyan City and provided Ji Yuan with a warm childhood. Seeing that familiar face, Ji Yuan smiled and said, "Aye." Smack! The old woman threw down the broom, tears welling up in her eyes as she stepped forward, grabbing him with her wrinkled hands. I know. I saw you on TV. Our Ji Yuan has made it big." The old woman pulled him as they walked into the courtyard. As they walked, she exclaimed, "Our big star has come back." With this shout, many elderly people leaning on canes, sitting in wheelchairs and bent over came out. Children who were playing in the backyard also rushed over. In an instant, the hall was filled with people. It's Xiao Yuan. Huh. The little kid from before has now grown into a big lad. Now our Xiao Yuan is a big star, truly brings honor to our director. Good. The children surrounded Ji Yuan, each blinking their clean, innocent eyes full of curiosity. Ji Yuan took out the items he had bought from the Jade Ring, which were health products, fruits, and snacks. Aunt Sheen, after sending the children away, Ji Yuan finally had a moment of peace to talk. Sitting in the hall, the elderly were chattering about Ji Yuan's childhood. Looking at Chun Sheen's smiling face, Ji Yuan gently said, I bought a sanatorium in the city center. After it's renovated, you can move everyone over. The name will still be Blue Sky Orphanage. How about it? As soon as this was said, the hall fell into silence. The smile on Chun Sheen's face gradually froze. What? What did you say? This cannot be. You are only in your 20s, the perfect time to use money. How can you? Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, Aunt Sheen. This is not only my personal wish, but also the mayor's intention. Our city really needs a large welfare home to provide shelter for the elderly and orphans. This is true. After understanding Ji Yuan's intentions, Tan He immediately helped him finalize this matter. Not only did he prepare to establish the Ji Yuan Charity Fund to specifically support some orphans and the elderly, but he also found a good location for him in the city center. Ji Yuan's account was currently quite full, and his summon beasts were not like ordinary summon beasts that required a lot of money to buy various nutritional agents. For him, more money was merely allowing him to live a little better. But his life was already good enough. He wanted to use this money to do something for the welfare home that sheltered him from the storm. Chapter 23. The location of the Nether Spirit Seed. Days passed by one. After arranging the small matters of the welfare home, they were now just waiting for the new welfare home to finish renovations. At present, there were summoned beast masters in all walks of life, so the renovation process would not be too slow. After returning to the academy, Ji Yuan spent his days either browsing various materials on summoning beast advancement in the reading room or honing his soul power. The 6th rank was a watershed among the ranks of summoned beast masters. Only upon stepping into the 6th rank would one be qualified to be called a summoned beast master who had departed from the ordinary class of people. The 6th rank required achieving 2 things. First, externalizing soul power. This, after half a month of practice, he had already achieved. Second, externalizing the summoned beast's soul power. During these half months, Ji Yuan had been training Ming and Flash, but they always fell just a bit short of achieving it. After thinking it over, Ji Yuan finally found the crux of the problem. Young H. For a 6th rank summoned beast master, the most crucial improvement was to allow summoned beasts to learn new skills. In addition to the skills the summoned beasts already possessed, they could also learn additional skills. And to learn skills, they had to rely on externalizing soul power to absorb knowledge points. It was clear that the 2 little guys in their young age were still unable to do this. So, during this time, Ji Yuan buried himself in a fruitless search for the Nether Spirit Seed and Thunder-type creature. Time passed. 1 month after returning from Windmark Town. This day, in the city center of Lingyun, the Blue Sky Welfare Home was completed. Ji Yuan was invited by Chun Sheen to the scene to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. During the ceremony, Chun Sheen spoke incessantly about Ji Yuan, looking as if her own child had made it big and wanted the whole world to know. Not forgetting their original intentions and giving back to the welfare home undoubtedly elevated Ji Yuan's reputation in Lingyun City. After a busy morning, it was now afternoon. In a 50-square-meter office for the director, Ji Yuan leaned against the sofa, gently massaging his brows. He swore he would never attend any ribbon-cutting ceremony again. Xiao Yuan, the furnishings in this office were arranged by me personally. Not bad, right? Director Chun pushed the door and entered at this moment. Ji Yuan's intention was to let her continue managing the welfare home, but she insisted on making him the director, and with an unwavering attitude, Ji Yuan could only agree. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about anything. I will manage the welfare home well for you. Chun Sheen thought he was worried about the welfare home and said with a smile. Ji Yuan shook his head. With you around, I can naturally rest assured. By the way, Aunt Sheen, you just said at the ceremony that you had something to give me, right? Oh, right. I was supposed to give this to you last time at the old welfare home. Chun Sheen took out an envelope from her clothing pocket and handed it to Ji Yuan. Qingro, do you remember her? This is a letter she left for you. Ji Yuan took it. The envelope was very thin, and its touch was cold. Qingro, this name evokes his sealed memories. A youthful, pure, and vibrant face appears in his mind. Yes, Jiang Qingro. During the time at the welfare home, this girl, 2 years younger than him, was also his best playmate. However, once he started high school, he lost all contact with her. In the year you graduated high school, Qingro was adopted by a wealthy family and taken to another city. Chun Sheen's eyes carried memories. Thanks, Aunt Sheen. Ji Yuan did not open the envelope, but instead put it in his pocket. Just as he wanted to say something else, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Chun Sheen stood up and went outside. Uncle Tan. Upon answering the call, Ji Yuan felt a bit excited. It seemed Tan he found the thing he wanted. Kid, I found out about the nether ghost seed for you, but you'll need to wait a bit longer. Why? The nether ghost seed is a unique mineral material, and once it leaves its habitat, it will wither away in an instant. I've had someone inquire, and recently, there have been a few new deep veins discovered in Hongling City. They say many rare minerals have been found there, including the nether ghost seed. You just need to wait a bit longer. I'll figure out a way to have someone bring it back for you. Hongling City? Ji Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He then asked, Uncle, didn't you say it withers away once it leaves its habitat? How do we get it? Of course, we'll dig it out along with its habitat. So simple and crude? Something fell off about this. Ji Yuan quickly said, Uncle, there's no need to go through all that trouble. I can make the trip myself. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Ji Yuan continued, Don't worry, I met a local in Hongling City when I went to the Morning Valley. He will take care of me. Zhao Shan is also from Hongling City. From their interactions, one could feel that this guy's status in Hongling City is definitely not simple. Reliable? On the other end of the phone, Tan, he sounded a bit doubtful. Ji Yuan smiled. Absolutely reliable. After hanging up, he immediately called Zhao Shan. However, after 2 attempts, the other side did not answer. Just as Ji Yuan began to suspect if he had left a fake number, the other side suddenly called back. Ji Yuan, you wouldn't call me with nothing going on, right? Are you in Hongling City? Hurry and tell me where you are, all right now. As soon as the call connected, a barrage of words came through like a machine gun. Ji Yuan quickly shouted to stop him, then said helplessly, You asked so many questions at once. Don't you give others a chance to talk? You haven't contacted me since that day. I'm excited. Zhao Shan cleared his throat twice. This time, I really have something to ask you. Ji Yuan got straight to the point. I heard your city recently discovered a few new mineral veins? Wow, you're quite well informed. These veins were just discovered 3 hours ago, and you already know? Zhao Shan, are there really nether ghost seeds among those mineral veins? Nether ghost seeds? Seems like there are, but we need to go deep into the underground veins, and this thing is really special. Once it leaves. Okay, I know all that. I'll arrive in Hongling City early tomorrow. Can we meet? You're coming to Hongling City? Of course we can. Don't worry. I promise to arrange everything comfortably for you. Zhao Shan's excited voice echoed in his ear. After chatting with him a bit more, Ji Yuan hung up the phone. From Zhao Shan's words, it sounded like these mineral veins were not what he expected. They seemed to have elemental attributes as well. Little Yuan, just as he was deep in thought, Chun Qin knocked on the door. Come in, Aunt Qin. Chun Qin pushed the door open, first checking Ji Yuan's expression, then said, Yin Jia, that girl, she wants to apply for our nurse position. On the day she was expelled from school, Lin Yunjia returned to the old welfare home. But after Chun Qin learned about the situation, she gave Lin Yunjia a good scolding and kicked her out. Since being expelled from the Beast Control Academy, Lin Yunjia cannot enroll in any other Beast Control Academy within Linyan City. After all, she was a child he had seen grow up. Now, with no way forward, Chun Qin truly felt pity. You decide, Aunt Qin. From now on, you can take charge of these matters. Ji Yuan's expression was calm. He could understand the other person's feelings. After saying that, he stood up and left. Before leaving, he said, I will be away from Lingyun City for a while. If anything happens, remember to tell me. Chapter 24, Reunited Friends. Hongling City has a very unique landscape. The entire city is built on a flat plain. But if you delve deeper, you will find Hongling City's complexity. As a city that holds the richest mineral veins in the country, its ranking has always been among the top 10. You could say that the people of Hongling City are all extremely wealthy. Even if you're not a local, as long as you have connections, you can also earn a fortune here in just 2 years. Ji Yuan took the earliest flight to Hongling City. As soon as he got off the plane, he saw Zhao Shan wearing sunglasses and a black trench coat standing at the airport. Good brother, this time in Hongling City, everything is up to me. I guarantee you will eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Sitting in Zhao Shan's convertible, he first took Ji Yuan for a tour around the city. After all, as a top 10 city, the bustling city center stood in stark contrast to Lingyun City. One street here is comparable to the city center of Lingyun City. On this day, Zhao Shan did indeed arrange the best for him. The best restaurant, the best hotel. It could be said that Ji Yuan truly enjoyed himself. In the evening, the two returned to the hotel and talked about Ji Yuan's purpose for coming. So that's it. Your beast needs the nether ghost seed to advance. Zhao Shan suddenly realized the nether ghost seed is indeed a unique material for advancing some fire-type beasts. How about this? We will go down a mine tomorrow. I will accompany you. Seeing him agree without hesitation, Ji Yuan softly said, Thank you. After a day of understanding, he learned that although everyone in Hongling City is wealthy, every single trip down the mine comes with a gamble on life. Because within the veins lie countless bizarre, elusive creatures. Failing to pay attention could cost you your life. According to Zhao Shan, even the highest-ranking beast masters who died in the mines reached grade 3. In a place where even grade 3 beast masters could easily die, Zhao Shan readily agreed to accompany him. This indeed touched Ji Yuan a bit. Are we even talking about this between us? If it weren't for you back in that damn secret realm, could I still be lying here alive? Don't worry, I will arrange everything. Zhao Shan patted his chest, looking completely unconcerned. When the next day arrived, Ji Yuan finally understood why this guy wasn't worried at all. The next day, early morning, Hongling City, Municipal Building, Mayor's Office. Young friend Ji Yuan, I have always heard Mayor mention you. Now that I see you, truly, you are a talented young man. Ji Yuan stared blankly at the approachable, kind middle-aged man in front of him. He never expected that Zhao Shan was actually the son of the mayor of Hongling City. Dad, we agreed not to call me by my nickname. Mayor, it sounds terrible. I'm a real man. Next to him, Zhao Shan appeared extremely embarrassed. Zhao Tianho glanced at him and extended his hand towards Ji Yuan. Seeing the action of this big figure, Ji Yuan quickly took his hand, appearing shy, and politely said, Uncle, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person from small city. You are Mayor's lifesaver. Calling me uncle is too distant. Just call me godfather in the future. Huh? Ji Yuan was taken aback. Yes, Ji Yuan, based on the bond between us, we are closer than biological brothers. Zhao Shan laughed as he put his arm around Ji Yuan's shoulder. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had come here to meet relatives? Immediately, he shot a glance at Zhao Shan. The latter quickly realized, coughed twice, and said to Zhao Tianho, Dad, this time Ji Yuan came to Hongling City to find the Nether Ghost Seed. He wants to advance his beast. This matter is simple, Zhao Tianho said dismissively. I will have Lu Hen accompany you down the mine. Saying that, he directly picked up the phone and started making arrangements. Soon, a tall, burly man wearing a black tank top entered the office. Lu Hen, a level 5 beast tamer. Let him accompany you. Zhao Tianho gave a few instructions to Lu Hen and then left. Uncle Lu, everything is ready. We can leave any time. The man named Lu Hen seemed to dislike talking. After giving Zhao Shan a slight nod, he led the way out. Don't be fooled by Uncle Lu's quietness. He's the most reliable. Zhao Shan stretched lazily and said, Shall we go? All right. Ji Yuan replied, You bastard. Inside the municipal building, a bloody storm suddenly stirred. As Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan joked all the way to the parking garage, Zhao Shan's phone suddenly rang. Damn, he looked at the caller ID in surprise. What's wrong? Ji Yuan asked, noticing his expression and leaning over to look. Suzy. The two exchanged a curious glance before Zhao Shan answered on speakerphone. Zhao Shan, on the other end, a crisp voice as pleasant as ice cubes clinking rang out. Miss Su, what made you think of calling me? I'm in Hongling City right now, and I have something I want to ask you. Are you free? Let's meet somewhere. Zhao Shan thought for a moment and said, I'll send you the address. After hanging up, he turned to Ji Yuan with some confusion. Why is she also in Hongling City? Did you two make plans? No way. Ji Yuan shook his head, then thought of a reason. Haven't the news about several new veins being discovered in Hongling City spread everywhere? Maybe she's here for one of those veins. What vein could the Su family not find? Zhao Shan muttered. At that moment, Lu Hen drove up and stopped in front of them. Uncle Lu, let's head to Jishue Cafe first. After getting in the car, Zhao Shan began talking to Ji Yuan nonstop about the development of Hongling City and so on. This time, Ji Yuan decided to listen seriously. However, he had wanted to learn more about the underground veins, but Zhao Shan kept talking about food, drink, and entertainment. About 10 minutes later, the car slowly came to a stop. Zhao Shan asked Lu Hen to wait first, and the two of them walked toward a busy, crowded shopping plaza. Jishue Cafe was large, occupying almost the best spot in the shopping plaza. This scene made Ji Yuan suspect that this cafe might be part of Zhao Shan's family business. The cafe was filled with people, with only a few tables left on the outskirts. Zhao Shan arranged for him to sit at one of those tables and then went into the shop. Not long after, he returned with a beautiful girl wearing a floral long dress. The girl had some resemblance to Zhao Shan, with youthful vitality showing on her cheeks. My sister, Zhao Shui. Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow proudly at Ji Yuan. What do you think? Pretty, right? Very pretty. Ji Yuan politely stood up, not sparing any praise. I've been hearing him talk about your name lately, and I didn't expect you to be such a handsome guy. Zhao Shui raised her hand to sweep her hair back, revealing a sweet smile. Hee, this shop is run by my sister. She can be considered a self-made success. Zhao Shan said proudly. After chatting for a bit, Zhao Shui went back inside to get busy. At this moment, Ji Yuan looked into the distance. She's here. Suzine was wearing a black long dress, her black hair casually draped over her shoulders, her flawless oval face attracting attention. Beside her, a handsome man in a white shirt followed her. When Suzine's gaze landed on the familiar, handsome figure of a man, her pupils suddenly shook. Why is he here? Chapter 25. Before entering the mine vein. Long time no see, Miss Su. Zhao Shan waved, smiling, though not as warmly as he did with Ji Yuan. Long time no see. Suzine stepped forward, nodded to Zhao Shan, and then stopped talking, her gaze drifting, completely ignoring Ji Yuan. This made Zhao Shan look at Ji Yuan with some confusion. Ji Yuan also felt strange. Ever since parting with Hui Yun, Suzine had seemed a little off. Did I offend her? Ji Yuan thought to himself. Could it be because of what happened when I fell into the water in the secret realm? Xiao family, Xiao Lingju. At this moment, the man in a shirt beside her raised his chin, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "You are honored to know me." Zhao Shan leaned in and whispered, "Isn't it just the Xiao family? Why act so proud?" Ji Yuan had a smile on his lips. The surname Xiao was indeed not simple. Before crossing over, Ji Yuan also knew a Xiao man who loved to play with fire. Zhao Shan got straight to the point and asked, "What are you all doing here this time?" Suzine still seemed a bit distracted and did not answer. Xiao Lingju found her demeanor a bit strange, took over the conversation, and said, "We heard that a vein of Yinming ghost ore was discovered in Hongling City, and we came for that." It was only at this point that Suzine spoke up. "We want to go down the mine. Can you recommend someone?" Zhao Shan joked. "With the Su family and the Xiao family being so powerful, do you really need to go down the mine yourselves?" But this made Xiao Lingju feel a bit offended, and annoyance flashed in his eyes. If it were other transportable minerals, we wouldn't need to come personally. But the Yiming ghost or has a different quality. You, as a local, don't know this? Although his expression was gentle and his tone calm, one could still hear a hint of sarcasm. It didn't end there. Xiao Lingju then looked at Suzine and continued, "Your friend here doesn't look reliable. Let's find someone else." Hearing this, Zhao Shan scratched his head and looked at Ji Yuan, wondering if he had misspoken. Ji Yuan let out a silent smile, and then looked at Xiao Lingju, suggesting, "This brother makes a good point. You should really find other local experts." He deliberately emphasized the word expert. What a joke. The mayor's son isn't even an expert, and yet there are so-called experts? Moreover, although Xiao Lingju appeared calm, his lofty tone and gaze clearly showed he looked down on them. From the start, he had basically been looking at people through his nostrils. Could it be that this sense of superiority really is a common ailment among these noble young masters? Do you also want to go into the mine? This time, Suzine raised her head to meet Ji Yuan's gaze. But in just a moment, she hurriedly looked away. Yes. Ji Yuan nodded. Then, let's go together. Suzine said softly. Are you serious? Xiao Lingju frowned. There are dangers everywhere in a mine. Are you really willing to go down with such unprofessional people? Hearing this, Suzine's attitude turned cold, and she said, I didn't want to join you anyway. You can leave now. Xiao Lingju was clearly enraged by her attitude. His face darkened, and he said coldly, If any danger occurs later, don't blame me for not warning you. No need to worry. The one responding to him was not Suzine, but Ji Yuan. He truly disliked these noble families who looked down on others from the very beginning. After giving Ji Yuan a deep look, Xiao Lingju turned and left. Zhao Shan watched his retreating figure and muttered, What a weird guy. Why do these rich kids always act so superior? Look at me, I'm also a young master, and I'm so kind and approachable. He boasted, and Ji Yuan just curled his lips without saying anything. Suzine seemed to agree a bit. Most of the younger generation in the 5 major beast families have a strange sense of superiority. I also don't like it. Who cares? We 3 are teamed up again. It feels really good. Zhao Shan smiled broadly as he put an arm around Ji Yuan, while Suzine quietly stood by, her gaze wandering. Then, the 3 of them met up with Lu Hen at the designated location, with Zhao Shan sitting in the passenger seat while Ji Yuan and Suzine sat in the back. Throughout the journey, Suzine kept her head down, her fair little hand clutching her skirt, looking quite nervous. Ji Yuan rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window at the street view, lost in thought. About 10 minutes later, the vehicle gradually came to a stop. Through the car window, one could see a bustling market filled with people. There were no tall buildings around, dust swirling everywhere, and in the market, countless shops displayed various strange minerals in front of them. At this moment, a man quickly walked out of the market, and upon seeing Zhao Shan and Lu Hen, he revealed a warm smile, leading them down a small path. Ji Yuan saw that a vast wasteland suddenly opened up into a downward opening, as Lu Hen drove the vehicle, following the man who was guiding them. As they entered this strange passage, the clamor of the market vanished, and some eerie noises filled the air. The inside of the passage glowed with a blue light, and after a while, an endless subterranean world appeared before everyone's eyes. Ji Yuan's pupils reflected the faint blue glow, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. In the pale, blue-hued underground world, there were countless railway tracks and endless shops. Compared to the dusty shops above, the mineral displays in this underground world were far more bizarre. When the vehicle came to a stop, Lu Hen and Zhao Shan got out. It was not until Zhao Shan opened the car door for him that Ji Yuan snapped back to reality. Everything up there is just the basics. Here is the largest mineral trading market in Hongling City. Zhao Shan explained to him with a smile. Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The outside world was truly amazing, and it was the ordinary life in Lingyun's city that limited his imagination. Under Lu Hen's lead, they walked deeper into the marketplace. Along the way, Ji Yuan saw many rare and strange minerals whose names he couldn't even recall. For a normal person to enter a mine, they must pass many checkpoints, but Zhao Shan and Lu Hen, with their special status, faced no obstacles at all. When they entered an exquisitely decorated waiting hall, Zhao Shan suddenly tossed Ji Yuan a circular ring. A U-ring. Ji Yuan caught it, looking at him in confusion. It contains essential items for entering the mine. Ji Yuan's mind sank into the U-ring that Zhao Shan gave him, discovering 3 items inside. There were a small black dot, a wristband, and a pistol. You can keep this U-ring. It's not the highest grade, but it's still quite good. Zhao Shan's voice came, warming Ji Yuan's heart. After taking out the items from the U-ring, Ji Yuan returned the ring to him. Then, he raised his finger. Thanks, but I already have a U-ring. Zhao Shan was momentarily taken aback, and when he saw the black gold U-ring on Ji Yuan's hand, his eyes widened. What the hell? Black gold? This is the top-level U-ring. He stepped forward, staring at Ji Yuan's U-ring, looking from side to side. This thing, my dad wouldn't even buy for me. Where did you get it? Ji Yuan waved his hand. Let's talk about this later. First, tell me what the 3 items for entering the mine are. Chapter 26. Ji Yuan. My God, this is an eye-opener. These 3 items work together. It's hard to explain clearly. You'll know once you start using them. Zhao Shan said, looking at Su Xin. There's a changing room here. I suggest you change into something more suitable. Wearing a dress down the mine is very inconvenient. About 5 minutes later, Su Xin changed into casual attire. Her petite figure paired perfectly with her beautiful face, leaving no room for criticism. Ready? Let's go. Zhao Shan led the 2 through a brown wooden door. What followed was an elevator. Lu Hen was already waiting inside. Once they stepped into the elevator, Ji Yuan looked around. There were only 3 buttons. Top, middle, bottom. At that moment, the bottom button was lit up. It seemed this was a direct elevator to the mine. In the cramped space, Zhao Shan kept chatting away, going on about everything under the sun. When Ji Yuan and his group started to feel a bit dizzy from listening, the elevator finally stopped. As soon as the door opened, a strong earthy smell mixed with a strange foul odor invaded their nostrils. Ji Yuan was fine, but Su Xin beside him couldn't handle it and turned pale instantly. Use this. Seeing this, Zhao Shan quickly took out a black dot the size of a fingertip. It was one of the 3 items he had just given Ji Yuan. Zhao Shan placed the black dot on Su Xin's temple. With a gentle press, suddenly, in Ji Yuan's astonished gaze, a translucent protective mask materialized, covering her cheeks. No, the technology outside has developed to this extent. You put one on too. Zhao Shan's voice came, and Ji Yuan turned around to see him and Lu Hen both wearing them. He hurriedly took one out from the ring and pressed it. In an instant, the unpleasant smell in the air dissipated, and Ji Yuan was surprised to find that this protective mask could not only filter the air, but also provide a night vision-like effect. More importantly, this protective mask had no feeling of being worn, and there was no obstruction in her line of sight. Put on the wristbands. Zhao Shan's voice rang out, and Ji Yuan and Su Xin immediately complied. As soon as they put it on, a line of text appeared in front of Ji Yuan's eyes. Welcome to use Keji Yuan products, connecting the detection wristband. Connection successful, synchronizing map information. As the text vanished, a circular pattern appeared in the upper right corner of Ji Yuan's vision, featuring a bright green light point. This scene was just like the map interface in some games. The wristband will scan the terrain within 100 meters in real time and generate a real-time map in the upper right corner of your masks. Zhao Shan's explanation came. The bright green light point on the map represents yourself. He walked over and tapped Ji Yuan's wristband with his. Instantly, Ji Yuan saw a blue light point appear on the map. The blue light point represents the people you've tapped wristbands with. That's your teammates. After a while, Ji Yuan looked at the 3 blue light points on the map, feeling somewhat dazed. This is way too sci-fi. Could it be that Lingyun City is really too backward? So what about this thing? Suzine held her gun and asked curiously. From her appearance, it seemed like it was also her first time encountering this high-tech. A mining gun. You have to use this to cut when digging for minerals. Zhao Shan pointed at the mask and said, "Don't worry, when you find the minerals you need, the mask will show the cutting lines, just cut along the lines." Everything was ready, and the four of them walked out of the elevator. With the night vision ability of the mask, the dark mine was incredibly bright. Roro! Suddenly, a strange-looking creature appeared. It was Lu Hen summoning his beast. This creature resembled a cheetah, but had 4 long front legs and 2 strong hind legs. This is the poison-wind strange leopard, a beast tamed by Uncle Lu years ago in the mine. Zhao Shan explained. The poison-wind strange leopard can smell the scent of rare minerals. With it leading the way, we will save a lot of detours. Poison-wind strange leopard. Any beastmaster with some skill in Hongling City would choose to tame one. With it, finding rare minerals would be twice as effective. The mine is different from other places. We must be careful. Zhao Shan's expression became serious as he summoned his long-armed gibbon. When the gibbon saw Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin, it shook its head excitedly. Seeing this, green flame soared, and Ming's figure appeared. Su Ziyin also summoned her flame-devouring sparrow, and the appearance of the 2 fire-type beasts warmed the cold temperature inside the mine significantly. Lu Hen focused his gaze on Ming for a moment, and then slowly shifted it away. Immediately after, Lu Hen summoned another strange beast. Ji Yuan looked over, and it turned out to be a strong, muscular kangaroo. What surprised him even more was that this kangaroo had 2 diamond-studded golden claws on its fists. Wow, this trip to Hongling City has really opened my eyes. He couldn't help but look at Lu Hen's big stature and sighed inwardly. This kangaroo looked way too much like its owner. Like this, with the poison-wind strange leopard in front and the muscular kangaroo behind, this 4-person team was well protected. Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin walked at the back, following Lu Hen and Zhao Shan as they slowly advanced. During this time, they also encountered some people, and Lu Hen seemed to have some prestige. All the miners they passed would respectfully call out Brother Lu. The so-called mine vein is more like a series of artificially dug underground passages. The walls are hung with glowing objects, and there are signs pointing to the exit to prevent getting lost. Ji Yuan kept an eye on the map in the upper right corner of his mask, which updated almost every 5 seconds. The routes were intertwined like tree roots. As they walked along, he could feel they were descending deeper and deeper. After about an hour of walking, Su Ziyin's breathing became slightly hurried. The long trek seemed a bit exhausting for this young lady. Zhao Shan, being considerate, let the long-armed gibbons carry her on their shoulders and continued to walk. As they went deeper, Ji Yuan obviously noticed that the signs and glowing objects were decreasing. "We have entered the newly discovered mine vein group. Stay alert." Lu Hen spoke for the first time. His voice was deep and muffled. The air gradually grew colder. Even the spirits Meng and Xiank could not neutralize it. Crack! Suddenly, a shadow shot out from the right wall, aiming straight for his head. This shadow moved at an incredible speed, leaving no time to react. Once hit, there will be no chance of survival. At this critical moment, the dazzling diamond-encrusted golden tiger roared like a cannonball. Bang! The muscular kangaroo at the back punched out, directly knocking the shadow away and crashing it against the wall, creating a large dent. Ji Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for this kangaroo, he would have likely met his end. "Are you okay?" Zhao Shan was also startled and hurriedly asked him. Ji Yuan shook his head, looking at the large dent in the wall, and his expression changed slightly. In that dent, there was a black creature resembling a rat, but with a sharp horn on its forehead. "Be careful. These shadow horn rats appear in groups." Lu Hen's deep voice echoed. In an instant, disturbances sounded from all directions. At the same time, shadows shot out from countless directions. Chapter 27. Coincidentally, I also want his life. Tu Hen, use the wind barrier. Lu Hen's low voice rang out. Whoosh! A wild wind burst from the underground mine, forming a visible protective barrier, encircling Ji Yuan and the others. Those shadow horn rats, shooting from several directions, were instantly bounced away upon contact with this wind barrier. Having failed to make their attack, these cunning creatures seemed to attempt to flee. Quick, let your fire-type beast attack. In fact, without waiting for Lu Hen to speak, Ji Yuan had already signaled Meng to act. Flame Storm. The horrifying ghostly green flames immediately engulfed the entire mine. The rapidly spreading flames left no time for the shadow horn rats to escape before they were incinerated into ashes without a trace. Not bad. Lu Hen's gaze lingered on Meng for a moment before nodding at Ji Yuan. just experiencing a life-and-death crisis, and then being able to counterattack the moment the defense was set up. Such calmness is already quite impressive among young people, right? Uncle Lu thinks that the person I praise would be bad. Zhao Shan noticed Lu Hen's appreciation for Ji Yuan and smiled proudly. Su Xin stood at the back, quietly watching Ji Yuan's back, not knowing what she was thinking. Ji Yuan focused more on the poison wind cunning leopard. When it had just released the wind barrier, he felt a moment of powerful fluctuation. He secretly guessed that the bloodline level of the poison wind cunning leopard and the muscular kangaroo was probably at least at the overlord level. As the mayor, Tan He's beasts only reached the overlord level. It seemed that the higher the city's ranking, the more resources were tilted, and this was indeed true. After confirming there was no danger, Lu Hen let the poison wind cunning leopard retract the wind barrier and once again moved deeper into the mine. Along the way, they encountered several attacks from shadow horn rats again. These little creatures were not only vengeful, but also particularly insidious. However, having learned from the past experience, no longer like the first time, caught off guard. Walking in a mine, the soft soil slowed everyone's pace. Around them, the walls occasionally displayed bizarre and colorful minerals. Stop! As they walked, Lu Hen suddenly whispered. Everyone halted, and Ji Yuan saw the poison wind strange leopard raising its head, seemingly sniffing something seriously. After a moment, it turned back and grinned at Lu Hen. Ahead is a nest, you come up. Lu Hen turned around and beckoned Ji Yuan with his finger. Zhao Shan quickly stepped aside, giving a secret thumbs up. Do well. Ji Yuan crossed over him, looking ahead. That was a nest with a faint flickering blood-red glow, currently about 50 to 60 meters away from them. Because it was a bit far, he could barely see it was some kind of reptile in groups with bright blood-red spots on their bodies. At this moment, the poison wind strange leopard opened its mouth, its throat rolled, and it spat out a small wind circle floating in front of them. Project your soul power outward, condense it into a ball the size of a fingernail. Lu Hen's voice came, not at all considering whether he could project his soul power. Ji Yuan was taken aback. Then he spread out his palm. Dark gray gas overflowed from his palm, slowly condensing. Special grade talent. Lu Hen's eyes flashed with a glimmer when he saw the dark gray gas. When Ji Yuan condensed the soul power into a fingernail-sized ball as he said, he pointed at the wind circle spat out by the poison wind strange leopard and said, "Send the soul power into the wind circle." Though Ji Yuan was puzzled, he still complied. But just as the soul power touched that wind circle, bang! A huge, ethereal sound suddenly exploded in the tunnel. The visible dark gray soul power transformed into rapid ripples at that moment, rushing towards the reptile's nest. Immediately, Ji Yuan was astonished to discover that the blood-red glow in the nest had instantly extinguished. The creatures in the nest are called blood lizards, and their deadly toxic mist can instantly dissolve any flesh and blood. If they feel threatened while awake, they will self-destruct one after another, and at that time, within a 300-meter radius, no creature can survive. Lu Hen explained in a muffled voice. The best way to handle it is to put them into a coma before killing them. The fusion of soul power and wind attributes will release a shockwave that can stun relatively weaker people or creatures. Of course, it's not just wind attributes. The Beastmaster's soul power can resonate uniquely with any attribute. At this moment, Ji Yuan was shaken. This was an incredibly practical combat skill. It was content not even recorded in textbooks. He looked at Lu Hen with immense gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Zhao Shan and Su Xin were similarly shocked, as it seemed both the distinguished young masters and young ladies didn't know this way of using soul power. At the same time, they were even more surprised that Ji Yuan had already mastered soul power projection. Holy crap, special grade talent, and it comes with enhanced comprehension. Zhao Shan muttered, his soul power talent neither high nor low, slightly above intermediate. But he was currently stuck at the soul power projection level. Although he could project it, he couldn't shape it like Ji Yuan. That's not a secret. Lu Hen was unconcerned and had the poison wind strange leopard spit out another wind circle. This time the circle was very large. Ji Yuan understood and immediately released the dark flame of the underworld. After passing through the wind circle, the fire spread instantly, engulfing the blood lizard nest in a flash. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the back wall. As dirt flew around, a corpse of a mining creature appeared. Hey, Digu is strong. These underground beasts don't like playing fair. They prefer ambushing. With a sharp laugh, another team walked out from the pathway opened by the corpse. This was also a team of 4. However, Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows at the 4th person in this team. It was the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Lingjue, whom they had met before. Yo, Brother Lu, you're also bringing people down to the mine? The man at the front of the group grinned widely, showing a big gold tooth, and his flirtatious eyes roamed over Su Zian, giving off a strong vibe of a thug. Su Zian frowned. A flash of disgust crossed her eyes as she pushed behind Ji Yuan. When the gold-toothed man's gaze shifted to Ji Yuan, there was an imperceptible flicker. Zhang Di, do not make too much noise deep into mine. Lu Hen's voice was cold as he saw the newcomer. All right, brother Lu, you said it. We were just about to leave. Can we walk with you for a while? Zhang Di rubbed his gold tooth with his finger and said with a smile, no. After Lu Hen finished speaking, he directly led Ji Yuan and the others towards the blood lizard's lair. Zhang Di and his group watched them leave, and Xiao Lingjue frowned as he asked, who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? Young Master Xiao, doesn't even the local tyrant of Hongling City know him, and he dares to go down a mine? Zhang Di sneered, staring at Ji Yuan's back, saying, young Master Xiao, is that handsome young guy the one you mentioned who you want to teach a lesson to? Yes, it would be best if he could stay buried in this mine forever. Xiao Lingjue's eyes were cold. At this, Zhang Di's lips curled up, whispering in his heart, what a coincidence someone entrusted me with his life. Chapter 28, Danger Lurking. As they walked inside the blood lizard lair, Lu Hen turned to Ji Yuan and asked, Zhang Di, do you have a grudge with him? Ji Yuan was a bit puzzled. No, I have never met this person. By the way, Zhang Di is also from Linyan City. Zhao Shan interjected, I don't know him. Ji Yuan shook his head. It's probably because of Xiao Lingjue. At this moment, Su Zian unusually spoke up. Are you saying that just because I exchanged a few words with Ji Yuan, he hates us? Zhao Shan was speechless. You nobles are all so petty. Who are you calling petty? Su Zian glared at him, appearing somewhat cute. Just as she was about to explain. Boom! A sudden violent shaking erupted in the vast lair. Behind them, a massive giant scorpion appeared in the passage they came from, somehow. The giant scorpion charged towards them with its two huge pincers raised. Soul, spirit scorpion? Ji Yuan's brows knitted together. Wasn't this creature supposed to live in the Withering Valley? Quickly, he reacted. Was it that gold-toothed Zhang Di? Whoosh! With a rush, a figure shot out. The muscle kangaroo that was at the back had already charged in front of the soul spirit scorpion, its muscular right arm crashing down towards the scorpion. Bang! The sound of collision rang out. The muscle kangaroo's fist hit the scorpion, barely pushing it back a short distance, seemingly unable to cause any real damage. Zhang Di, do you want to die? Lu Hen's voice was filled with coldness upon seeing the soul spirit scorpion. Sorry, brother Lu. Someone has bought this handsome young man's life. I really have no way. Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjue walked out from behind the scorpion. Xiao Lingjue, do you have no shame? To everyone's surprise, Su Zian shouted angrily, as she thought it must be Xiao Lingjue's idea. It's not my business. Xiao Lingjue stood at the back, keeping his distance from Zhang Di, holding his hands up innocently. Yes. Ji Yuan was still wondering why it was just the two of them. Suddenly, the ground he was standing on loosened. Get away from there. Lu Hen shouted, but it was too late. The spot where Ji Yuan was standing seemed to be excavated from below, and he fell directly into the ground. He just disappeared from everyone's sight. Ji Yuan. Su Zian and Zhao Shan rushed forward, their faces filled with anxiety, but found the ground was intact, showing no signs of loosening at all. Seeing this, Su Zian looked up, glaring into the distance, and shouted angrily, Xiao Lingjue, what have you done to him? When Xiao Lingjue saw her so emotional over one person, a chill surged in his eyes, but he still shook his head to clear himself from the matter. I don't know. This has nothing to do with me. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Hey, Zhang Di grinned, revealing his big golden teeth, and also started to retreat. The soul spirit scorpion, entangled with the muscular kangaroo, let out a piercing roar, as if the sound waves carried a provocation to the soul. The muscular kangaroo covered its ears and retreated repeatedly, and then saw the soul spirit scorpion's thick scorpion tail sweeping toward the top of the nest. Boom! Countless fragments of stone and dirt immediately scattered down, and when Lu Hen saw this, his face fell. He grabbed Zhao Shan and Su Zian and ran, not forgetting to put the muscular kangaroo and the venomous wind leopard away. The nest began to collapse under the deliberate destruction of the soul spirit scorpion. Due to the distance, it was impossible to chase Zhang Di anymore, so they could only run forward madly. Under the countless stones and dirt, Lu Hen pulled the two of them into the passage at the very last moment before the nest collapsed. A sky full of dust flew, burying the entrance of the passage, and they were trapped deep in this mine, having to find another way to escape. But before that, they still needed to find Ji Yuan. Uncle Lu, the light point for Ji Yuan shows right below us on the map. What should we do? Zhao Shan asked anxiously. Su Zian was also a bit nervous. Under their gazes, Lu Hin shook his head and said, "Don't worry, the light point means he is fine. Let's wait until we scan the surrounding environment clearly, then we'll go find him." In a wide passage, cough, Ji Yuan staggered to his feet, his handsome face dirty, his hair and clothes covered in mud. The figure of Ming appeared. Fortunately, he had summoned Ming back at the moment of falling. Rustle. Strange noises sounded in his ears. Ji Yuan turned around and saw a golden little beast the size of a wheel in the corner. This little beast was covered in golden scales and had sharp claws. At this moment, the little beast was rubbing its sharp claws, which had quite a bit of dirt on them. It seemed that this thing was the root cause of his fall. Zhang Di, why does he want to kill me? Ji Yuan glanced around. This was a straight-line passage, and through the map, he learned that he was very far from Zhao Shan and the others. Fiends. Laughter came from both front and back. He saw two people from Zhang Di's team encircling him, with mischief in their eyes. With a surge of soul power, the two respectively summoned their beasts. In front was a fire wolf with flaming fur. Behind was a rare bird radiating cold air. Ji Yuan. At that moment, the sharp laughter sounded again, and Zhang Di with his full set of gold teeth and Xiao Lingjue appeared from the back. "You kid are quite bad at being a person, actually offending both the young master of the Xiao family and me at the same time." Zhang Di stepped forward, his gaze always fixated on Ming. "How about this? Cancel the contract and give me your beast, and I'll let you live." He grinned broadly, exuding an air of complete control over the situation. "You promised me you would not let him leave here." Xiao Lingjue frowned. "Young Master Xiao, not touching him doesn't mean my people won't touch him." Zhang Di laughed shamelessly, and his two little brothers laughed along. This young master from a noble family can't understand even this? So what now, kid? Zhang Di looked at Ji Yuan mockingly, completely disregarding him. "Is it Zhang Jilin who sent you?" Ji Yuan's face remained calm. Zhang Di showed no change in expression, but a glint flashed in his eyes. "Ming!" At that moment, as soon as Ji Yuan finished speaking, buzz! The bloodline fluctuations erupted, and then both man and beast shot straight forward, charging towards the fiery wolf ahead. "Don't underestimate him. This kid isn't as simple as he appears." Zhang Di's voice came from behind. His brother didn't think much of it. Merely a punk? What could he possibly have? Immediately, he ordered the fiery wolf to prepare for an attack, but found that this fire wolf was actually whimpering with its tail between its legs under the bloodline suppression. Ji Yuan's target was very clear. This was an almost certain deadly trap aimed at him. No chance for a fair confrontation. Seeing that fire wolf would not listen to orders, the little brother panicked. As he noticed Ji Yuan and the emerald beast were about to get close, his frantic expression suddenly changed, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. "Not good." Upon seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately halted his movement. However, it was ultimately too late. A small golden beast sprang out from above, its sharp claws piercing into Ji Yuan's right shoulder. Blood flowed out in a surge. Ji Yuan was in grave danger. Chapter 29. How to Break the Deadlock. "Ha ha, you naive little brat. You think you can use me as a breakthrough?" The little brother laughed triumphantly, the golden beast's claws filled with poison, capable of paralyzing the body. But in the next moment, Ji Yuan, pierced by the claws in his shoulder, suddenly burst out. Flame storm. At the same time, Ming unleashed a torrential inferno of ghostly flames, instantly filling the entire passage. The little brother clearly didn't expect this seventh-tier young man could move under the influence of the poison. Due to the close distance, he could only watch in horror as the cyan-green flames rushed toward him. As soon as they touched him, they spread throughout his entire body. The scorching temperature burned flesh and soul alike, like countless bugs biting at his skin. The little brother and his two beasts screamed endlessly. In the raging flames, a hand suddenly appeared, grabbing his face and smashing it down against the ground. From this moment on, a sixth-tier beastmaster lost his life deep underground due to his arrogance. This fool! Behind, an ice wall radiating chilling energy blocked Zhang Di and the others. The little brother's dying screams reached their ears, igniting a fierce killing intent within Zhang Di. He had already heard from Zhang Jilin about Ji Yuan's beast report. He had long warned these two not to take it lightly when facing him. Xiao Lingjue's expression turned cold. At first, he thought the screams came from Ji Yuan, but when he saw Zhang Di's strange demeanor, he realized. Chase! As the flames dissipated, the ice wall shattered, and Zhang Di summoned a dark purple beast with four slender front legs, racing out. This was also a poison wind phantom leopard. Ahead, Ji Yuan was pressing on his wound. Under Ming's concerned gaze, he took 2 brown pills from his beast ring and swallowed them. One to detoxify, the other to stop the bleeding. Both were given to him by Zhao Shan before entering the mines. Phew! Suddenly, a strange sound whistled from behind. Then Ji Yuan and Ming felt a tremor in their souls, their spirits momentarily dazed. Turning around, they saw Zhang Di riding a poison-wind phantom leopard, a sinister smile on his face as he charged forward. The earlier soul tremor was exactly the soul power usage technique Liu Hen had taught him earlier. It seemed Zhang Di's level was at least on par with Liu Hen's. Whoosh! At the same time, a fiery arrow-like flame shot down the passage toward Ji Yuan. This was Xiao Lingjue's first shot, but he didn't see what shot this fiery arrow. Ming leaped up, the ghostly flames flickering, blocking the flame arrow. Its characteristics make it immune to all fire damage. The flame storm ignited once more. Ming and Ji Yuan's minds connected, knowing there was no chance of escape now. Only a fight to the death. However, just as the ghostly flames rose again from the void, an icy crystal light burst forth. Following that, a frigid wind, as cold as that from the Nine Hells, swept in, extinguishing the cyan-green, ghostly flames. Ji Yuan leaned against the earth wall, his gaze fixed ahead, seeing a unicorn covered in ice crystals standing before Zhang Di. Frosty breaths poured from the unicorn's nostrils, its sharp horns still glimmering with icy light. The poison-wind phantom leopard's steps gradually slowed. Zhang Di leapt down, standing between the unicorn and the phantom leopard, flashing a big, gold-toothed grin at Ji Yuan, waving his hand. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance to destroy the contract. Don't let such a beautiful creature die with you in this dark place." When a beastmaster dies, the beast will die with them. According to the information provided by Zhang Jiling, this is a legendary bloodline beast, and naturally, Zhang Di was tempted. Ming pressed its body closely against Ji Yuan, letting out a low growl, as if to tell him it was willing to die. "Don't worry." Facing a life-and-death crisis, Ji Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he gently patted Ming's forehead. "Open the Emperor's bestiary." He looked at Zhang Di and the others, murmuring softly in his heart. In his mind, the Emperor's bestiary manifested. His consciousness lingered on the third pattern, which depicted a giant lizard of emerald green, brimming with endless vitality. It was precisely the segment of a skeleton he had absorbed in the spider's nest within the Beast King's secret realm, the verdant wood lizard. The last function of the Emperor's bestiary's first upgrade was to consume all skeletal integrity, momentarily manifesting the creature. Before, he thought he would never need this function. Verdant wood lizard skeleton integrity, 15%, fully consumed to manifest the adult form. Verdant wood lizard? Yes. At this moment, Zhang Di's patience had entirely run out. "Humph. Since you are unwilling, let it accompany you to death." The poison-wind phantom leopard instantly lunged forward, opening its bloody mouth to spew thick poisonous mist at Ji Yuan. The sharp horn of the ice crystal unicorn gathered light, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. Xiao Lingjue wore a faint smile as a fiery arrow was shot once more, aimed straight at Ji Yuan's heart. "This is the consequence of provoking me." Buzz! Just when they thought Ji Yuan was surely dead, a sudden change occurred. An extremely brilliant and blinding green light surged forth, causing them to instinctively close their eyes. Boom! Immediately after, a terrifying noise shook the earth, and Zhang Di was the first to open his eyes, looking doubtfully at what lay before him. In the mining tunnel, he found it inexplicably filled with a green object. What the hell? Zhang Di gestured for his lackey next to him to investigate. Whoosh! But just as the lackey took a step forward, a pink object suddenly shot out from the front, wrapping around him and dragging him back. The lackey was first astonished, but then he let out a piercing scream. Zhang Di's expression changed slightly as he focused his gaze, and when he met the ghastly yellow pupil, he was stunned. What the F***CK? Where did this giant lizard come from? This giant lizard completely filled the entire mining tunnel, its mouth chewing as it stared motionlessly at Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjue with its ghastly yellow pupil. Whoosh! The sound of the wind breaking came again, and another pink object shot towards them. This time, Zhang Di realized that this strange thing was the lizard's tongue. "Release the wind barrier." He hurriedly shouted to the poison-wind phantom leopard before him. But just as the barrier formed, that pink giant tongue wrapped around the poison-wind phantom leopard without obstruction, pulling it back again. "You bastard! That was the beast I tamed with great difficulty." Zhang Di's face changed drastically as the unicorn by his side immediately fired a beam of icy light, shooting straight at the ghastly yellow pupil. But this attack had no effect at all, and he could only watch helplessly as his poison-wind phantom leopard was swallowed by the giant lizard. What is this? Behind them, Xiao Lingjue was also stunned. He had never seen a giant lizard beast of this size. What the F***ck are you looking at, run? Zhang Di felt the Beastmaster mark of the poison wind phantom leopard disappear, his heart bleeding. He realized that the unicorn's attack was completely ineffective, immediately thinking of a possibility. Zhang Jiling said that Ji Yuan possesses some kind of ability to manifest she beasts. But for F***ck's sake, didn't they say the beast he manifested was a griffin? How is it a giant lizard now? Zhang Di recalled the unicorn, frantically fleeing backward. Xiao Lingjue's expression darkened, staring at Zhang Di's back, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 30. The Harvest After Escape. Phew. On the other side of the mining tunnel, Ji Yuan leaned against the wall, his face pale, gasping for air. The manifestation of the verdant wood lizard had directly drained half of his soul power, nearly leaving him exhausted. Ming approached, its beastly eyes filled with concern. I am fine. Ji Yuan smiled and patted it, glancing at the map, and he was a little farther from Zhao Shan and the others. We can only explore slowly. He followed the route scanned by the map, walking along the upward mine tunnel. After he climbed up from a nearly vertical mine tunnel, the distance between him and Zhao Shan's group was now almost nothing. However, a black stone wall blocked their way. On the other side, damn, this wall is too thick. I can't communicate with him. Can Uncle Liu break this wall? Zhao Shan leaned against the stone wall, looking at Liu Hen. This is bedrock, incredibly hard. It can't be broken. Liu Hen looked to the right. Let's go around. Ji Yuan is moving. Is he in danger again? Su Zin constantly watched the map, concern flashing in her eyes. Detecting remains of a sovereign creature. Detecting remains of a sovereign creature. Ji Yuan did not expect to find bones in such a place. And at this moment, the markers in front of him lit up, and there was more than one. With the markers, after he passed through a narrow, crowded mine tunnel, a wall blocked his way. The wall had cracks, and subtle light shimmered through. The marker point was just behind it. He kicked out with one foot. Bang! The wall was already not very sturdy, and with the external force, it instantly collapsed. What emerged was a huge mine cave. Through the visor, countless colorful lights sparkled all around the cave. He walked towards the nearest mineral. It was a red crystal embedded in the soil. Firestone, fire-type beast-controlling advanced material. Average market price, 50,000. The visor popped up information, very considerate. At the same time, a white line suddenly appeared on the crystal, which should be the mining cutting line Zhao Shan mentioned. He took out the mining gun and gently pulled the trigger. Zzz. A special light beam about 2 centimeters wide shot out from the gun's muzzle. He started cutting along the line on the red crystal. Sparks flew, and as the outer layer of the crystal was cut open, a palm-sized object quietly lay inside. Ji Yuan cautiously reached out his hand. This firestone was oval and irregular in shape, weighing about as much as a bottle of water. After experiencing the feeling of mining, he placed the firestone into the beast ring and walked towards the marker of the bones. All the way, he was very cautious, observing the surroundings with Ming, one person and one beast. Thankfully, this cave seemed to have no creatures inhabiting it. When he got close to the first marker point, he found it was an arm broken off from the elbow. It appeared similar to a human bone. Are there humanoid sovereign creatures? With confusion, he absorbed it, and the Sovereign Encyclopedia immediately jumped out, unlocking a new slot. Creature, nine-tailed fox. Race, fox demon. Bloodline, sovereign level. Attribute, wind. Characteristic, enchanting demon body. Can charm any creature with weak will, including beast-controlling masters. Remaining data, lost. Remains completeness, 10%. So, it turned out to be the severed limb of a nine-tailed fox. Because the remains of the flourishing wooden lizard had been consumed, this creature still ranked after the Thunder Emperor beast, Flash, in his encyclopedia, making it the 4th sovereign-level creature he had collected. Soon, he arrived at the next remains. This time the remains were even stranger, a long, curved bone resembling a tusk. The color of the bone was dark purple, a skeleton he had never seen before. He crouched down and absorbed it. The Sovereign Encyclopedia popped up, unlocking the 5th slot, showing a fearsome and shocking beast. Creature, Void Lord. Race, Void Dragon species. Bloodline, Sovereign level. Attribute, Void. Characteristic, Lost. Remaining data, Lost. Remains completeness, 1%. Void Lord. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted. What kind of creature is this? He had never seen a void attribute creature. Not even in books was there any record. He looked at the Sovereign Encyclopedia, the image belonging to this strange creature. Due to the low completeness of the remains, there was only an outline. However, Ji Yuan could still discern that this so-called Void Lord It is a giant dragon with 2 wings. This journey in the mine has been incredibly beneficial. Not only has it broadened my perspective on technology, but it has also collected a brand new species encyclopedia. After putting the encyclopedia away, Ji Yuan raised his head and looked forward. There was the last skeleton. A thick, dirt-stained skeleton. After absorption, a line of information popped up. Skeleton absorption complete. Star Peak Griffin's skeleton integrity increased to 55%. Oh, Ji Yuan lifted his brows, not expecting it to be the Star Peak Griffin. It seems that he has a deep connection with this guy. Just as he was about to pull out the Emperor's encyclopedia to check it out, a sudden, extremely heavy breathing sound erupted in his ears. The kind of noise made Ji Yuan's hair stand on end. He hurriedly looked at Ming, only to see it staring at something not far away, its beastly eyes trembling, slowly retreating. Ji Yuan followed its gaze, and it was at this moment he discovered that deep in the mine, there was a huge creature sleeping. The creature's skin color perfectly blended with the earth. If it weren't for the heavy breathing sound just now, Ji Yuan wouldn't have noticed it at all. What terrified him even more was that upon seeing this creature clearly, he realized that even just its nostrils were the size of a heavy truck's tires. Swallowing hard, Ji Yuan quickly started to retreat carefully with Ming. The mine was extremely quiet at this moment. Even dropping a pin could be heard. When he and Ming had retreated about 10 steps, a sudden sound of something dropping came from behind. Ji Yuan didn't turn back because he saw a pair of diamond-shaped black pupils. Boom! With a huge sound, it was an incredibly massive giant python. It had been awakened, and at this moment, it was raising its head and staring at Ji Yuan and Ming. This gray-black giant python was so big that it was several circles thicker than the largest water tank. The entire snake head nearly occupied a quarter of the mine's space. Ji Yuan. It was also at this moment. Zhao Shan's roar came from the entrance behind. This undoubtedly made Ji Yuan's anxious heart relax. But because the giant python was staring at him, he didn't dare to turn back or move. You, what the hell? Zhao Shan's shocked voice came. Then he shouted, Uncle Lu! Uncle Lu! Ji Yuan cursed this fool in his heart. The noise was too loud. But suddenly, the giant python moved. At this moment, it was as if several trains were starting up around him. Clearly, this giant python was not moving fast, but it created terrifying gusts of wind that made Ji Yuan's hair dance wildly. Strangely, this giant python made no attacking moves, but crossed over Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, placing its massive head at the entrance. Su Xian's terrified scream rang out. It seemed she must have just entered the mine and seen the terrifying giant python's head. You damn fool! Zhao Shan ran up, looking extremely happy, circling around Ji Yuan, inspecting him from head to toe. Finally, when his eyes landed on the wound on Ji Yuan's right shoulder, his brow furrowed. Is the wound this big okay? Zhao Shan looked at him, expressing concern. It's fine, I took antidote and hemostatic medication. Ji Yuan shook his head. His gaze turned to the entrance, astonished to find that Lu Hen seemed to be communicating with the giant python. At the same time, Su Xian also approached, her fair oval face expressionless, slightly tilting her head as her eyes floated between Ji Yuan. When she caught sight of his right shoulder wound, her expression stiffened, her brows knitted, and her red lips moved slightly, but she said nothing. You really know how to choose a place. Zhao Shan patted his back, gesturing toward Lu Hen. This giant python is one of the Earth Veins in Hongling City. It means the guardian beast. We all refer to them as Earth Veins. Guardian beast? At this moment, Ji Yuan couldn't help but marvel again. The outside world is truly wonderful. There's everything. Soon, Lu Hen's robust figure came towards them. At this moment, the giant python also shrank back, and its body began to visibly diminish. Since we accidentally entered its territory, let it take us for a ride. Lu Hen's deep voice made people feel safe. In the blink of an eye, the giant python's body shrank to only about 1 meter. Turning into a small snake, it coiled around Lu Hen's arm, raising its head and occasionally flicking its tongue near Lu Hen's ear, as if trying to talk. At this moment, after it shrunk, a hole suddenly revealed where it had been coiled and sleeping. Lu Hen moved forward by himself, listening attentively while nodding. Ji Yuan and the other 3 followed behind him. There will be a surprise for you when we get out. Zhao Shan raised his eyebrows. What is it? Ji Yuan looked at him. But unexpectedly, this guy pretended to be mysterious, refusing to answer no matter how he questioned. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately grappled with Zhao Shan. The two of them fussed for a while, and at this moment, Ji Yuan noticed the gaze was always watching him, so he turned his head. Su Xian quickly turned her face away and looked elsewhere. By the way, I haven't asked, did you come here for the nether ghost seeds? Ji Yuan smiled and said, Suzine was taken aback, and then her eyes drifted, her expression somewhat strange. She stammered, "No, not really." Zhao Shan looked at her oddly. "You scolded me all the way. Why are you stuttering now?" You're talking nonsense." Suzine reached out her little hand and harshly slapped Zhao Shan. Her pretty face instantly flushed. "Scolding? Is it true?" Ji Yuan couldn't imagine Suzine cursing. "No, it seems the last time she called him a rogue. I've figured it out. When we first met, she didn't talk much because she was not familiar." Zhao Shan seemed to find a vent and complained to Ji Yuan. "You don't know. She was blaming me and Uncle Lu for not helping you in time all the way." Before he finished speaking, Suzine's merciless hand grabbed his ear, and a miserable wail instantly echoed through the mine. "I suggest just twisting off his ear." Ji Yuan laughed loudly and egged her on. Zhao Shan cried out in a hurry. "Su Grandma, I'm sorry. Why do you girls love grabbing people's ears? My sister does this too. It hurts, it hurts." For a moment, laughter and pleas for mercy echoed in the passage. The three formed a bond during a journey in the valley, and this trip to the mine further strengthened their friendship, lasting forever. Ji Yuan laughed until tears came out. He gently wiped the corner of his eyes. For the past 2 years, he had never laughed this heartily before. At that moment, the three playing around suddenly noticed Lu Hen had stopped. He turned around and said, "There are several newly mined veins, and one of them indeed has the Nether Ghost seeds. But the road to the Nether Ghost seeds has been blocked." Lu Hen looked at Zhao Shan, saying, "We need to contact Brother Tianho. He might need to come personally." "So serious?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan immediately became serious, his expression extremely grave. Zhao Shan knew best about Lu Hen's strength, if even he had no confidence. It's not a certain creature blocking the way. Lu Hen listened to the unique language of the small snake, and after a moment, he said, "The road to the Nether Ghost seed vein has an insurmountable thunder pool. So that's how it is." Zhao Shan immediately took out a satellite phone the size of a brick. He was just about to dial when Ji Yuan stopped him. "Thunder pool? Maybe we don't need to bother Uncle Zhao. Let's go take a look first." Lu Hen turned his head to look at Ji Yuan, and after a long while, he said nothing and continued to lead the way forward. "I almost forgot. Your beast is of the thunder attribute." Zhao Shan also realized this. When Lu Hen stopped again, a pool of thunderstorms surged, and the rumbling water blocked their way. Though it was called a thunder pool, it was actually just a pit filled with thunder attribute energy. The only way to cross it was for a thunder attribute beast to absorb the power within the pool. Lu Hen sidestepped, and Ji Yuan stepped forward 2 steps. Boom! Under the gaze of several people, the Thunder Emperor beast, Flashing Light, appeared for the first time. Its appearance resonated with the thunder pool, and in an instant, the thunderous might surged, causing even Lu Hen to take a few steps back. What a magnificent thunder-type beast! Lu Hen's eyes brightened instantly, showing a rare excitement. He deeply glanced at Ji Yuan, realizing that Brother Tianho was right. Zhao Shan was incredibly lucky to befriend such a genius. "Wait, isn't that the greenish-blue odd creature?" Zhao Shan reacted and approached him, saying, "We're not being honest. You tricked me, you." Once the chatterbox mode was activated, Ji Yuan seemed to not hear anything. After giving the command, Flashing Light leaped down. Its traits made it immune to thunder-type damage, and it entered the thunder pool like a fish in water. Only 20 seconds later, the energy of the thunder pool dimmed until it completely vanished. Flashing Light's figure returned, its majestic form surrounded by thunder. With the power gone, the thunder pool returned to a pitiful state, and he withdrew Flashing Light into the beast's seal. Crossing over a pit about 1 meter in diameter, ahead, a ghostly green glow flickered. Finally found it, the ghostly Een seed. Chapter 32, Moment of Life and Death. It had been 4 hours since they entered the mine. The mineral vein of the ghostly Een seed was very special. Unlike other minerals scattered all over, a vast area of ghostly green crystals gathered together, sparkling with light. These crystals were shaped like watermelons. Although they were clustered together, their sizes were distinct. "This is the ghostly Een seed. Summon your beast." Lu Hen stood in front of one of the crystals, taking out a unique mining gun to begin excavating. Ming stood beside him, looking up. The oscillations of these crystals held a strange allure for it. The hardness of the ghostly Een seed crystals seemed extraordinary. It took 20 minutes just to cut one. Ji Yuan stared intently, and the moment the outer shell of the crystal was completely cut open, Lu Hen's hand moved like the wind, reaching inside to pull out a ghostly green object, pushing it directly into Ming's mouth. As his hand withdrew from Ming's mouth, Ji Yuan saw the ghostly flames around Ming's body begin to flicker. At the same time, Ming's eyes slowly closed, its body swayed unsteadily and finally fell to the side. It directly leveled up. Lu Hen stared at Ming, lost in thought. The stuff is already in hand. Shall we go? Zhao Shan yawned. What about Su Xin? What are you looking for in Hongling City? After recalling Ming, Ji Yuan looked at the girl, standing silently beside them. Oh, we on our way to find you, already. Su Xin's eyes flickered, her words somewhat unclear. What was wrong with her? Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, two straight men, exchanged confused glances at her. Eventually, Zhao Shan explained for her. On our way finding you, we passed a Holy Spirit mineral vein. She came here for the Holy Spirit stone. Then let's go. Since everyone's goals have been achieved, there was no need to linger. What? But at that moment, Lu Hen finally made a surprised voice. The three looked over to see the big fellow frowning, staring at the little snake on his arm, saying, Creature group going berserk? But the time has not come. Why? Creature group going berserk? Zhao Shan's face also changed, and then he explained to the puzzled Ji Yuan and the others. Under normal circumstances, the creatures in the mineral veins have their own nests and habitats. These creatures have a very strong territorial awareness and won't leave their nests too far. However, every once in a while, these creatures suddenly go berserk, rampaging through every corner of the mineral vein, tearing apart anything they see. He looked at Ji Yuan, immensely serious. Remember I mentioned that a third-tier beast master died in the veins? He died at the moment of a creature group going berserk. Although it happened many years ago, since then, the old man explored the rules of the creature swarm rampaging. Every 2 months, he will block all the entrances of the mine until the rampage calms down. Ji Yuan frowned, not expecting such a variable in the mine. And judging by Lu Hen and Zhao Shan's expressions, it was obviously not the time for a creature rampage. Zhao Shan, Lu Hen shouted seriously. Quickly contact Brother Tianho. Tell him we will leave from the number 1 mine exit. Okay. Zhao Shan immediately took out the satellite phone. Then, the small snake on Lu Hen's arm returned to the ground and crawled forward. Keep up. With Lu Hen in the lead, the poisonous wind, ghost leopard, and muscular kangaroo appeared again. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. All that echoed in the mine tunnel were footsteps and breaths. When they returned to the previous mine entrance, the small snake's body gradually swelled, transforming into a giant python once more. It will block this exit for us. The number 1 mine exit is not far now. We must speed up. Lu Hen led Ji Yuan and the three of them swiftly through the mine tunnel. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow shot out from the surrounding rock walls, heading straight for Su Xin's head. Be careful! Ji Yuan, being closest to her, reacted first. With a violent surge, he bit the shadow fiercely. When Ji Yuan looked closely, he found that the attacking shadow was the elusive ghost horned mouse again. But this ghost horned mouse was different from the one they encountered when they first entered the mine. Its eyes were dark purple, and its body was covered with dark purple patterns. Corrosive poisonous mist. Lu Hen's voice came through. The poisonous wind ghost leopard at the front released white mist that covered the mine tunnel's rock walls. Some ghost horned mice hiding in it instantly turned to gas upon touching the toxin, leaving not even bones. Roar! The breath of the poisonous wind ghost leopard erupted, seemingly attracting other creatures. From the back of the mine tunnel, terrifying, hair-raising roars echoed. Run! Lu Hen sprinted out again. Zhao Shan held the satellite phone, finally connecting with the old man's call, telling him about the chaotic rampage of creatures in the mine while running. Ji Yuan and Shanji were just about to leave when they noticed Su Xin's face was pale, as if she had been frightened into a daze by the recent scene. Hurry up! Without thinking too much, with the sounds behind growing closer, Ji Yuan grabbed her hand and pulled her to catch up with Zhao Shan. Su Xin blankly stared at his back, letting him pull her along as they ran wildly. As a lady of the Su family, one of the 5 great beast-taming families, no one understood why she always traveled alone. Everyone hurriedly fled, during which all sorts of terrifying and eerie roars echoed through the mine tunnel. That kind of cry, it's not an exaggeration to say, could make the faint-hearted have their hearts burst and die on the spot from fear. Ji Yuan and the others felt their scalps tingle, their hearts raced. When they suddenly broke free from the enclosed mine tunnel and entered a spacious area, Ji Yuan's vision revealed a lift shaft. Finally arrived. At this moment, it was brightly lit, and an old but functional elevator was quietly waiting. Turning back, in a mine tunnel they had just come from, colorful and strange lights erupted, and various bizarre creatures with dark purple eyes were hunting them from behind. Fortunately, they just needed to enter the elevator to leave this pitch-black place. Suddenly, in Ji Yuan's line of sight, a purple beam of light suddenly flashed down from above. Bang! Then, he heard a terrifying loud noise that pierced through the air. No! Lu Hen's roar echoed through this space. Ji Yuan looked to the front, his face changing dramatically. He saw that the lift shaft was cut off by a huge force. Amidst the rising dust, a massive creature covered with dark purple patterns stood up at the location of the lift shaft. Ape demon! Lu Hen's eyes filled with fury. Turning to Ji Yuan, "You all find a way to resist it. I need to use all my strength to stop this guy." After saying that, Lu Hen directly summoned the muscular kangaroo and the poisonous wind ghost leopard, charging towards the massive ape demon. Ji Yuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Because what the three of them are about to face is not just a raging beast in a mine tunnel. A glance across this number 1 mine reveals that the tunnels connected to it are at least 10. Moreover, in these tunnels, the raging beasts surge like a tide, madly pouring out. Chapter 33. Turning the Tide. Strange and bizarre, the creatures at the bottom of the mine crash out of the tunnels like a tsunami, causing Ji Yuan and his friends' hearts to race wildly. How are we supposed to stop this? Dance of Lightning. With Ji Yuan's command, the lightning spirit let out a low growl, transforming into lightning and charging headfirst into the rushing tidal wave of beasts. ZZZT. Deep blue lightning instantly spread out. Countless creatures let out horrified screams, and some of the weaker ones fainted at once, rolling their eyes. Wild creatures, when facing a contracted beast of a beast master, unless they are exceptionally strong themselves, are always the ones being crushed. Fight to the end. Seeing Ji Yuan make a move, Zhao Shan immediately summoned his long-armed gorilla, which turned around in shock at the sight in front of it. "What are you looking at? Get in there. Use the great whirlwind." As the beast master of the gorilla, Zhao Shan understood its thoughts very well and immediately yelled. The long-armed gorilla shook its body, gritted its teeth, and charged forward, spinning like a whirlwind with its powerful arms, knocking all the creatures it touched away. Flame bombing. Beside them, Suzine also came to her senses and raised her arm with a shout. The fire-devouring sparrow circled high in the sky, spitting fireballs down at the beast below. The combination of fire and lightning caused violent explosions within the beast tide, and the trio's first wave of cooperation truly bought them a little bit of time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before they had time to celebrate, some creatures stuck at the back sprayed deadly poison or various strange spikes at the three of them. Ji Yuan immediately called for Suzine and Zhao Shan to watch out, but the gorilla's target was simply too large, and soon it was hit by various poisons and spikes. Ow! A painful howl rang out. If it weren't for the gorilla's innate ability to be immune to toxins, it might have died on the spot. Seeing this, Zhao Shan could only withdraw it back into the Beastmaster seal. What should we do? My Bing Bing is in the progression stage. I have no beasts left. Ji Yuan sighed inwardly. Ming was also in the progression sleep period, otherwise, its deterrent effect would be extremely useful at a time like this. Wait, deterrence. Ji Yuan's mind lit up as he looked towards a certain section of the beast tide, where there was a small pack of yellow-furred wolves. In the lightning spirit's special traits, there was a line that said, Wolf Master Authority can command and intimidate wolf-type creatures or beasts. Only those of equal bloodline can be immune. Clearly, in this deep underground, the wolves couldn't possibly possess a royal bloodline. The lightning spirit connected with Ji Yuan's mind. It immediately raised its head and let out a sharp and passionate howl. An invisible ripple spread out, and the snarling wolves suddenly froze. Next, the dark purple glow in their eyes faded, turning into confusion. A loud attack. As Ji Yuan murmured in his heart, the wolves mingled within the beast tide, all opened their mouths, madly tearing into the surrounding creatures. That portion of the beast tide instantly fell into chaos. What the hell? Are they fighting among themselves? Zhao Shan exclaimed in surprise when he caught sight of this scene. Suzine, however, remained focused on directing the fire-devouring sparrow's attacks. With a portion of the beast tide's offense reduced, the pressure in front visibly decreased. Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan, who was hiding behind, and couldn't help but tease. You're the son of the mayor of Hongling City. How come you have contracted 2 monkeys? It wasn't that he looked down on the gorilla and the ice beast. It was that these 2 beasts didn't quite fit the identity of this young master. Hey, to his surprise, Zhao Shan, upon hearing this, just smiled mysteriously, saying nothing and giving no explanation. His demeanor made Ji Yuan's heart stir. Could it be that this one ape and one orangutan have hidden evolutionary paths? No, I can't hold on any longer. Suzine's voice rang out, and Ji Yuan quickly looked ahead. The paralysis effect from lightning dance was gradually weakening, and some fierce creatures had begun to break free. He glanced in Lu Hen's direction, where the battle was exceptionally fierce, and even Lu Hen himself was involved in the fight. However, he saw that the demon ape was blood-soaked and dazed, on the verge of collapsing. Let's hold on a little longer. Uncle Lou will finish soon. Ji Yuan signaled for Flash to unleash Lightning Dance again. But these underground creatures seemed to have developed resistance, and the effect was far from the first time. My soul power is almost exhausted. Su Xian's delicate face gradually turned pale. She had only low-level soul power qualifications and couldn't sustain the battle for long. This also meant that only Ji Yuan would face this terrifying wave of beasts alone. It seems we can only take a desperate gamble. Sighing, Ji Yuan shouted in his heart, "Flash, release, thunder, judgment." Boom! In an instant, a thunderstorm appeared out of nowhere. Flash stood majestically before everyone. The terrifying thunder power surged crazily from its body, and in the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled with heavenly might gathered in the sky. Ji Yuan's face went pale. This skill was a huge drain on both him and Flash. Bang! The moment the dark clouds took shape, rolling thunder fell upon the beast's tide. In an instant, the thunder element surged wildly, exploding among the beasts and unleashing waves of violent power. Some creatures that were hit directly turned to ashes instantly, without even having time to scream. In the sky, the figure of Su Xian's fire devourer vanished, signaling her soul power had been depleted. Zhao Shan stepped forward to support her as they both faced this thunderstorm. Their gazes focused on different places. Su Xian stared blankly at the youth standing beneath the thunder, as if she had returned to the Beast King's secret realm a month ago. It was him who stood up when everyone was in despair, turning the tide. Once again, it was he, when the team's highest combat power was restrained. When he and Zhao Shan were powerless to respond, he stepped forward once again, and Zhao Shan watched the body of Flash, with only one thought in his heart. My good brother actually possesses such a bond with beasts. How amazing. Ji Yuan was panting heavily. The thunder fell like a raging storm. However, some creatures resembling Manuses were incredibly fast and couldn't be hit by the thunder. They rode on the back of the beast's tide and charged forward at high speed. What should I do? At this moment, Ji Yuan raised his head and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, suddenly recalling the words Lu Hen had said earlier. Right, soul power. Soul power can resonate with any attribute. Now, it was time to give it a try. Immediately, he raised his palm and mobilized all his soul power. In the end, the remaining soul power in his body was just enough for him to condense it into a palm-sized orb. A strong sense of dizziness surged, and he endured it, throwing it hard toward the thundercloud. Boom! Suddenly, the thundercloud roiled madly. Not only did the falling thunder speed up, but each thunderclap that struck made all creatures' souls tremble, instinctively filled with fear, and stopped all action. Even Lu Hen, who was entangled with the demon ape, felt a heart-stopping emotion. Similarly, the already weak demon ape also fell into momentary confusion due to this thunder that mingled with soul power. Lu Hen's eyes sparkled with murderous intent as he seized the moment of weakness. The muscular kangaroo's fist shot toward the demon ape's head like a cannonball. The poisonous wind leopard transformed into a whirlwind and crashed into the demon ape's heart. At this point, the demon ape was slain. Ji Yuan. At the same time, Zhao Shan and Su Xian's startled cries sounded. Lu Hen turned around and saw Ji Yuan staggering, and the beast tide he alone had stopped. Did he just use soul power to resonate with the beast's thunder attribute? Chapter 34. Divine Weapons Descend. His vision blurred, and consciousness wavered. Ji Yuan swayed, as it was his first time nearly exhausting all his soul power. This feeling of overdraft is really painful. In a daze, he felt someone supporting him. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Shan and Su Xian's worried expressions, and he pulled the corners of his mouth, saying, "It's nothing, just a bit exhausted." Because of his overdraft, the Flash spirit had already been forced back into the Beast Tamer seal. In the sky, the thunderclouds had also dispersed. These rampaging creatures surged forward one after another, making it difficult to wipe them out completely, and the wolf pack being driven had already been annihilated. Fortunately, Lu Hen had freed up his hands and come to the front. Aside from the poison wind phantom leopard and the muscular kangaroo, he summoned another muscular and robust beast. Surprisingly, this robust beast could faintly be recognized as a type of dog. To be precise, it was an extremely hefty and fierce husky. Who would have thought a husky could be trained to such an extent, making one doubt whether Lu Hen had some kind of peculiar obsession. However, this muscle-bound husky was exceptionally fierce. Its body shimmered with cold ice as it charged into the beast tide, causing chaos everywhere. A fifth-tier beast tamer can control a maximum of 3 beasts at the same time. Besides the husky, the muscular kangaroo was also crazily swimming among the beast tide, even showing a hint of excitement from its expression. Lu Hin kept the poison wind phantom leopard by his side on guard. Then, he walked towards Ji Yuan. Looking at his pale face, he couldn't help but say, "Just now, did you resonate with your soul power and beast attributes?" Lu Hin's expression was strange, in shock and disbelief. When he saw Ji Yuan nod, he immediately said, "Don't return to Lin Yun City. Stay here." Lu Hin was extremely serious. "With your talent and our resources, you will become the youngest 4th-tier beast tamer in the world." In his eyes, the advancement requirements from 6th to 5th tier didn't matter for this young man. Among the 3 present, only he understood how terrifying it was for Ji Yuan to resonate with beast's soul power. Although Ji Yuan had resonated with the poison wind phantom leopard's wind attribute before, that was because he was a 5th-tier beast tamer. This young man was at most 6th tier. Logically, he shouldn't be able to resonate with beast's soul power. Ji Yuan was stunned. He didn't understand why Lu Hin had this expression. Zhao Shan was also very expectant. He too hoped Ji Yuan could stay. "Don't rush to answer. Think it over carefully. After we leave here, I will ask you again." After speaking, Lu Hin walked forward with the poison wind phantom leopard. Are you okay?" Su Ziyin stood beside him, looking at Ji Yuan with worried eyes. "I'm fine. My soul power recovers very quickly," Ji Yuan said with a smile. After all, with his top-tier talent, the recovery speed was unimaginable. The number of rampaging creatures was gradually increasing. According to Zhao Shan's explanation, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Shan said that because the giant python deliberately emitted its aura, many rampaging creatures did not rush toward the number 1 mine. Su Ziyin seemed a bit puzzled by this. Since the rampaging creatures will deliberately avoid the giant python, then why not let it follow us? You don't understand. Unless it encounters an elite beast tamer like Uncle Lu, it will not shrink its body. Zhao Shan's explanation left Su Ziyin confused. Ji Yuan added, "In other words, the giant python must maintain its largest size to make the rampaging creatures wary." "That's what I mean." Zhao Shan nodded. After a moment's recovery, Ji Yuan summoned the flash spirit again. With Lu Hin at the front, he didn't have to fight as hard as before. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood. It was just because their masks isolated them that they couldn't smell anything. Ji Yuan let the flash spirit control the wolf pack in the beast tide to assist Lu Hin. Time passed second by second. The number of creatures in the beast tide didn't decrease, but increased. At this rate, even Lu Hin would struggle to keep up. "Isn't Tian Ho brother here yet?" Lu Hin's brows were tightly locked. Controlling 3 bees simultaneously was extremely exhausting. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Ji Yuan's soul power was once again nearly exhausted, and during this time, Su Ziyin had summoned the fiery sparrow twice. Unable to summon his beast, Zhao Shan was wildly dialing numbers on his satellite phone, bombarding Zhao Tianho. When Ji Yuan's soul power was spent again, Lu Hin also began to sweat coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying vibration that made people's hearts race came from above. Looking up, Ji Yuan was surprised to find the lights in the elevator shaft flickering, and some scattered stones on the ground were shaking violently. Boom! In the next moment, the top suddenly exploded. Quick dodge! Lu Hin suddenly tackled Su Ziyin, helping her avoid a huge rock. Countless stones mixed with dust rolled down, and the terrifying roar of the earth shaking filled the ears. Ji Yuan recalled his shining phantom and also dove to the side. Zhao Shan screamed and ran away, holding his head. When everything calmed down gradually, Ji Yuan hurriedly looked up, his pupils suddenly constricting. In front of him, dust was flying. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pair of golden, magnificent wings unfolded in the dust, and the strong wind dispersed the smoke, revealing a perfectly proportioned body. This suddenly appeared creature was massive. It not only had wings, but its head resembled that of a mighty eagle. Its lion-like robust body was covered with golden fur, dazzling to behold. This creature was not unfamiliar to Ji Yuan. Griffin. Beside him, when Zhao Shan saw this mighty and majestic griffin, his eyes lit up, arms opened wide as he shouted, "Dad! You rascal! Always causing me trouble." A slight laugh came from the griffin's body, and at this moment, Ji Yuan noticed that a middle-aged man was standing with his hands clasped behind his back on the griffin. The griffin was about the size of City Bus. Zhao Tianho, standing on its back, seemed exceptionally small, but when he turned to look at the beast tide that had stopped advancing, an overwhelming sense of oppression instantly emerged. "You beasts, wouldn't you hurry up and get lost?" The plain words made the underground ferocious beasts scatter and flee. With one sentence, he drove back the beast tide. "One day, I will become such a person." Ji Yuan looked at that figure, his eyes filled with passion and longing. Zhao Tianho jumped off the griffin and walked towards everyone. Lu Hin, covered in dirt, stepped forward. "Old Lu, looking quite disheveled. Zhao Tianho raised the corner of his mouth in a teasing smirk, no longer carrying the coldness and authority from before when he drove back the beast tide. Lu Hen shook his head, seemingly used to his demeanor. Then Zhao Tianho slapped Zhao Shan on the head. "You kid, what trouble are you in this time? Useless as ever, right?" Zhao Shan covered his head in grievance and said, "Dad, how did you know that? Out of the four of you, yours is the cleanest shirt and the reddest face. Do I even need to say?" Zhao Tianho laughed and scolded. Then his gaze finally landed on Ji Yuan, revealing the gentle smile he had during their first meeting. "Adopted son, your performance this time is a full score, especially when you resonated with your soul power and thunder, providing old Lu the chance to kill the ape demon. It's a perfect score within a perfect score." His words left Ji Yuan stunned. How did he? As if sensing what Ji Yuan was thinking, Zhao Tianho inexplicably waved at Zhao Shan, and a faint green light flew out from Zhao Shan's collar and landed in his hand. You actually used Ghost Butterfly to monitor us," Zhao Shan immediately exclaimed. Chapter 35. "Quickly, let's take a photo." "What are you talking about?" Zhao Tianho glared at him. "I was worried you guys would run into unexpected trouble, so I could act quickly. Do you understand?" After saying this, he pretended to hit, and Zhao Shan shrank back, not daring to speak again. So he had been watching all along. Ji Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. No wonder the other waited until now to show up. "Miss Su, was this trip satisfactory?" Zhao Tianho turned his gaze to the last person. Su Ziyin slightly bowed her head and said respectfully, "Uncle Zhao, just call me Ziyin. This time, I owe it all to you and Uncle Lu for taking care of us." "Hey," Zhao Tianho smiled and waved his hand. "These are all small matters. I know your situation in the Su family." Then, with a mischievous look, he glanced at Ji Yuan and let out a strange laugh. "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, tell my godson. Things like the Holy Spirit Stone, I'll have him deliver them right to your door." Ji Yuan was a bit confused, wondering how this became his problem. Besides, when did he agree to this godson thing? Su Ziyin's charming face turned red, knowing what Zhao Tianho meant, as she lowered her head, not daring to respond. Afterward, the group sat on the wide back of the griffin, and as its wings flapped, Ji Yuan and the others followed the great pit made by the griffin and left. Outside, it was already night. From a high altitude, the city of Hongling looked magnificent, with lights shining brightly. The fierce wind howled, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Zhao Shan sat in front of Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin, shouting loudly and taking out his phone. "Quick, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Let's take a picture." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Behind him, Su Ziyin's long hair flew everywhere. Seeing him lift his phone, she hurriedly hid behind Ji Yuan. "Don't hide. I've been regretting not taking a photo after we came out of the secret realm this month." Zhao Shan yelled, talking non-stop, the howling wind unable to drown out his chatter. Ji Yuan found it annoying and could only reluctantly agree. Fine. Let's take the picture." Seeing him agree, Su Ziyin paused for a moment. After her eyes flickered, she no longer tidied her hair and let it fly freely. Then, she gently tilted her head, revealing her charming face, perfectly situated on Ji Yuan's left shoulder, with a sweet smile. Ji Yuan casually gave thumbs up. In front, Zhao Shan grinned widely. The moonlight fell on the faces of the three, and Zhao Shan pressed the shutter, permanently capturing this moment. "Later, let's create a group, and I'll send a photo in the group." Back at the hotel, Ji Yuan fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed, until a series of urgent knocks on the door woke him up. Yawning and looking out the window, the night sky was dark as ink, with stars twinkling. How long did I sleep? He wondered, sleeping before it was night. How was it still night when he woke up? The knocking continued, and when he opened the door, he saw Zhao Shan standing there with a smile. "Come on, I'm taking you out for a midnight snack." Behind him was a sleepily blinking Su Ziyin. Ji Yuan checked his phone and saw that it had only been an hour since returning to the hotel. "I'm so tired. Can we just order takeout?" Su Ziyin yawned continuously, her suggestion receiving Ji Yuan's approval. Half an hour later, Ji Yuan looked at the room full of midnight snacks, unable to help but ask, "How much did you order?" "This is enough to feed 30 people. To his surprise, Zhao Shan's answer almost left both of them stunned. "Huh, this isn't ours. This is the midnight snack for Tuan Tuan and Champ." "What?" 10 minutes later, the hotel suite was designed with beast masters in mind, so both the space and furnishings considered the needs of some larger beasts to a certain extent. Plus, the suite that Zhao Shan arranged for Ji Yuan was top-notch, spacious as a large apartment. At this moment, Ji Yuan rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the scene before him, lost in thought. In front of him, the gibbon Tuan Tuan sat cross-legged, holding a big meat skewer in his left hand and stuffing it into his mouth, while his right hand held another skewer, feeding it to Sean Pa. Inside the room, the brown-haired gibbon and the black-haired wolf were both thoroughly enjoying their food. Watching Sean Po's satisfied expression, Ji Yuan realized he had overlooked an important point. Generally speaking, beasts only need soul power for sustenance, and food is merely a delight for them. Seeing Sean Pa eating so happily, Ji Yuan knew they too, like humans, occasionally needed these things to provide emotional value. When Ming advances to youth level, I'll let him experience it too. Then, Zhao Shan got a few more specialties from Hongling City for their midnight snack, and even took out 2 bottles of expensive red wine from the beast ring. You guys drink. I'm tired and going to sleep first. When he took out the wine, Su Zine fled as if escaping, fearing she would say something inappropriate if she got drunk. Before leaving, she said to Zhao Shan, "Remember to post a photo in the group." Back in her room, her phone vibrated quickly, and she hurriedly opened it. It was a photo that Zhao Shan shared in the group. Su Zine sat on the bed, zooming in on the picture, her gaze blankly fixed on Ji Yuan's handsome face, and as she looked, her snow-white cheeks gradually flushed red. "Ha ha! Old Ji, you are so silly." On the other side, Zhao Shan laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Ji Yuan, giving a thumbs up in the photo. Ji Yuan's expression was calm as he savored the so-called collectible red wine. To be honest, he really couldn't taste the difference. He could only blame himself for not being good at drinking. "By the way, didn't you say you had a surprise for me after we came out?" Seeing Zhao Shan still savoring the photo, he felt a little annoyed. "I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. Tomorrow, let's go find Uncle Lu." Zhao Shan put away his phone and chuckled. "Do you remember Zhang Di, who's in the same city as you? After I escaped, he didn't chase after me." "What? Did you guys run into him?" "Hee, you guessed it right. We ran into him while we were on our way to meet you, right when Su Zine was mining the Holy Spirit Stone." Zhao Shan recalled. "At that time, it was Uncle Lu who first noticed something was wrong, and when we got there, guess what condition Zhang Di was in? Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me." Ji Yuan hated when others only spoke halfway. Near death. A serious look flashed in Zhao Shan's eyes. He had a big hole in his abdomen. His right arm was completely gone, leaning against the mine shaft, barely alive. "At first, we thought you did it, but who would have guessed?" Zhang Di was crazily cursing someone. This time, he didn't keep any suspense, staring at Ji Yuan, enunciating each word. "Xiao Lingjue." According to Zhang Di, Xiao Lingjue ambushed him and seriously injured him. Xiao Lingjue? Ji Yuan recalled carefully. When he transformed into a vibrant tree lizard, aside from Xiao Lingjue, Zhang Di should have had a little brother with him. Could it be that these two were both attacked by Xiao Lingjue, one killed and one injured? However, from what Zhang Di said, Xiao Lingjue isn't doing too well either. They must have mutually inflicted heavy injuries on each other, right? Who cares? Tomorrow we'll go find Uncle Lu. He has Zhang Di contained in the royal ring. You can ask him yourself. Zhao Shan waved his hand and raised his wine glass. Ji Yuan nodded silently. Chapter 36, Unexpected Results. Early the next morning, under Zhao Shan's lead, Ji Yuan and Su Zine arrived at Lu Hen's home, a 3-story villa. As soon as they entered, Ji Yuan saw a muscular kangaroo in the villa's garden, battling a giant wooden post in a contest of wits and strength. Inside the house, apart from various fitness equipment, there were no other complicated furnishings. This was very in line with Lu Hen's style. "You're here." Lu Hen let Zhao Shan and Su Zine sit casually, then took Ji Yuan to a closed room. With a wave of his hand, Lu Hen summoned a giant frog, also surprisingly muscular, very exaggerated. "Wow!" The frog opened its mouth wide, spitting out Zhang Di, who was entirely covered in slime. As Zhao Shan said, his right arm was indeed gone. The wound in his abdomen seemed to have stopped bleeding because of the slime, and his face was pale, on the verge of death. Barely alive, when Zhang Di regained consciousness, the first person he saw was Ji Yuan. He hurriedly shouted in a hoarse voice, "It's Zhang Jilin. He promised me that once I succeed, he would let me go back to Lingyun City and support me to become the dean of the Wind-Riding Beast Academy." Zhang Di wasn't a good person to begin with. At the brink of death, he knew that only Ji Yuan could save him. Without Ji Yuan having to say anything, he spilled everything. Zhang Jilin wants to oust Tan He and become the mayor himself. He has been planning for years, and now it has come to the most critical step. "To be safe, he wants me to kill you." After saying this in one breath, Zhang Di gasped for air, seemingly trying to show his sincerity. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan had already heard these things from Tan He, and they held little significance for him. "How were you injured by Xiao Lingjue?" He glanced over Zhang Di's broken body and asked. When mentioning the young master of the Xiao family, fierce hatred surged in Zhang Di's eyes. "If it weren't for that little scoundrel attacking me from the back, how could I end up like this?" At this point, he silently cursed Jiang Yuan in his heart. If it weren't for Jiang Yuan's giant lizard swallowing his poisonous wind leopards, he could have left Xiao Lingjue buried deep in the mine. What is the key step in Zhang Jiling's plan? Jiang Yuan asked his most important question. If I tell you, will you let me go? Zhang Di looked up. Okay. Jiang Yuan replied. On the side, Lu Hen frowned, but said nothing. You promise to let me go? Zhang Di stared hard at him. You have no other choice. Jiang Yuan said lightly. Zhang Di's eyes flashed with anger. If it weren't for his heavy injuries, he would never allow himself to be treated like this. Damn little scoundrel. As long as I can survive and leave, I will definitely find a chance to kill you. He roared in his heart and then whispered. Zhang Jiling plans to ambush Tan He at the city summit. What? Jiang Yuan's face changed. I also received an invitation for the ambush, but 2 days ago, Zhang Jiling suddenly changed his mind and told me to keep an eye on you in Hongling City. According to Zhang Jiling, he wants me to kill you. Zhang Di lowered his head, and after revealing this great secret, he seemed to lose all his strength. Beside him, Lu Hen's brows were tightly knit. Zhang Jiling is so bold. How dare he attempt to ambush the mayor? Every Beastmaster above grade 5 is registered. Doesn't he fear the Beastmaster Alliance holding him accountable? If he dares to do this, he must have his own plans, but I do not know. Zhang Di looked up at Jiang Yuan. I've said everything. You promised me to let me go. Of course. Jiang Yuan replied. But before Zhang Di could feel happy, he heard him continue. Uncle Lu, this person is for you to handle. Jiang Yuan, you are untrustworthy. Zhang Di's face changed drastically, and he yelled hysterically. You damn little scoundrel, so young yet so fickle. You are not human. Oh, Jiang Yuan's mouth curled into a slight arc. I promised to let you go, but Uncle Lu didn't say anything. Don't get me wrong. I learned this move from you. After saying this, he left directly, leaving Zhang Di with a hopeless back. Zhang Di's hoarse shouts came from behind, which quickly turned into a shrill scream, eventually silencing. What is the city summit? Stepping out of the room and into the garden, Jiang Yuan found the two of them. Zhao Shan answered. In simple terms, it is an important meeting led by mayors. Generally, only districts ranked outside the top 90 hold it. I heard my dad mention that the essence of such summits is to discuss how to improve rankings in district competitions, but the specifics I do not know. What's wrong? Did you find something out? So, Zhang Jiling has allied with several other districts? But on what grounds? As a mere vice president, what ability does he have to persuade other districts to do this? Jiang Yuan took out his phone and quickly dialed Tan He's number, but it rang for a long time without anyone answering. Calculating according to Zhang Di's timeline, today is the 3rd day since he came to Hongling City. The city summit is currently underway. Just as he was getting a little anxious, Tan He returned the call. He hurriedly answered, but on the other end came the male secretary's voice. Mr. G, I am Secretary Lin. Following Mayor Tan's instructions, he asked me to tell you not to be nervous and not to worry. Since your mineral exploration journey has ended, please return to Linyun City immediately. Shortly, I will send you an address. For other specific matters, contact me via text when you reach the designated location. Goodbye. Secretary Lin spoke extremely quickly and hung up directly after finishing. Looking at his phone, Jiang Yuan frowned deeply. Do not be nervous, do not worry. Tan He, did you anticipate what Zhang Jiling was planning to do? At that moment, he no longer delayed, explained the situation to Zhao Shan and Su Xin, and booked the earliest flight. While waiting at the airport, Zhao Shan told him some news. Lu Hen had cracked Zhang Di's phone and found information that seemed to be correspondence with Zhang Jiling. He attached a few screenshots, and upon opening them, it appeared to be the chat records between Zhang Di and Zhang Jiling. The conversation was very strange, mainly revolving around buying things, giving things, and similar topics. It seemed to be some kind of code. The date of the last screenshots chat was from a day ago. Zhang Jiling asked, Has the cauliflower I wanted arrived? Zhang Di's reply came 10 minutes ago. There's stock. It's already on the vehicle. Below the 2 messages, there were red annotations. Has the cauliflower arrived? Means, how is the matter I asked you to handle? There is stock. It's already on the vehicle. Indicates, the person is dead. Do you want to confirm? Zhao Shan explained that this was an annotation made by Lu Hen, fearing he wouldn't understand. And of course, Zhang Di's reply was also from Lu Hen. Such specialized terms would not raise any suspicion, allowing people to think Ji Yuan was dead. Please thank Uncle Lu on my behalf. I will come to Hongling City to drink with him again after a while. After sending the last message, Ji Yuan boarded the plane. He took a short nap, and by the time he landed, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Ji Yuan did not delay and immediately rushed to the address provided by his Secretary Lin. This was a unique courtyard located in the outskirts of Linyun City, deep in the mountains. The courtyard was very retro. Unlike the reinforced concrete of the urban area, consisting only of simple wooden houses with stone roofs. The surrounding woods were dense, and if it weren't for the address, he probably would never know that such a courtyard existed in the mountain forest outside Linyan City. He messaged Secretary Lin to inform her that he had arrived. Soon, the other party replied, "Okay, Mr. G, please be patient. Once anything appears, you must control it immediately. Please remember, you must control it at the first moment." Chapter 37. The targeted object is... Who will come? Zhang Jiling. Ji Yuan secretly guessed in his heart, finding a hidden spot to conceal himself, and began to wait silently. Time passed. He stayed still from the sun high in the sky until sunset. When night fell and the dim moonlight scattered through the forest, a hurried footstep broke the chirping of insects. Nearly dozing off, Ji Yuan instantly became alert. Through the concealed grass, he saw a figure anxiously rushing toward the courtyard. The figure looked around, and as it drew closer, Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes. Zhang Heng. Unexpectedly, the one who came was him. Under his gaze, Zhang Heng's footsteps were chaotic, muttering something as he rushed into the courtyard. What secret does this courtyard hold? Ji Yuan temporarily held back his urge to act and decided to observe further. Soon, Zhang Heng moved a blue circular platform the size of a manhole cover from one of the rooms in the courtyard. This circular platform looked like it was made of metal, glowing with blue light, exuding a high-tech feel. Ji Yuan saw Zhang Heng's hands trembling as he held a black object and placed it in the center of the circular platform. Why is there no response? Zhang Heng muttered in panic, and after a moment, he slapped himself hard across the face. Right, the moonlight, the moonlight. At that moment, Ji Yuan noticed that the surrounding woods seemed to have been deliberately cleared, revealing a circular opening. A beam of moonlight fell unobstructed onto the center of the courtyard, and Zhang Heng moved the circular platform toward the moonlight. As the moonlight made contact with the circular platform, zzz, an unusual sound of electrical current rang out, and then Ji Yuan saw the circular platform begin to spin. The next moment, accompanied by a mournful wail, with blood at the corner of his mouth and eyelids drooping, Zhang Jiling unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere in the courtyard. That circular platform, is it a teleportation device? Ji Yuan suddenly recalled the Beast King secret realm. Their way of escaping. He remembered that this kind of teleportation device was a technology owned by a force called the Era of Science. Had Tanny long anticipated that Zhang Jiling would appear here? With Zhang Jiling's current state, it was indeed easy for him to control him. Dad, are you okay, Dad? In the courtyard, Zhang Heng looked at his father's appearance and was completely stunned. After swallowing hard, Zhang Heng trembled as he said, "What will happen to us after the plan fails?" Zhang Jiling lowered his head, his voice hoarse and weak. "Your mother. Did your mother leave?" "Oh, left. According to your arrangements, my mother transferred most of the assets. This afternoon, it was all ready." Before Zhang Heng could finish his sentence, a sudden sound of footsteps startled him. When he saw who was coming, he sank to the ground, exclaiming, You, Ji Yuan." This name made Zhang Jiling, heavily injured and on the brink of death, tremble as well. He struggled to lift his head, and when he saw the handsome young man in the moonlight, a bitter taste surged in his heart. "Zhang Di, he is already dead." Ji Yuan's calm voice echoed in the ears of the father and son. He looked at Zhang Jiling, his clothes torn, his breath faint, seriously injured. What did Tan he mean? To make him come here in advance to keep watch? Was it to let him personally send Zhang Jiling on his way? Or, at this moment, Ji Yuan fell into deep thought. Roar! Suddenly, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and summoned a fierce wolf with silver-gray fur. The silver wolf, stunned by the aura of the dark energy, once again bared its fangs at Ji Yuan. Arrogant. But when Ji Yuan coldly snorted, an invisible threat instantly cleared the fierce gaze of the silver wolf. At that moment, the Ji Yuan in the wolf's eyes transformed into a robust wolf king with shiny black fur. Then, under Zhang Heng's bewildered gaze, the silver wolf tucked its tail between its legs, lay down, and whimpered submissively at Ji Yuan. "You fool! Open your eyes and see clearly. He is a human, not that worthless thing." Zhang Heng stomped his foot in frustration, unable to understand why. This waste, whom he had bullied and humiliated for 2 years, how could he grow to such heights in just a month's time? And the reason Ji Yuan could intimidate the silver wolf without summoning a beast was due to one of his talents, Flash Spirit. Flash Spirit allowed Ji Yuan to selectively possess its special attributes, and because of this, he could now both intimidate and command. With a single thought, the silver wolf changed its target and pounced fiercely on Zhang Heng, knocking him to the ground. "Ji Yuan!" As Zhang Heng screamed in panic, Zhang Jiling shouted angrily. Do you think Tan He really wants to cultivate you? You're just a pawn he is using. Once Zhang Di achieves his goal in Hongling City, he will support another rising star from Linyan City. You are just a bait he released to force me to take action. As Zhang Jilin spoke, he even began to laugh bitterly. He blamed himself for being too foolish, sitting in a high position for too long, thinking everything was too simple until the plan failed. And upon seeing Ji Yuan, he finally understood everything. Now that I have fallen into your hands, kill me or cut me. It's up to you. Tan He has already killed all my beasts. Though he appeared middle-aged, his angular face still revealed that he was a handsome old man. Aren't you thinking the same? Ji Yuan smiled. He had been pondering since he saw Zhang Jilin. First, there was Lu Hen's mention of killing Beastmasters above rank 5 will be pursued by the Beastmaster Alliance. Then, there was Secretary Lin emphasizing the word control repeatedly over the phone. But why? Tonight, Tan He was enveloped in a strong smell of blood. Recalling Zhang Jilin's appearance, it seemed that the so-called encirclement was broken by Tan He. He shouldn't seem like the kind of person who would show mercy. Do you want to know why I didn't kill him? Tan He seemed to know what Ji Yuan was thinking. Zhang Jilin is a rank 4 Beastmaster, and furthermore, he is a collateral branch of the Zhang family among the 5 major Beastmaster families. Although he doesn't carry much weight, killing him is ultimately a hassle. And one more thing, you'll understand later. But, Tan He waved his hand. With a flash of silver light, a huge corpse of a creature, shimmering with silver, suddenly appeared in the spacious courtyard, accompanied by the roar of thunder. This is the Silver Blood Thunder Beast, a top-tier Thunder-type beast that Zhang Jilin raised for 10 years. He laughed casually. Did you not say that the second beast requires the blood and flesh of Thunder-type creatures? This is the strongest Thunder-type creature below the legendary bloodline. It should definitely satisfy your beast advancement. I've had my eyes on it for a long time, and only had the chance to specially kill it today, just for you. Chapter 38. Could he truly be a genius? The silver beast corpse resembled a hunting dog, with 2 sharp and curved fangs at the corners of its mouth, looking rather terrifying. However, on top of this fierce beast's head, there was a glaring blood hole, indicating that it had died from a single blow. Raised for 10 years, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. No wonder Zhang Jilin looked like he was desperately seeking death. Then he also summoned Flashing Spark without any politeness. The so-called devouring was not about Ji Yuan just eating wildly. Flashing Spark's sleek black fur stood up, baring its teeth, its beastly eyes gathering lightning. In an instant, a shadow, countless times larger than it, formed from concentrated thunder, appeared. This shadow lunged towards the silver beast corpse, and in a blink, both disappeared together. Then, Flashing Spark growled lowly at Ji Yuan, curling into a ball and falling into a deep sleep. At this point, both of his Emperor-level beasts began their transformation, and once completed, Ming and Flashing Spark would both advance to their youth stage. Ji Yuan felt a flicker of anticipation. He couldn't wait to see how these 2 guys would look in their youth stage. On the way back, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. After following Tan He to the municipal building, once inside the mayor's office, Ji Yuan asked Uncle Tan the City Alliance Summit. Naturally, I didn't go. Tan He sat in the chair, exhaling deeply, looking somewhat exhausted. Zhang Jilin used the last bit of his connections in the Zhang family to find a few people, wanting to ambush me on the way. A calm smile appeared on his face. I haven't fought with my hands free in a long time. Ji Yuan's pupils constricted. Recalling Zhang Jilin's appearance and Tan He's current safety, it was easy to infer the fate of those involved in this ambush without much thought. Tan He's ranking was definitely higher than he imagined. While he was lost in thought, Tan He spoke. So, how was this mineral expedition? Pretty good, but I have some questions I would like to ask you. Ji Yuan took the opportunity to voice his deepest confusion. In what aspects does the rank difference of Beastmaster's soul power manifest? This was indeed the most perplexing matter he faced during this period. Having experienced several battles in the Beast King's secret realm and the mines, he felt increasingly that the bloodline of the beast had a high priority in battle. But if that was the case, why was there still a need for soul power ranking? He always had a feeling that in a one-on-one match, he could even compete with Lu Hen. Zhang Di reached a draw. In short, in the recent battles, aside from the integration of soul power and attributes taught by Lu Hen, there was no reflection of any soul power level. Because your starting point is too high. Tan He retracted his smile and became serious. Special grade soul power qualification gives you control and recovery speed of soul power that far exceeds others. I don't know where your 2 beast companions came from, but their bloodline level is probably not just legendary, right? Ji Yuan didn't answer, which was a silent acknowledgement. With special grade qualification and beast companions with bloodlines reaching myth level, these 2 points could hardly be found in a million people. As he spoke, He stood up and walked to the window. From ninth grade to 7th grade, it is nothing to you. You could say that the special grade qualification has already made you 6th grade the moment you contract your beasts. But you must understand, after reaching 6th grade, each level up will bring unimaginable differences. He turned his head and looked at him deeply, saying, "Do you think that Zhang Di, a 5th grade beastmaster, is not much different from you?" Hit by his words, Ji Yuan nodded. "Indeed, you are greatly mistaken." He said, "A 5th grade beastmaster has already developed their beast space, and can not only control up to 3 beasts to fight simultaneously, but also make their beast attributes and soul power resonate. With just these 2 points, you could not defeat any 5th grade beastmaster." Ji Yuan fell silent. Indeed, he had been a bit naive. "Wait." He raised his head, looking at He with curiosity, which made the latter raise an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" "Uncle Tan, you just said that making beasts attributes and soul power resonate. Is that the characteristic of a 5th grade beastmaster?" Of course, though a 6th grade beastmaster can externalize soul power, the 6th grade beast attributes still cannot resonate with the soul power. Only when a beastmaster reaches 5th grade and awakens the beast space will their beast power undergo a qualitative change. Listening to his words, Ji Yuan was stunned. Scenes of him resonating soul power with flashing soul during a beast tide at the bottom of the mine suddenly flashed through his mind. So that's how it is. No wonder Lu Hen looked like he had seen a ghost at that time. He was somewhat puzzled by his appearance, but suddenly felt something was off. Could it be that you're right now? He's eyes flashed with disbelief. Then, he saw Ji Yuan nodding seriously at him. "This." At that moment, the mayor, who has seen all kinds of storms, gasped. He still underestimated this talented young man. Could it be that he is a once-in-a-thousand-year beast master genius? Before reaching 5th grade, he could do things equivalent to 5th grade. This is simply unheard of. "You need to show me right now." As soon as the mayor spoke, he recalled that Ji Yuan's 2 beasts were currently in the deep slumber of advancement, realizing he had gotten a bit too excited. However, Ji Yuan soon recounted all the details of resonating with flashing soul at the bottom of the mine. Unexpected. After listening, he sighed. "This fact truly surprised me. You might be able to try wielding 2 beasts to fight when you reach 6th grade. He took out a palm-sized, translucent orange crystal from his beast ring. "This is a skill core. Inside it, there's a special skill that requires the Beastmaster and 2 beasts to work together to cast." He looked at him and said, "After your beasts finish their advancement, learn this skill with all your strength. It will become your trump card." Ji Yuan reached out his hand and carefully took it. He had seen skill cores many times in books. These things are divided into 4 levels by color: blue, purple, orange, gold. Orange and gold are extremely rare. He didn't rush to look at it, but first stored it in the beast ring. "Almost forgot. There is one more thing." He continued. "Beasts of the overlord level and above need their master to accompany them during key periods of advancement. Your beasts, 1 fire and 1 lightning, both have very domineering attributes. You must be mentally prepared. Some beast masters have died during their beast advancement. Is there really such a thing?" Ji Yuan looked at him in surprise. "Do you think advancement is easy? For a beast, advancement is a rebirth and transformation. During this time, don't go running around. Stay in Lingyun City and wait for the city competition start." He waved his hand, his exhaustion evident on his face. "Okay." Ji Yuan left, understanding the situation. Chapter 39. The Youth Period of Advancement. Life returned to normal. Ji Yuan obediently didn't run around, waiting every day for the moment when Ming and Shining would need him. Without his beasts, the Beastmaster seemed a bit idle. All day, he shared his meals with Zhao Shan and Su Xin and had no other social interactions. In the month since their conversation in the city hall, he hadn't seen He again. Any matters were communicated over the phone, and every time, He's most frequent question was, "Has your beast finished advancing yet?" As the city competition drew nearer, He's only concern was focused on this point. One day, after staying in the academy dormitory for a month, Ji Yuan decided to visit the Blue Sky Welfare Institute. As the honorary director, he felt he should at least show his face occasionally, even though Chun Qin managed things. When he stepped into the Blue Sky Welfare Institute, several caregivers immediately recognized him, smiling as they greeted him. "Director Ji, Vice Director Chun is resting today. Are you here to visit the institute?" "It's nothing, I'm just here to take a look. We happen to have nothing to do. Let's accompany you." With the enthusiastic company of several caregivers, Ji Yuan took a tour. The environment and the organization were quite good under Chun Qin's management. As they passed through a garden, a crisp laugh made Ji Yuan stop in his tracks. Gently turning his head, he saw a strikingly beautiful woman playing happily with a group of children in the garden. The woman was none other than Lin Yunjia. "Haha, Caregiver Lin is really popular with the kids in our institute. The caregivers, seeing his gaze, quickly explained with smiles. Ji Yuan felt no waves in his heart and stepped forward again. At this moment, Lin Yunjia also spotted him, her smile freezing instantly. She hurriedly calmed the children to play by themselves and then quickened her pace to catch up. Ji Yuan, wait for me, Lin Yunjia shouted anxiously, and when she saw Ji Yuan actually stop, she felt a joy in her heart. Ji Yuan's expression was calm as he looked at her. Lin Yunjia gazed at his handsome face. After a moment, she softly said, I'm sorry. I really realized my mistakes back then. I'm really sorry. As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Ji Yuan, She choked, unable to finish her words, and was directly interrupted. Enough. In front of her, the handsome young man's eyes were filled with indifference. Continue your work. With that, he turned and left. Ji Yuan, Lin Yunjia wanted to say something, but Ji Yuan turned his head, his tone cold. Mind your title, Caregiver Lin. Okay. Director Ji. Lin Yunjia dejectedly lowered her head, standing in place. The caregivers following Ji Yuan exchanged glances, no one daring to speak. After leaving the Welfare Institute, he casually found a restaurant for lunch. During this time, their small group of 3 had new messages. As soon as he opened it, he saw Zhao Shan's grinning selfie. He also wrote, Old Ji Miss Su, what are you doing? He usually sent a picture of his own lunch, and soon, Zhao Shan laughed, saying, Ha ha, as expected, it's fried rice again. Old Ji, does Lingyun City produce a lot of eggs? He calmly replied with 2 words, get lost. At the same time, Su Zian also spoke up. Zhao Shan, what you said is very disrespectful. Ah, really? Sorry, old Ji. I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. I actually love fried rice the most. After that, Zhao Shan added his bright, smiling selfie. Ji Yuan found this both amusing and frustrating. This guy is simply a treasure. SSSHHH. Suddenly, a burning, scorching sensation shot through the back of his right hand. Ji Yuan suddenly sprang to his feet. After waiting for so long, Ming's evolution had finally reached a critical moment. He immediately paid the bill and left, driving back to the academy dorm. Sitting on the bed, taking a deep breath, he sank his consciousness entirely into the beast-taming seal. At this moment, Ming's body was wrapped in a greenish cocoon of light. The terrifying heat made the chaotic space unbearably hot. Beside him, the only thing unaffected was the deep cocoon formed by the flash spirit. Guided by it, Ji Yuan could feel that Ming was not in a good state. Without his help, Ming might not survive this evolution. I know what to do. He stood in front of the green cocoon, and after a moment, he extended his hand. In an instant, an indescribable, terrifying pain overtook all his senses. Tearing, burning, stabbing, biting, and so on, countless words describing pain flashed through his mind. Ji Yuan's consciousness was on the brink of collapse in an instant. It turns out that Ming's evolutionary path had to endure the burning of the hellfire. Only through tempering could it reshape the young body. This burning could be shared by the beast tamer from the beginning. But Ming had stubbornly held on for a month, only asking Ji Yuan for help when it was nearly over. Ming's intent flowed through Ji Yuan's mind, and the consciousness that nearly shattered was reformed. This was about Ming's life, and he absolutely could not fail at such a crucial moment. On the outside, his entire body was wrapped in green flames. Strangely, though the flames emitted a temperature that twisted the air, they did not cause any damage to the surrounding objects. Time passed second by second. Ji Yuan's consciousness wandered on the edge of collapse, his body and soul continuously dissolving and reforming under the burning of the hellfire. Large beads of sweat oozed from his forehead and instantly evaporated. This feeling was like having his bones shattered, his flesh squished into mud, tortured to the point of life and death, all while desperately clinging to the 3 words "hold on" that echoed wildly in his heart. Another period of time passed, and as his sanity was gradually submerged by the pain, he was about to give up. Roar! A weak roar emerged from deep within his soul. Then, the pain slowly dissipated, turning into an incredibly comforting warm flow that spread throughout his body. The consciousness that was on the verge of collapse was completely revived at this moment. Ji Yuan trembled, his eyes slowly opening. Before him, a massive, strong green creature stood. Its body was even more robust than before, with snow-white scales now more 3-dimensional, like pieces of armor covering its entire body. The hellfire had also changed, turning from greenish to pure blue, outlining intricate patterns on scales. Looking at the 2 short emerald horns on its head, they had now grown into complex, forked, ghostly green horns as it entered its youth phase. The most significant change was in its face. Not only did it have several ghostly green whiskers floating, but the mane on its neck had become even more vigorous, moving on its own like an eternal burning flame of dark blue. Finally, its emerald tail, with a flame of hellfire burning at its tip. This evolution was not only a change in appearance. As Ji Yuan had expected, after entering the youth phase, Ming unlocked new talents. As its attribute panel popped up, Ji Yuan looked at the new talents and muttered, "No wonder it's an emperor-level creature, incredible." Chapter 40, Dual Evolution. Creature, Skull Ming Ghost Beast, Youth Phase. Species, Qilin Auspicious Beast. Bloodline, Emperor level, perfect. Attributes, fire. Traits, immune to fire-based damage. Controls unique soul-burning hellfire. Talent, Auspicious Beast, reliably increases Beast Tamer's luck. Flame Lord, doubling the power of fire-based attacks. New talent, No Worries, learns any fire attribute skill instantly. New passive skill, Fire Control, completely masters hellfire. Reduce soul power consumption, increase damage. Skill 1, Flame Storm, unreservedly releasing the ghostly flames within, burning everything around. Skill 2, Deter, unleashing the oppressive power of Imperial Bloodline, intimidating any creature with a lower bloodline level. Path of Advancement 1, Skeletal Ghost Beast, Adult Phase, requires Devouring, Mad Demon Devil Seed. Path of Advancement 2, Ghostly King, Ultimate Form, requires Devouring, Heart of Flame, Void Ghost Seed, Mutated Holy Stone. It can be seen that as Ming enters his youth, many new details have appeared on the panel. At first, Ji Yuan's gaze lingered on the new talent, No Worries. This talent is indeed a divine skill. Some beast tamers take 2 or 3 days to learn new skills, but Ming can master them at a glance. The difference is obvious. Additionally, there's a new passive skill whose effect also dazzles the eyes. But when he saw the subsequent paths of advancement for Ming, he was stunned. So-called Path of Advancement 1 and 2. Can one choose between the two? Or, forget it, this matter will be explored slowly in the future. After all, the materials mentioned in the paths of advancement are even more bizarre. Retrieving the panel, Ji Yuan looked ahead. Once, Ming's height only reached his waist, but now it was already eye level with him. The giant Qilin beast head looked majestic, no longer the awkward form of its juvenile phase. Now, one glance would reveal that this is a Qilin auspicious beast. Now, just waiting for Flash Soul. He smiled at the other light cocoon in the chaotic space, his eyes filled with increasing anticipation. Ming moved his big head, affectionately rubbing against Ji Yuan's cheek. All right. He reached out to pat its body, the scales smooth and hard to the touch. Ji Yuan could sense its reliance on him and its complete trust. At this moment, Ming took 2 steps back and walked to the light cocoon transformed from Flash Soul, exhaling 2 bursts of green-hot air through his nose. That look was as if asking Flash Soul why it was still not ready. Just as Ming's hot air touched the deep light cocoon, bang! A deep blue color suddenly appeared on Ming's body, and his form began to tremble. Raising his head, he let out a painful howl in this chaotic space. At the same time, Ji Yuan's left hand once again shone with a deep blue mark, the same feeling pouring from his heart as before. Is Flash Soul also at a critical moment? Ji Yuan took a deep breath. Fortunately, his condition had fully recovered. Without hesitation, just like when helping Ming, he once again reached out his hand toward the light cocoon transformed from Flash Soul. Bang! In an instant, his consciousness was hit by a thunderclap, leaving him in a daze. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in an endless plain. The pitch-black sky was filled with gathering thunderbolts. The moment he looked up, it struck down directly at him. The vast heavenly might carried a power that could obliterate everything, leaving him with no room to resist, and he was slammed to the ground. Ji Yuan's whole body was filled with a burnt smell. He almost met his end from a single lightning bolt. Awoo! At this moment, a deep and melodious howl rang out. Struggling to lift his head, he saw in the distance thunder crashing down upon a giant black wolf. The giant wolf howled at the sky, standing strong amidst the rolling thunder. What surprised him even more was that Ming's figure appeared in the plain, and it was channeling ghostly flames to counter the wrath of the thunder. The thunder continued to rain down on Ming and Flash Soul, while on his side, there was only that initial bolt. The rest were all attracted by them. Do they sense that I can't bear it? Ji Yuan bitterly smiled as he got up, changed his posture, and lay back on the plain, watching the 2 beasts being struck by thunder. Fortunately, he sighed deeply. Fortunately, Ming could also enter this space, otherwise relying solely on himself. I am afraid I cannot help Flash Bolt. About 5 minutes later. What the hell? Lying on the ground, Ji Yuan suddenly noticed that the vortex had appeared in the sky again, and thunder was gathering. There was no time to react, and the lightning flashed. I'm going all in. In a flash of inspiration, he unleashed his soul power, covering his entire body. Boom! After the thunder struck, it dissipated. A huge pit appeared where Ji Yuan had been. He lay flat on the ground, motionless. With a spasm, he coughed violently, supporting himself on the ground, his eyes dazed as he stood up. The release of his soul power did not work at all. If it struck again, he would die here. Fortunately, this seemed to be the last bolt of lightning. Ji Yuan's black short hair was now emitting thin wisps of smoke. He raised his head, and the dark clouds had already faded, revealing the vast clear sky. Wow, ew. A low growl sounded, and Ji Yuan turned his head, his eyes lighting up. Compared to the earth-shattering change of Ming, Flashbolt had barely changed at all. In its youth, Flashbolt's body remained as strong and muscular as before. The biggest change was in its fur. If you looked closely, every hair had a slight blue shimmer. At first glance, the pure black fur was dotted with striking flashes of blue. It may not be as stunning as Ming, but if you looked at it for long enough, there was a unique beauty. At this moment, the two beasts walked together, and there was no longer any difference in size. When they got close to each other, they both suddenly leapt forward. Ji Yuan was startled, quickly spreading his arms, letting the two of them tackle him down. Flashbolt acted like a hyperactive dog, wildly licking his face. Ming, as always, was a unicorn-like beast, not like that, but instead nudging Ji Yuan's neck and body with its large head. Feeling the unique way both beasts showed their affection, Ji Yuan laughed loudly. After breaking free from the two, Ji Yuan looked at Flashbolt and softly said, "This plane, is this the place where you advanced?" The wolf's head shook excitedly up and down, seemingly confirming his question. Is this really the only change? He scanned Flashbolt's entire body, feeling something wasn't quite right. At this moment, he suddenly heard Flashbolt growl lowly. Whoosh! In an instant, a mighty aura suddenly surged from within its body. At the same time, under Ji Yuan's amazed gaze, Flashbolt's fur gradually turned to a deep blue. Although it was deep blue, it still carried a pure black essence, extremely eye-catching. Beautiful. The deep blue fur tinged with ink black floated on its own, gently waving, making it appear even more imposing. As the scene slowly grew darker, they left the vast plain, returning to the chaotic space. Come on, let's see what new abilities you have. Ji Yuan looked at Flashbolt, opening its attribute panel. Chapter 41. The Appearance of Illusions. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast, Youth Phase. Race, Thunder Wolf Lord. Bloodline, Emperor Level, Perfect. Attributes, Thunder Electric. Traits, 1. Immunity to Thunder-type damage. 2. Ability to control lightning. 3. Command and intimidate Wolf-type beasts. Ineffective if bloodline level is equal. Talent, Soul Link, grants the Beastmaster's characteristics, can only choose one. Thunder Lord, doubles the power of thunder and lightning attacks. New talent, perhaps useful, time to learn new skills is doubled. New passive skill, Awakening, better control over thunder and electric properties. Uses thunder to enhance attack power, uses electric to increase release speed. Skill 1, Dance of Lightning, transforms into lightning to strike, causing chain lightning to hit enemies, paralyze, and destroy them. Skill 2, Thunder Judgment, summons a thundercloud to strike down rolling thunder and destroy any enemies. Note, if used during a thunderstorm, consumption is halved. New skill 3, Frenzied Explosion, gathers lightning elements in the mouth and spits in a designated direction, causing an explosion. Note, when resonating with soul power, the spit and explosion both instantly cause soul vibrations. Advancement Path, Thunder Emperor Beast, Adult Phase, requires Devouring, Thunderheart. Advancement Path, Thunder King, Ultimate Form, requires Devouring, Essence of Thunder Creation. Essence of Thunder, Essence of Withered Thunder, Essence of Frost Thunder. The panel of Shining Spark has much more content compared to Ming's. But this new talent is too abstract, isn't it? The time required to learn new skills is double. Is there a negative effect in this talent? After calming down his emotions, he continued to look down, and his heart leaped with joy upon seeing that Shining Spark had a new skill after its advancement. Normally, the companion skills of a Beastmaster would only be newly added after reaching adulthood. For a beast, the ways to improve, aside from the Soul Force grade of the Beastmaster, is to learn new skills. Although Shining Spark gained a negative effect talent, the new skill it received made up for this. And the path of advancement is also consistent with Ming's, with 2 options appearing. Forget it. I'll study it later. The urgent task now is to establish a foothold at the 6th grade. He has already met the conditions for Soul Force projection, just waiting for Ming and Shining Spark to learn a new skill to confirm their soul force projection. Immediately, Ji Yuan left the Beastmaster seal. Opening his eyes, a strong wave of fatigue and hunger swept over him. How long has it been? He felt strange, but was shocked to find out, after checking his phone, that an entire day had passed. Has it really been that long? Ji Yuan got up and casually found something to fill his stomach before falling into a deep sleep. Until an urgent phone ring woke him up, it was already 16 hours later. His head was groggy, and Ji Yuan's eyes were hazy. Grabbing his phone, he saw it was Tan He. Uncle Tan, where have you been these 2 days? No news at all. The 2 beasts have advanced, as you said. It was indeed a life-or-death situation. Oh, as long as the advancement is complete, today there is something I need you to do. Ji Yuan sat up from bed, yawning, and said, What is it? You tell me. Go to the airport and pick someone up for me. In the afternoon, around 1 o'clock, Ji Yuan stood at the arrival gate, waiting. The person Tan he wanted him to pick up was his own daughter, Mu Shuxin. It was only today that he learned Tan he not only got married, but that his ex-wife was from one of the 5 major Beastmaster families, the Mu family. During this time, Ji Yuan had been busy catching up on information about the Beastmaster families. The 5 major Beastmaster families in the country are Mu, Xiao, Su, Zhang, and Jiang. In fact, there are many well-known Beastmaster families, but these 5 are the oldest and richest in heritage. Among the 5 families, there's a rule. A simple example is that the child of Tan He and his ex-wife must carry the Mu family name. No matter what status or identity you have as a father, this rule cannot be crossed. If the Mu family and the Xiao family are to marry, then the child's surname can be decided through a competition by the winner. Complicated. Ji Yuan waited with boredom. Soon, a petite girl, dressed in a light yellow floral dress, elegantly exuding grace appeared. The girl with wine-red long hair, casually draped over her shoulders, moved through the crowd with dainty steps, radiating a unique aura that instantly attracted countless gazes at the arrival gate. Under the gazes of many, this distinct girl walked toward Ji Yuan, her beautiful face displaying a smile. Old Tan said he arranged for a handsome guy to pick me up. He really didn't lie. The girl's eyes sparkled like stars, boldly sizing up Ji Yuan without holding back. In just one glance, this girl's personality was laid bare. Mu Shuxin naturally linked her arm through Ji Yuan's, a faint scent of osmanthus entering his nose. Old Tan said you are a beast master genius he has never seen before. Is it true? What grade are you at now? Do you have a girlfriend? Where are you from in Lingyun City? Have you been to the Withered Valley? Are there really strange creatures inside? At this moment, Ji Yuan had a hallucination, as if Zhao Shan was right beside him. The same chatterbox, the same familiar warmth, the same dad who is a mayor. So similar, too similar. Enduring the long-lost barrage of questions, after 20 minutes, Ji Yuan finally brought Mu Shuxin to the mayor. When he saw Tan Herua's faint smile, he felt that Tan He was doing it on purpose. After bidding farewell to the father and daughter, Ji Yuan did not return to the dormitory, but drove straight to the outskirts. On the outer edge of the city, there was a small forest, home to some fierce predators. It was just right to use as a training ground. Ji Yuan walked in the woods, smelling the mixed scent of soil and grass, and summoned Ming and Shan Pe. In a relaxed state, the flow of soul power is gentle. Because of this, beast masters below the 5th rank can release multiple beasts in their daily life. Once one reaches the 8th rank, they can contract 2 beasts. By the 6th rank, this increases to 3. And after the 5th rank, there are no restrictions. Ji Yuan leaped onto Ming's solid back and tilted his chin toward Shan Pe. Let's go find some fierce beasts to practice on. He wanted to see how Shan Pe's new skill worked. Oh, whoa. Shan Pe howled to the sky, then whoosh, shot out. Quick, catch up to it. Let me see your speed. Ji Yuan wrapped his arms around Ming's neck. The Qilin beast stirred up its competitive spirit, and with him became a whirlwind of fiery speed. The howling wind rushed past his ears, the scenery blurred alongside him, and this lightning-fast speed made Ji Yuan let out an excited shout. In the next moment, Ming suddenly halted, and with a low roar mixed with fear, Ji Yuan looked up. In front of Shan Pe, not far away, stood a giant, shaggy brown bear. This big bear was nearly 3 meters tall, freshly after a hunt. Thick bear paws and its black mouth were all covered in bloody stains. This wild brown bear, with a mid-level bloodline fluctuation, felt an overwhelming pressure from Ming and Shan Pe. However, the once unstoppable force in these woods struggled to suppress its fear and let out a roar, trying to scare away the intruders. This big guy is not bad. Ji Yuan jumped down from Ming's back and walked over to Shan Pe. He stretched out an arm with his 5 fingers spread, pointing at the bear's head, and said, "Release explosive fury." Release explosive fury. As soon as the words fell, Shan Po's sturdy limbs suddenly tightened. Cracks like spider webs appeared in the ground. A ball of blue and silver light instantly condensed in its mouth. Bang! With a loud explosion, the blue and silver light sphere burst forth, exploding on the bear's head. Boom! The fierce energy swept wildly, stirring up a whirlwind within a small radius. Under Ji Yuan's gaze, the advanced bloodline, 3-meter-tall brown bear, fell backwards, crashing to the ground. Its massive body trembled with a thunderous sound, completely still. One strike, one kill. The destructive power was much stronger than imagined. Immediately, Ji Yuan waved his hand, calling the two beasts closer. He took out the orange skill core given by Tan He, saying, "Release soul power and make contact with it." As he spoke, he also released his soul power, reaching towards the skill core. Clang! In an instant, an ethereal, melodious, and profound sound wave spread through his mind. Ji Yuan felt as if he had entered some mysterious space. At first, the pioneers who created the skills, due to the technology of the time, could only carve all the details of their self-created skills into books for preservation and transmission. Now, after 1,000 years of development, as technology has become more advanced, the content that was once in books began to be implanted into chips, creating skill cores. All one needs is soul power contact to acquire everything about the skill, accompanied by complex, obscure, and difficult knowledge flooding into Ji Yuan's brain like a tide. For a moment, he felt an agonizing pressure in his head, but fortunately, this feeling did not last long, and he quickly received the relevant information. Resonance, shadow, and light assault. Requirements: simultaneously control two beasts. One of the beasts must have electric attributes. Description: an extremely rare resonance-type combat skill. In the ancient age, the peak Beastmaster created their own unique technique. It was a deadly strike unleashed by the Beastmaster, in union with their beasts. The battle skill consists of 3 parts: Beastmaster, Soul Shock, Lightning-based Beast, Electric Shadow Flash, any beast Phantom Assault. Note: after releasing this skill, a brief period of weakness will occur. The power of this skill is affected by the Beastmaster's soul power aptitude and the bloodline level of the beast. The introduction of the skill made Ji Yuan raise his eyebrows slightly. Apart from the familiar words, Beast King, this skill seemed tailor-made for him. The power of the battle skill is influenced by soul power aptitude and bloodline level. And Ji Yuan not only possesses the highest special qualification, but also has a peak-level Imperial Beast. Most skills/battle techniques in the world depend solely on the bloodline level of the beast, and very few consider the Beastmaster's soul power as well. Beast King. As the skill introduction faded, all the key aspects of his part, this soul shock, were like tides gathering in his mind, deeply engraved. Ji Yuan exited the core of the skill, closed his eyes, and tried to read and master it. Beside him, Ming and Shining also closed their eyes. As beasts, apart from being unable to speak human language, their intelligence and thinking were not much different from normal people. This was also the key to their ability to comprehend new skills. After a while, Ji Yuan slowly opened his eyes. So that's how it is. As a glimmer flashed in his eyes, his entire being's soul power seemed to suddenly collapse. The flowing soul power in his body condensed into a point, gathering at his heart. Swish! Suddenly, the soul power that had shrunk to the extreme erupted instantly. At the moment it was about to burst forth from his body, Ji Yuan hastily suppressed it to prevent spilling out. Boom! But it seemed very hard to contain it. The shockwave formed from the gathering soul power exploded from within him, startling Ming and Shining, who almost instinctively prepared to counterattack. Then, the two beasts saw Ji Yuan awkwardly touch his nose. Sorry, I couldn't control it. He felt a bit embarrassed, but his heart was filled with great joy. This Beast King, who is this formidable character, could create such a powerful skill. Because most battle skills are created around the individual strength of the beasts. Skills that the Beastmaster can learn are mostly for self-defense and protection. Regular battles definitely center on the beasts. However, the Resonance Shadow Assault, a highly offensive skill, emphasizes the Beastmaster as the leader. To master the first step of Soul Shock, Ji Yuan must, like he just did, gather all his soul power into his heart in just 0.01 seconds, then explode it violently. At the same time, he must ensure that the soul power does not spill outside. This must be repeated until he succeeds 100% before he can proceed to the next step. Clearly, the first attempt just now had failed. A weak feeling of soul power depletion surged from within him. Haste makes waste, so he could only take it slow. In the following days, Ji Yuan would spend his mornings and evenings training with Ming and Shining in the mountains and forests outside the city. During noon, he would spend time playing with Mu Shushin. According to Mu Shushin, her mother kept her confined in the Mu family, rarely letting her leave. She wanted to have fun before going back. This time she was let out because the incident involving Tan, he being ambushed, caught the attention of the Beastmaster Alliance, and her mother brought her to send a message to Tan He. Due to Mu Shushin's outgoing and chatty nature, the two got along fine after a few days, not feeling awkward at all. For a week, Ji Yuan had been accompanying her to shop and eat. Until this day, after a week of practice, Ji Yuan's proficiency in the first step of Soul Shock was approaching about 90%. With another day's time, he would be able to grasp it basically. After all, this was a skill that only 5th-tier Beastmasters could learn. During this time, Ji Yuan also attempted to command both Ming and Shining in battle at the same time. But perhaps because he had not yet expanded the beast space. 1 minute can only control 2 beasts at a time. After 1 minute, his soul power will be exhausted, and the worst result would be falling into a coma. And the skill mastery progress of Ming and Champa is not optimistic. Ming is relatively better, while Champa is slow to learn due to the negative talent, perhaps useful. In these past few days, Ji Yuan also learned this. The combo skill Resonance Shadow Assault, Ming's Phantom Assault, and Champa's Electro Shadow are both support skills. Both skills create a soul power clone to divert the enemy's attention. Then Ji Yuan can deliver a fatal blow with his soul shock. Perhaps it is because of this that the learning difficulty is extremely high. In 7 days, Ming can only create a single phantom with soul power but cannot achieve a lifelike version. And Champa cannot even create a phantom. Do not be discouraged. We still have about 20 days. Under the night sky, Ji Yuan rode on Champa's back and patted its head. Beside them, Ming looked up, snorting a puff of green air, raising an eyebrow at Champa, as if mocking it. Roar! Champa was a bit angry, letting out a symbolic growl, and immediately, Ming looked innocently at Ji Yuan. Don't play the pity card. If a fight starts, I won't help you. Seeing Ming's expression, Ji Yuan laughed and scolded. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Mu Shushin. Looking at the caller ID, he was taken aback, and as soon as he answered, a lively female voice rang out. Ji Yuan, do you have time tomorrow? Of course, what do you want? Tomorrow, take me to the Withering Valley. Chapter 43. Back to the Withering Valley. Why do you have such a special obsession with the Withering Valley? The next day, waking up early, Ji Yuan was directly pulled by Mu Shushin to the car heading to Windtrace Town. Still half asleep, he sat in the passenger seat, staring at Mu Shushin's perfect profile with some confusion. Since she landed in Linyan City, she had been mumbling about the Withering Valley. Because of my mom, Mu Shushin answered earnestly while driving the car. Your mom? What kind of reason is that? Ji Yuan was somewhat surprised. You mean your mom wants you to go to the Withering Valley for her? What nonsense are you talking? Mu Shushin shot him a glare and said, Old Tan and my mom met in the Withering Valley. At that time, Old Tan was just a newly contracted Beastmaster of rank 9. She had a smile on her face, her eyes filled with joy yet mixed with a hint of regret. So, it's the place where your parents fell in love. Ji Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder she insisted so strongly. But Uncle Tan repeatedly told me not to take you out of the city. Is it really okay? Oh, we're just going to find the place where they took their picture. It won't take long, Mu Shushin said, and besides, Old Tan left Linyan City early this morning, and he won't be back anytime soon. What are you afraid of? Ji Yuan pouted. All right, I'll listen to you. This trip is also to see if they can come across new Imperial relics. Now that he officially stepped into rank 6, he can contract a 3rd beast. Based on the current progress, the Star Peak Griffin is the optimal choice. However, its relic's integrity is stuck at 55%, a bit low, and when converted, it is roughly at the Overlord level. His mental expectation is at 70%. Even if it's not Imperial level, it perfectly fits between legendary and mythical. Most Imperial creature relics are buried deep underground and hard to excavate, requiring a slow approach. When the two arrived at Windtrace Town, they headed straight to the Hua family under Ji Yuan's guidance. Seeing Hua Yun again, he looked scruffy and seemed to have aged considerably. What happened to you? Ji Yuan was surprised. The change in just 2 months was too great. However, he quickly thought that all of Hua Yun's beasts had perished in the Beast King's secret realm, and perhaps this event had hit him hard. After all, these beasts were partners cultivated with immense effort and countless energy. Hua Yun waved his hand, seemingly not wanting to mention the past. Let's not talk about that. You are here this time, too. It's nothing, I just want to leave the car here. We need to go to the Withering Valley. Ji Yuan did not intentionally introduce Mu Shushin's identity, because Tan He had advised him. Withering Valley? Hua Yun glanced at Mu Shushin and said to him, the terrain in the valley is complicated and it's easy to get lost. Do you need me to guide you? This sentence made Ji Yuan pause. Your current condition. I'm fine. Hui Yun smiled, waved his hand, and a sturdy, strong rhinoceros appeared in the yard. This kind of unicorn rhino is very common in the mountains. I just tamed it a while ago. Ji Yuan jumped onto the back of the rhinoceros, which had several custom seats on its wide, flat back. This big rhinoceros looked exactly the same as when they first met. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, Hui guide. Ji Yuan smiled, noting that having someone familiar leading in the valley was certainly better than being lost. No problem. After resting for 2 months, I should get back to my old job. Hui Yun asked the two to wait a moment as he returned to his room to prepare. After more than 10 minutes, Hui Yun came back clean-shaven and organized, controlling the rhinoceros as they set off toward the valley. Along the way, Mu Shuxin chattered endlessly, seeming very excited, especially about the seats on the rhinoceros, which were so novel to her. Up ahead, Hui Yun glanced at her and quietly said to Ji Yuan, "Your girlfriend? She talks as much as that Zhao Shan." "No, just a regular friend." Ji Yuan shook his head with a smile, noting that she really did resemble Zhao Shan in her talkativeness. The two chatted back and forth, while Mu Shuxin took selfies from various angles on the rhinoceros's back. After a while, feeling unsatisfied, she pulled Ji Yuan into the frame forcibly. Unable to escape her insistence, Ji Yuan had no choice but to take a few pictures with her. 10 minutes later, Mu Shuxin finally quieted down. She held her phone, sorting through the photos, and laughed out loud when she saw their picture together. "Huh, usually you're quite handsome, but in this photo, you look silly." Hearing this, Ji Yuan shot her a faint glance. "Hey, you're not mad, are you?" Seeing his expression, Mu Shuxin quickly leaned in closer and smiled. "Don't be mad. Actually, I'm complimenting you." "Thank you, but this is the first time I've heard being called silly as a compliment." "Oh, come on, don't be so petty. When we go back tonight, I'll treat you to a big dinner." "Really? When have I, Mu Shuxin, ever lied?" "Then okay. I want the Emperor's meal." "Ji Yuan, the Emperor's meal costs 30,000. Are you trying to rip me off?" And so, the two bickered at each other while Hui Yun controlled the rhinoceros, gradually entering deeper into the mountains. During this time, whenever the two argued, the chatty Mu Shuxin always lost to Ji Yuan. This time was no exception. She quickly fell silent, pouting her lips in frustration. Ji Yuan found her appearance amusing and wanted to say something more, but he noticed that white mist began to gather around them. "Stay alert. We are entering the Withering Valley." Hui Yun's voice rang out. The temperature dropped suddenly. They initially walked on a wide dirt road, but as they entered the Withering Valley, the surrounding trees instantly multiplied. The trees were covered in green plants. The air mixed with dampness and fragrance, and the white mist was vast, completely different from the path they took to enter the mountains. Moreover, strange sounds occasionally echoed in the fog. For a moment, Ji Yuan felt as though he had returned to the Beast King's secret realm, and unpleasant memories surged in. Mu Shuxin took out her phone, handing it to Hui Yun, and said, "Hui guide, can you find this place?" On the phone screen was a photo. In the picture, the two main characters, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, each had a faint smile on their faces. The background of the photo featured an exceptionally thick tree trunk. The trunk was dark, and from the photo, it seemed that even 5 people holding hands might not be able to completely encircle it. A 1,000-year-old tree? You want to go there? Hui Yun was truly a knowledgeable guide. He immediately recognized the place. This ancient tree, 1,000 years old, seems to have a special magnetic field. The creatures in the Wasteland Valley do not dare to come near, making it a good place. As they moved deeper, the mist grew thicker. Hui Yun steered the rhinoceros through the forest, but along the way, they saw no other figures. Logically, the Wasteland Valley should be crowded. Ji Yuan voiced his confusion, but Hui Yun simply sped up the rhinoceros and tossed out a casual excuse. This scene puzzled Ji Yuan, but since he trusted him a lot, he didn't think too much about it. When the mist gradually thinned, the rhinoceros slowed to a stop. In front of them lay an extremely vast clearing. Aside from a towering tree, there were no other trees for hundreds of meters around. "It's right here," Hui Yun said. Mu Shuxin jumped down eagerly and ran toward the so-called ancient tree. Ji Yuan furrowed his brows and followed her down. For some reason, he felt that something was off. At that moment, "I've brought the people. The rest has nothing to do with me." Hui Yun shouted loudly for no apparent reason. Then he rode the rhinoceros directly into the mist. At the same time, enormous black shadows began to surge around them. "Be careful." From above, the sound of wind tearing through the air suddenly rang out. Ji Yuan's expression changed drastically as he rushed to pull Mu Shuxin, who was about to approach the ancient tree, back away just in time. Bang! A loud crash echoed as a tall figure appeared right where Mu Shuxin had just stood. "Who's there?" Mushushin was drenched in cold sweat from the sudden noise. She saw that the figure stood up, towering over 4 meters tall, with a sinister face. It was a man. How could anyone be 4 meters tall? Ji Yuan's heart raced as he looked at the man's body, covered in black fur, with 4 bulging chest muscles. This looked like a human, and also like a monkey, human-faced wild ape. In an instant, Mushushin recognized this creature. Around them, the mist churned, and black figures rushed toward the two of them. Ji Yuan clenched his fists, the blue flames surged, and the young Qilin beast suddenly appeared. Boom! The might of the imperial-level bloodline erupted violently, scattering the mist around them, revealing the creatures that had been stunned in place. Flame storm! Ji Yuan roared as the ghostly flames surged from within him, spreading wildly like a storm. The terrifying heat warped the air, but the human-faced wild ape did not dodge. It let the flames burn its body as it approached the two with heavy steps. It's useless. The human-faced wild ape is immune to fire. Mushushin's voice rang out. She had just paused for a moment because of the Qilin's appearance. Another fire immunity? Is this some kind of rare trait? Ji Yuan complained to his heart. Before he could switch and summon his spirit, he heard a delicate shout. Watermelon, use, hurricane strangle, swish. A fierce hurricane erupted from the ground, and Ji Yuan could clearly see a snake-like light rushing toward the human-faced wild ape's neck. A pale blue light suddenly appeared. As Mushushin shouted, strangle! Blood sprayed as the human-faced wild ape's massive head rolled onto the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Mushushin extended her slender fingers, drawing circles in the air. In Ji Yuan's view, the snake-like light followed her movements, furiously slicing the human-faced wild ape's body. The human-faced wild ape has extremely. This is what Mom taught me, and I remember it well. How about that? Impressive, right? Mushushin felt a bit proud when she saw his surprised expression. Don't get too happy too soon. Ji Yuan shook his head, a serious and extremely confused look in his eyes. That bastard Hui Yin, what is he doing? From his earlier words, it was clear that someone had been waiting here all along. The beast pack surrounding them was intimidated by Ming. The green and white Qilin was raising its head, flames swirling fiercely within. At this moment, 3 figures appeared right in front of them. These 3 were dressed in blood-red robes, their faces painted with white patterns, like natives living in the Valley of Withering. How could this be? Mushushin murmured beside him. Ji Yuan could hear a hint of panic in her voice. Do you know them? He quickly turned his head. I've seen this kind of outfit in ancient texts, but this makes no sense. Mushushin's eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at Ji Yuan, questioning. Their outfits come from a civilization that has been wiped out. Wiped out civilization? What ancient era is this term from? Who are they coming for? This is bad. Mushushin whispered. I used a special communicator to contact Old Tan, but it seems the signal is blocked by some force and can't be sent out. Up ahead, the beasts that had been stunned began to regain their senses and charged again. Ming stepped forward, the ghostly flames transforming into several fireballs, striking the group of beasts. The horrifying high temperature burned them, and with their souls being scorched, the beasts only let out a few wails before turning to ashes. As Ming stepped into adolescence, the power of the ghostly flames had greatly increased. This astonishing effect made Mushushin's eyes shine. She knew Ji Yuan was also a 6th-grade beastmaster, and that this beast's bloodline was mythical. But to have such power in the hands of a 6th-grade beastmaster is indeed somewhat beyond expectations. After the beasts died, the ground shook violently, and then enormous figures appeared. Soul, Spirit, Demon, Scorpion. Ji Yuan frowned, looking towards the 3 uniquely formed figures in the distance. They have the ability to control wild creatures. Mushushin's expression turned serious. You must remember, when we fight, absolutely do not engage them in close quarters, and make sure to retract your beast when they take control. As the Soul, Spirit, Demon, Scorpions charged forward, Mushushin summoned the wind-attribute snake-like beast once more. This time, Ji Yuan saw clearly. It was a snake with 2 pairs of slender wings. Watermelon, use, wind-piercing spear. The uniquely shaped snake flew into the air, and then a massive illusion appeared. This illusion spread its gigantic wings, and countless pale blue sharp feathers shot down from above. However, these seemingly sharp feathers broke upon impact with the demon scorpion's shell, unable to penetrate its defenses. This scene reminded Ji Yuan of when he had seen Lu Hen's muscle kangaroo in the mines, which also couldn't cause much harm to the soul spirit demon scorpion. What a thick scorpion shell! Seeing her attack fail, Mushushin summoned back the little snake, and the air instantly heated up. Roar! In the void, a massive shadow engulfed in raging flames leaped out. Ji Yuan was surprised to discover that it was actually a giant stone statue. Apple smashed them to bits. As Mu Shuxin's voice fell, the rolling, burning giant statue leaped high, its terrifying weight crashing down into the demon scorpion swarm, creating a shocking sound. Perhaps indeed a stronger power was needed, as the giant statue swung its fists, directly crushing the soul spirit demon scorpions flat. At this moment, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but marvel. This was the kind of fighting power that a prestigious family should have. In fact, during this time, he had learned from Zhao Shan that Su Zian's status in the Su family was very low, even to the point of being considered an outsider. Though she was a member of the Su family, she had never enjoyed any family resources or training. If it weren't for her grandfather being the current head of the Su family, Su Zian probably wouldn't even be able to stay in the family. Of course, Zhao Shan learned these secrets from his father, Zhao Tianhou. At this moment, looking at Mu Shuxin, who was also one of the 5 major families and was so powerful, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Being born in such an environment wasn't necessarily a blessing. Use whatever means you have left. Soon, Mu Shuxin's giant image had defeated all the devil scorpions. She was in high spirits, posing with her tiny waist and provocatively shouting at her opponent. At this moment, Ji Yuan suddenly noticed the faint red gas starting to emerge around the 3 figures. In the next moment, soul disruption. In an instant, both Ji Yuan and Mu Shuxin were frozen in place. Their eyes were dazed, and their expressions were wooden, as if their souls had been stripped from their bodies. Their beast companions directly vanished, forced back to their beast seals. Chapter 45, Soul Power Disruption. Soul Disruption. When these 2 words echoed, Ji Yuan felt his vision go dark, and strange whispers lingered in his ears. He wanted to struggle, but it felt like being pinned down by a ghost, unable to move. What kind of trick is this? The whispers persisted, causing his heart to grow increasingly anxious. This was a situation he had never encountered before. He tried to call out to Ming and Shampa in his heart, but it felt as if the connection with his 2 beasts had been severed. His brain raced, and finally, he decided to fight back desperately. Subduing his restless spirit, the chaotic soul power inside him suddenly calmed at this moment, beginning to rapidly shrink towards his heart like light speed. Boom! This time, he didn't hold back. The surging soul power broke free from his body, creating a terrifying shockwave. In an instant, his consciousness regained clarity. The whispers around him vanished, and his vision cleared. He was horrified to find that the 3 strangely shaped figures were now just inches away. Beside him, Mu Shuxin, who had also lost consciousness, came to her senses due to his soul's surge. She gasped for breath, eyes filled with fear, and looked at Ji Yuan in confusion, only to see him pale as a ghost. I've triggered the soul power explosion. I will enter a period of weakness. Can you hold on? Ji Yuan felt a darkness closing in. An overwhelming sense of weakness was about to consume his consciousness. This is for you. Mu Shuxin immediately took out a small bottle of light blue liquid from her beast ring. This is the soul power replenishment liquid. These guys have special tricks. I won't be able to take them on alone. Saying this, she summoned the burning giant image again and charged towards the 3 figures. Ji Yuan was taken aback. What? There's such a thing. He quickly grabbed it, twisted the cap off, and swallowed it all at once. Instantly, a warm flow gathered in his abdomen, and the depleted soul power surprisingly received a massive boost in an instant. Awesome! With his strength restored, Ji Yuan summoned Ming again, and the infernal flame surged out alongside the burning giant image towards the strange 3 figures. But what happened next was jaw-dropping. As the burning giant's fists, capable of crushing the soul power scorpions, came down, the 3 figures actually raised their hands and swung their fists out as well. A dull explosion erupted, and the burning giant was actually knocked back by them. The infernal flame also arrived at this moment, but it couldn't harm these 3 at all. What is going on here? Ji Yuan looked towards Mu Shuxin. She was the only one who understood. Their appearances are covered with a layer of invisible soul keratin. Ordinary beast attacks can't break through. She said with a serious expression, looking at Ji Yuan, what to do? We must use soul power resonance to break this layer of keratin, but we are both only 6th rank. We need soul power resonance. Why didn't you say it sooner? Ji Yuan roared in his heart, then issued the command. Ming, release Flame Storm. Did you not understand? Ordinary attacks won't work, only 5th rank. Mu Shuxin thought he was disbelieving, but in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. The overwhelming blue flames surged forward, engulfing the 3 of them, and at first, they paid no attention. Ji Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile as his soul force surged into the Yinming flames. Boom! The The flames expanded wildly, and the resonance from his special soul power qualification greatly enhanced the soul-burning characteristic of the Yiming flames. In an instant, the three oddly shaped figures' faces changed for the first time. Visible cracks appeared on their skin, visible to the naked eye. The Yiming flames spread through the cracks, and in an instant, cries of agony and pain rang out. You can actually resonate. Mu Shuxin, surprised yet happy, looked at Ji Yuan with an expression of disbelief. Whoosh! Before she could rejoice, a sudden sound of wind came from behind them. A white object collided with Mu Shuxin, the immense impact causing her to lose control and fall toward Ji Yuan, both of them crashing to the ground. This sudden scene broke Ming's concentration, and the Yiming flames were about to extinguish. Continue, don't. Ji Yuan, lying on the ground, shouted urgently, but Ming's body was also sent flying, and the Yiming flames went out. Ugh! Mu Shuxin collapsed on top of Ji Yuan, her delicate face twisted in pain, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead, seemingly badly hurt. At that moment, a cold gleam flickered in the sky. Ji Yuan's pupils constricted, and he decisively pressed his hands against Mu Shuxin's chest and pushed her away. The sensitive area was attacked, and she screamed in pain, but there was no time to say anything as she helplessly watched a white figure fall from the sky. Whoosh! Ugh! The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh and Ji Yuan's painful scream rang out at the same time. Mu Shuxin's eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted. Ji Yuan. She saw that the thing attacking them was a white mouse with sharp horns on its head. Ji Yuan was no stranger to this creature. It was almost identical to the Yin-horn mouse deep in the mining veins of Hongling City. At this moment, the sharp horn of the white Yin-horn mouse pierced his left abdomen, the excruciating pain of flesh tearing making his brows knot tightly. Oh, Ming, feeling Ji Yuan's injury, let out a roar, and the Yiming flames surged again. The terrifying high temperature made the Yin-horn mouse retract its sharp horn and retreat in haste. Ji Yuan. Mu Shuxin rushed forward, her eyes bloodshot as she helped him up. Just moments ago, she had been extremely annoyed, but now she understood that Ji Yuan's actions were to save her. The wound not only sent waves of sharp pain, but also a tingling sensation. Poison. Ji Yuan pulled 2 remaining detoxification and hemostatic pills from his storage ring and popped them in his mouth, then staggered to his feet with Mu Shuxin's help. In the distance, the 3 people who had just been scorched by the Yiming flames were gasping for breath. Clearly the ambush wasn't from them. So, there was only one possibility. Huiyun. Ji Yuan's gaze flickered with murderous intent as he looked at the man walking out from behind the ancient tree. Your beast. That's right. Actually, my beast never perished in the Beast King's secret realm. Huiyun helplessly shrugged his hands. Ji Yuan, you're really a unlucky guy. Generally speaking, beast tamers below the 6th rank aren't within our hunting scope. But every time you just happen to be with members of the 5 major families, Sai. Huiyun shook his head. Last time, I thought you 3 were bound to die, but who knew you didn't die? It forced me to bring you back with me. It's a pity this time you won't have that kind of luck. He looked at Mu Shuxin. You've been trying to contact Tanhe, right? Hey, the magnetic field in the Withering Valley is unique. Any technology entering here is useless. Don't waste your energy. You young masters and misses of the 5 major families. One day you'll be trained to become high-tier beast tamers. Posing too much a threat to us, we have no choice but to eliminate you. At this moment, Ji Yuan suddenly turned to look at Ming, whose steps were disordered, crashing to the ground. Hey, has the poison taken effect? Huiyun let out a strange laugh. This poison isn't lethal, but can make any creature temporarily lose its ability to act. At the same time, Mu Shuxin's face gradually turned pale, her strength seemed to be drained, and she collapsed onto the ground. I've been lurking in this damn place for more than 10 years. Today, I can finally personally slay a young beastmaster for one of the 5 major families. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Huiyun let out a sickly laugh, his eyes flashing with viciousness as he looked at Mu Shuxin. Your head will let me exchange for the thing I've longed for. Chapter 46, Blood Battle. As Huiyun was about to command his beast to attack, Mu Shuxin used her last bit of strength. The burning giant statue leaped from the distance. Huiyun sneered, summoning the rhinoceros that he used as a mount. When the rhinoceros appeared, it directly charged its horn into the giant statue's double fists. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed, but the rhinoceros remained unmoved. With a single push, it sent the burning giant statue flying. I also have an antidote, but its effect will be slow. Can you hold on? Mu Shuxin's lips turned white, cold sweat constantly dripping from her forehead. She looked at Ji Yuan, her heart filled with despair. Let me answer for you." But Yin leisurely walked around, as if everything was under his control. He looked at Ji Yuan and sneered. "He only has one beast that can change attributes. If you're hoping on him, you're deeply mistaken, Miss Mu." Back in the Beast King's secret realm, Ji Yuan had deliberately handled Zhao Shan's words, and Hui Yun had taken him seriously. On one hand, the Beast King's secret realm couldn't have any lightning-type creatures, as they would conflict with the Forbidden Crab. So at that time, he directly ruled out the possibility that Ji Yuan had contracted a new beast in the secret realm. On the other hand, he had received accurate information from Tan He, confirming that Ji Yuan only had one beast. Hui Yun believed that he had been lurking for more than 10 years without showing any flaws. Otherwise, why would Tan He have entrusted Ji Yuan to him during the journey to the Fallen Valley? Tan He would never lie to him. "Stop struggling, Miss Mu. I will be very gentle." He laughed loudly, stepping closer and closer. Ji Yuan lowered his eyelids, not expecting that the precautions taken back in the secret realm would now be the key to this moment. "Let him go. I will let you move only when I say so." Mu Shuxin struggled to rise, but suddenly heard Ji Yuan whisper. Her eyes flashed, and in such a life-and-death moment, she didn't want to trust anyone. But recalling how he had pushed her away earlier, and considering her current state, she had no choice but to trust him. At that moment, Ji Yuan sighed, seemingly resigning to fate, and recalled Ming back into the beast's seal. Hui Yun could not hide his smile. The rhinoceros disappeared, and the white ghost-horned rat appeared on his left shoulder. As long as it enters an 8-step range, the ghost-horned rat can deliver a fatal blow. He thought to himself, the man-faced frenzied ape from earlier was one of his 3 beasts. At that time, he never expected the man-faced frenzied ape to be killed in an instant. The rhinoceros attack method was too obvious, and the ghost-horned rat's fatal strike required a very close range. That's why he deliberately revealed himself. Though it seemed like he said some pointless words, it was all to get closer and create the conditions for the ghost-horned rat to strike. Hui Yun's eyes swept over the injured Ji Yuan and the poisoned Mu Shuxin. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of palpitations toward Ji Yuan. This feeling didn't appear for no reason, and in his heart, he immediately decided on who to prioritize killing. Ji Yuan. But just as he was a step away from launching his attack, behind him, the burning giant statue suddenly raised its fists, smashing down toward him. Hui Yun snorted coldly, and the rhinoceros appeared again, blocking the giant statue's attack. SC! Suddenly, thunder rumbled. "What?" Hui Yun quickly turned around, only to see a shadow flying at him. Dance of lightning. With Ji Yuan's roar, Hui Yun was struck head-on, like being hit by a car, his body flying back as the electrical energy within him caused him to scream uncontrollably. At the same time, the lightning from the dance of lightning shot toward the rhinoceros, sending the giant creature tumbling onto its back. The wild swing. Ji Yuan did not hesitate, instantly turning around. Behind him, 3 oddly shaped individuals were already rushing forward, getting closer and closer. Ji Yuan extended his palm, roaring, "Flash Soul, release frenzied explosion." Roar. Flash Soul bared its teeth and roared, electricity gathering in its mouth. And in an instant, bang, 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 3 lightning orbs shot out, hitting their targets with deadly precision. Ah! Without the protection of the soul power shield, their flesh and blood could not withstand such an attack, instantly disintegrating in the terrifying explosion. As the blast's aftershock dissipated, 2 of the 3 were completely reduced to ashes, while the last one seemed to have just managed to form his soul power shield at the moment of impact. A look of survival flickered across his face. But before he could catch his breath, Flash Soul gathered electricity in its mouth again. This time, Ji Yuan divided a small amount of his soul power. Boom! The thunderous sound that shook the soul echoed through the forest, causing all nearby creatures to experience a brief daze. After dealing with the last strange person, Ji Yuan turned around. Hui Yun lay on the ground, staring at the black giant wolf with his eyes wide, his heart roaring. How is this possible? How could he really have a lightning-based beast? Mu Shuxin, slumped on the ground, looked at the sudden reversal, her gaze fixed on Ji Yuan's thin back, her eyes flickering. She never expected this guy to hide so deeply. After so many days of getting along, even she didn't know he had a lightning beast. At this moment, the roles had reversed. Ji Yuan slowly approached, watching the rhinoceros struggle and roll, his mind stirring. Bang, bang, bang. Several lightning orbs shot out, directly smashing it into pieces. Then, Flash Soul appeared in front of Hui Yun, opening its massive blood-red mouth, gathering lightning orbs aimed directly at his head. If he made any move, Flash Soul would not hesitate to strike him down with a single blow. So, the Beast King's secret realm from 2 months ago was that intentional. Ji Yuan stood tall, looking down at him. Hui Yin suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Pop! In an instant, the thick trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree exploded. A crimson spear shot out, heading straight for Ji Yuan's heart. This sudden spear was so fast, there was no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Ji Yuan instinctively twisted his body. Whoosh! The crimson spear pierced through his left shoulder, leaving a bloody hole, then straight into the ground, dissipating into light spots. Ji Yuan groaned from his throat. If not for the excruciating pain he experienced during the Ming advancement, he would have already fainted from the pain. He pressed his palm over the wound, blood dripping uncontrollably down his arm, and his face turned pale instantly. Ji Yuan. The situation reversed once again, and Mu Shuxin, regaining some strength, rushed forward. When she saw the penetrating wound on his shoulder, her face changed dramatically. I'm fine, prepare for battle. Ji Yuan shook his head, looking toward the 1,000-year-old tree. When a man stepped out, Ji Yuan's pupils contracted. Secretary Lin. The seemingly insignificant person next to Tan, he was the mastermind behind all of this today. Lin Huan, you even managed to miss the ambush. Hui Yin climbed up from the ground, cursing loudly. Secretary Lin ignored him, slightly bowing toward Ji Yuan, just as he did every time they met, saying sorry. Then, he raised his hand, grasping at the void. Swish! A crimson spear materialized out of nowhere. Without hesitation, he hurled it toward them again. To be precise, he was aiming at Mu Shuxin. Secretary Lin's movements were too fast. From the appearance of the spear to the throw, it was only a blink of an eye. Chapter 47. The Qilin on the left, the Wolf Master on the right. Mu Shuxin's toxins had not been fully cleared, and she could only watch helplessly as the spear shot toward her. At the critical moment, Ji Yuan pushed her aside with his body. Then, just as the crimson spear was about to pierce his head, he shouted, Flash Soul! Boom! The lightning orb shot out, colliding with the spear and creating an explosion that rang out with a deafening roar. Ji Yuan was thrown away by the shockwave of the explosion, rolling on the ground, and in an instant he was close to the flashing lightning, using the wolf's head to brace against his body. Mu Shuxin also rushed over at this moment, swinging her hand as a vibrant breath surged forth. She summoned the third beast, which looked like a colorful butterfly. The moment the butterfly appeared, it immediately scattered green light spots, flowing into Ji Yuan's left shoulder wound. In an instant, Ji Yuan felt the intense pain in his left shoulder ease, and the wound began to visibly heal. Mu Shuxin helped him to his feet, her eyes misty with water, lost in thought. Secretary Lin, seeing another attack fail, let out a soft sigh and raised his head, lamenting, Actually, I quite enjoy this experience. After saying that, he raised his hand and tore at his clothes. Rip! The formal attire was torn apart, revealing a set of blood-red garments. Immediately, strange white patterns began to appear on his skin, like some sort of mark or rune, utterly bizarre. They were almost identical to the 3 that had been killed before. What could this possibly mean? Be careful, Ji Yuan, somehow, at the 6th level, can resonate. Your soul power angle layer is useless against him. Behind them, Hui Yun gazed at Secretary Lin transforming, his eyes filled with admiration. Then let's end this quickly. Secretary Lin muttered to himself. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Secretary Lin's figure shot out like a cannonball. A muffled sound came, and Mu Shuxin summoned a burning giant statue to block in front of the two. But they could only see Secretary Lin throw a punch. Boom! With one punch, the burning giant statue turned into countless flying rocks, its entire body exploding apart. Apple. This scene left Mu Shuxin in shock. She never imagined her apple would be crushed with a single punch. Ji Yuan's pupils shook. Secretary Lin hadn't used any beasts. What on earth was going on? Could it be that there exists a school of thought where one becomes a saint with just the physical body? Is this a joke? Without time to think further, he quickly grabbed Mu Shuxin and whispered rapidly, Do you have any soul power replenishing liquid left? You. Mu Shuxin was stunned, then quickly replied, This kind of thing can't be taken continuously in a short time. It will have side effects. What side effects? The shortest is a few seconds, the longest up to 10 minutes before falling into a coma. Give it to me. Ji Yuan was unhesitating. Seeing the madness in his eyes, Mu Shuxin knew this was not the time to hesitate. She gritted her silver teeth and immediately took it out from her beast ring and handed it to him. Then Ji Yuan said, I'll try my best to stall them. At most 3 minutes, you need to think of a way to contact Tan He during this time. After 3 minutes, I'll be out of soul power. If you still can't contact Tan, just take me and run. As long as we leave the depths of the Withering Valley and reach the outskirts, they shouldn't attack again. Now, thinking back, why did Hui Yun choose to act in the depths? It must be because of Secretary Lin's special power, which could not be exposed. After saying that, without waiting for Mu Shushin to respond, he called out to the flashing lightning to meet the charging Secretary Lin. Explosive fury. Ji Yuan spread his fingers, soul power attaching to the electric light ball in the mouth of the flash. Bang! The light ball moved at high speed, hitting Secretary Lin and causing him to stagger. A dark gray soul power hardening emerged on the surface of his skin. Secretary Lin seemed to be a level stronger than those previous three. The explosive resonance hadn't inflicted much damage on his hardening. A 6th-level Beast Master can actually achieve a 5th-level soul power resonance. Secretary Lin coldly stared at Ji Yuan. Your threat is greater than the fresh blood of the 5 major families. Today, the Mu family girl can leave. Let out a mournful cry. At the same time, Secretary Lin's figure flickered into view, throwing a punch at Ji Yuan's face. Dance of lightning. The giant body of flashing burst collided with Secretary Lin, purposely avoiding his fist, causing Secretary Lin to stagger back. You, how is this possible? You can actually control 2 beast companions to fight at the same time? Hui Yun exclaimed in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Secretary Lin squinted his eyes, his own shock flashing across his face. Behind, Mu Shushin also froze. At this moment, she finally understood where Ji Yuan's confidence came from. Her eyes sparkled, and the thin back of this young man looked incredibly reliable at this moment. You don't know much more than this. Ji Yuan laughed heartily. On his left, the green and white Qilin stood tall. On his right, the dark Thunder Wolf Lord lurked menacingly. Having only become a Beast Master for a little over 2 months, yet already possessing such battle power, the growth rate of this young man was terrifying. Flamestorm, Dance of Lightning, Explode. Within him, soul power was rapidly depleting, but there was still a bottle of replenishing liquid, allowing him to fully unleash his strength as he controlled 2 beasts, madly pouring out skills. During this time, he did not forget to channel his soul power to resonate with the ghostly flame, burning while also triggering flashing bursts explode. Under this bombardment, Secretary Lin seemed to have no other option but to protect himself with his arms held up in front of him. His soul power was indeed very strong. It was only when Ji Yuan's soul power was completely exhausted that a crack finally appeared. Secretary Lin seized this fleeting gap. His body surged out, finally ready to counterattack. The beast-controlling ring shone brightly as Ji Yuan opened the cap of the soul power replenishing liquid and poured the light blue liquid into his mouth. Judgment of Thunder. Just as Secretary Lin was about to approach, flashing burst let out a long howl to the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rolled. Hui Yun's face changed dramatically. Panic engulfed him as he retreated. His beast was truly doomed this time, and he was now crippled. Boom! The thunder crashed down, striking Secretary Lin. That immense force sent him flying several meters. Damn it! Secretary Lin staggered to his feet, veins throbbing on his forehead. For so many years, he had feared that Tan He would discover his secret, so he had never dared to take his power further. As a result, he now struggled to defeat a mere 6th-level Beast Master. Of course, a bigger reason was the extreme unreasonableness of Ji Yuan. If it weren't for the fact that Ji Yuan's beast summoning still revealed the beast imprint, he would not have believed that a 6th-level Beast Master was fighting as if he were 5th level. Today, it seemed impossible to succeed. Old Tan! Old Tan! Suddenly, behind, Mu Shushin shouted in delight. She had contacted Tan He. Chapter 48 Escape. This, in an instant, the Scarlet Spear appeared once more. He was going to interrupt Mu Shushin, but there was no time to throw it. The thunder from the sky crashed down. Secretary Lin gritted his teeth, having no choice but to give up his attack on Mu Shushin and thrown the spear toward the incoming thunder. Bang! The two collided, and thunder exploded. At this moment, Ji Yuan realized that while he condensed the Scarlet Spear, the white patterns on his body faded significantly. Condensing this thing seemed to take a huge toll on him. He couldn't delay any longer. Ji Yuan pulled out half of his soul power, frantically injecting it into the thunderclouds above. Boom! For a moment, thunder rained down on Secretary Lin like a storm, and due to the resonance of the soul power, every rumble of thunder stirred the soul. Secretary Lin endured the thunder strike, and the resonance made him momentarily dazed with each hit, unable to act. He could only stand there, helpless and roar in anger. Lin Huan, watch out ahead! Hui Yun's scream came through. Secretary Lin's heart trembled, and he quickly looked up. only to see Ji Yuan's murderous intent as he charged towards him with the blue Qilin beast. He was just about to retreat when the thunder from above fell again, another surge of soul stirring, and he was dazed once more. Crack! At the same time, his soul power barrier finally could not withstand it. 怦然碎裂. The sound shattered like glass. 拼了! I'm going for broke. 林秘书眼底透出疯狂，一股恐怖气势波动自他体内涌现. Madness shone in Secretary Lin's eyes as a terrifying wave of energy surged from within him. Ji Yuan和Ming也在这一刻接近了他. At that moment, Ji Yuan and Ming also approached him. Ming, 使用幻影突袭. Ming, use phantom assault. 目前他最强的进攻手段只有共鸣光影突袭. Right now, his strongest defensive move was only resonance, light and shadow assault. 虽然闪破无法参与，但他只想用这最后的攻击重创对方，好让木书心带着自己逃跑. Although the Flash couldn't participate, he only wanted to use this last attack to heavily injure the opponent, allowing Mu Shuxin to escape with him. 明的寿目闪过青光，瞬息一道与他有7分线的幻影浮现. Ming's beastly eyes flashed with a green light, and in an instant, a phantom resembling him by 70% appeared. 幻影冲在最前方，明紧随其后，即烟所有魂力汇聚心脏位置，静待爆发一刻. The phantom charged ahead. Ming closely followed, while all of Ji Yuan's soul power gathered at his heart, waiting for the moment to explode. 被雷霆疯狂轰击的林秘书选择不计后果的放手一搏，在看到眼前幻影时，想也不想，他的胸口忽然爆发一道刺目血光. Secretary Lin, crazily bombarded by lightning, chose to risk it all. Seeing the phantom before him, without a second thought, a blinding beam of bloodlight suddenly erupted from his chest. 咻! Whoosh! 这道血光气息极度恐怖，瞬间穿透幻影头颅，而后擦过明的耳朵，向着雾霾笼罩的山谷高空飞去. This beam of blood was extraordinarily terrifying, instantly piercing through the phantom's head, then brushing past Ming's ear, soaring into the fog-covered valley sky. 当着血光穿过闪破凝聚的雷云时，直接将雷云击溃了. As the bloodlight passed through the lightning cloud formed by Flash, it directly shattered the cloud. 这恐怖攻击对他的消耗似乎极大，血光射出后，整个人气息萎靡，光滑的肌肤肉眼可见的衰老. This terrifying attack seemed to take a great toll on him. After shooting out the bloodlight, his entire aura wilted, his smooth skin visibly aging. 明止住脚步，后方，季烟高举右拳，朝林秘书脸上狠狠砸下. Ming came to a halt, and behind him, Ji Yuan raised his right fist high, smashing it down fiercely on Secretary Lin's face. 体内收缩至极致的魂力顺着他的前头毫无保留倾泻而出. The soul power, contracted to the extreme within him, poured out through his fist without reservation. Pam! Bang! 没有了魂力角质的保护，这一拳实实在在地轰击在林秘书脸上，鲜血夹杂着碎牙飞溅，他整个人被打飞老远. Without the protective layer of soul power, this punch struck Secretary Lin's face for real, blood mixed with shattered teeth splattering everywhere, sending him flying far away. 至此季安魂力彻底透支. At this point, Ji Yuan's soul power was completely drained. 他知道这一击根本无法致命. He knew that this strike could not be fatal. 用尽最后力气爬上明的背部，收回闪破，让明全力向木书心奔去. Using the last of his strength, he climbed onto Ming's back, recalled the Flash, and urged Ming to rush towards Mu Shuxin with all his might. 刚跑出一半距离，季烟便失去了. They're all Secretary Lin. Hiss! In an instant, Ji Yuan suddenly sat up, his back drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing wildly. He's awake. Quickly notify Mayor Tan. Ji Yuan is awake. A nurse heard the commotion and rushed out the door. At that moment, he realized he was lying in a hospital room. Outside the window, the night had deepened. With an 4 connected to his hand, he pressed his forehead, waves of severe pain crashing in his mind. Ji Yuan. Suddenly, a charming figure rushed into the hospital room. Before he could see clearly, she hugged him tightly. The sweet scent of osmanthus flowers filled his nose, easing Ji Yuan's headache. But he quickly broke free, asking, Mu Shuxin, what happened to me? You have been unconscious for 3 days. I was so worried. To his surprise, Mu Shushin hugged him even tighter. Cough, cough. At this moment, a cough broke the tension, and Mu Shushin quickly released him, turning to smile awkwardly. You're here too? Tanny looked at his daughter in silence, and then seriously told Ji Yuan, the rules of the city competition have changed. Moreover, not just the city competition, even the national rankings will undergo significant changes. Mu Shushin, standing by, placed her hands on her hips, somewhat displeased. Old Tan. Ji Yuan just woke up. Can't you let him rest? Tan he ignored her, and Ji Yuan furrowed his brows, guessing, is it because of what we went through this time? Yes. Tanny nodded. After you, during these 3 days, assassination events of varying degrees occurred in other cities. These damned filthy rats, they are hidden so deeply. Tanhi's face darkened, his eyes filled with coldness. What on earth are these people? Ji Yuan leaned against the hospital bed, filled with endless confusion in his heart. Soon, Tanhi revealed an unheard-of name. Zhohan Country. Zhohan Country. Ji Yuan was puzzled. He had never heard of such a country existing in the world. He voiced his doubt. Mu Shushin crossed her arms, explaining, in ancient times, there were 3 major countries. Zhohan Country, Kujiyuan, and our Great Xia. Our Great Xia has always prioritized beast taming, following a path of growing together with beasts in a contracted way. As for Kujiyuan, compared to beast taming, they were more devoted to developing technology, using technology to arm themselves and their beasts. Since ancient times, Great Xia and Kujiyuan have been inseparable allies, and even today, the relationship between the 2 countries is closely tied. Only Zhoan Country is full of madmen. Mu Shushin clenched her fists, looking angry. Zhoan Country's ideology is to torture beasts and devour souls. They have a unique and brutal way of growth. People from Zhoan Country are bloodthirsty and warlike. In ancient times, they initiated the so-called World Destruction War. Their power source is incredibly strange. Relying on soul power layers and their unique combat style, they defeated Great Xia and Kujiyuan in the first clash. In the end, countless predecessors discovered the resonance of soul power during battle and were finally able to break the soul power layers. The ultimate fate of Zhohan Country was to be eradicated by the joint forces of Kujiyuan and Great Xia. As the explanation concluded, Mu Shushin smiled at Tanhi. So, Old Tan, did I leave anything out? Not much. The mayor added, there's one more point. In ancient times, when Zhohan Country was destroyed, their core secret methods were lost and never found. To prevent their resurgence, the Beast Tamers Alliance established a rule that once a Beast Tamer's rank reaches 5, they must report to the Alliance. This serves to prepare for potential future wars and to prevent the remnants of Zhohan Country from secretly weakening Great Xia's strength. These filthy rats hide very deeply, making them extremely hard to detect. A cold light flashed in Tanhi's eyes. He never expected that Secretary Lin, who had been by his side for years, was actually a remnant of Zhoan. After hearing everything, Ji Yuan truly came to a sudden realization. In this case, everything connects. This trip to the Withering Valley, he also discovered that the so-called rich ecology inside was nothing like what was exaggerated online. It seems this is a kind of conspiracy. Hui Yun is one of the behind-the-scenes masterminds. He shaped himself into a professional guide. If the people hiring him were unimportant, he would simply do his regular work and wait for the right moment. But once he encountered certain bold young masters and ladies from families, he would show his true claws, colluding with those in the valley to completely drain them. Then, having achieved their goals, they would take the opportunity to disappear and act elsewhere again. From this ambush, Huiyin had said that Mu Shushin's life could earn him the items he coveted. This is enough to show that these remnants of cursed souls not only remained, but perhaps also formed a formidable force. And then there's the previous incident of the March of the Item Group in the Orvane. Later, Ji Yuan heard Zhao Shan mention that on that day in the Orvane, there are not only Su Xin and Xiao Lingjue, but also people from the Zhang family and Jiang family were in the mine. And this March of the Item Group happened suddenly. Perhaps it was also related to these remnants of cursed souls. Thinking back, could it be that a certain Grade 3 Beast Master who died in the March of the Item Group years ago was actually a carefully planned trap? Dark currents are surging. What are you thinking? Mu Shushin saw Ji Yuan's serious expression and asked. He spoke out about these thoughts, gaining the agreement of Tan He and his daughter. I have reported the possibility that the Withering Valley is a hiding place for remnants of cursed souls to the Beastmaster Alliance. They will send someone to investigate. What you need to do now is to recover from your injuries as soon as possible and be in the best condition to face the city tournament. Tenny looked pleased. This time, I've heard from Shushin that you really are surprising. Well done. You are a real man. He reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to pat Ji Yuan's shoulder. He has an injury on his left shoulder. Next to him, Mu Shushin said in a soft voice. Tanny's hand froze in midair, not knowing where to put it. Rest first. We'll talk about the tournament's rule changes tomorrow. After a moment, he quietly retracted his hand into his pocket, leaving one last sentence before turning to leave. Mu Shushin pulled over a stool and was about to sit down. Shushin, it's late. Don't disturb his rest. Tanny's voice came from the doorway, and Mu Shushin paused, a hint of embarrassment and anger on her face. Goodbye. She reluctantly threw out that line and followed him out. On the way out, Tanny wore a faint smile. How about it? Now you should know how to talk to your mom, right? I really don't know what kind of luck you have. Mu Shushin shot him a glance. You actually found a gem like Ji Yuan in such a small place. The reason she came to Linyan City this time was actually because of a bet. This bet is deeply entangled, with roots tracing back even 10 years. Simply put, in this year's city tournament, there must be someone who can represent Tan He and secure a position in the top 10 in this tournament full of extraordinary talents. Only by achieving this can Tan He win the bet. Mu Shushin's visit was to assess this person's abilities in advance. As long as this person does not meet her expectations, there is still a chance to remedy it in this last month. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan not only exceeded Mu Shushin's expectations, but from her perspective, it wouldn't be a big problem for Ji Yuan to break into the top 3. Dad, can I ask you something? Privately, Mu Shushin still preferred to call Tan He this way. Go ahead and tell me. Does Ji Yuan have, that kind of thing? What kind of thing? TCHO, just a girlfriend. Mu Shushin's personality. Mu Shushin pouted. No one in the Mu family ever plays with me. The young masters from other families all have a stinky face, and they find me too talkative, too annoying. But during this time in Linyan City, Ji Yuan has been with me every day. He is different from others, It's like, how should I say it? In our interactions, he always makes people feel comfortable because he knows how to maintain boundaries and never offends me. To say that alone isn't quite accurate. What touched me the most was still that day in the Withering Valley. Mu Shushin tilted her head slightly, the moonlight falling on her flawless face. I saw him stay calm in the face of danger. He stood up during my despair and turned the situation around, and finally fought against the remnants of the cursed Soul Nation, and so on. Mu Shushin raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of star-like light, looking at Tan He, saying, can you understand what I mean? Compared to that, all those things he does in daily interactions are. For a moment, she couldn't think of a way to describe that feeling. Seeing his daughter at a loss for words, Tan He smiled gently. They are all plus points. Yes, that's exactly it. Mu Shushin clapped her hands, laughing. Dad understands me best. So, back to the original question, does he have a girlfriend? Or someone he likes? Let me finky. Tanny pretended to think, then answered, it seems like he does, and it's someone from the Su family. What? Really? No. Old Tan. Chapter 50, Meeting. That night, Ji Yuan had that strange dream where his soul was being devoured once again. When he woke up, the sky was already brightening. Taking out his phone, he found that Zhao Shan had bombarded him with messages and calls. Among them, there was a missed call from Su Ziyin. Furrowing his brows, he remembered that he had mentioned in the group that day when he went to the Withering Valley. Su Ziyin also sent several messages. He took a quick look and found that they had agreed in the group to meet in Linyan City. As he checked the time, he saw it was sent last night. Just as he was about to contact them, the ward door suddenly swung open. Old Zhao Shan wrapped up like a rice dumpling, wearing sunglasses, laughing as he ran towards him. Seeing him like this, it looked like he was about to make a flying leap. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a delicate white hand grabbed his collar. Zhao Shan, keep your voice down. This is a hospital. Su Ziyin followed behind, wearing a milky white down jacket. Her exquisite face was hidden beneath a blue scarf, revealing only her clear eyes. As winter arrived, the temperature had dropped significantly. Ji Yuan leaned against the bed, looking at the two, involuntarily smiling. Who would have thought meeting again after a month would actually be in a hospital? The two walked up to the bed, Zhao Shan looking at him from the left and the right. Su Ziyin asked with concern, how are you? Are you okay? Ji Yuan shook his head. How did you find me here? Hey, my dad knows Mayor Tan. I noticed you hadn't contacted us for days, so I had him ask. I heard that you encountered an ambush again. Zhao Shan looked at him with some admiration. This time, was it that Zhang Jilin again? No, it was Wei Yun. Ji Yuan said softly. Hearing this name, both of them were taken aback. When he recounted all the experiences from this trip, they inexplicably felt a sense of survival after a disaster. Who would have thought that a simple trip would hide such deadly danger? Damn, Zhao Shan's eyelids twitched. Looks like I really need to listen to my dad from now on and take bodyguards when going out. Su Yin also said with some lingering fear, "It's good that we didn't end up entering the Withering Valley back then. Otherwise, with our capabilities at that time, we would have undoubtedly died." Ji Yuan silently nodded. Su Yin was right. If they had encountered the ambush deep in the Withering Valley at that time, they wouldn't have had any chance to fight back at all. Speaking of which, in more than 10 days, it's the city-wide competition. Are you two ready? Not wanting to discuss this topic any further, Ji Yuan turned to the two. Don't even mention it. Zhao Shan immediately made a goof face. Bing Bing's promotion isn't finished yet. I'm almost dying of worry. Why has it taken so long? Ji Yuan thought carefully. It should have been after returning from the Beast King's secret realm that his Snow Frost Ice Ape began its upgrade. Close to 2 months, and it still wasn't done? I don't know. Dad just told me to continue waiting. Zhao Shan shrugged. Then, both of them looked at Su Yin at the same time. I don't need to participate in the city competition. After it's over, I can directly choose an academy. Su Yin squinted and said, "What? You 5 big families can still be exempted?" Ji Yuan was astonished, but after thinking carefully, it seemed normal. It was said that the top 10 cities had hundreds of exemption spots, not to mention the 5 major beast taming families. Well, this is actually a rule set by the Beast Taming Alliance. After all, the younger generation of the 5 big families is much stronger. Su Yin said, while inching closer to the bed. At this moment, Ji Yuan noticed she was carrying a pink bag and was currently rummaging through it. Then, she paused and surprisingly pulled out a scarf, handing it to Ji Yuan. "This is..." Ji Yuan took it and realized the style and color of the scarf were exactly the same as the one she was wearing now. This is a gift for you guys." Su Yin took out another identical scarf and handed it to Zhao Shan. "To commemorate our friendship," she said with a smile. "You're quite thoughtful, Miss Su." Zhao Shan happily accepted it and cradled it in his hands. Then he looked at Su Yin with some emotion. "No girl has ever actively given me a gift. You wouldn't?" "Shut up." Su Yin's disdainful voice came from under the scarf. This made Zhao Shan's expression freeze. "Old Ji. See, I told you she has changed. She can even curse now." "You're talking nonsense." Su Yin was about to hit him when the ward door opened again. "Ji Yuan, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious." A vibrant and beautiful figure hopped in. Mu Shuxin first spotted Su Yin and stopped in her tracks. Then, her gaze shifted to Zhao Shan, who was holding the scarf nearby. At the same time, Zhao Shan looked at her, their eyes locking. The next second, "What the hell? Mu Shuxin? Zhao Xiaomei? What are you doing here?" The two exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with suspicion. "You two know each other?" Ji Yuan was stunned on the hospital bed. Zhao Shan went around to the other side of the bed, leaned on the headboard, and muttered, "Old Ji, how come she is here? How do you know her?" "Shuxin is Uncle Tan's daughter. I went to the Withering Valley with her this time." "She is Tanhe's daughter? Dad didn't tell me." Zhao Shan whispered. "Zhao Xiaomei. Ji Yuan has just recovered and is weak now. Don't get so close to him." Mu Shuxin shouted with hands on her hips. "Am I that fragile?" Ji Yuan expressed helplessness. "Exactly. And can you not call me that name? It's so ugly." Zhao Xiaomei chimed in from the side. TCH. Turning her head, Mu Shuxin's gaze finally landed on the last person in the room. At the same time, she noticed the other person's gaze was also on her. The first thing Mu Shuxin noticed was the blue scarf that Su Yin was wearing. She discreetly glanced at the matching one in Ji Yuan's hand. Although Zhao Shan also had one, she still sensed something was off. No way, there really is a love rival. This was a woman's unique intuition. "Hello, Mu Shuxin." Her character ultimately needed to be more lively, smiling and extending her hand. Su Yin. The quiet girl seemed to revert back to her initial state, her tone cold and somewhat distant. The two girls shook hands briefly before letting go. Mu Shuxin smiled, and then walked over to Ji Yuan's bedside. Su Yin stood dazed in place, her gaze fixated on Mu Shuxin, her heart in turmoil. "It's quite lively." Tanhe appeared a few minutes late. Seeing the mayor, both Zhao Shan and Su Yin politely greeted him. "Sorry, kids, I have something to discuss with Ji Yuan. You wait outside for a bit." Tanhe wore a gentle smile. "All right, Uncle Tan." Zhao Shan immediately got up and left. Su Yin followed behind, looking back at Ji Yuan, or rather, looking at Mu Shuxin, who showed no signs of moving beside the bed. "You go out too." Mu Shuxin, who was about to sit down, was also ordered to leave by Tanhe. At this point, the room was left with only Tanhe. This time, the competition rules have changed drastically, causing quite a bit of trouble. Finding a place to sit, the mayor directly got to the point. "I won't say any unnecessary words." Tanhe slowly spoke. Because of the exposure of the cursed soul remnants this time, the Alliance has realized the drawbacks of the district rankings. They plan to merge the 120 cities and redesign. After the redesign, the Beast Taming Alliance, the 3 academies, and the 5 great families will each manage a city. Then, the remaining districts will all be merged into new regions, and these regions will be divided into gold, silver, and bronze. You just need to understand these changes in the districts for now. Next is the key point. In the past, as a representative of the district outside the top 90, you needed to win at least 15 battles to challenge the top 10 positions. According to the previous rules, the top 10 consisted of 1 representative from each of the top 10 districts, directly set. And after this rule change, in the 120 cities, each city can only have 1 representative participating in the competition. The competition consists of 7 rounds. Each round is crucial. In the first round, 120 people will draw lots to fight. Winners advance. Losers are eliminated. This means that at least half of the people will be eliminated each round. In the second round, the 60 who advanced will draw lots to fight. In the third round, the 30 who advanced will draw lots to fight. In the fourth round, since there are 15 people advancing, one of the lot draw participants will have a bye, directly entering the next round. In the fifth round, 7 advance, and the one who had a bye comes in to start the battle for the final 4. In the sixth round, the 4 who advanced will draw lots again, with the winners entering the final. He paused here and let out a long breath. Do you still remember our initial agreement? Of course, break into the top 10, you get the egg, I gain fame, Ji Yuan laughed. You brat. He was also amused by him. Now, I shouldn't keep this from you any longer. Actually, the legendary beast taming egg holds no attraction for me. You know, do you remember why? Although you couldn't contract a beast back then, I still kept you in the academy for 2 years. Tanny's eyes showed nostalgia. Ji Yuan shook his head. In fact, although he faced countless mockeries during his 2 years at the academy, he had always been grateful that he didn't kick him out back then. I was also an orphan. Tanny said in a deep voice. When I met my ex-wife Mu Yan, I was just a small junior beast tamer. At that time, my first contracted beast was a low bloodline, common yellow dog. Though I came from humble beginnings, my soul power aptitude reached the upper level, making me a potential talent. The later events were somewhat cliched. He smiled faintly, but his eyes were filled with tenderness as he spoke. Mu Yan brought me back to the Mu family. Because I had high aptitude and good talent, with the Mu family support, I used 5 years to advance from junior to intermediate. Becoming an intermediate beast tamer meant I qualified to marry Mu Yan. At this point, a change in He's gaze revealed a hint of coldness. After marriage, according to Mu family's tradition, both spouses can receive a legendary bloodline beast egg. To advance to the intermediate level, a beast tamer must have at least 1 legendary beast. Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes. There are such limitations. After that, I took a year to reach the intermediate level, becoming the youngest intermediate beast tamer among my peers. Although he recounted calmly, Ji Yuan could still feel how spirited he once was. In 6 years, he leaped from an unknown nobody to the youngest intermediate beast tamer. Though it sounded long, it was actually a remarkable achievement. Hey, ever since I advanced to the 3rd rank, the outside world has begun to spread rumors that the Mu family will change their fate and adopt the surname Tan. Even if I never had any ill intentions, the Mu family ultimately chose to sever ties with Mu Yan out of fear. After all, at that time, I was still only a 3rd rank and could be controlled. They feared that if I advanced to the 2nd rank, I might truly take their precious family. He raised his head, gazing at Ji Yuan, with flames burning brightly in his eyes. Do you know what can never be eliminated between people? Prejudice. For Mu Yan, I obeyed the Mu family. At that time, among the 5 major families, no one of my peers, or even the older generation of 3rd rank beast tamers was my opponent. Using my advantages, the Mu family seized countless resources in competition. I led the Mu family to win all crucial battles and successfully brought the Mu family members into the Beast Tamer Alliance. After doing so much, when they wanted to kick me out, do you know what they said? An orphan, someone from a small place, climbing into the Mu family just to seize their nest. He smiled faintly, but the smile held only disappointment and mockery. They said, without the Mu family's training, without the legendary beast during the marriage, I would forever be just a beast tamer without any background, indistinguishable from the crowd. They also said that people like me, if I didn't climb up to the noble and distinguished families, would always be stuck at the 4th rank. At that moment, I finally understood that no matter how well I did, in these people's eyes, I was still an outsider with ulterior motives, coveting the family's resources. So, I chose to destroy the contract, return the legendary beast, and refund every penny they spent on me over the past 6 years. The year I left the Mu family, Shu Xin was already 12 years old. The Mu family, to humiliate me and for future security, used the freedom of the mother-daughter pair as a bet, making a wager with me. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, as if returning to that day. The city competition is one of the most important events of the Beast Tamer Alliance. The participants must be under 25 years old. The Mu family used the results of the city competition as the wager, with a 10-year deadline and 3 city competitions. As long as I can cultivate a beast tamer who can break into the top 10 during this period, the Mu family will lift the house arrest on Mu Yin and her mother, returning their freedom. Next month is the last chance. This is the real reason I need you to break into the top 10. Once everything was laid bare, he collected all his emotions and quietly looked at him. Ji Yuan was silent. He didn't expect he had such a past, nor did he realize that Mu Shu Xian's situation was so difficult. House arrest. The outward glamour indeed hid countless wounds beneath. Forced separation from parents and childhood house arrest. It's a wonder she could still have such a lively personality. Then what about Mu Shu Xian this time? Since she was under house arrest, how could she still come out? Tanny sneered. Don't think that all the people from these families are fools. This wager is a grand scheme for them. Whether I win or lose the wager, it will be extremely beneficial for the Mu family. And Shu Xian is a tool they intentionally release for testing that isn't too obvious. This child has always been unable to hide things. When she returns, she will definitely be interrogated by the Mu family. Then, the Mu family will respond based on what Shu Xian says. Don't worry, not a whisper of your information will leak to the Mu family. Chapter 52, The Gift. The only rumor I let slip is that you have a fire-type beast, and the rest is unknown to the outside world. He looked cunning, and Zhang Jilin, the reason I let you deal with him is also to prepare for the city competition. As for what will happen, let me keep it a secret. Once you pass the 4th round of the competition, you will understand. I'll follow your lead. Ji Yuan smiled. Tanny's honesty at this moment also indirectly proves that he has no intention to harm him. In fact, in his opinion, he doesn't need to be like this. Sincerity is something that can be felt mutually. From the day of awakening spiritual power, when he personally took him back to the academy, Ji Yuan had already been moved by his sincerity. Everything is unspoken. He waved his hand, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped to freezing point. Ji Yuan was taken aback, only to see a beast egg surrounded by shards of ice crystal appearing in Tanhe's hand. Perhaps I shouldn't do this, but after thinking it over, I still took it out. He lifted the ice-type beast egg in his hand. This is a legendary level beast egg. I only know it's ice-type. The specific type is unknown. You have already advanced to the 6th rank. You should still not have contracted a 3rd beast, right? He looked at him. Although he didn't know where Ji Yuan's beast came from, he would not delve into his secrets, just as promised. This beast egg is currently the best help he can offer him. If Ji Yuan does not accept it, he still has another item. A legendary beast egg. Ji Yuan observed it carefully for a moment. It was his first time seeing a beast egg of this level. After a moment, he shook his head. Thanks, Uncle Tan, but as of now, my beasts are sufficient. His refusal was decisive, as if the priceless object before him did not pique his interest at all. I almost forgot to ask, since you returned the legendary beast from the Mu family, what are you now? 4th rank. He shook his head. Don't worry about me. If you don't want this beast egg, I will dispose of it. He put away the beast egg, and then, like performing a magic trick, threw a red item toward Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan hurriedly caught it with both hands, only to hear He say, "This is the skill core of a fire-type beast. Take it." Fire-type skill core. He looked down at it. The surface of this skill core shimmered with a crimson glow, occasionally changing to a hint of gold. This is the highest level skill core. Looking up, he saw that he had already stood up and walked toward the door. The last 15 days, prepare well for the battle. Everything is up to you. After saying that, he did not linger. Ji Yuan tightly held the skill core in his hand. Just as promised, Tanny truly provided him with all the resources. The endorsement fee for Lingyun City, the advancement of Flashing Spark, the life-saving resonance, light and shadow assault in the Withering Valley, and now the fire-type B skill core that he indeed needs. Every help he offered was just right. Top 10 is far from enough. If we're going to do it, let's do it best. Let's secure the championship. The champion of the city competition is always snatched by the top-ranked cities. He wants to create history. At this moment, a nurse pushed the door and entered. Mr. G, your indicators are all normal. Mayor Tan has already completed your discharge procedures. You can leave at any time. Half an hour later, Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Xin, and Mu Shuxin arrived at a small restaurant, with ordinary surroundings but divine flavors. Since the day Mu Shuxin's plane landed, Ji Yuan had brought her here to eat, and afterward, she fell in love with this place. The restaurant was very busy. After the 4 were seated, they attracted a lot of people's attention. Su Xin took off her scarf, revealing her white, flawless oval face. Her eyelids drooping slightly, she had the demeanor of an ice queen. Mu Xuxin's wine-red long hair fell casually over her shoulders. Her exquisite cheeks showed a slight smile, full of vitality. These two stunningly beautiful women, each different yet exceptionally captivating, with a focus of everyone's gaze. "Why you hello?" A timid voice sounded. The four looked up to see a girl wearing glasses, cautiously looking at Ji Yuan. "See, can I take a picture with you?" "What the?" Zhao Shan exclaimed, looking at Ji Yuan in shock. The latter held his forehead. As the representative of the city, a necessary step was to create momentum. Under the operation of Tan, he and several endorsement businesses. Now, Ji Yuan is a shining star in the city. He is more popular than any entertainment celebrity, a rising star in beast taming. In fact, during the days he accompanied Mu Xuxin, he had already been chased for photos and autographs. "Sorry, little sister, we are eating now." At that moment, Mu Xuxin stood up suddenly, arms crossed in front of her, shaking her head. During those days, she had blocked wave after wave of photo fans. The little girl lowered her head and walked away. Zhao Shan looked at her back, turned around and joked, "Old G, isn't what you are doing breaking the fans' hearts? If it were me, not to mention a photo, I'd settle for a hug." Unexpectedly, at the table, not only Ji Yuan, but the two girls also said in unison, "Get lost." Being scolded by three people at the same time, Zhao Shan's smile instantly disappeared, and he angrily said, "I want to go back to Hongling's city." Seeing his expression, Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh. All right. I'm curious, what do you know Xuxin? I often go to the Mu family with my mom, so we got familiar." Zhao Shan spoke honestly. "His mom is my mom's best friend, close friend." Mu Xuxin added from his side, "Can often go to the Mu family? What's your mother's surname?" Ji Yuan became interested. Zhao Shan scoffed, "My mom is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family." Goodness, it seems that at this table, he is the only ordinary person. However, according to the rules of the 5 great families, shouldn't Zhao Shan's surname be Jiang? Soon, Ji Yuan recalled the scene when Zhao Tianho rode a griffin from the sky in the mine vein. His rank is definitely not low, at least a 3rd rank. Maybe, because of Zhao Tianho's own strength, he can break some rules. Not long after, when the dishes were all served, the 4 of them began to eat. During the meal, Su Xin seemed very silent, mostly keeping her head down without saying a word. Zhao Shan and Mu Xuxin, however, talked non-stop, one after another, chatting about everything. What was most surprising was Mu Xuxin. Despite talking a lot, she could still fork food for Ji Yuan. "Ji Yuan, this is delicious." "Ji Yuan, this is also delicious." "Wow, you should try this, it's amazing." He didn't even have time to pick up his chopsticks, and his bowl was already piled high. "I mean, old Ji isn't disabled, do you have to do this?" Even Zhao Shan, sitting opposite, couldn't help but complain. Ji Yuan was also a bit speechless. Is this woman playing a stacking game? Oh, I'm sorry. Mu Xuxin then realized, quickly blinking her eyes, stopped talking, and focused on eating. "Oh no, my rival is at the same table, too tense." She scolded herself inwardly, while Su Xin beside her held her bowl, glancing at Ji Yuan, then at Mu Xuxin, and then lowered her head, silently eating. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, leaving Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan a bit confused. After a moment, Zhao Shan said, "By the way, old Ji, I forgot to tell you, I don't have to participate in the city competition." Chapter 53, Crimson Flame Execution. After dinner, Zhao Shan, Su Xin, Mu Xuxin bid farewell to Ji Yuan. The 3 of them had flights in the afternoon, staggered slightly in time, allowing all 3 to go to the airport together. On the way back, Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh. These young masters and young ladies of the 5 great families really enjoy good benefits. Not only are they directly admitted to the 3 major academies, but they don't even need to participate in the competitions. Ji Yuan didn't return to the academy dormitory. He prepared a set of apartments for him in the city center. Fully equipped, ready to move in. After returning to the apartment, lying on the living room sofa, he summoned Ming and Flashing Light. Resonance. Light and Shadow Assault. "How are you 2 doing with your learning?" Although he had been unconscious for 3 days, Ming and Flashing Light could still engage in simple activities in the beast taming seal, including learning skills. As soon as he finished speaking, swish, Ming shook its body, and then another one appeared beside it. Seeing this, Ji Yuan jumped up suddenly. He carefully observed this illusion created by Ming's soul power, both in breath and strength. It matches the real thing perfectly. This level of phantom is simply a perfect clone technique. Ming moved at this moment, taking a step forward, and the phantom moved along, almost indistinguishable from the real one. However, the phantom soon disappeared. Ming's breath immediately weakened a lot. It seemed that this skill consumed quite a bit of energy. The soul power limit of a beast master is closely related to the beast. As a 6th grade master, he inevitably was a burden to his 2 beasts. Ji Yuan sighed and looked at Flashing Light. The latter's large wolf head shook, and a semi-transparent phantom appeared. Flashing Light was ultimately held back by that negative talent. It's okay, take your time. In the last 10 days, let's strive to learn Resonance, Shadow Strike. He rubbed Flashing Light's big head. The part of Soul Shock that belonged to him should also move to the next step. After pondering for a moment, he took out the skill core that Tan he had given him in the morning. Ming, this is a fire-type skill. Study it. At the same time, he attached his soul power to the skill core. Crimson Flame Execution. Required conditions. Fire-type beast. Beast bloodline level must meet. Advanced. Introduction. Control the fire attribute. Generate fire chains to bind the target. Then condense a giant flame sword to execute the enemy. Learning Step 1. Try to control the fire attribute to generate fire chains. Learning Step 2. Try to control the fire chains to bind the practice target. Step 3. This rare, golden skill information floated in his mind. Since it was a skill that belonged to the beast, Ji Yuan read the description but could not see the learning method. Fortunately, the new talent, No Worries, unlocked when Ming entered adolescence, allows him to learn fire-type skills at a glance. He thought it wouldn't take long for it to master this skill. Just as he was thinking this, Ming opened its beast eyes. The ghostly green beast pupil flashed with brilliance, looking at Ji Yuan, full of eagerness. Tomorrow, let's try it in the valley outside. The next day, early in the morning, in the forest far away from the city's hustle and bustle, a black whirlwind darted rapidly through the woods. Behind it, a mass of blue flames closely followed. Soon, they stopped in front of a dark, huge cave. Roar! A fierce howl sounded from within the cave. As heavy footsteps echoed, gradually, a gigantic black bear walked out on all fours. Is this the guy who ambushed us last time and turned into a black whirlwind to escape? Ji Yuan, riding on Flashing Light, stared at the fierce beast. A few days before going to the Withering Valley with Mushu Xin, they encountered this strange black bear in the valley. It should be one of its skills. At that time, it pretended to be a huge rock and tried to hunt Ji Yuan without them noticing. Fortunately, Ming and Flashing Light reacted quickly, but before they could deal with it, this black bear turned into a black whirlwind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Returning to the same place today, with Flashing Light's keen sense of smell, they found their way into this guy's territory. Let's see how it escapes this time. Ming, go for it. As soon as the words fell, the black bear roared and charged at Ji Yuan and Flashing Light. Flashing Light moved, creating a distance of about 5 meters. At the same time, the blue flames surged, and under Ji Yuan's gaze, the ghostly flames transformed into several chains, frantically wrapping around the black bear. In an instant, the terrifying high temperature burned, and the black bear howled continuously, its huge body collapsing to the ground. Hurry! It wants to run again. Ji Yuan spotted it quickly, noticing that the black bear's body began to blur. It was about to turn into a whirlwind. Ming held its beast head high, a green light bursting from its eyes. Swish! Swish! Countless chains shot up from the ground, firmly securing it. Then, around Ming's body, ghostly flames began to swirl. Clang! A sharp, ear-piercing sound akin to a blade drawing echoed out of thin air. Ji Yuan slightly raised his head and saw, above the black bear's head, a large blade formed by ghostly flames descending straight down. Bang! In an instant, terrifying waves of scorching heat surged out in all directions. Blinding blue light appeared, making Ji Yuan and Shan squint their eyes. The blue light flickered and vanished, along with the scorching waves disappearing without a trace. Looking at the black bear, the chains that had wrapped around it were nowhere to be seen. On its massive bare head, there was a shocking scar. The black bear was dead, as expected of a golden-level skill. The ground around the black bear showed cracks of varying degrees, as if the earth itself could not withstand that blow. Ji Yuan was very satisfied. Now, apart from their resonant skills, both beasts had 3 skills each, which was already great. I've already mastered the second step of Soul Shock. At most, in 2 days, I will completely grasp it. Taking a deep breath, he slapped Shan Po's body, and the 2 beasts transformed into light and shadow again, soaring through the forest. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained until the city competition. Participants from all over the country had each rushed to the city where the event would take place to adapt in advance. Across various places in Linyun City, banners began to hang, all cheering for Ji Yuan, hoping that he could represent Linyun City and achieve good results. At this moment, municipal building. So, how's the preparation going? The gray-haired, handsome mayor sat in a chair, looking at the young man in front of him with a smile in his eyes. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded in response. Of course, when do we depart? The venue for the city competition was in a city named Mo Hen, which was extremely far from Linyan City. By plane, it would take at least 2 days. Now, after saying that, Tanny stood up and signaled him to follow. Ji Yuan followed him all the way to the top floor of the municipal building, where there was a helipad but no helicopter. Chirp! When an ethereal and melodious call echoed through the sky, a magnificent, large golden eagle appeared out of thin air. This is your flight. Tanny leapt onto the back of the golden eagle. Wow! This was indeed beyond Ji Yuan's expectation. As he jumped onto the back of the golden eagle, it immediately spread its wings. Before Ji Yuan could adapt, the wings trembled. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the golden eagle's figure had soared to the horizon. Wow, what a fast speed! The young man's surprised shout slowly came through. This eagle was absolutely amazing. Chapter 54. Before the start. Mo Hen City. At first, Ji Yuan thought this city would be tall and prosperous like Hongling City. But when he stood on the back of the golden eagle and looked down at the city, he was astonished to find that although Mo Hen City covered a vast area, none of the buildings exceeded 3 stories. The only towering structure was a square tower standing in the center of the city. In winter, the sky was always gray and overcast. As Ji Yuan and Tan He approached the airspace above Mo Hen City on the Golden Eagle, figures of flying beasts emerged from the surrounding clouds. On these flying beasts, there were as few as 2 people and as many as more than 10. They probably weren't all contestants. Tan He controlled the Golden Eagle, flying straight towards the top of the square tower without pause. From a distance, this building looked thin and long. But as they got closer, Ji Yuan's pupil shrank as he realized that the area of this square tower was probably much larger than a football field. This is the Beast Taming Alliance's square tower. Tanny's explanation came to his ears. Apart from Mo Hen City, there are 3 other cities with identical square towers. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance. You can even see them now. Hearing this, Ji Yuan looked up, scanning around. Although the high sky was misty, he could clearly see, in 3 far-off directions, the black silhouettes. While Ji Yuan was still immersed in shock, the Golden Eagle already reached the top of the square tower. The top was flat, and the ground was flickering with many uniform signs. Beast Docking Station. It looked like a planned parking space. Tan He controlled the Golden Eagle to land in one of the docking spots. Soon, a neatly dressed staff member jogged up. The sharp gaze swept over Ji Yuan and Tan He. Please show your identification. Ordinary contestants are not allowed to land here. As soon as the words fell, Tan He threw out a white card. The staff took a look and quickly stepped aside respectfully. Mr. Tan, welcome. Thank you. Tan He put away the Golden Eagle and walked towards the elevator with Ji Yuan, taking the elevator down to the first floor. As soon as the door opened, a loud noise rushed into their ears. Bright lights shone in the exquisitely decorated first-floor hall, where people surged and voices were loud. Stepping out of the elevator, Ji Yuan saw the 5 big characters, contest registration office from far away. Fortunately, although there were many people, most of the 120 contestants had already completed their registration. Ji Yuan finished his registration in 10 minutes. He just had to provide his name, representing the city and Beastmaster level, etc. Let's go to the residence. You will stay here for at least 7 days. Having participated in many editions, Tan He was clear about all the procedures here and led Ji Yuan out, leaving this square tower and walking in the city area where the average building height was no more than 3 floors. Ji Yuan was amazed to find that there seemed to be no beast control ban here. Strange shapes and various types of beasts accompanied their owners, and some people even rode beasts while shopping. Inkmark City is a special area established for the city competition. Here, you can buy better beast supplements and skill cores. The contestants' residences are uniformly planned on the outskirts of the city area, with 120 contestants and 122-story villas with independent courtyards. Along the way, Ji Yuan saw many novel beasts and products, which were not found in Lingyun City or even Hongling City. When they arrived at the contestant rest area, Ji Yuan's eyes widened. As Tan He said, this was indeed a neat little villa area. There was a guard at the entrance, and to enter, one had to show their contestant ID badge, which was provided after completing the registration process. The ID badge shows the exact location of your residence. The door lock uses facial recognition that has been pre-recorded. This is it. I have a few old friends to meet. Call me if you need anything. After giving instructions, Tan He spread his golden wings on his back and disappeared into the sky under the astonished gaze of the crowd. Ji Yuan took out the ID badge. It had a number, 92. As he walked, the appearance of these villas and the size of the courtyards were all the same. The only thing that changed was the door number. Many people had already checked in. When he reached his number, 92, he saw a strong man with a sturdy build and thick brows and big eyes standing in the courtyard of number 93. The strong man smiled sincerely when he saw him. "Hello, my name is Zhong Xian from Dawang City. Lingyun City, Ji Yuan." He nodded with a smile in response, then walked into his own courtyard. The two-story villa was about 90 square meters, plus a 20-square-meter courtyard. It was plenty spacious for one person. The entry door, just as Tan said, was equipped with a facial recognition device at the peephole position. Click! As he stepped forward, the sound of the door lock turning echoed. The entry door opened automatically, and after he entered, it closed automatically behind him. "Welcome, contestant Ji Yuan. Now, please proceed to the basement. I will explain the rules of the competition." The house was comfortably decorated, simply and neatly furnished, and seemed to have a kind of smart butler. After he stepped inside, he found the basement entrance at the stairway leading to the second floor. The lights turned on, and he followed the stairs down to the basement, raising his eyebrows. Here, there was a round device the size of a manhole covered with flowing lights. This is a teleportation device provided by the Science Era. When the city competition begins, please follow the instructions to use the teleportation device to the competition site. In Inkmark's city, all fighting is prohibited. In the rest area, contestants are not allowed to visit each other's places. Your house can only be lived in by you alone. Food and clothing are prepared adequately, and there are still 62 hours until the first round of the competition starts. Please be patient, the smart butler explained. Ji Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Honestly, this scale, this environment, truly exceeded his expectations. Taking out his phone, because Mu Shuxin and Zhao Shan were familiar, the four of them pulled up a group chat again. After informing the three in the group that he had arrived, Zhao Shan immediately replied, "Old Ji, good luck. On the day of the competition, I will personally be there to cheer for you. Just wait to hear me shout Ji Yuan from the audience." Then, Mu Shuxin said, "I won't go to the venue. I'll watch the live stream at home. And when you advance to the fourth round, I'll come and cheer for you." About 4 minutes of silence later, Su Ziyin sent a message. "I will also go to the venue to cheer for you." Zhao Shan, "Miss Su, let's meet at the venue. I prepared a super cool banner for Old Ji." Su Ziyin, "Okay." Mu Shuxin, "Wait. I also want to go to the venue." Zhao Shan sent a confused expression. "Aren't you going to watch the live stream?" The chatting in the group stopped at Zhao Shan's last sentence. Ji Yuan looked at the 4 words, "cool banner," and had an ominous premonition. Chapter 55. Urban Competition, Round 1 Start. In a blink, 62 hours flew by in an instant. There are 3 minutes until the start. Contestants, please head to the basement and step onto the transmission device. On the first day of the urban competition, Round 1, it was exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. With a handsome face and short black hair, Ji Yuan stepped into the basement under the urging of the smart butler. He was wearing a black shirt, with 2 blue clouds embroidered on the collar and cuffs. The pure black clothing style contrasted with his handsome appearance, giving him a sharp aura as if a blade was about to be unsheathed. Taking a deep breath, Ji Yuan stepped onto the transmission device. Buzz! A strange sound echoed, like electricity coursing through his whole body, causing his skin to feel a tingling sensation. As his vision went dark and a beam of soft yellow light illuminated, Ji Yuan had been transmitted to a room about 10 square meters in size. The room was small but decorated with high-quality wallpaper and covered with an expensive carpet. Even a small chandelier on the ceiling was inlaid with dazzling diamonds. However, aside from these, there were no other furnishings. In the southeast corner, there was a brown wooden door. At this moment, a round handle shimmering with golden light turned, and a man wearing a headset walked in. "Lingyun City, Ji Yuan?" "Yes. Follow me." The man turned and left. Ji Yuan quickly followed behind him. Exiting the room, Ji Yuan followed him through a straight black corridor. He observed his surroundings and found that this corridor only connected to the room he had just come out of. When they reached a corner, the man stopped and gestured for him to step forward. "Next, let's welcome the contestant for the urban competition, Round 1, Match 5. At this moment, a deep yet passionate male voice echoed faintly from ahead. Ji Yuan stepped around the corner. There was a staircase leading up. At the end, there was a black curtain. At the moment he lifted the curtain, a blinding light shot at him. The intense brightness made one instinctively squint and raise a hand to shield his eyes. Once he adapted, Ji Yuan slowly lowered his hand. What came into view was a sea of people in the audience, and he was standing on a wide stage. The edge of the stage was enveloped in a thin light curtain, which could withstand any explosive aftermath inside, avoiding harm to the audience. A glance swept across, and the competition area was incredibly vast, actually featuring 4 stages at once. This meant that in the first round of the urban competition, at least 8 people were fighting simultaneously in each match. Soon, Ji Yuan spotted a long and big banner in the northern audience area. He saw that the banner read, "Tremble, contestants, you are about to face Linyun City's first star, Linyun City's first tough guy, Linyun City's first beastmaster, Ji Yuan." The banner was stretched across 10 empty seats by 2 long pipes with bases, forming the most unique sight in the entire audience. Because the owner of this banner not only bought more than 10 consecutive tickets, but he also madly waved a custom flag onto the banner with both hands. Zhao Shan raised high a flag, saying, "Mighty Man Ji Yuan," excitedly shouting in the audience, his enthusiasm causing countless heads to turn attention. Fortunately, he had some conscience and knew to book seats in the last row, so the banner wouldn't block others' views, allowing him to wave madly. Where did this idiot come from? I remember Lingyun City is only ranked 92, right? Who is this Ji Yuan? Is he crazy? Can he even get past the first round? Just bring in the stunt to yell and shout. Exactly. A small city ranked over 90 dares to be so arrogant? I can't wait to see what place he finishes in, what abilities he has. So damn cocky, still shaking, huh? Mighty man? Look at this cheering guy. Without a few 100,000, no one can pull off this kind of passion, right? The surrounding audience whispered because of Zhao Shan's unique support method. And on stage, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, his mouth twitched, wishing he could rush up to strangle Zhao Shan right now. At that moment, on the other side of the ring, a man in gray casual clothes walked out. Ji Yuan's ring was the last among the 4 rings at this moment. When his opponent came up, the entire arena suddenly went dark. All right, dear audience friends, the contestants for the 5th match are now on stage. Let me introduce them one by one. First, from the red side in the first ring, a level 6 Beastmaster from Jinting City, Guan Peng. As the host's voice fell, a faint red light shone on the left side of the ring, revealing a slightly chubby man. Next, from the blue side in the first ring, a level 6 Beastmaster from Luqing City, Su Rue. A faint blue light shone on the right side of the ring, where a woman with a cold expression was standing. Guan Peng represents Jinting City, ranked 42 in the country, and Su Rue represents Luqing City, ranked 30 in the country. We can see that the gap between the 2 contestant cities is not that big. Who will ultimately claim victory in the first ring? Let's look forward to it. With the host's introduction, the audience erupted into a tsunami of cheers. When it finally came to the 4th ring, Zhao Shan instantly perked up, standing up and wildly waving his flag. Let's focus our attention on the 2 contestants in the 4th ring. Please look to the red side, from Lingyun City, a level 6 Beastmaster, Ji Yuan. The live camera operator was considerate. When Ji Yuan's name was announced, the camera did not show him. Instead, it moved to the northern audience area, focusing on a banner saying "Mighty Man," covering 10 seats. As expected, the scene instantly erupted in boos, and Ji Yuan covered his face, reaching the peak of helplessness. Wow, this contestant's fans are really powerful. Now, please shift your gaze to his opponent. On the blue side from Yulin City, a level 6 Beastmaster, Chun Hui. Lingyun City is ranked 92 in the country, while Yulin City is ranked 90. This is the closest city ranking in this match. The host shouted passionately. Now, the introductions for all 8 contestants in the 4 rings have been completed. We are about to begin the 5th match. Before we start, I need to announce the rules. All contestants must strictly comply. First, during the match, no killing the Beastmasters. Second, the match time is a total of 3 minutes. When the time is up, if neither side wins, they will both be eliminated. Simultaneous elimination. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Count down 3 seconds. When 3 seconds are up, the match officially begins. 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly ignited, and on the ring, bizarre beasts appeared, charging at their respective opponents. Facing Ji Yuan, the man named Chun Hui had a beast imprint appear on his face. Right after, a giant snake with scales shining in a rainbow of colors appeared. Yanhua Xiaoxi. He recognized this creature, a mid-level bloodline, good at spewing hallucinatory poison mist and taking advantage of its prey being affected to swallow it. His right palm slightly clenched. Blue flames suddenly spread out. At the same time, the giant mouth of the Yanhua Xiao, she sprayed pink mist towards Ji Yuan. With only 3 minutes, everyone knew they must end the fight quickly. One strike would surely be deadly. Unexpectedly, the blue flames surrounding Ji Yuan evaporated the pink mist directly. Ming, unleash red flame execution. We will finish the battle in one blow. Chapter 56. An unexpected result, being cyberbullied. Muscle Man Ji Yuan? Just this little frame? I thought he was some muscle hunk. In the audience, some people, fueled by resentment against Zhao Shan, were keenly watching the battle on the fourth ring. Hey, Ji Yuan is pretty lucky. His opponent's city ranking is only 2 places higher. This gap is easy to break through. Wow, this guy from Mu Linheng City has the Yanhua Xiao Shi as his beast. Am I seeing this right? What a trash beast. Damn it, I wanted to see this muscle man eliminated in the first round, but this Chun Hui is just too weak. The Yanhua Xiao Shi? Such a beast isn't even worth mentioning. Hey, look, the guy from Linyan City is also summoning a beast. I wonder what creature he will bring out. It better not be a wild boar or a wild bull. What is that blue thing? Mist? Or, whoa, holy shit. Why is the air around Ji Yuan warping? Could that blue thing be flame? It's here. It's here. Oh my god, am I seeing this wrong? This Ji Yuan's beast is actually a Qilin beast? On the fourth ring, the scorching waves were intense. Amidst the boiling of the ghostly flame, Ming slowly appeared. The venue's lights shone on its pure white scales, reflecting an elegant, noble hue. Ming held its head high, surrounded by swirling, ghostly blue flames. The giant body of the Yanhua Xiao Shi stopped, its mid-level bloodline already intimidated by Ming's presence. Behind, Chun Hui's pupils flickered, staring at Ming, incredulity rising in his eyes. He could sense from the beast seal that his Yanhua Xiao Shi's soul trembled greatly, completely lacking the heart to fight. What is this guy's background, to have such a high-level beast? After all, being from a lower-ranked city, he did not recognize the Qilin beast before him. My strongest beast bloodline only barely reaches high level. The next moment, Chun Hui lowered his head and raised his hand, shouting, Mu Linheng City, Chun Hui, I concede. As soon as this was said, it echoed throughout the venue. Everyone was nearly dumbfounded, including Ji Yuan, who quickly signaled Ming to retract the skill it was about to unleash, looking at Chun Hui in shock. What? The beast hasn't even fought yet, and the blue side contestant in the fourth ring concedes directly? I announced the 5th match, the first to end, is the 4th ring. The victor is Linyan City, Ji Yuan. The host was a bit dazed. His words drew all eyes towards him. When some people saw the auspicious beast beside Ji Yuan, they couldn't help but exclaim. The audience erupted in a commotion. Countless noisy discussions surged up. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, but saw Chun Hui calmly store away his Yanhua Xiao Shi, stepping closer to him. Coming before Ji Yuan, Chun Hui took a careful look at Ming and then said, Your beast, its bloodline level must be at the overlord level, right? Ji Yuan opened his mouth, ultimately nodding silently. That's good. Anyway, it was a guaranteed loss. Better to concede than let my beast get hurt. Chun Hui shrugged nonchalantly, explaining his motivation. The city tournament isn't that important. This guy conceded too decisively, leaving him a bit dazed. Who knew? Chun Hui smiled and spread his hands. Don't mess around, brother. We both come from bottom-tier cities. How can we compete with those top-ranked geniuses? Haven't you heard? This is the last district competition. The districts are about to merge, and we, the lower-ranked districts, will soon be able to rely on the strong. Before the competition, our mayor specifically told me that rankings don't matter, and it's okay to admit defeat when it's time. After saying this, he raised his eyebrows, looking indifferent. Ji Yuan held his forehead, wondering why the situation was completely different from what he imagined. Where was the passionate battle he wanted? Meanwhile, the audience was shouting about fake matches. Come on, who admits defeat without even fighting? Because of the protective mechanism at the edge of the stage, the atmosphere inside couldn't spread outside, even though the Qilin, a rare and noble beast, was indeed valuable. But this cannot be a reason for contestants to give up without a fight. What the hell? What is this opponent of Lao Ji? What's going on? In the northern audience area, Zhao Shan was also confused. He suspected this might be some kind of show effect. But then he thought about it. This was the district competition. Who would dare to create a show in such a setting? The winner and loser of the fourth stage can leave. While other stages were in fierce combat, Ji Yuan had to leave reluctantly amidst the shouts of anger. Bro, although the Qilin is a rare beast, don't forget we are just representatives of a marginal city. I know what you're thinking, but forget it, take care. Before leaving, Chun Hui spoke seriously, as if giving him advice. He pulled open the curtain leading to the backstage, and staff were already waiting. After returning to the small room he had come from, he closed the door, and his mind went hazy. When he came to his senses, he found himself in the basement of his own home. He had no time to do anything. His phone vibrated like crazy. Opening it, he saw a group chat with the 4 of them. Zhao Shan, what the hell? What is Chun Hui doing? Why did he admit defeat directly? People online are cursing Lao Ji like crazy. He shared a post with the title, "The Most Absurd Competition. Lingyun City exposed for spending heavily to bribe before the match, and opponents could get a free pass to victory." The match had just ended, and the replies to this post had already reached tens of thousands. Ji Yuan clicked to have a look. As he expected, every comment was full of curses. Yet among these insults, everyone could not escape 4 words: low-level district. Each reply was filled with malice towards Lingyun City, ranked outside the top 90. Or rather, this was a habitual prejudice. Prejudice. Looking at the insults in the post, a nameless flame rose in Ji Yuan's heart. No wonder he once said that the ranking system had serious drawbacks. This imbalance in resources would lead those high above to develop a serious prejudice against representatives from small cities who couldn't break free from a mire. Even Chun Hui, who was stuck in a mire, had this ridiculous prejudice. Could it be that representatives like them from small cities were really only meant to be supporters at the competition, destined to fail like Chun Hui? Ji Yuan clenched his fists. At this moment, he truly understood what he meant when he said, "What always cannot be eradicated between people is prejudice." Once this emotion arises, everyone will put on colored glasses to look at you. Your every move will be misinterpreted and exaggerated. If you ask me, don't be anxious. Lingyun City can only bribe representatives from nearby districts. In the next round, Ji Yuan will surely show his true colors. Normal, every district competition, some low-level districts always try to take shortcuts. Ji Yuan won't last past the second round. The top 2 most liked comments were pinned, and countless people expressed their agreement. Chapter 57, second round, 92 versus 15. The next day, the first round of the district competition had ended. Out of 120 people, 60 were eliminated. The eliminations were basically in line with what the entire internet expected. Most of those eliminated were from mid to high-ranked districts, winning their battles with overwhelming force, eliminating representatives from lower-ranked districts. Of course, there's a small part where the battle difference in the urban area is not significant. However, statistically, among the urban areas ranked below 60, only 5 people advanced to the second round. Among them, Ji Yuan's urban area ranking is the lowest among the 60 people who advanced. At this moment, at this very time, in a room with an old style and retro decor, a few figures sat casually. The old figure sitting in the corner tapped his cane and smiled, saying, "This competition has started with such events. Can you all understand why I advocate merging urban areas now? But perhaps there really is a possibility of bribery. After all, Ji Yuan and Chun Hui are separated by 2 ranks, and there is no reason for Chun Hui to admit defeat directly. Moreover, it is said that before the competition, the mayor of Lingyun City had contacts with several urban areas ranking lower. Meanwhile, a man with his legs crossed spoke with a hint of disdain. Haha, Move family agent, don't bring embarrassment upon yourself. Have you forgotten that the drawing personnel for this urban area competition are your Move family members?" Suddenly, a light curtain appeared on the wall of the room, displaying the image of a Qilin, a graceful and elegant mythical beast. The Qilin, with a bloodline rank of at least legendary, forcing an opponent contracted to the Yanhua clever snake to submit without a fight. Doesn't that seem strange? At this moment, a graceful woman with cascading long hair stood up, languidly speaking. Furthermore, Move family agent, everyone knows who the mayor of Lingyun City is. Back then, your Move family and Tanhe's affair did not involve the alliance. You don't need to add insult to injury now. Jiang Wanxiao, don't slander others. That Tanhe's been stuck at the 4th rank and unable to break through since leaving our Move family. Such a person does not deserve our attention. I'm just stating the facts. Bang! Bang! In the corner, the old man with the cane lightly tapped the ground. His identity seemed particularly special, causing the Move family agent to immediately fall silent. Move family agent, this is an internal matter of the alliance. Please pay attention to your manner of address. Seeing the room quiet down, the old man continued. There is no need to deliberately clarify public opinion. As long as Ji Yuan meets a strong opponent in the second round, no matter the outcome, once the second round is over, the rumors will naturally collapse. The old man's gaze focused on the Qilin in the light curtain, faintly shimmering. Zhao Xiaomei, Ji Yuan is criticized because of your terrible banner. You are really too unreliable. In the group, after the competition ended, Mu Shuxin had been relentlessly blaming Zhao Shan, scolding him for a day and a night, sending over 100 messages that Zhao Shan simply couldn't refute. When she finally calmed down for a moment, Zhao Shan cautiously sent a crying emoji, saying, "The format of this terrible banner was something I copied online. I didn't expect it would cause such serious consequences. Old Ji, I'm sorry for you, old Ji." Sitting in the living room, Ji Yuan wore a smile on his face, shaking his head as he typed. It's okay. It's not the banner's fault. Having experienced too much overwhelming criticism during those 2 years at the Beast Taming Academy, he had already become numb to it. Mu Shushin, don't indulge him. Following that, Mu Shushin launched another round of verbal attacks. Instantly, dozens of messages flooded the group chat again. The competition is about to begin. Please have the contestants move to the teleportation device and head to the competition site. The voice of the intelligent butler sounded. Ji Yuan stood up, his refined and handsome face taking on a serious look. He hoped that in this second match, a proper opponent would come, allowing him to shatter all doubts from the outside world. It was the same process as before. The teleportation device connected to a glamorous small room. Of course, after lifting the curtain and stepping onto the stage again, his opponent was already waiting. As soon as he appeared, the entire audience erupted in boos. This time, he was on the first stage. Welcome back, dear audience friends. What is about to be held is the second round of the urban area competition, the first duel. After the fierce battles yesterday, a total of 60 contestants have entered the second round. Today, 30 people will be eliminated. Let's wait and see. Now, let us introduce the contestants of the first match. First up on the first platform, the red team, from Linyan City, Ji Yuan. The audience erupted, everyone chanting in unison. Fake match. Fake match. Fake match. A roar echoed throughout the venue. Today, Zhao Shan still stood in the northern audience, still holding up a banner. However, this time the content was much more normal. It only repeated 4 big characters. Ji Yuan will win. At this moment, amidst the audience's mocking voices, Zhao Shan stepped onto a chair, straining his neck and shouted, Ji Yuan is awesome. Ji Yuan will win. Around him, others gave him thumbs down and made hoo-hoo sounds. The first platform, with soft red lights shining on his face, Ji Yuan closed his eyes, listening to the boos from the crowd. His heart was calm and unperturbed. The host remained silent, allowing the audience to vent their emotions. After a moment, he finally spoke to control the scene. It is clear that the red team contestants' victory yesterday has left everyone a bit unconvinced, and as the host, I fully understand. However, I must clarify, in the city competition, there cannot be any match-fixing, bribery, or predetermined outcomes. Alright, let's turn our attention to the blue team contestant from Fengshuan City, Haozhen. Let's take a look at the city rankings represented by both contestants. Linyan City, ranked 92nd. Fengshuan City, ranked 15th. Wow, the gap between the cities this time is indeed quite large. It is worth mentioning that contestant Haozhen eliminated his opponent in just 30 seconds during the last round. The outcome of the first platform battle, let's wait and see. As the host introduced the other platforms, Ji Yuan opened his eyes and looked at this round's opponent. It was a man dressed in a blue trench coat with a cold gaze. His eyes swept over Ji Yuan, undisguised contempt in them. In his view, battling against these low-ranking city representatives was just a waste of time. Alright, the introductions of the contestants are complete. The first battle is about to begin. As the host's words fell, the moment the battle bell rang, the atmosphere exploded again. The other platforms erupted into chaos, while on the first platform, Haozhen stepped forward slowly, arms crossed. As his arm revealed a dark beast-controlling seal. Next to him, a surge of black flames emerged, continuously expanding, eventually transforming into a giant bear engulfed in black flames. Haha! Haozhen did not use his first-round beast. He summoned his Hellfire Bear. Kill Haozhen! Tear apart this fake match King's Qilin beast. The crowd watching the battle shouted loudly. Haozhen's expression remained indifferent as he commanded in his heart. Black Soul, use Hell Boil. End this. Oh! The giant bear let out a deep roar, its black flames pouring out in a surge. Chapter 58. I Surrender. The cyan beast-controlling seal flickered, and Ling's body appeared. It took 2 steps forward, staring at the black flames rushing like dark clouds, remaining completely still. Since he couldn't kill the Beastmaster, the black flames instantly engulfed Ling. Not far away, Haozhen sneered as he breathed out a contemptuous aura. His Hellfire Bear belonged to a dominant bloodline. This unique Hellfire could burn everything. This Qilin beast was definitely doomed. Oh, Qilin beast, such a rare creature. How did this low-ranking city guy get it? Thinking this, he looked at Ji Yuan, only to find that the other party's expression remained normal, and he didn't even furrow his brows. Pretending to be deep, Haozhen's expression remained indifferent, but he was sneering in his heart. Once this Qilin beast is burned to ashes, you. Suddenly, in a strange black flames, a trace of cyan, ghostly fire rose. Whoosh! In the next moment, silent and terrifying ripples erupted. The black flames instantly vanished, revealing an unscathed Qilin beast. What's going on? Hao Zhan frowned. Black Soul, use intimidating roar. Roar! The black bear got on all fours and let out a huge roar towards Ming. Its supreme bloodline waves mixed into sound waves, tried to intimidate the white and green Qilin. Even beasts of the same level will be intimidated under this roar. After all, my Black Soul bloodline is close to legendary level. Hao Zhan sneered in his heart. Once this Qilin beast is intimidated, I'll let Black Soul use heart-piercing claw. But in the next second, he froze. He saw that the Qilin beast did not freeze as he had expected. On the contrary, he saw Ji Yuan's lips move slightly, as if uttering two words. Suddenly, boom, abruptly, a bloodline pressure, hundreds of times more terrifying than that of a supreme being, erupted violently from the Qilin beast's body. In an instant, Hao Zhan saw his Black Soul tensing up, its thick limbs beginning to tremble wildly. Legendary level. This beast actually has a legendary bloodline. Hao Zhan roared in his heart, but his expression remained absolutely indifferent. He would not allow himself to lose his composure in front of a lower-tier opponent in the city. Whoa! At the same time, just as the black bear was stunned, countless green chains suddenly appeared out of thin air on the arena. These chains wildly wrapped around the black bear, the terrifying flames burning its flesh and soul, making the black bear let out intense screams. Black Soul! Damn it! Why can't I take it back? This scene caused Hao Zhan's expression to change for the first time. He looked at Ji Yuan in shock, but saw that the other was also looking at him. That gaze was calm, without a ripple. A bad premonition surged in Hao Zhan's heart. The black bear was tightly bound by the chains, its huge body struggling on the ground but to no avail. Crimson Flame Execution. As Ji Yuan's indifferent voice echoed, a blue light shone in Ming's eyes. Whoosh! In the air above the arena, a giant sword engulfed in terrifying heat appeared out of nowhere. Ji Yuan slightly raised his hand and swung down toward the struggling black bear on the ground. In midair, the flame giant sword plunged straight down towards the black bear's head with his motion. Bang! The arena erupted with a terrifying tremor. Hao Zhan's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly looked at his arm, only to see the beast seal belonging to the black bear gradually fading away. No! Veins bulged on Hao Zhan's forehead. This was the beast he had carefully cultivated. If it died in this second round, he would definitely go mad. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan was not someone to show mercy. The previous attacks were relentless and clearly meant to kill, and since that was the case, he would not hold back either. As the searing flames dissipated, there was only a big hole left in the black bear's head. One strike and it was over. Everyone watching this battle was dumbfounded. They couldn't even figure out what had happened. Even Hao Zhan didn't understand. The change occurred in an instant. Just the previous second, his Black Soul was still gaining the upper hand, engulfing this Qilin beast with black flames. But the fading of the beast seal on his arm and the dimming of Black Soul's pupils were all stimulating him, forcing him to face reality. Ji Yuan, the beast he had invested countless efforts in, was thus killed before him, making Hao Zhan unable to stay calm anymore. His face twisted, letting out a mad roar. This voice pierced through the entire venue, freezing the enthusiastic audience and other arenas. Everyone turned to look, but they were all stunned in disbelief. The fierce battle between the 15th-ranked city and the 92nd-ranked city should have been an easy fight. But now, veins bulged on Hao Zhan's forehead. He couldn't accept this result. Now he just wanted to kill. To kill this Qilin beast and avenge his Black Soul. Screech! A sharp cry sounded. A half-human tall ice crystal creature appeared. This creature resembled a mantis, with two side-like front claws, but its head resembled a snake. Extremely bizarre. It's the Cold Claw Beast, the unique high bloodline creature of Fengchuan City. Outside the arena, countless people recognized this creature. As the Cold Claw Beast appeared, its figure instantly vanished. When it reappeared, it had already teleported into the sky above Ming. Its sharp front claws gleamed with a cold light, raised high, seemingly wanting to pierce through Ming's skull directly. Blazing flame storm. From behind, Ji Yuan spoke in a deep voice. Whoosh! A sea of ghostly flames surged up. Ming used the passive skill Control Fire, condensing the ghostly flames into a giant fiery hand, grabbing the Cold Claw Beast. The terrifying burning effect of the ghostly flames instantly enveloped it. Then, the blue flaming hand slammed down hard. Bang! After experiencing the double burns of soul and body, and then being violently slammed to the ground, the Cold Claw Beast almost instantly lost its combat ability. Seeing this scene, Hao Zhan let out an incredulous roar and hurriedly recalled it. My soul come out. Immediately, Hao Zhan waved his arm again. summoning his last beast. It was a robust ice crystal magic ape, with a fierce face, its fists covered in layers of ice crystals, charging towards Ming with heavy steps. But Ming slightly opened its beastly mouth. Its passive skill, Control Fire, is extremely special, allowing it to manipulate the ghostly flames in various ways. For example, at this moment, the ghostly flames gathered into a ball in its mouth, and with a slight exhale, this scorching fireball shot out. Roar! The ice crystal magic ape punched out, shattering this fireball. The high temperature melted the ice crystals on its fist, but caused little damage. Use Furious Strike. Pummel it. From behind, Hao Zhen saw hope and cried out anxiously. But the next second, whoosh, the blue chains appeared out of nowhere again, wrapping themselves around the ice crystal magic ape in an instant. The ice crystal magic ape howled in agony as it tried to struggle, but the ghostly flames were simply too terrifying. This dual torment of soul and body made it impossible to break free from the chain's restraints. Its entire body was bound and knelt on the ground, unable to move. The smile that had just appeared on Hao Zhen's face vanished in an instant. He was terrified by this scene. Whoosh! As a sharp flamed giant sword appeared in the air, Hao Zhen could no longer care about any image and called out to Ji Yuan in a panic. Don't attack. I admit defeat. I surrender. Chapter 59. The First Glimmer of Glory. Fengchuan City, Hao Zhen surrenders. With his arm raised high, Hao Zhen shouted with his whole body trembling, his face twisted. His voice was hoarse and choked. The host, standing in the audience, looked up at the first arena in disbelief at the figure raising its arm and shouting. This script is wrong. I declare that the first battle, the very first to end the match, is the first arena. The winner, Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan. The host quickly reacted. His voice spread through the microphone, echoing throughout the venue. The audience fell into a dead silence. The other three arenas were still fighting fiercely, but every contestant's mind echoed with a question. What's going on with Hao Zhen? How can he, a representative ranked 15th, lose to someone over 90? Ji Yuan, Ji Yuan, Ji Yuan. In an instant, the silence was shattered. Countless people turned their eyes to the sound and saw a man with slicked back hair, waving a flag madly in his hand. At the same time, beside him was a long banner occupying 10 seats. Zhao Shan was ecstatic. He had held in a belly full of anger from the earlier boos, and now he could finally vent. Ji Yuan, beautiful win. Zhao Shan yelled excitedly, as if he had won a prize himself. This guy, on the arena. Ji Yuan chuckled silently, then waved his palm, and Ming immediately withdrew its attack. Free from the chains, the ice crystal magic ape's fierce face was filled with fear, its pair of brown beastly eyes fixed on the Qilin beast beside Ji Yuan, filled with terror. Just now, it had clearly felt the threat of death. Hao Zhen immediately recalled the ice crystal magic ape. He stood in place, bowing his head, his pupils. He lost to the lowly representative from the district he once looked down upon. At first, his pride made him reluctant to admit defeat, but when the life of his longtime companion beast was threatened, he instinctively shouted those words. He couldn't imagine how the world would criticize him after losing the match. Yet, reflecting on this confrontation, all three of his beasts had been summoned, one dead, one injured. If he hadn't admitted defeat, perhaps even the ice crystal magic ape would have died. Legendary level beast, where did this lowly district guy come from? Hao Zhen took a careful look at Ji Yuan and that elegantly magnificent Qilin beast, and suddenly felt at ease. After nodding at Ji Yuan, he turned to leave, his back looking somewhat lonely. In the first round, Hao Zhen eliminated his opponent in 30 seconds. In the second round, he used all his skills, with 3 beasts taking turns, yet he was defeated by Ji Yuan in just 1 minute. This match was live-streamed nationwide. Linyan City. Since the day the competition started, every screen on the city's streets has been broadcasting it live. This was undoubtedly a battle that captured the entire city's attention. Yesterday, everyone in the city who knew how to access the internet started building a defense line of Defend Ji Yuan, voicing their support for their city representative under all the insulting posts. And today, when Ji Yuan decisively, cleanly, and neatly won this dramatically unequal battle, the entire city, whether in traffic, on foot, or watching the live stream at home, was all stunned. 92 defeated 15. The citizens, who had already lost hope after multiple district competitions, exploded the moment the host announced the results. On this day, Linyan City was boiling. Soon, banners hung up on the streets. The content was unified and organized. Tremble, competitors. You are about to face Linyan City's #1 rising star, Linyan City's #1 man, Linyan City's #1 beastmaster, Ji Yuan. Undoubtedly, this was Zhao Shan's first day support banner. Is this all too exaggerated? Actually, not at all. Since Linyun City was established through several mayors and past competition representatives, they had never broken the 85 mark, always ranking outside the top 90. But this time, as Linyun City's representative, Ji Yuan not only won 2 rounds, but also defeated the lofty representative from Fengchuan City, who ranked in the top 20. This victory, with a gap of nearly 70 ranks, was a scene the citizens of Linyun City never dared to imagine. Ji Yuan's victory today was not just his own, but belonged to everyone in Linyun City. Some even felt that if he were eliminated in the next round, it would still be worth it. Being able to eliminate a competitor ranked in the top 20 was already enough. After stepping down from the stage, Ji Yuan returned to the resting area as usual, not making any unnecessary actions. He simply pulled out his phone, opened the group chat, and typed 2 words. How was it? Awesome. Great job. Beautiful win. Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin all replied in seconds. A smile appeared on Ji Yuan's face. Being a little mischievous still made him very happy. On this day, the second round of matches, 60 people's battles, lasted from 8 in the morning until 6 in the afternoon. Online, the public opinion of Ji Yuan instantly reversed. On major social media platforms, the insults and praises polarized significantly. In just 2 days, the entire internet was defending Ji Yuan. Leading an argument against critics was a mysterious individual with the ID, Night Falls Silent. He was active on various websites, and under every post angrily criticizing Ji Yuan, his efforts to stand up for Ji Yuan could be seen. In the chat group, Zhao Shan, Old Ji, is this Night Falls Silent your alternate account? This language is too sharp. In just 2 days, he's already argued over 2,000 posts. He even attached a surprise emoji. Mu Shuxin, this person is indeed fierce, but I think it looks more like Old Tan's hired trolls. Ji Yuan was also curious. Thinking it over, the other party was either a citizen of Linyun City or a mercenary hired by Tan He. After all, it is hard to imagine someone spending all day arguing over 2,000 posts on their phone. Zhao Shan typed. At Su Ziyin, Miss Su, why did you suddenly go silent after the competition started? I didn't see you at the scene in the first round yesterday. Su Ziyin replied instantly. Your banner was so eye-catching, I didn't dare to get close. Zhao Shan. Oh no, please spare me. I really know my mistake. I won't do it again. Mu Shuxin. At Ji Yuan, hey. Since the second round is over, shall we gather for a bit? Zhao Shan, sure. I heard the foot massage place in Mo Hen City is famous, and they have a special beast taming service. I've been wanting to try it. Suzy and I also just happened to be free. Seeing the 3 of them getting excited, Ji Yuan smiled and looked up at the ceiling. Smart butler, want to go to the city district for a bit. Sorry, during the competition, only eliminated participants are allowed to leave the resting area. Only after the 6th round can participants move freely. For now, your range of activities is limited to the area around your accommodation. Damn, repeat that again. Ji Yuan raised his phone and sent the smart butler's reply in a voice message to the group chat. Zhao Shan. I can't believe this. It's like being in jail. Old Ji, let's give up tomorrow's match. That way, we can go experience the special beast taming service. Mu Shuxin, Zhao Xiaomei. Ji Yuan, Scram. Su Ziyin, Zhao Shan Scram. Chapter 60, the 4th round opponent. When the 3rd day came, the online public opinion about Ji Yuan had noticeably changed. The strongest dark horse of the city district competition is born. Ji Yuan from Linyun City might break into the top 4. Is it a scandal, or is Ji Yuan truly the chosen one? What hidden secrets does his beast taming hold? Latest post-match interview. Hao Zhan from Fengchuan City personally admits defeat to Ji Yuan. No scandal. He was beaten by pure strength. Some people still doubted Ji Yuan's victory, but when a certain statement spread across the internet, everyone tacitly agreed that Ji Yuan's victory was clean and above board. Those who say Hao Zhan faked the match. You should know, Hao Zhan represented Fengchuan City at the city district competition when he was 18. This 18-year-old beast-taming genius took Fengchuan City from 30th place all the way to 15th. This was his last competition, and he was sure to go all out to win the championship. But you actually say he deliberately lost to Ji Yuan? This statement was instantly approved by countless netizens when it was posted. Back then, Hao Zhan was already able to enter the 3 major super academies, but he declared, I want to enter a super academy as the competition champion. But no one expected that in the end, he was defeated in the 2nd round of the new competition format. Moreover, this statement was even liked by Hao Zhan himself. What was even more special was that the person who posted this was Ji Yuan's #1 supporter, Yiluo Wusheng. At this point, public opinion completely reversed, and everyone recognized Ji Yuan's strength. Furthermore, Netizens began to dig up all kinds of information about Ji Yuan. Even Ming was under the spotlight, and everyone was curious about the breed of this Qilin spirit beast and the limits of its bloodline level. As for today's third round, Ji Yuan's battle was closely watched. His opponent was a girl ranked 77th in the city district. The girl eliminated her opponent, ranked 79th in the second round. This battle was without suspense. Ji Yuan won easily. In the third round, 30 people competed, 15 were eliminated, and 15 advanced. Among them, one person from each of the top 10 cities was included, and the remaining 5 were all ranked in the top 20. Only Ji Yuan had the lowest ranking in the city district. Gradually, the people from the lower-ranked city districts, both citizens and participants, began to speak up on social media. Support Ji Yuan. The city districts ranked 70th and below were collectively referred to as low-level city districts by others. In the fourth round, one person would advance directly by default. The remaining 14 would compete for the top 8 spots, and representatives from low-level city districts had never entered the top 10. So at this moment, Ji Yuan seemed like he was about to create a miracle. People from the low-level city districts all focused their attention on this handsome young man. I hope he can really break this tradition. Let the low-level district break into the top 10. Online, the support for Ji Yuan suddenly increased. At this moment, hundreds of kilometers away, in the Mu family, in a courtyard filled with the sound of birds and fragrant flowers. Sir, someone from the Xiao family is visiting. A plainly dressed servant appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, speaking softly to those inside. Let him wait for me in the main hall. An elderly voice echoed in the courtyard. Moments later, an old man with white hair and beard stood up from amidst the flowers, brushed the dirt from his hands, and smiled lightly as he walked to the main hall. Mu family head, sorry to disturb you. As soon as the old man appeared and sat down, a Xiao family member holding hot tea quickly came forward to greet him. Ling Shun, just speak your mind. The Mu family head waved his hand, signaling the other to sit down. Seeing this, Xiao Ling Shun smiled and got straight to the point. Mu Lao must have heard about the biggest dark horse in this district competition, right? You mean the little fellow trained by Tanhe? That kid is impressive, he catches my eye. The Mu family head took a sip of the tea, served by the servant. Indeed, Ji Yuan is young, not only possessing a top-level soul power quality, but also mastering a highly mysterious Qilin beast. I tried to look up information, but there is no other Qilin species in the world that is exactly like this one. Xiao Lingshan laughed and said, It seems Tanhe came prepared this time. The bet from 10 years ago might finally bear fruit. You came here for this matter? The Mu family head smiled slightly. No. Xiao Ling Shun shook his head. This visit is to ask Mu Lao for a favor for my son. Oh, I heard before the competition starts. Xiao Ling Ju insisted on participating. So, who among those who made it to the fourth round has a grudge with him? They were all very familiar, and as soon as the words left his mouth, the Mu family head immediately guessed his intention. That's true, Xiao Ling Shun admitted readily. The draw result for the fourth round must have Ji Yuan facing Xiao Ling Ju. That's easy. The Mu family head lightly blew on the surface of the tea. But what if your boy can't win? Basically impossible. After finishing his words, Xiao Ling Shin stood up and prepared to leave. Before he left, he smiled and said, Isn't the Mu family hoping he would stop at this round? If my son wins, does that mean the Mu family owes him a favor? The district competition on the fourth day of the match. As it entered the fourth round, the format of the match changed slightly. In the early morning, a live draw was held in the competition arena. Unlike the first 3 rounds, where competitors only found out their opponents upon entering the arena, from the fourth round onwards, live draws would be held each time. Soon, among the 15 people, there was one empty draw, a lucky one who automatically advanced to the top 8. Zhang Bao. Ji Yuan sat in front of the television, and that name made his eyes narrow. From the 5 major beast families, Zhang family member, Zhang Bao. He is recognized as a strong contender for the championship and is also the player who finishes matches the fastest in this competition. In the first 3 rounds, the average battle time for him was under 20 seconds. He drew the empty lot, and everyone sighed in relief, as if Zhang Bao getting a bye was the most expected outcome. As the draws continued, Ji Yuan still did not see his name. He was just yawning and about to get up to go to the bathroom when the television announced a name. In the 6th match, the blue side Xiao Ling Ju. Xiao Ling Ju. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow as he saw the drawer reach into the box, stirring for a while before pulling out a ball. For some reason, he had an inexplicable premonition in his heart. Soon, the ball was opened, and a slip of paper unfolded, where 2 black characters were prominently written, Ji Yuan. As expected, what a coincidence. A cold glint flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. Xiao Ling Ju, the Det Yu, and Zhang Di owe me from deep in the mines. I will definitely collect it. After the draw concluded, the host announced the schedule for the fourth round. There would be 14 competitors, divided into 3 matches. The first match starts at 10 o'clock in the morning. 3 arenas, with 6 people fighting at the same time. The second match starts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, following the same format as the first. The third match starts at 8 o'clock in the evening. 1 arena, 2 people. I don't know if it was for the hype, but Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue's battle was scheduled as the third match. For a time, the whole internet buzzed with discussion. The biggest dark horse faces the young master of the Xiao family. Is this the most eye-catching showdown in the fourth round? Chapter 61, Ji Yuan. Your journey ends here. I asked my dad about it. Xiao Lingjue's father specifically went to the Mu family. It seems like this guy really hates you, old Ji. On the fourth day of the competition, there was still an hour before Ji Yuan would take the stage. In the villa's resting area, Ji Yuan had just finished a shower and was drying his hair while on the phone with Zhao Shan. Xiao Lingjue refuses to admit he teamed up with Zhang Di deep in a mine. What a despicable man. But I found out some details about his beast. Zhao Shan's voice kept coming through. First, his first beast is the fiery lion, a fire-type, high bloodline beast. The reason he needed the underworld Go seed back then was to evolve this beast, but I heard he later gave it up and chose another way to advance. I looked it up for you. After evolution, it's called the Flame-Devouring Profound Lion, and its bloodline level has advanced to the Dominator level. Quite fierce. His second beast was a gift from his father for his coming of age, the Magma Poison Bee. This Magma Poison Bee is also a Dominator-level beast, fire-type. Moreover, I heard it has a very special attack method, capable of long-range sniping of all targets. Long-range sniping? Ji Yuan's mind flashed back to that terrifying arrow deep in the mine. Xiao Lingjue only has these 2 beasts. You can handle it, right? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Shan was a bit worried. After all, Xiao Lingjue was different from ordinary competitors. The Xiao family's background was deep, and it was hard to tell if he had some unique tricks. Don't worry, I'm confident. Putting down the towel, Ji Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, a smile creasing his lips. 2 fire-type beasts. If it were anyone else, they might feel a bit troubled. But don't forget one of Ming's characteristics. Immune to all fire attribute damage. Xiao Lingjue, since you want to meet me so much, let's see who will win this showdown. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the competition venue, the other platforms had disappeared, leaving only the one in the center. Tonight, the place was packed with an audience. The people watching this match could be roughly divided into 3 groups. One group supported Xiao Lingjue, holding up fan signs. Another led by Zhao Shan, supporting Ji Yuan, made up of lower-ranked city supporters, called the comeback fans. As for the last group, they were neutral spectators who just enjoyed the match and cheered for every exciting moment. This time, Zhao Shan didn't play any tricks or occupy 10 seats. He sat quietly in the audience, looking heavy-hearted. What's wrong? Sitting beside him was Su Ziyin, dressed casually. Her exquisite heart-shaped face was not painted, yet it still formed a beautiful sight in the crowd. I'm worried about old Ji. Zhao Shan's expression was serious, looking melancholic. To be honest, he was really afraid Ji Yuan would lose. After all, Xiao Lingjue was different from those at the top of the rankings. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyin withdrew her gaze, her starry eyes slightly flickering, also hiding a trace of concern. Phew, almost missed it. At this moment, a lively laughter came through. Tonight, Mu Shushin had her wine-red hair tied in a ponytail, wearing tight jeans that showcased her perfect figure. Her fair cheeks wore a smile as she took the empty seat to the left of Zhao Shan. Long time no see. After sitting down, she leaned forward, waving at Su Ziyin over Zhao Shan. The silent girl politely nodded, her starry eyes wandering, not knowing what to think. Mu Shushin didn't mind, nudging Zhao Shan with her elbow and saying, Zhao Xiaomei, where's your banner? Bring it out. If you want to scold me, just directly scold me. Don't beat around the bush. Zhao Shan glanced at her. TSK, I'm serious. To come out tonight, I really put in a lot of effort. Mu Shushin lifted her white chin and said, prepare the banner. When Ji Yuan wins, we'll cheer for him together. Okay. Zhao Shan nodded, responding, his worry in his eyes undiminished. Leaning back against the chair, Mu Shushin also flashed a trace of unnoticeable sorrow in her eyes. Tonight, for this battle, although unwilling to admit it, the 3 were indeed prepared for Ji Yuan's failure. Boom! As the sound of the bell echoed, everyone involuntarily sat up straight. The match has begun. All right, dear viewers, welcome back. As the lights turned on, the host was the first to appear. First, let's thank the competitors who have brought us wonderful matches in the first 6 rounds. After the long wait, we are about to bring you the city competition, the 4th round, the final match. I know everyone is eager right now, so let's skip the opening remarks and get started. First, let's welcome our red team competitor, hailed as the biggest dark horse of this session, representing Linyun City from the 92nd District, Ji Yuan. The lights shone down. On the right side of the arena, Ji Yuan walked out slowly. Roar! In the audience, Zhao Shan instantly got into the spirit and shouted, Ji Yuan must win. His sudden roar startled both women beside him. What are you doing? Just now you looked like you were about to die. Su Xian's charming face showed mild anger. Zhao Xiaomei, are you trying to scare us on purpose? Mu Shuxin stood up, hands on her hips. Cheering for old Ji. How can we keep our voices down? We must be loud, Zhao Shan said, as a matter of course. At the same time, the audience supporting Ji Yuan joined in due to Zhao Shan's enthusiasm. Hee hee. It seems after 4 days of competition, contestant Ji Yuan has also gained quite a few fans. Next, let's welcome the blue team competitor from the Xiao family, Xiao Ling Hui. The host deliberately pronounced his name very solemnly. After all, this one is a young master from one of the 5 great beast-taming families. When Xiao Lingjue appeared in his white attire, the audience erupted in loud cheers as well. Seeing that his voice was overshadowed, Zhao Shan showed his dissatisfaction, rolled up his sleeves, and waved his hands to rally the surrounding Ji Yuan supporters for louder cheers. Xiao Lingjue's supporters were equally unyielding. In this way, before the battle even started, outside the arena had already turned into a competition of who could yell louder. Everyone, please calm down. The host wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I can understand your feelings, but please observe civilized behavior and do not disturb the order of the competition. Before we begin, allow me to introduce the district ranking differences of both competitors as per usual. Red Team, Linyun City's Ji Yuan, district ranking 92. Blue Team, Fenghui City's Xiao Lingjue, district ranking 2. Before we start, there is one rule that I need to emphasize to both competitors. Please remember, under any circumstances, absolutely do not kill the Beast Master. Alright, please both competitors prepare. In 3 seconds, when the bell rings, the match will officially begin. The host finished in one breath. In the arena, Xiao Lingjue stared at the handsome young man not far away and said coldly, Ji Yuan. Oh, journey ends here. Chapter 62, Showdown. Emperor, appear. As the battle bell rang, the air beside Xiao Lingjue visibly twisted. A rolling, blazing flame emerged, expanding into a majestic giant lion. The lion had brown-yellow fur, and flames burned fiercely around its neck, letting out a chilling low roar the moment it appeared. This dominant bloodline beast, the flaming lion, was named Emperor by him, showcasing Xiao Lingjue's ambition. Ming, Ji Yuan murmured. The infernal flame surged from the void, and Ming's figure emerged. With both fire-type beasts appearing on stage, even with a barrier at the edge of the arena, the entire audience still felt the air gradually heating up. At the moment Ming appeared, the flame-devouring lion planted its 4 claws on the ground, its entire body igniting into a burning arrow, shooting forward. This familiar scene made Ji Yuan's gaze sharpen. Immediately, Ming controlled the nether flame to form a blue flame shield, and the two collided, causing the arrow to explode into fragments. Whoosh! Following that, the flame-devouring lion charged out, its bloody mouth slightly opened, hot breath escaping from its nose, seemingly wanting to engage Ming in close combat. Fight! Ming! The blue and white Kirin beast showed no fear, its dark green whiskers slowly swaying, transforming into a ball of ghostly fire, crashing into the lion. Bang! A violent sound echoed, the two beasts clashing at close range. This was Ming's first time fighting another beast up close. Yet it showed no signs of losing ground, using its unique fire control ability to manipulate the nether flame, attacking in constantly changing forms. The flame-devouring lion, in close combat, preferred to use its front paws, its sharp claws engulfed in raging flames. Each strike against Ming produced a dull, thundering sound, but it seemed that such attacks could not inflict significant damage on Ming. In contrast, when Ming struck it with the nether flame, not only did a howl escape its throat, but the flames engulfing its body seemed like they were about to be extinguished. In this close encounter, the flame-devouring lion was almost instantly at a disadvantage. The fire-based close combat methods of the flame-devouring lion are not enough to threaten Ming. Behind, Ji Yuan watched the two beasts fight, lost in thought. After some time of observation, he had developed a unique understanding of the combat methods between beast tamers. In a sense, most beasts are inherently destined for the combat styles that suit them. For example, Flashing Spirit. Its innate skill set includes a close combat skill called Dance of Lightning. In contrast, Ming's skill set seems destined to favor long-distance combat. But in Ji Yuan's view, this kind of destiny has considerable drawbacks. Some beast tamers might thereby completely anchor the combat methods when expanding the skills of their beasts. But according to Ji Yuan's thinking, he wanted each of his beasts to master both close and long-distance combat skills proficiently. Therefore, in the final 15 days before the match, Ji Yuan had been training Ming's close combat abilities. This battle was a test of his efforts. After entering youth, Ming's new passive skill, fire control, became an incredibly high potential existence. It not only increased the power of Nether Flame while reducing soul energy consumption, it also allowed the Nether Flame to take various forms according to Ming's thoughts, attacking in unexpected ways. Gag! At this moment, amidst their fierce battle, sudden howls echoed. Ji Yuan focused his eyes. The flame-devouring lion was being pushed back repeatedly in close combat with Ming. He saw that beside Ming, for arms formed from the Nether Flame, like a storm, were indiscriminately pounding the flame-devouring lion from all angles. This combat style left the audience outside stunned. After going through the first 3 rounds of matches, they thought the Kirin Beast's strongest killing move was the blade piercing after being bound by chains. They never expected that this Kirin Beast could fight in such a way. It was simply cheating. The flame-devouring lion kept retreating. These fists slamming against it not only carried enormous force, but also held a sense of soul-tormenting pain. However, this method of attack seemed to be draining a lot of energy from Ming as well. After a short while, the 4 arms merged into one, and the attack frequency dropped significantly. Now's the time. From a distance, Xiao Lingjie gripped his hand tightly, shouting, "Emperor, unleash dark walking ghost claw!" Roar! In an instant, the flame-devouring lion, which had been retreating steadily, suddenly shimmered with a hint of black light in its eyes. At the same time, its front paws climbed up the dark power, and its whole body suddenly pounced forward. The fist made of hellish flames crashed hard on its large mouth, causing several broken teeth to fall, but the flame-devouring lion did not stop its movements. Its double paws swiped, tearing towards Ming's body. Slashed. Ow away. Ming let out a painful low roar and kept retreating. On the arena, crimson blood flowed, mixed with glimmering white scales. Under the gaze of everyone, the attack from the flame-devouring lion left several dazzling blood streaks on Ming's body. This was the first time Ming was injured. Intense pain caused it to continuously roar in its mouth. The wounds pained and itched unbearably, as if some residual power was lurking and stirring. Ming! Ji Yuan hurriedly stepped forward, his brows knitted together, his eyes filled with heartache. Then, he raised his head to look ahead, only to see that the flame-devouring lion was also covered in blood, panting heavily. On its front paws, a hint of dark ripples was hidden. Dark attribute! Ji Yuan's pupils constricted. Once a dark attribute attack cut open a wound, it would bleed profusely and be extremely difficult to heal. Fortunately, Ming's hellish flames were not ordinary flames, just right to dispel the negative effects of the dark attribute. Outside the arena, this sudden turn of events caused the supporters of Xiao Lingjie to erupt in loud cheers. Damn! This Xiao Lingjie actually hit a hand. On the stands, Zhao Shan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this flame-devouring lion to have a second attribute. Surprised, Ji Yuan? I will let you see with your own eyes, your beast dying before you. Xiao Lingjie sneered. The flame-devouring lion covered in dark attributes lunged again. At the same time, Xiao Lingjie clenched his fists tightly, rushing out together. He wanted to fight Ji Yuan up close. Come on! A fierce light flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. He did not dodge or avoid, but faced it head-on. Meanwhile, Ming perked up, pulling away just before the flame-devouring lion pounced. Wow! Searing chains appeared out of thin air, locking tightly onto the opponent. But just as the chains touched the flame-devouring lion, its body erupted with a wave of flames, shattering the chains. Roar! The flame-devouring lion let out a roar and lunged forward. But this time, a prepared Ming instantly consolidated a defense, blocking its deadly claws. The two beasts fell into a fierce battle again. On the other side, Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjie also began to fight. Not just the beasts were fighting, even the beast masters started to clash. The entire arena erupted in intense cheers, both side supporters shouting and waving flags. Such a scene undoubtedly pushed the match to its peak. Chapter 63 Blood Battle. Xiao Lingjie roared angrily, throwing a punch that hit Ji Yuan's chest. But at the same time, Ji Yuan's left foot swept in, striking his ribs. With one blow, both stumbled back. This battle had already lasted 10 minutes. In the fourth round, the match was no longer timed. It would only end if one side lost combat ability or surrendered. Not far away, the two beasts continued to clash. The arena was filled with blood, and both beasts were covered in wounds, making it hard to tell who had the upper hand. The two beast masters, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. Although each punch landed heavily, they had not inflicted fatal injuries to each other. At this moment, Ji Yuan was panting heavily. Thankfully, he had been practicing fighting techniques with Tan He all along. Otherwise, after just 3 exchanges, he would have been knocked down. Xiao Lingjue was also gasping for breath, his fists trembling. 10 minutes had passed, and this duel still had no winner. This was not the result he wanted. This Ji Yuan, why was he able to match him? If it were the beasts, that would be fine. After all, the other party's beast had a high bloodline level. But even in close combat, where he usually took the most pride, the other side could withstand it. Why was that? Xiao Lingjue glanced at the battle between the two beasts, a hint of bitterness rising in his heart. It's still not time. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Lingjue charged out again. Ji Yuan did not dodge or avoid. Once again, throwing punches. Bang! Another collision. Ji Yuan seized the opportunity and landed a punch on Xiao Lingjue's left rib. The attack, filled with soul power, made sweat break out on Xiao Lingjue's forehead, and the intense pain almost made him lose his breath. Xiao Lingjue quickly threw a rising hook punch, and Ji Yuan hurriedly leaned back, but still felt a brush of the punch's wind on his jaw. Puff! Almost at the same time, both of them tasted a sweetness in their throats, with blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Outside the ring, the audience was still in a frenzy. Zhao Shan stopped shouting, gripping his thighs with both hands, his face tense with worry. Su Xin pinched the edge of her clothes, her brows slightly furrowed, looking at the bloodstains at the corner of Ji Yuan's mouth, a flash of pain in her eyes. Ji Yuan, go. Hit him. Kill him. Only Mu Shuxin was still waving her arms, cheering, but her worry was growing stronger. Old Ji, why don't you summon Flash Spirit? Ming is almost done for. Zhao Shan was anxious, his eyes fixed on the battle between the two beasts. After releasing the dark attribute, the blaze flame Xian Lion was almost overpowering Ming in close combat. Ming could only be forced to counterattack, retreating again and again. This scene had completely reversed from the beginning. In the ring, Xiao Lingjue threw another straight punch aimed at Ji Yuan's face. Ji Yuan tilted his head to dodge, grabbed his wrist, then lifted his right knee and slammed it into his abdomen. Bang! Xiao Lingjue's face turned pale, but then a fierce look flashed in his eyes as he swung his right fist, striking Ji Yuan's right shoulder. The two of them stepped back again, Xiao Lingjue stumbling, clutching his abdomen, glaring at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was also on the verge of collapsing, his right arm completely numb. Both of their stamina was nearly at its limit. At the same time, covering their limbs with soul power for combat, combined with the energy consumed from commanding their beasts, it was all a tremendous drain. Xiao Lingjue had been at the 6th rank for 2 years, while Ji Yuan had only been at it for a month. If not for his extraordinary talent, he would not have been able to fight evenly with the other. Huff! No wonder he's the young master of a big family. Ji Yuan shook his numb right arm and suddenly roared. Ming, release Blazing Flame Storm. Almost at the same time, Xiao Lingjue also shouted, Emperor, use Crimson Flame Dominance Blade. Both of them knew that their stamina was no longer enough to continue the fight. They had to command their beasts to end it. In an instant, 2 raging flames erupted in the arena. The blaze flame, Xian Lion's flames erupted, gathering into a fiery long blade above its head, swinging down with incredible force. The blade's edge was infused with intense dark attribute power, and if it hit, the consequences would be dire. But Ming raised his head, exhaling, his eyes glowing with green light, as the hellfire surged wildly, eventually forming a massive, blazing green blade, charging toward the oncoming attack. When the 2 fiery blades collided, the world seemed to fall silent. The next second, a blinding light exploded, followed by a deafening, terrifying explosion. Inside the arena, the shockwave spread wildly, and both Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue raised their hands to shield their eyes, being blown backward by the violent wind. The shockwave from the explosion struck the energy barrier at the edge of the arena, only to be blocked before surging back in. In the audience stands, everyone held their breath. They knew this battle was finally coming to an end, and the winner would soon be decided. At the same time, in a small villa far in the contestants' rest area, for people sat together in front of the television. In the rest area, the rule that contestants couldn't visit each other's rooms didn't seem to apply to them. I didn't expect that this guy from a small town could last so long against Xiao Lingjue. This Ji Yuan's beast command is strange. His bloodline might not just be legendary. The match is almost over. Want to place a bet? Of the 4, 3 looked eager. When the bet was proposed, all 3 of their eyes turned toward the one silent man. Zhang Bao, who are you betting on? No response. The three exchanged glances before shrugging and saying, I'm betting on Xiao Lingjue. Me too. I'm betting on Xiao Lingjue. All three of us are betting on Xiao Lingjue? What's the point? Old Moo. Don't bet on Xiao Lingjue. Bet on Ji Yuan. Get out. Why should I? You. At that moment, Zhang Bao, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. Ji Yuan will win. The moment those words were spoken, the three of them fell silent. Inside the arena, the raging energy slowly began to dissipate. When the audience finally saw the situation inside the arena, they couldn't help but gasp. After the collision, a horrifying bloodstain appeared on Ming's back, and the flame-eater Xian lion, its left front paw had been completely severed, blood pouring out, its massive body swaying, already powerless to fight. The Dominator-level creature, in this collision, could not defeat the Emperor-level creature after all. Seeing this result, Xiao Lingjue's pupils shrank. Crimson Flame, execute. In the next moment, he suddenly saw countless chains appear, rushing toward the flame-eater Xian lion to bind it. This move's power had already been tested. Xiao Lingjue immediately attempted to recall the flame-eater Xian lion, but the chains clung to it at an alarming speed, quickly binding it tightly. Damn it! A surge of madness rose in Xiao Lingjue's eyes. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He had to take a desperate risk. SSS. In an instant, a dark red light imprint appeared on Xiao Lingjue's palm, and soon, a dark red venomous bee the size of a palm appeared before him. Ji Yuan, go die with your beast. The moment the venomous bee appeared, Xiao Lingjue roared, bringing his hands together and extending his arms straight. Swish! As his soul power surged out wildly and infused into the dark red venomous bee. Whiz! Under everyone's attention, the palm-sized venomous bee shot out like an arrow. I'll kill your Qilin beast first. Under Xiao Lingjue's control, the venomous bee seemed to transform into a blood-red arrow, heading straight toward Ming. The venomous bee carried an indescribable fluctuation, and a bad premonition arose in Ji Yuan's heart. He immediately interrupted Ming's casting, and quickly recalled the Beast Master Seal. You must die. Xiao Lingjue had completely lost his mind. After losing his target of the Qilin beast, he now controlled the venomous bee to charge at Ji Yuan. Be careful. In the audience, Su Zin suddenly stood up, her expression nearly out of control, but she could only watch helplessly as the venomous bee approached Ji Yuan. The venomous bee's speed was simply too fast, and since it was not a dead thing, Ji Yuan had no way to avoid it. SSSS. In the silent arena, a crisp sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The venomous bee, with unstoppable force, pierced through Ji Yuan's chest. Old Ji Yuan. Chapter 64, Victory. What kind of feeling is this? Empty. Ji Yuan's mind was a mess, but in the end, all he could think of was one word. He lowered his head and looked at the area of his chest. On the right edge, there was a hole the size of a palm. The amount of blood was indescribable, instantly soaking through his clothes. Bang! Not far away, Xiao Lingjue collapsed to the ground, his face devoid of color, lips pale. This strike had drained everything from him. He struggled to lift his upper body, kneeling on the ground. His lips twitched as if trying to form a smile, but was unable to do so. Ji Yuan, how dare someone like you, with such a lowly background, offend me? He leaned on the ground, his eyes crazed. Although the competition forbade the death of beast masters, what was his identity? The Xiao family would handle everything for him. Thud. At this moment, a soft sound suddenly came from the front. Xiao Lingjue looked up in shock, his pupils contracting. Cough. Crimson Flame, execute. To his surprise, Ji Yuan had not died as imagined. Instead, his eyes were burning with endless flames, his left hand raised, pointing into the distance. Xiao Lingjue's heart trembled as he realized something, and he quickly turned his head. In the midst of the previous urgency, along with the unique nature of the lava venomous bee, he had not recalled the flame-eater Xian lion's fire beast master seal. At this moment, the cyan chains once again climbed up, and the already powerless flame-eater Xian lion could only whimper, helplessly watching the chains bind it. No! Xiao Lingjue's pupil shook. He had the deepest feelings for this beast, his close companion for 6 years. It could never die. In order to keep his life, he could only admit defeat. But when he looked at Ji Yuan's current state, his expression hesitated. He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe that Ji Yuan still had the strength to support the beast's skill release. Clang! The next moment, the flame blade that had taken the life of a dominant beast on the arena appeared again. During that match, Xiao Lingjue had also witnessed everything. He now knelt on the ground, looking at the dying flame devouring dark lion, and his mind flashed back to the black bear that had been executed. At the moment this blade, heralding death, appeared, his heart suddenly tightened. Finally, Ji Yuan. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Ji Yuan. Xiao Lingjue lowered his head, his 10 fingers gripping tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. More than admitting defeat, he wished for the flame-devouring dark lion to survive. Almost at the moment he shouted to admit defeat, the bell signaling the end of the match rang out. Xiao Lingjue suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, he realized that the flame blade in the sky still existed. At the same time, Ji Yuan looked at him with eyes full of mockery. No, don't. I have already admitted defeat. Ji Yuan, you cannot. Before he could finish his words, the flame blade crashed down with a roar. Xiao Lingjue was stunned, as the flame waves surged forth, devouring his flame-devouring dark lion. The entire arena was silent as a grave. The winner of this match is Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan. The host seemed to have also not expected such a result. One, at least into the top 10. Uncle Tan, I fulfill my promise at least, Ji Yuan murmured. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ming let out a wail, transforming into light spots and dissipating. In the audience, Zhao Shan dumbfoundedly watched Ji Yuan fall, and then an endless rage surged in his throat, causing him to roar. Xiao Lingjue, I swear to you, this son of a dog actually dared to openly violate the rules and attack without warning. If it weren't for the spectators being too far from the arena, he would have definitely flown down and slapped Xiao Lingjue. Beside him, Su Xin covered her red lips with her hands, her eyes wide open, countless tears rolling down, and she choked out, Ji Yuan. Mu Shuxin's eyes were also wide open in anger, pointing at the stage, shouting, What are you still doing? Hurry, arrange for rescue. Quickly call the medical staff to enter the arena. At this moment, the host finally came to his senses and shouted in a panic. Boom! Suddenly, above the venue, a giant mouth exploded fiercely. Debris flew everywhere, dust swirling. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a massive golden eagle swooped down. On the back of this golden eagle stood a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and gray hair at his temples. The man leaped onto the stage, scooped up Ji Yuan's body, and cast a cold glance at the dazed Xiao Lingjue not far away. Then he jumped back onto the golden eagle's back, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Old Tan! When Mu Shuxin saw the person arrive, her face lit up with joy as she looked at Zhao Shan and Su Xin, shouting, It's Old Tan. Don't worry. Old Tan is here. Ji Yuan will definitely be fine. Let's go find him now. After speaking, she immediately took out her phone. At this moment, Zhao Shan also came to his senses. Just as he was about to say something, his phone rang. Old man. Oh, good. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Shan grabbed Mu Shuxin. Old Ji is fine. Old Ji is fine. Then, Zhao Shan hurriedly took the two women and ran toward the outside of the venue. The scene fell into dead silence. Before, perhaps someone could guess the outcome of the match. But no one could have imagined that this fight would be so tragic. On the arena, the bloodstains were everywhere, the strong smell of blood stimulating the nostrils. Xiao Lingjue knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the flame-devouring dark lion whose head was completely burned away. Finally, he could no longer withstand the weakness. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. It was over. Ji Yuan won again. This representative from a low-level city area was first bombarded with anger online. Then, after winning cleanly and neatly against the 15th rank Hao Zhan in the second and third rounds, he faced the Xiao family young master, whom everyone believed would undoubtedly lose in this fourth round. This representative from a small city not only fought back and forth with the lofty Xiao family young master, but in the end, and he will give me a large sum of money to grant you a special reward. Seasoned with a wealth of emotion, this caught me by surprise. Wow, this is quite moving, I thought. Once again, I'm trapped in this dream. The world is drenched in blood. I lie on a cold stone slab, surrounded by dizzying faces of crimson figures. They seem to be performing some kind of ritual, circling around me endlessly. Strange whispers fill my ears, like 100 voices speaking simultaneously. I cannot move, cannot scream. I can only roll my eyes, terror-stricken at these silhouettes that keep revolving. At one moment, these figures abruptly freeze, the whispers fading away. The world returns to silence. At this moment, you have escaped again. A bizarre light laugh suddenly rings out. The crimson figures all pounce onto me, tearing and biting. Just like that time in Linyan City. I jolt up from bed. In my ears, the cold ticking of machines echoes. The room is shrouded in darkness, the window wide open, revealing a sky full of stars. Awake, in the corner, a figure is leaning against the wall. It is a single patient ward, looking quite luxurious. The shadow sits on a large sofa, and with a pop, a flame ignites, illuminating a middle-aged face marked by the sands of time. Uncle Tan, what is going on with me? I lower my head, touching my chest, which is intact and unharmed. Thanks to Zhao Tianho's connections, you've been placed in the world's most advanced medical chamber. As long as your injuries are not fatal, like decapitation or a shattered heart, you can be saved. Tan-He exhales a breath, sitting in darkness, with no intention of turning on the light. Today, you fought brilliantly. Today, I am puzzled. How long do you think you've been unconscious? It's only been 5 hours since the match ended. Tan-He chuckles. Uncle Tan, regarding the fact that I made it to the top 8, what about your side? Hearing that my first question upon waking was about this, Tan-He's fingers holding the cigarette seem to pause. After a moment, he softly says, "You've worked hard, kid. An hour ago, the current head of the Mu family contacted me, and they basically admitted they lost the bet. Then what about Mu Shuxin and her daughter? Naturally, they've been completely freed from house arrest." Tan-He takes a drag from his cigarette and says slowly, "However, the Mu family proposed a new bet. These Mu family members must be gamblers." I internally complain. "Do you want to know what this bet is?" Tan-He smiles. Wow, he's building suspense. I also smile and say, "Please don't keep me in the dark." The old man takes a deep drag from his cigarette and says, "The championship. That old guy is betting whether you can win the championship. Can you guess how he places bet? He wagers that you will achieve the ultimate victory and become the first champion from the low-level urban district in history." I feel a bit confused. What does the head of the Mu family want to do? As for you, hey, if he bets on you to win, I naturally have to bet against it. However, he indeed offered a deal I couldn't refuse. Tan-He extinguishes his cigarette, sits up straight, and says, "He said that if you can win the championship, the position of the next head of the Mu family will be taken by Mu Yan." Playing such a big game? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. "On the contrary, if you fail to win the championship, I will return to the Mu family, back to the position I held 10 years ago." What kind of bet is this? The head of the family's position. Isn't it important? Ji Yuan tentatively asked. Wrong. It is of course very important. Tan-He shook his head. The reason he dares to bet like this is because he believes you cannot win. This bet serves as a way for both parties to step down. I have no reason to refuse. Ji Yuan fell silent. Tan-He smiled. What? Are you not happy? No. Ji Yuan shook his head. Don't think about the championship. The older man stood up and walked to the window. Every time he spoke crucial words, he seemed to like making this move. He turned back and said, "Because Zhang Bao is a 5-star beastmaster." 5-star. Ji Yuan looked slightly shocked. He remembered this Zhang Bao was only 24 years old. Is it so surprising? Tan-He explained. To advance to 5-star, there are no techniques or methods involved. The only thing you can do is one word. Wait. Wait for your soul power to slowly transform into a small stream. Then from a small stream into a river, and finally gather into a vast ocean before you can sense a certain power. That power will allow you to open your beast master space. Such a statement can only be described as mysterious. Listening to Tan-He, Ji Yuan couldn't help but recall a post he had seen online before. A certain 6-star beast master waited a lifetime without ever getting the chance to advance to 5-star. Back then, he couldn't understand, until now he suddenly realized. This kind of transformation of soul power cannot be completed autonomously and cannot be guided by external forces. One can only wait. Tan-He sighed. At that time, I was stuck at this bottleneck for 3 whole years. So don't feel defeated. This change in soul power has nothing to do with personal talent. It is purely based on luck. Advancing to 5-star actually has such a limitation. But Ji Yuan is confident. At most in 3 years, he can also advance to 5-star. His dream of building an Imperial Beastmaster army has not yet been realized. And to achieve this dream, the first step is to step into 5-star. Rest easy. Whether you can participate in tomorrow's 5th round is up to you. Tan-He pushed the door and left. This place is a highly standard medical facility, not a hospital in the traditional sense. The room where Ji Yuan is located is at the highest point of this building. This floor has only his recovery room. Tan-He walked through the corridor to the balcony, facing the dark night, and lit another cigarette. This bet with the Mu family might seem meaningless to outsiders. But only the parties involved, he, can understand the old man's intentions. 10 years ago, the ones who forced him out of the Mu family were not the head of the family, but Mu Yan's 2 brothers. Back then, the head of the Mu family was cunning. On the surface, he agreed to the family's request to kick Tan-He out of the game. He was not short-sighted, so he made a bet that seemed like an insult. In fact, the old man did this so that Tan-He could return to the Mu family under justifiable circumstances 10 years later. After all, he is the manager of a big family and knows better than anyone how exceptional Tan-He's abilities are. So, although many years have passed, Mu Yin and her mother have been locked in the Mu family. They have both been taken care of very well. This can be seen from the 3 excellent beasts that Mu Shushin owns. What the old man wants is to use Mu Yin and her mother as a rope to firmly bind Tan, he to the ship of the Mu family. Tanny is well aware of all this, so he still accepted the new bet tonight, because Mu Yin and her mother are indeed his Achilles heel. However, what he didn't expect was Ji Yuan. This kid, after climbing back from the edge of death, was first concerned about his own affairs. Stinking kid, acting quite moved, leaning on the edge, feeling the breeze. Tan he exhaled a cigar, smoked circle, and smiled faintly. Chapter 66. Did they surrender without a fight again? The next day, consciousness woke up from a hazy state. Ji Yuan felt muddled. Just opened my eyes, and I heard a happy shout by my ear. Old Ji is awake. Zhao Shan's voice fell silent. Then, 2 hurried footsteps sounded in the room. Turning my head, I saw 2 uniquely beautiful figures approaching. Su Zine stopped at the foot of the bed, her clear and enchanting starry eyes looking at Ji Yuan, shining with light. Mu Shushin stepped cheerfully to the bedside, her fiery eyes sweeping over him, then smiled and said, "The family lifted the house arrest on me and my mom. Thanks." "Why thank me?" Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. "This time I owe you a favor, so if you have any requests in the future, just ask. I will definitely fulfill it." Mu Shushin tossed her wine-red hair back, revealing a beautiful and generous smile. "Okay, but when the time comes for you to repay, you can't back out." Seeing her serious look, Ji Yuan felt it was hard to refuse. "Nonsense, how could I ever back out?" Mu Shushin shot him a glare, playful and lively. Then, she changed the subject and asked, "By the way, are you planning to participate in the upcoming match?" "Of course." Ji Yuan sat up, clenched his fist, filled with strength, looking completely uninjured. Having already reached the top 8, there was no reason to give up. Lifting his head, he saw the 3 of them with hesitant expressions, feeling puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Old Ji." Zhao Shan scratched his head. "The draw results are out today. Your opponent has withdrawn." "Ah." Ji Yuan was stunned. Xiao Lingjue blatantly violated the rules, and the Xiao family was punished along with him. Zhao Shan pouted. "But the punishment is not severe, and today's draw results show your opponent is ranked 10th in the city. An hour after the draw, your opponent publicly announced the withdrawal, which means you have advanced to the top 4. Another win by default? What was the reason this time?" At first, Ji Yuan was confused, but when Zhao Shan stood up, placing a bright flower basket at the head of the bed and took out a card from it, everything made sense. "Please forgive my son Xiao Lingjue, and extend my apologies to young friend Ji Yuan. Please rest assured and look forward to your performance in the top 4. Signed, Xiao Linshin." This flower basket was sent early this morning. You understand now, right? Zhao Shan said. Ji Yuan nodded, clearly being told that his opponent's withdrawal was orchestrated by the Xiao family. "All right, I see you have nothing serious going on. Let's go to the center of Imo Hen City and relax." Okay. After Ji Yuan left this medical facility, he realized that Imo Hen City scale was not just the small area he had seen from the sky. It was like the competition venue he had been reaching through the teleportation device, which was actually dozens of kilometers away from the resting area, but this venue still belonged to Imo Hen City. The 4 of them went together to Imo Hen City, wandering, eating, and having fun. During this time, passing by a shop filled with many girls, Mu Shushin and Su Zine also stopped in their tracks. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan stood outside the street waiting for the 2 girls, chatting, and received some news. "What?" "Yesterday at the end of the match, Uncle Tan smashed the arena's roof and even compensated $1 million. He looked at Zhao Shan, surprised. "Yeah, but after Mayor Tan compensated, he suggested that the league kick out the host, and I heard that host is an insider without any professionalism." Ji Yuan was somewhat amused and bewildered. What kind of situation was this? "This is so beautiful." Suddenly, Mu Shushin's exclamation rang out. Turning to look, she was holding a green hairpin shaped like a leaf. "How ugly," Zhao Shan blurted out. Mu Shushin's delicate brows furrowed, glaring angrily at him, and Zhao Shan immediately shrank his head, hiding behind Ji Yuan. "It really is quite ordinary." The straightforward Ji Yuan stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over various hairpins at the stall, ultimately selecting 2 to hold in his hand. He directly paid, then handed one of the black bow hairpins to Mu Shushin and said, "Here, why not choose this one?" Then, he looked at Su Zine, who had a strange expression beside him. With a smile, he extended his hand and said, "This light blue maple leaf hairpin should suit you well." The 2 girls looked at the hairpin that Ji Yuan had chosen, both stunned. "What's wrong?" Their expressions made Ji Yuan feel a bit strange. During his time in the orphanage, he often took care of the little friends around him. Now, Seeing the two girls seemingly having the intention to buy something, it felt like returning to the past, so he picked two hairpins that he thought were quite nice as gifts for them. He had no other thoughts. Seeing their expressions at this moment, he wondered if his taste was lacking and awkwardly touched his nose, saying, if you don't like it, just return it. I like it. Suzine shook her head repeatedly, withdrawing her hand to press against her chest. Yes, it's not bad. I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Mushushin also tightened her grip on the hairpin, her gaze wandering as she said. Under Ji Yuan's confused gaze, both girls' ears turned slightly red. After that, the four continued to browse for a while, but somehow Mushushin, the lively beauty who loved to join in, suddenly became quiet. Like Suzine, she silently walked behind Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan. After browsing for about 2 hours, they had eaten, drunk, and bought quite a lot. Finally, the four parted ways outside the resting area. On the way through the resting area, many eliminated contestants saw him and rushed to ask for a photo together. Reluctantly, he stayed for another half hour. In the sound of supportive cheers, he finally returned to his little villa. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he saw the brawny man with thick eyebrows next door again. The big man showed him a hearty smile, nodded, but said nothing. Ji Yuan politely responded, then returned to his own place and took a refreshing shower. After drying his hair, he turned on the TV, which was live-streaming the last battle of the 5th round. Snuggling in bed, he boredly scrolled through his phone and found that his supporters online were increasing. Some even posted photos with him. Wow, some of the supporters were eliminated contestants. Thus, he chatted with Zhao Shan and the others while surfing the internet. Time passed quickly. When the TV announced the draw for the 6th round, Ji Yuan put down his phone. All right, viewers are watching a live draw. We are about to reveal the first contestant. From Linyan City, Ji Yuan. On the live screen, his name was clearly displayed on the slip of paper. Next, the contestant who will face Ji Yuan is... As the paper was opened, 2 characters appeared in everyone's sight. Su family, Su. Damn, old Ji's luck in the draw is really bad, isn't it? In contrast, that leopard, his opponent, is ranked 7th in the city. And it's a girl? On the 6th day of the city competition, the draw results for the top 4 have been announced. There are 2 matches in total. The first match is at 10 o'clock in the morning. Chen Xinhao from Dongya City will face the strongest contestant, Zhang Bao from the Zhang family. This battle is utterly without suspense. The second match is at 6 o'clock in the evening. Ji Yuan will once again face the young master of the 5 beast families, Su. This battle, as seen online, has equally no suspense regarding the outcome. Most people overwhelmingly believe Ji Yuan will win the fight. After all, his previous match against Xiaoling Jue is still fresh in memory, and the replay of that match has been the highest clicked in the past 2 days. Moreover, compared to Xiaoling Jue, this Su from the Su family is relatively weaker. At this moment, Zhao Shan was indignant in the group. Su has 3 beasts. This time, the usually quiet Suzine in the group spoke up actively. Zhao Shan, 3? I reviewed his previous battles. The beasts are all the same wolf, right? Isn't that so? Suzine, he's quite obsessed with wolf-type beasts, so his 3 wolf-type beasts are of the same lineage. The bloodline level is all above high, with elemental attributes of ice, wood, and electricity. Mushushin, at Ji Yuan, how is Ming's injury? Are you still planning to hide your moves this round? In front of the screen, Ji Yuan smiled at Mushushin's words and typed, I'm not hiding any moves. I have always used Ming to fight because Flash still has a skill that needs to be solidified. Don't worry, Ming's injury is recovering well. However, this round you should let Flash come out and stretch its legs. Mushushin, I still don't know you. You just love to keep hidden cards and then give your opponent a big surprise. She couldn't help but think back to that time in the Decay Valley when a nearly desperate situation was turned around by this guy. Ji Yuan did not reply, only sending a he emoji. On the other side, curled up on the sofa, with long hair casually spilling down, Suzine stared at her phone screen. Seeing the interaction between Ji Yuan and Mushushin, her starry eyes dimmed slightly, feeling a bit lost. Their relationship is really good. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated, and there was a new message in the group. Ji Yuan, at Suzine, thanks. The information you provided is very useful. I will definitely win. After that, he sent a picture, which was a meme of Zhao Shan grinning widely. Seeing Ji Yuan reply to her, Suzine's body stiffened for a moment. Then her charming smile appeared on her face, as if she had eaten honey, feeling unbelievably sweet inside. She repeatedly looked at this short sentence. After a moment, she finally suppressed her excited heart and typed, Go for its degree nabla degree. After sending it, she held her phone and flipped back and forth on the sofa. Ji Yuan put down his phone. He raised his head. In a live broadcast on the TV, The first match of the semifinals was about to start, with Zhang Bao versus the female Beast Master ranked 7th in the district, and the result had already appeared. From the start to the finish, it only took 2 minutes. The result, of course, was Zhang Bao winning. A 5th-grade Beast Master has a qualitatively better enhancement for beast control. Just in terms of spiritual resonance, a 6th grade could never compete with a 5th grade. However, it seemed no one knew that Zhang Bao was a 5th grade. At the beginning of the match rounds, they would introduce the levels of both Beast Masters during the opening. Ji Yuan intentionally checked the replay of Zhang Bao's match, but had never heard the host mention his grade. Was it because they thought that would discourage the participants? Indeed, there is such a possibility. With a soft frown, Ji Yuan suddenly felt a bit sleepy, set the alarm, and took a nap. Time passed. In the evening, at 6 o'clock sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all the viewers at home. I wonder if you have felt that time flies so quickly. In the blink of an eye, we have reached the semi-final round. A new female host replaced the previous one and seemed much more professional than the earlier ones from the recent matches. Earlier, our contestant Zhang Bao won the 6th round with an overwhelming performance, securing a spot in the finals. So let us once again applaud and congratulate him. The audience erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Next, we will bring you the second half of the semi-final match, featuring Ji Yuan from Linyan City, facing Su Su from Su family in Jingxing City. Let's welcome our contestants to the stage, please. Muscleman Ji Yuan. Muscleman Ji Yuan. Muscleman Ji Yuan. In an instant, a tsunami of intense cheers echoed through the venue, with countless men and women in the audience raising their arms high to shout. Even more eye-catching were 3 large banners in the audience, positioned on the east, west, and north sides. The content of these banners was very familiar. Tremble, contestants, you are about to face Linyan's #1 rising star, Linyan City's #1 muscle man, Linyan's #1 beast master, Ji Yuan. Sound familiar? That's right, it was the internet banner that Zhao Shan was mocked by countless people for during the first round. Unexpectedly, this time, the 3 banners had nothing to do with Zhao Shan. Instead, they were raised by new supporters. At this time, Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, Su Ziyin. The 3 sat in the northern spectator seats. Beside them were the incredibly crazy supporters of Ji Yuan, waving flags and shouting. The intensity of this enthusiasm made the 3 of them shiver. Even Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin, who were usually outgoing, felt somewhat ashamed. Hey, it's you. Suddenly, the crazy supporters spotted Zhao Shan hidden in the crowd and pulled him out. What the hell? In the crowd, several hands instantly yanked Zhao Shan out of his seat, forcing him to wave the banner reading Mighty Ji Yuan with them. Gradually, Zhao Shan was also caught up in this atmosphere, going from hesitant to letting loose, shouting with passion like no one else. At the same time, on the arena, Ji Yuan strolled confidently, dressed in black, appearing. Opposite him was the slender Su Su, in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, a smile on his lips. What a lively scene. Su Su listened to the crowd cheering for Ji Yuan, showing no displeasure at all. He looked very young. One could say he had a fresh, doll-like face. Paired with his tender voice and slender build, it was easy to mistake him for a high school student. Little did they know, Su Su was also 25 years old. After stepping onto the stage, he walked around the venue, then looked toward Ji Yuan not far away, smiling and saying, "You deserve everyone cheering for you." Ji Yuan was taken aback. "Hee, I love making friends. For this semi-final match, I know I can't beat you, so let's just treat it like a friendly match. How about?" Su Su's youthful voice kept ringing out, paired with his appearance, suddenly giving off an innocent feeling. In truth, he said this because he was afraid Ji Yuan would kill his beast. There was a statistic online about killing opponents' beasts, and only 2 people were on that list. The first was Ji Yuan. As for the second, it was Ji Yuan's opponent from the second round, Hao Jin. This meant that after 6 rounds of competition, only those 2 had killed the beasts of their opponents. Chapter 68. You can ask me to do anything. Su Su smiled and summoned his beast. It was a wolf, less than 2 meters tall, exuding vibrant green energy. He looked at Ji Yuan, thinking to himself, the opponent's beast was a fire-type unicorn, which suppressed him a lot in terms of both species and bloodline. He didn't know how long he could hold on. Ji Yuan was slightly surprised, not expecting this young master from the Su family to so readily admit defeat. In his impression, shouldn't these young masters be arrogant and domineering? I made a preconception. Ji Yuan sighed to himself. For some reason, he had developed a bias against these family young masters. But then he stopped thinking about it. He clenched his right fist, and lightning sparkled. At this moment, under the gaze of the entire audience, even the entire nation, a series of violent, thunderous powers suddenly emerged beside Ji Yuan. After a moment, As the lightning dissipated, a majestic, powerful, and muscular black giant wolf appeared for the first time in this city competition. This giant wolf was huge, with sturdy limbs. Its pure black fur was dotted with hints of deep purple, exuding a mysterious aura. After its appearance, the giant wolf stood beside Ji Yuan, its head held high, its deep blue, beastly eyes sweeping over the entire arena, causing numerous spectators who made eye contact with it to feel a sense of being entwined by thunder. My God, this beast is too handsome. Wow, this giant wolf fits my aesthetic perfectly. How can there be such a handsome wolf-like beast? Incredible. Compared to Su Su's wolf, Ji Yuan's is like the difference between a father and son. The stunning first appearance made the audience gasp, and at that moment, countless hot gazes were focused on the giant wolf, unable to move away. Even Su Su, as the opponent, widened his eyes, staring unblinkingly at Ji Yuan beside him. After a moment, bang! Su Su suddenly dashed out, his excitement impossible to conceal. His eyes were filled with an incomparable, stunning brilliance. While running, he shouted, Ji Yuan, as long as you let me have a good look at your beast, I'll do anything you ask. Behind him, his wooden wolf closely followed his master's pace. When it glanced at Flash Spark, the wolf's pupils flashed with intense fear. After all, Flash Spark itself was the top of the wolf species. Not to mention the bloodline level. In terms of its race, it was the Thunder Wolf King. Other wolf-type beasts beside, it couldn't compare at all. Only other Emperor-level wolves from the same tribe could be compared to Flash Spark. So, even though Su Su held absolute hostility and was battling Ji Yuan with his 3 wolf-type beasts, it was impossible for him to defeat Flash Spark. Su Su's shout was heard by everyone in the arena. Not only Ji Yuan, but even the audience was stunned. In fact, the rankings of the city competition were insignificant for the 5 great families. Therefore, Su Su, who was already fond of wolf-type beasts, had already accepted his loss at this moment. Watching Su Su rush forward with excitement, arms wide open, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, and in the end, he gave the order in his heart to tell Flash Spark not to attack. He could feel the opponent's excitement and sincerity. When Su Su stood before Flash Spark, his entire body was trembling. He was about 1.7 meters tall, a little shorter than Ji Yuan. Flash Spark stood still, its massive wolf head towering far above Su Su, forcing him to look up. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Ji Yuan and asked, Can I touch it? Yes. With the master's permission, Su Su immediately stretched out his trembling hand. As his fingertips touched Flash Spark's smooth and soft fur, his whole body shivered. His reaction was so exaggerated, like a big man who had never seen a beautiful woman, his expression full of enjoyment and admiration, gently caressing the fur on Flash Spark's neck. Flash Spark tilted its head slightly. As it was being petted in this way, and sensing the other's emotions, it too secretly enjoyed it. As an Emperor-level creature, it really liked the worship from others. Then, except for the belly and a few other indescribable areas, Su Su touched everything else. From the look on his face, he even seemed to want to pry open Flash Spark's huge mouth to take a look inside. 5 minutes later, Su Su reluctantly stepped back a few paces with no burden and casually shouted, I surrender. Ji Yuan wins. I lose willingly. He wasn't foolish. From the contact with Flash Spark, he could feel the terrifying aura the giant wolf unintentionally emitted. That feeling, compared to Ji Yuan's Azure Qilin, was even stronger. Compared to this giant wolf, his 3 wolves were just like dumb huskies. If it came down to a real fight, he had no chance of winning. It was better to generously admit defeat, and he could still make friends with this potential young representative from small city. In the audience, those who had been wildly cheering for Ji Yuan before the match were all looking at each other. They had thought this battle would be like the one against Xiao Lingjue. Who would have thought that after 5 minutes? It was just to watch Su Su admire the beast. Didn't expect the second half of the top 4 match to be so harmonious. So, let's congratulate Lin Yun City's representative, Ji Yuan, for advancing to the finals. The city competition top 4 match ends here. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers in front of the TV, see you again at the final in 3 days. After the host's standard closing speech, the lights in the arena lit up. Ji Yuan, good luck in the finals. Mu Shuxin stood up at this moment, cupping her hands to make a trumpet shape, and shouted toward the handsome young man in the arena. On the side, the supporters also shouted along with her. This time, the Su family's young master's voluntary surrender did not stir up the same public uproar as the first time. Online, the most discussed topic was the muscular giant wolf, Flash Spark, who made its debut tonight. At first, everyone thought Ji Yuan only had a Qilin beast. After all, during the 4th round, his fight with Xiao Lingjue had ended in such a manner. He didn't summon a second beast. No one expected that. Besides the blue fire Qilin, he actually owned a thunder wolf. At this moment, in the Xiao family, somewhere. Here, it seems to be a bedroom. But the area is probably around 40 square meters. The bedroom is well furnished, with curtains drawn tight. The only light comes from a TV embedded in the wall. On it, the scene of Su Su observing the lightning flash is playing. Thunder Wolf. In front of the TV, on a big bed, Xiao Lingjue's handsome face looked somewhat fierce. His gaze locked onto Ji Yuan's face, gritting his teeth. Ji Yuan, you killed my emperor. Don't let me catch you again, otherwise I will make you pay 100 times back. Bang! At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Young master, the information you asked me to check has come back. Speak, Xiao Lingjue shouted. The three major academies have a very positive attitude toward Ji Yuan. It is said they're secretly competing. If Ji Yuan wins the championship, it is feared that the deans of the three academies will personally come to recruit him. Bang! A black object slammed onto the TV screen. A loud sound rang out. The screen was not completely damaged, but Ji Yuan's face portrait cracked. Champion? He wants to win against Zhang Bao. Absolutely a dreamer. Chapter 69. I like you the most. Cheers. In a luxurious private room, the table is filled with a variety of dishes. Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Ziyin, and Mu Shuxin are seated around. Each holds a glass of red wine, their faces beaming with happy smiles. Old Ji, have you decided which academy to go to? Zhao Shan, slightly tipsy, propped his chin with his hand. It's still too early to talk about that. Ji Yuan shook his head with a smile. So far, he isn't clear about the differences between the three academies, the pros and cons, etc. There are still 3 days until the finals. He wants to use this time to understand the three super academies well. Now that he has reached the finals, whether he wins or loses is uncertain, but he should still have a say in choosing an academy. Hee, I'll let you in on a secret. At this moment, Zhao Shan said mysteriously. Cut. Su Ziyin disdainfully turned her head. The usually quiet girl becomes lively with even a little alcohol. Zhao Xiaomei, if you have something to say, spit it out. I hate it when people talk halfway. Mu Shuxin downed her drink boldly, causing Ji Yuan across from her to twitch at the corner of his mouth. This isn't juice. The party is just halfway through, and you're getting yourself drunk already? He couldn't help but remind her. Hey, don't interrupt. Zhao Shan waved his hands vigorously and shouted. Everyone listen to me. The three major super academies are very super satisfied with old Ji's performance. My dad said as long as Ji Yuan can last 5 minutes in the finals without losing, he will get a very special reward at enrollment. Zhao Shan burped and said, Old Ji, you must hold on for 5 minutes. I'm waiting for you to help me run rampant in the Super Academy. Get lost. Ji Yuan smiled and scolded. What special reward? You didn't dig into this crucial information. Zhao Xiaomei, you're drunk. Hold on for 5 minutes. Zhang Bao is just a kid. Ji Yuan can slap him into a little flower cat. Mu Shuxin lowered her head, running her left hand through her wine-red hair, saying slowly. Exactly. Su Ziyin also murmured softly. Everyone was drunk. Ji Yuan shook his head. He said not to drink so fiercely. Zhang Bao is at least a 5th-grade beastmaster. Holding on for 5 minutes is already looking too highly upon oneself. You guys don't understand. Zhao Shan sneered. Do you know Zhang Bao is 5th grade? As soon as these words fell, Su Ziyin, who was shaking her wine glass, paused. Mu Shuxin also raised her head sharply. What did you say? The two girls exclaimed in surprise at the same time. One word, 5th grade, woke them from their drunken state. A slight difference, yet an insurmountable chasm. Zhang Bao is 5th grade? Then, how can we win the finals? Mu Shuxin's pretty face tensed in disbelief. Su Ziyin also slightly furrowed her brows. This matter. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. So, haven't they set a premise that if one can hold out for 5 minutes against a 5th-level beastmaster with a 6th-level soul power, it could be considered a win for Ji Yuan? Zhao Shan shrugged. His words made the two girls fall silent. In truth, since they had reached the finals, they definitely hoped Ji Yuan could win, not just to create an unprecedented miracle in the competition, but because only in this way would Ji Yuan receive extraordinary attention after entering the academy. Including Zhao Shan, all three of them had good intentions. However, for a 6th level to defeat a 5th level head-on, indeed seemed a bit far-fetched. That's true. After a brief silence, Mu Shuxin's cheeks flushed, her eyes half open, staring at Ji Yuan, saying, with his skills, he can definitely hold on for 5 minutes. If it were someone else, it might not be certain. Bang! As the effects of the alcohol kicked in, Mu Shuxin suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Ji Yuan, I have something to say to you. Her wine-red hair hung down half, covering her flawless face. Swaying, she raised one hand. This sudden move stunned the three at the table. Seeing her like this, Suzine's starry eyes flashed with disbelief. She wants to say it here? Suzine hurriedly lowered her head, her fair little hand tightly gripping her clothes, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this moment, Mu Shushin mumbled drunkenly, then fell silent. What's wrong? Across from her, Ji Yuan looked puzzled, wondering what she wanted to say with such a commotion. Zhao Shan leaned closer to Mu Shushin, only to hear her even breathing. Well, she started to speak and then fell asleep. Zhao Shan shrugged helplessly. This guy just told her not to drink so much in one go. Upon realizing this outcome, Ji Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Because Mu Shushin was completely drunk, the dinner party could only end early. By the finals phase, the players in the break area had already left one after another. The previous rules of the break area were naturally invalid, plus Zhao Shan insisted on going to see the scenery of the small villa. In the end, Ji Yuan took the three of them to his villa number 92 together. The three-story small villa was spacious enough to accommodate the four of them. Ji Yuan arranged for Mu Shushin and Su Zine to stay in a large bedroom on the third floor. The large bed was spacious enough for both girls to squeeze together for a night. He and Zhao Shan made do in the living room for the night. On the third floor, Mu Shushin, smelling strongly of alcohol, lay sprawled on the bed, while Su Zine fetched a basin of warm water from the bathroom and gently wiped her face. Ji Yuan, with flushed cheeks, Mu Shushin, in her dream, suddenly murmured, then grabbed Su Zine's small hand. I like you the most. After saying that, she let go of her hand and fell into a deep slumber. Su Zine was stunned, her starry eyes flickering, her thoughts unclear. In the second floor living room, Zhao Shan leaned against the sofa, half covered with a thick blanket, boredly watching TV, gradually dozing off. On the first floor, Ji Yuan held the phone with a gentle smile. Kid, you have to remember, reaching the finals is already much better than we expected. On the other end, Tan He's voice sounded. So, to hell with the championship. The runner-up in the city competition is equally impressive. I got it, Uncle, but on the day of the finals, I still want to try. I want to see the gap between 6th and 5th level. Raising his head, Ji Yuan looked at the crescent moon through the window, his eyes firm. By the way, Uncle Tan, what insights do you have about the 3 major super academies? Young Tan, he was also a student of one of the super academies. Asking him would definitely be the most accurate. I knew you would ask. Tan Han chuckled, Absolute Spirit, Lantian, and Holy Heaven. Among these 3 academies, Absolute Spirit is the strongest, while Lantian and Holy Heaven are more balanced. If it were in the past, I would suggest you go to Absolute Spirit Academy. However, considering what you told me yesterday, Holy Heaven Academy is your only choice. Yesterday, after the competition ended, Ji Yuan had a long talk with Tan He in private. He devised a very reasonable way to explain the origins of the Ming and the Flash, along with his own part of the secret. Of course, Ji Yuan spoke in a mysterious and complicated manner. He only shared the most critical point with Tan He. He really needed the Imperial level remains. And Tan He was someone he could absolutely trust. Chapter 70. My Dad is Your Dad. Holy Sky Academy? Why? Ji Yuan was a bit curious. First of all, you must know that the 3 super academies each have their own areas. This area is probably comparable to the combined area of 3 cities. So exaggerated? He raised his eyebrows. The 3 super academies, being the core breeding grounds for beastmasters in the Great Xia, have foundations, reputations, and importance that ordinary people cannot imagine. Also, the Beastmaster Alliance is composed of the high-level members from the 3 academies. I believe I've mentioned this to you before. Ji Yuan replied. On the phone, Tan He continued. Within the area of the Holy Sky Academy, there's a lost land, rumored to be an ancient battlefield, buried with countless bones. So you should understand now, right? Ancient battlefield? Doesn't that mean he could joyfully absorb remains and wildly develop? Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. The remains of Imperial creatures were incredibly hard to find. Relying solely on the Imperial bestiary's functionality over a kilometer was indeed somewhat challenging. At the moment, his priority was to search for as many Star Peak Griffin remains as possible. As long as he could increase their integrity to 70%, his third beast would have a chance. However, it's not to say that such burial grounds only exist in the Holy Sky Academy. In fact, the areas of the other 2 major academies also have lost lands, but the one in Holy Sky Academy is relatively larger and more expansive. Listening to Tan He's explanation, Ji Yuan nodded to himself. Thus, Holy Sky Academy was indeed his best choice. By the way, the finals will be held in Guanyin City, probably tomorrow, and someone from the Alliance will contact you to take you there. Just like that, while taking a break for these 3 days, I need to go back to Linyan City for a while. There are some matters to attend to. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuan had countless thoughts. A night with no words. The next day, as Tan said, early in the morning, someone from the Beastmaster Alliance contacted him, stating that a special car was waiting at the entrance of the rest area. At the same time, Mu Shuxin and Su Xin also came down from upstairs. The two were still half asleep, their hair messy, and at this moment, their lazy appearance held a unique charm. After tidying up their things, the four were ready to leave. But as soon as they stepped out of the villa door, a majestic griffin stood in the hallway of the rest area. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this Zhao Tianho's beast? Good morning, little ones. A gentle laugh came from Zhao Tianho, who was standing with his hands behind his back on the griffin's back, emanating a sense of ease and charm. Uncle Zhao. Ji Yuan and the others greeted politely, but unexpectedly, Zhao Tianho looked at Ji Yuan with slight dissatisfaction and said, "What are you calling uncle for? Call me godfather." Seeing that this big figure was so persistent, Ji Yuan felt that if he didn't adapt, it would seem pretentious. So, he immediately respectfully said, "Godfather, we are closer than real brothers. My dad is your dad." Zhao Shan happily threw his arm around Ji Yuan's shoulder, laughing. Those words left Ji Yuan unsure how to respond. Above, Zhao Tianho also slightly twitched the corners of his mouth. This little brat's words sounded so strange. "Godson, perform well in the finals, and I'll personally cheer for you." Zhao Tianho looked at him, nodding secretly in his heart. "Okay," Ji Yuan replied. "All right, Xiao Mei, Xiao Shuxin, Xiao Xin, I'll take you back." After speaking, Zhao Tianho turned to the three. "What about old Ji?" Zhao Shan asked. "The Beastmaster Alliance sent a special car. Don't worry about me." Ji Yuan explained, "We'll meet in Guanmian City." "I see, good." The three nodded. After the uniquely styled and magnificent griffin flapped its wings and took off, the scene was mesmerizing. Ji Yuan's heart could not help but feel a bit of anticipation. Once the Star Peak Griffin's completion reached the expected level, he would be able to ride it and soar through the skies, right? After enjoying a moment, he focused his thoughts. When he reached the entrance of the rest area, a black business car parked. Beside the car stood a man in a suit, wearing sunglasses, with a crew cut, the typical bodyguard appearance. "Mr. Ji Yuan, please." Upon seeing him, the bodyguard snapped his fingers, and the car door slid open automatically. After sitting in this enclosed space of the car, the bodyguard took the front passenger seat. He turned back and said, "In 10 minutes, we will send you to Guanmian City via the space track. This journey will take about an hour, so you can rest assured. On your left side and behind you, there are retractable storage spaces that contain various drinks and snacks, and you can choose freely." After saying this, the bodyguard turned back. At the same time, an electric privacy screen rose, completely separating the driver's seat from his position. Ji Yuan followed his instructions and pulled the obvious latch on the left side. Bang! Instantly, a modest storage box popped out, filled with several of the most popular drinks and juices at the moment. Wow! He could see 3 small words shining on the side of this storage box. Kejiyuan. As for the space track that the bodyguard just mentioned, he had some understanding of it. It was similar to a space wormhole, a space passage built with excellent technology to cross thousands of mountains and rivers between cities. It made distances that normally took a long time to travel directly shortened. For example, traveling from Mohen City to Guanmian City by normal roads would require at least 5 days. And for flying predators like Tan He's Golden Eagle and Zhao Tianho's Griffin, it would take at least 3 hours. But through the space track, the span of time could be reduced to 1 hour. It was extremely convenient. However, the cost of the space track was too high and the engineering too vast. Therefore, only a few cities in the Great Xia country had it. Most people still travel by airplane or flying beast when going far away. As Ji Yuan embarked on his journey to the final city, he had no idea that Linyan City had already completely erupted into a Ji Yuan craze. He knocked down the representative ranked 15th and kicked the young master of the Xiao family. In this citywide competition, he made the citizens of Linyan City feel both shocked and overjoyed. Those businesses that had previously signed endorsement contracts with Ji Yuan were almost smiling from ear to ear. Since he entered the finals, not only locals but even fans from neighboring cities surged into Linyan City, buying out almost all the products endorsed by Ji Yuan. Even a Blue Sky Welfare Institute became a check-in spot for these crazy fans. Slowly, a mystery about Ji Yuan's identity began to circulate online. An orphan who grew up in a welfare institute awakened his exceptional qualification at 18, then experienced 2 years of low points, and eventually made a strong comeback. Representing Linyan City, ranked 92, to participate in the citywide competition. Though in the 6 matches of the competition, 3 of the opponents conceded without a fight. Ji Yuan's clean and decisive victory against Chun Hui and his performance against Xiao Ling, where he held his ground and even defeated him, undoubtedly earned him the respect of viewers nationwide. Now that he had reached the finals, the whole country was watching this ultimate showdown. They all wanted to see if this strongest dark horse could go all the way and create a miracle. At first, that was what everyone thought. Until one day before the finals, a heavy piece of news suddenly broke. A champion has already been chosen. Zhang Bao is a 5th grade beast master. Chapter 71, Let's Fight. Finals. Guanmian City. As the prosperous capital ranked number 1 nationwide, amidst countless tall buildings stood numerous beast-taming families of all sizes. Among them, the 5 major family lines of Zhang, Jiang, Su, Xiao, and Mu were rooted in Guanmian City. The other branches were distributed across cities nationwide. Time flew by, and 3 days of preparation for the final had passed. Today is the day of the final, and the online discussions had erupted due to the news that broke out the day before the final. Are they crazy? A 5th rank Beastmaster at 25? Wow, this is definitely the biggest news of this event. No wonder Zhang Leopard crushes his opponents every match. Goodness, if I were Ji Yuan, I would just withdraw from the competition. How can a 6th rank compete against a 5th rank? Exactly, if it were me, I would have exploded the moment I learned my opponent is 5th rank the day before the final. Gosh, Ji Yuan must be numb by now, but being the runner-up is enough. For a rank 92 representative, getting close to the championship is simply unbelievable. Yeah, Ji Yuan has already made history. Winning or not doesn't make a difference to him. Sigh, the final today feels meaningless. More and more of such remarks were flooding the internet. Countless people believed there was no suspense left in this final. A 6th rank simply could not defeat a 5th rank. It was like a law, unbreakable throughout history. The opening ceremony is about to end. Competitors prepare to come on stage. As a voice reached his ears, Ji Yuan turned off his phone and stood up. The venue for the final is located in the center of Guanmian City. The venue size is beyond description. It can accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators, and even the stage could fit over 100 giant trucks simultaneously. The venue is equipped with the highest level of broadcasting equipment and giant screens, allowing all viewers to see the real-time situation on stage clearly. At this moment, Ji Yuan was only a step away from the stage that everyone was watching. In front of him stood a thick black curtain. Please welcome blue team competitor Ji Yuan to the stage. The voice echoed. It was time. He reached out, lifted the heavy curtain, and the indescribable roar of applause rushed into his senses. Blinding lights shone down on him. Ji Yuan's expression remained calm, his gaze firm and sharp, as he stepped forward toward the center of the stage. The cheers of hundreds of thousands filled the air, like the low roar of a giant spirit, soaring into the sky, igniting the quiet night. In this sea of people, huge banners stood in the audience. All of them were banners that embarrassed Ji Yuan, marked with the word Muscleman. Zhao Shan did not expect that his original creative banner would be adopted by so many people. These hypocritical guys, they were the ones who booed him back then. Next, please welcome the red team competitor, Zhang Leopard, to the stage. Whoa! The entire venue erupted further. This man is the youngest 5th rank Beastmaster of this event. In the lights, a tall man with a square face and a bald head appeared in front of everyone. This bald man's gaze was as calm as water, his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly holding a hint of melancholy. Both competitors are ready. Now, let me announce the rules of the final. First, contestants are prohibited from harming the Beastmasters. Second, contestants are prohibited from harming the beasts. Severe injuries or incapacitating them do not count. Third, there is no time limit for the match. It will only end when one side voluntarily admits defeat or loses their combat ability. The rules have been announced. The match officially begins. As the host's voice fell, Zhang Leopard looked at Ji Yuan. Aren't you going to withdraw? Because you're 5th rank? Ji Yuan smiled and replied. Seeing his smile, Zhang Leopard pondered. I see. You want to see how big the gap is? And then, Zhang Leopard extended his right hand, and the space in front of him rippled, revealing a slender beast covered in dark purple spots suddenly appearing out of thin air. This beast had a peculiar shape, resembling a cheetah, but with 4 long front legs and 2 sturdy hind legs. Toxic Wind Deceptive Leopard. Ji Yuan squinted, not expecting the first beast he summoned would be this creature. It was a unique life form from deep within the mineral veins of Hongling City. Green ghostly flames surged as the mysterious beast was conjured. The Toxic Wind Deceptive Leopard opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, its throat rolled, and suddenly it spat out a ball of wind circle. Then, with a wave of Zhang Leopard's hand, a light blue orb fused with it. Bang! With a resonating giant sound, invisible waves strong enough to shake the soul rushed toward Ji Yuan and Ming. This familiar scene made Ji Yuan smile, not dodging or avoiding, allowing this resonance wave to wash over him. Only those who reach the 5th rank can unleash soul power resonance. Zhang Bao is starting the match by trying to intimidate Ji Yuan. The host explained, though he truly did not understand. From his viewpoint, Ji Yuan should have had no reason to fight back. He could simply surrender and take home the 2nd place. In the audience, countless people looked at the scene of Zhang Bao using soul power resonance, filled with longing. The number of 6th rank beast masters is quite large, even more than the newly initiated 9th rank. They're all waiting for their own moment to rise, and the 5th rank is what these people long for and desire the most. However, when the resonance wave touched Ji Yuan and Ming, neither person nor beast showed signs of fainting or dizziness as the crowd had expected. Ji Yuan's gaze remained calm and composed, while Ming instantly gathered a huge fireball, shooting towards the poisonous wind ghost leopard in the distance. I didn't expect Ji Yuan actually wasn't affected at all, and even his beast decisively launched a counterattack. Seeing this, a thought flashed in Zhang Bao's eyes, and then the poisonous wind ghost leopard swiftly charged forward. During this time, a ball of light gray liquid crashed into the fireball created by the ghostly flames, instantly dissolving it. Gale wind, Zhang Bao shouted lowly, and at the same time, the poisonous wind ghost leopard sharply spun, creating a strong whirlwind, withering toxic mist. But that wasn't all. Another shout from Zhang Bao drew out a sharp cry from the poisonous wind ghost leopard, and dark purple mist rushed out from its spots, merging with the whirlwind. Whoosh! The long tail of the poisonous wind ghost leopard struck viciously against this toxic whirlwind, instantly accelerating towards Ming. Flame storm. Ming let out a low roar, and the ghostly flames surged out, instantly transforming into a flame tornado of the same size, spiraling forward. For a moment, 2 whirlwinds collided and entwined in the arena, the blue and dark purple merging into another unique color. The scorching waves continuously surged, but the poisonous wind ghost leopard did not stop there. Its figure hid behind the whirlwind and suddenly appeared, spitting the light gray liquid at Ming. Fortunately, Ming reacted in time, resolving the attack in the rising flames. Roar! But before one wave had settled, another rose. The poisonous wind ghost leopard, looking sinister, suddenly drew near, its sharp teeth aiming to bite down on Ming's neck. Such a strong desire to attack made Ji Yuan's gaze sharpen. Bang! The ghostly flame turned into a thick arm, smashing fiercely at the right rib of the poisonous wind ghost leopard just as it was about to get close. Bang! The ghostly flame's arm sent the poisonous wind ghost leopard flying. But its figure, which flew back, suddenly flashed, stabilizing itself and appearing not far away. At the same time, faint blue wind elements appeared around it. Whoosh! The forefront paws of the poisonous wind ghost leopard crossed and swung, unleashing 4 gusts of wind powerful enough to cut through steel. Ming abruptly leaped down, narrowly avoiding it. But at this moment, the poisonous wind ghost leopard lunged forward again, spewing out a light gray corrosive liquid, its forefront paws creating wind elements once more. After all, this was a beast controlled by a 5th rank beast master, and such a dense frequency of attacks made it nearly impossible to find a flaw. The ghostly flames surged out, forming a fiery barrier that protected Ming entirely. The terrifying high temperature and the scorching of the soul caused the poisonous wind ghost leopard to halt its steps. Corrosive toxic mist. From behind, Zhang Bao said softly. The poisonous wind ghost leopard instantly spewed out a thin mist. This gray mist adhered to the fiery barrier, and then Ji Yuan saw Zhang Bao sending soul power into the mist. Could this gray, poisonous mist resonate with the soul power to corrode the defense of the nether? Ji Yuan's heart stirred, and he subtly snapped his fingers, shooting out a mass of his own soul power, which, unnoticed, rushed into the infernal flames. Sizzle. Suddenly, the barrier formed by the infernal flames visibly bubbled up. This extremely obvious enhancement made Zhang Bao's brow furrow. Strange, what is happening? His soul power had already resonated with the corrosive poisonous mist. A mere flame barrier should be easily corroded. But now, he could feel a resisting force, as if there was also a resonance of soul power within this flame. How is this possible? Zhang Bao immediately denied the guess in his mind. Before the match, someone in the family had thoroughly checked Ji Yuan's information. He was a 6th rank beastmaster. This point was definitely not in question. Am I too sensitive? His eyes flickered slightly, looking at the calm and handsome young man not far away. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly recalled the poison wind specter. Huff! Suddenly, Ji Yuan's pupils constricted as he abruptly saw icy crystal snowflakes inexplicably floating on the stage. He saw Zhang Bao stretched out a finger, pointing far at the flame barrier formed by the nether. Ice! Shatter! In the next second, boom! A pale blue beam shot out from his hand, bringing a vast chill. When it touched the flame barrier resonating with soul power, it actually pierced through it instantly. The airtight barrier no longer needed to persist once it was broken. But at the moment the flame barrier dissipated, a piercing thunderous sound suddenly rang out. In Ji Yuan's astonished gaze, Zhang Bao clenched his fists, surging with thunder elemental energy, and his whole body transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the nether. Thunder. Explosion. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bao had appeared in front of the nether, simultaneously swinging his fist imbued with thunder elemental energy. Whoosh! Just as his fist wind was about to make contact with the nether, Ji Yuan responded swiftly and withdrew it. At the same time, deep blue thunder surged forth like a flash of lightning. In the gap where Zhang Bao's blow missed, Ji Yuan initiated the dance of lightning. Bang! The clash of thunder elemental energy erupted with a deafening sound. The dazzling thunder surged wildly, causing many to shut their eyes. In the audience, everyone was discussing the unusual fighting skills displayed by Zhang Bao at this moment. What is happening? Zhang Bao hasn't summoned a beast. How can he release elemental skills with his bare hands? It's obvious you are from a small town. What Zhang Bao used is a unique soul technique of the Zhang family for Beastmasters, called Wind Shatter Explosion. Yeah, I've heard this Wind Shatter Explosion has been passed down since ancient times. It is indeed a family treasure. Unfortunately, while this Wind Shatter Explosion can temporarily grant elemental attacks to a Beastmaster, the consumption is simply too great. Only Beastmasters above 5th rank can study it. Ji Yuan might be defeated in this strike. On the stage, the wildly domineering power of thunder surged continuously. Ji Yuan stood at a distance, his pupils slightly constricted. He saw Zhang Bao using his fist to withstand the crashing power of the lightning. No matter how strong a Beastmaster is, they cannot counter beasts with just flesh and blood. Could the gap between ranks truly have such a significant impact? Fortunately, Zhang Bao quickly lost in this clash. At the same time, compared to his surprise, the shock within Zhang Bao's heart grew stronger. Strange, too strange. Ji Yuan's two beasts are definitely not as simple as described in the intel. Even legendary bloodline beasts, when a controller is only a 6th rank, can never resist his Wind Shatter Explosion. This was his confidence as a 5th rank beast master battling against a 6th rank. But now, this wolf-type beast not only blocked his attack, but even destroyed his offense. There are only two possibilities. First, Ji Yuan concealed his rank. He's also a 5th rank beastmaster. Second, the bloodline level of this wolf-type beast is definitely above the legendary. At least its mythical level. In Zhang Bao's mind, the mark of the beast he commanded quickly flashed through his thoughts as Ji Yuan summoned his beast. Thus, the first possibility was completely ruled out. Then again, in Linyun City, ranked 92, there surprisingly appeared a young man with a mythical level beast. Bang! Just as Zhang Bao was thinking quickly, the flashing power ultimately overpowered him. A tremendous force surged toward him, like several vehicles colliding head-on, causing him to grunt and stumble back in pain. Release explosive fury. Almost at the same time, Ji Yuan's voice rang out, and he saw that flashing light open its mouth wide, a ball of blue and silver light instantly forming and shooting directly out at him. Wind! Break! The light ball carried a terrifying gale as it rushed toward him. Zhang Bao immediately released the final move of wind-shattering explosion. The sharp wind howled like a keen blade, directly splitting the blue and silver light ball in half. Boom! Boom! The violent force, divided into two, struck the ground behind, creating a deafening roar. After this brief encounter, Zhang Bao had already sensed something was off. Ji Yuan could not be compared to an ordinary 6th-grade beastmaster. But, in this nationally watched competition, did he really have to control multiple beasts to fight against a 6th-grade beastmaster? Deep in his heart, as a 5th-grade beastmaster and the proud heir of a beast family, he was unwilling to do so. Finally, a dark purple light surged in his eyes. Under the gaze of thousands, the air above Zhang Bao suddenly rippled. Immediately after, a black-haired arm reached out from thin air, accompanied by a strong sense of oppression spreading across the stage. Ji Yuan looked up, and Zhang Bao summoned a fierce 4-meter-tall wild ape. This big guy was not unfamiliar to him. It was the same demon ape that Liu Hen had faced alone deep in the mine. At that time, as a 5th-grade beastmaster, Liu Hen had used almost 10 minutes, exhausting all means before finally killing that demon ape. And now, less than 2 minutes had passed since the match began. Theoretically speaking, as long as Ji Yuan could hold on for another 3 minutes, in the eyes of some, it would already be a victory. But what he was about to face next was the demon ape that could compete with a 5th-grade beastmaster. Chapter 73. Unexpected Surprise. Old Ji, go for it. Ji Yuan, go. Hold on. In the audience, Zhao Shan waved the muscle man flag wildly, his left hand even timing with his phone. Mu Shuxin cupped her hands like a horn, shouting likewise. Only the silent girl gripped her small hands tightly, murmuring in her heart, "Go, you can do it." On the stage, Ji Yuan looked at the immensely oppressive demon ape before him, filled with astonishment. He never expected that besides the poison wind phantom leopard, he had actually tamed the demon ape too. But this demon ape was much smaller than the one deep in the mine. What was even more fortuitous was that this monkey was just right encountering the resonance of flashing light's soul power. Ji Yuan, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Zhang Bao said softly. Bring it on. Ji Yuan only smiled calmly. Seeing this, Zhang Bao no longer said anything, a fierce light flashing his eyes as his side demon ape charged out. Flashing light. Release explosive fury. Ji Yuan shouted deeply, quietly infusing a thread of soul power. Bang! When the ball of light infused with lightning shot out, it generated a sound that shook the soul. The explosive light ball resonating with soul power struck the demon ape's chest, the explosion's aftermath sending another wave of soul-shaking tremor. With one blow, the demon ape stumbled. Resonance wave? It's really the resonance wave? Zhang Bao was startled. In that brief moment, he had clearly felt the wave of soul power resonance. He immediately glanced at Ji Yuan, but the other person remained expressionless, revealing nothing. It must be this wolf-type beast. Soon, he blamed all this on flashing light. As a mythical-level beast with a special ability, it was not surprising. I never expected such a coincidence. The magic ape lives in the underground world and is most afraid of the resonance of thunder. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Bao decisively recalled the magic ape to the beast control space temporarily. In the battle of beasts, once a weakness is restrained, it is difficult to unleash even the most powerful strength. First, knock this wolf-type beast out of combat, then summon the magic ape to clear out that Qilin beast. But I wonder if Ji Yuan has a third beast. While thinking, he summoned a giant stone statue again. The cracks all over this statue glimmered with vibrant life, and a green light spread, indicating it was a wood-type statue. Seeing this, Ji Yuan couldn't help but recall the fire-type statue that Mu Shuxin had burst apart with a punch in the Withering Valley. Whoosh! A ball of light entwined with lightning shot out again, crashing into the statue, producing only loud echoes. It was only that he had heard Mu Shuxin explain that this kind of statue is nearly indestructible. It is very hard to harm such a giant. For this reason, many people like to contract these giants. What should I do? Ji Yuan looked at the approaching wood-type statue and fell into deep thought. Let's give it a try, Flash. Immediately, Flash's body moved like lightning, charging rapidly towards the statue. Dance of lightning. Bang! The strong giant wolf slammed into the wood statue with electrical force, but the opponent remained unmoved, even raising both arms to smash down hard. Boom! The arena shook, and Flash quickly created distance, turning its head to shake at Ji Yuan. This giant was too sturdy, plus the one controlling it was a 5th-tier beastmaster, making it too difficult to break through. What should be done? If he couldn't handle this giant statue, he would have to admit defeat. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, quickly recalling all the information he had about this giant magic statue related to Mu Shuxin. At the same time, in a corner of the audience, compared to the enthusiasm of other spectators, the people sitting here were relatively quiet. Sitting in the front row on the left was a refined middle-aged man with a smile on his lips. Next to this middle-aged man was a serious-looking, tall, muscular man. The wood-pattern magic statue, it does indeed restrain lightning-type beasts. The middle-aged man smiled and turned to his side, saying, Old Liu, how long do you think this little guy will take to react and find a solution? Should be quick. The big guy's voice was deep, devoid of any emotion. His Qilin Beast flame effect is unique, precisely the nemesis of these magic statues. In the arena, Zhang Bao commanded the wood-pattern magic statue to attack Flash continuously, during which the statue even produced vines out of thin air to try to bind Flash. Fortunately, Flash was agile enough, pulling away while spitting out violent light balls. At this moment, the match duration was exactly 5 minutes. Got it, got it, haha. In the audience, Zhao Shan looked at his phone timer, laughing continuously, while the two girls beside him also sighed in relief. As long as they lasted 5 minutes, theoretically, even if Ji Yuan admitted defeat, it would be no big deal. However, this secret matter was known only to a few of them, so the surrounding spectators cast puzzled glances at Zhao Shan. To them, Ji Yuan's beast could not break through this giant statue, and continuing like this, Ji Yuan would surely be the first to be exhausted. And at this moment, Ji Yuan, who was caught in a brainstorming session in the arena, suddenly had a bright idea. Right? Mu Shuxin had said that the magic statues in the world are all infused with the souls of nature, granting life. Although their exterior is nearly indestructible, as long as one uses an attack that harms the soul, it can be shattered. Back in the Withering Valley, Secretary Lin used a certain unique method from the Soul Curse Kingdom to punch her flaming giant statue apart. Immediately, Ji Yuan recalled Flash. Then, the dark flame surged again. Release Crimson Flame Execution. At the moment of emergence, he immediately issued the command. Whoosh! In an instant, the chains in the sky resembled green snakes, winding towards the wooden pattern golem. These methods are useless. Zhang Bao stood in the back, arms crossed, quietly watching. His wooden pattern golem had previously blocked many powerful attacks. He was confident it would be no different this time. As the chains forged from ghostly flames wrapped around the golem, a unique power instantly ignited waves of green smoke. The wooden golem sensed the abnormality and struggled in a panic. But once the chains were fully bound, escaping would be nearly impossible. Almost at the same moment, Zhang Bao sensed something was off. The mental communication from the wooden golem actually contained pain and fear. What's going on? He quickly looked up at the sky. A searing hot blade had already formed, and at the moment he gazed, stabbed viciously down. Because the rules stated that it was forbidden to kill one's beast, the blade did not bring death, but pierced through the golem from its head to its abdomen. With a single strike, the wooden golem instantly became weak. Its vibrant green glowed dimming, as if its life fire could extinguish at any moment, burning the soul. At the same time, Zhang Bao clearly received the feedback from the wooden golem. He sharply looked at the Qilin surrounded by green flames. Could it be that this beast's bloodline level is also of mythical status? Unexpected. With a wave, Zhang Bao recalled the wooden golem back into the beast space. Then, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, 3 beasts appeared beside him. Zhang Bao finally let go of his arrogance. He was about to make a full effort to win this battle. Chapter 74, All Methods Exhausted. In an instant, Poison Wind, Cunning Leopard, Magic Ape, and an insect beast radiating cold air while floating in midair appeared next to Zhang Bao immediately. Upon closer inspection, the beast spreading cold air was a cicada, massive in size, floating in the air like a giant water tank. It's over, Ji Yuan. Zhang Bao's face was extremely serious. The combination of these 3 beasts was a careful lineup he had prepared. Not only was their bloodline level the same as overlords, but in battle, the magic ape charged forward, while the poison wind, cunning leopard fought in coordination. And the ice cicada was the key to harassing and waiting for a fatal strike. At the moment Zhang Bao gave the order, the 4-meter-tall magic ape let out a roar, its legs enveloped in dark purple light. Leaping up, the poison wind, cunning leopard shot out like a swift wind, following closely behind. Mid-air, the ice cicada flapped its wings, soaring out. 3-fold attacks instantly engulfed the opponent from all directions. The sight of 3 overlord-level beasts simultaneously launching an attack caused countless people to cry out in astonishment. The final battle was about to end, because no one could even imagine how Ji Yuan could control the Qilin beast to counter this triple assault. But at the back, Ji Yuan's gaze darkened, and he growled, "Activate Intimidation." Let's not forget the opponent was an Emperor-level creature. In an instant, buzz, the creature stood tall, its ghostly green eyes flashing blue light. Then it looked down on everything, and a surging, kingly bloodline aura erupted from within. Invisible ripples spread across the arena, and the moment the 3 overlord-level beasts made contact with this aura, they all halted in their tracks. The next moment, a scene that made the entire crowd gasp once again occurred. The poison wind, cunning leopard was the first to lower its body, eyes fixated on the nearby Qilin beast, slowly retreating. In the air, the ice cicada landed on the ground, its wings folding, completely still. Only the massive body of the magic ape trembled slightly, seemingly fighting against the fear deep inside. Yet, Ji Yuan did not stop there. Although the intimidation of the creature was effective immediately, such a bloodline suppression skill was primarily used on wild creatures. Only yesterday did he understand. After the 5th rank, because of the creation of the beast space, beast tamers could deliberately use their soul power to cover their beast perceptions, thus allowing their beasts to avoid intimidation when facing opponents with superior bloodline levels. So from beginning to end, never let the abyss be released intimidation. For this moment, Flame Storm, Ji Yuan seized the moment when the 3 summoned beasts were simultaneously intimidated. Ming stepped forward, and a surge of blue flames engulfed the entire arena, instantly swallowing the 3 beasts. Bloodline intimidation. Zhang Bao did not expect that he could break the deadlock so easily again. As the 3 summoned beasts were burned by the ghostly flames, their tragic roars were transmitted to Zhang Bao's heart through psychic connection. Good job, Ji Yuan. Zhang Bao clenched his fists tightly and immediately recalled the 3 beasts. The flame storm slowly dissipated, and on the stage, Zhang Bao stared at Ji Yuan. After a moment, 3 new summoned beasts flashed beside him again. After entering the 5th rank, the number of contracted summoned beasts was no longer limited. The first to appear was the injured wooden pattern golem. The second was a unicorn that sparkled like an ice sculpture. This unicorn glimmered with icy brilliance, its forehead crowned with a sharp horn that shimmered with flowing rainbow light. Yet the frost aura surrounding it revealed its attributes. At the same time, Ji Yuan noticed that this unicorn was nearly of the same bloodline as the one Zhang Di had once besieged him with. The third summoned beast was a peculiar giant wolf covered in rocky soil. Thus, the 6 summoned beasts that Zhang Bao contracted after stepping into the 5th rank had all appeared. All 6 summoned beasts had bloodline levels in the Dominator category, enough to crush most ordinary summoners. Zhang Bao expanded his soul power, covering the perception of the 3 summoned beasts. This time, the bloodline pressure would no longer be effective. In the audience, everyone's gaze focused on Ji Yuan. The shock this young man brought them tonight had been immense. But now, with Zhang Bao summoning 3 different beasts again, everyone knew that this decisive battle was about to end. No one would suffer the same loss twice. As a 5th rank summoner, Zhang Bao was even more so. Everyone thought that if Ji Yuan wanted to break the deadlock this time, there was only one possibility. He could summon both the Qilin Beast and the Thunder Wolf to fight together. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan was only a 6th rank. This possibility did not exist. What an exciting battle. Ling Yun City Ji Yuan. I will remember this man. I didn't expect that after the battle began, every time Zhang Bao launched an attack, Ji Yuan could find a way to resolve it. However, perhaps it can only end here. Is Ji Yuan's performance still not enough? Which 6th rank summoner can battle for so long with a 5th rank? Ji Yuan is simply a supernova. In my opinion, Ji Yuan is just lucky, coincidentally taking advantage of the summoned beasts. Exactly. After all, it's because Zhang Bao underestimated him. In the first round with the 3 summoned beasts, Ji Yuan relied on luck to break it. I wonder how he'll handle this second round. With voices of support, there naturally came opposing voices. Not all the audience looked favorably upon this guy from a low-level district. These people compared to Ji Yuan making history. They needed Zhang Bao to win decisively to maintain their prejudice against the low-level district in their hearts. In a moment, 2 groups of people started arguing loudly. After all, many of Ji Yuan's supporters were from lower-ranked district citizens. Outside the arena, there was a loud commotion, while inside, Zhang Bao stared fiercely at Ji Yuan, his eyes finally showing coldness. He originally wanted to showcase his identity as a 5th-rank summoner on the final stage to gain enough attention. But unexpectedly, this opponent exceeded his expectations. At first, he thought the Poison Wind Strange Leopard would be enough to solve Ji Yuan. But after the initial clash, he had already changed his mind, so he used one of his trump cards, Wind Split Explosion. It still did not end this battle. As the demon ape was pushed back, his prejudice against Ji Yuan's lowly background was completely shattered. Until now, being pressured by 6th rank to have his 6 summoned beasts take turns to fight. In his eyes, Ji Yuan was already an equal opponent. At this moment, he had already devised an attack plan in his mind. The Ice Crystal Unicorn would face the flames of Ming head-on, while the Earth Rock Wolf and the Wood Patter Magic Image would attack together. After all, he could only control one beast at a time, and he certainly couldn't manage attacks from multiple directions. Go! Decision made, Zhang Bao narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the 3 summoned beasts moved according to his thoughts, with the Ice Crystal Unicorn in the lead, and the Wood Pattern Magic Image and Earth Rock Wolf on either side. They spread out, surrounding Ming as they charged forward. It's over, Ji Yuan. Zhang Bao's eyes turned cold as he glared at the handsome young man not far away. But to his surprise, he saw the corners of the young man's mouth suddenly curve up. In that moment, the blue Qilin beast transformed into a ball of flames and shot rapidly toward the wood pattern magic image. Then, before the unicorn and earth rock wolf could react, a deep blue lightning bolt surged out under Zhang Bao's astonished gaze. Ji Yuan had actually summoned and controlled two beasts at the same time. Chapter 75. Who Will Fall? An extra for rainfall. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the arena. At the instant Ming approached the wood pattern magic image, he condensed the nether fiery flames into a huge hand that slammed down hard, pressing the magic image to the ground. The searing flames that burned the soul caused the magic image to thrash wildly, but the hand made of flames remained unmoving. Looking to the other side, the flash spirit charged into the ice crystal unicorn, making it stagger backward. Then it turned its head, gathering a blinding ball of light in its mouth, and spewed it at the earth rock wolf. Bang! The explosive force shattered the rocky exterior of the earth rock wolf, sending its body flying several meters. When Ji Yuan was able to control two beasts, the only advantage of being a 5th-rank beastmaster was his abundant soul power. Thus, in this minute, Ji Yuan must end the battle. Otherwise, he would exhaust his soul power and fail. The situation began to change again. Not far away, Zhang Bao's pupil shook. He stared at the Qilin beast and Thunderwolf that existed simultaneously on the stage, and was momentarily left speechless. In the stands, all the fervent cheers fell silent at once. The entire place became deathly quiet. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes blank, mouths agape, not saying a word. Stunned. They were all stunned, including Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin. They were also dumbfounded. In the stands, aside from Mu Shuxin, no one knew that Ji Yuan could control two beasts at the same time. In a corner of the stands, Zhao Tianho, with a smile on his lips, also looked slightly astonished, while Lu Hen's body tensed, leaning forward involuntarily, as if he couldn't believe the scene before him. What a surprising little guy. Zhao Tianho suddenly burst into laughter. Good. This godson is definitely worth it. Inside the arena, Zhang Bao's eyelids twitched, his lips dry. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he couldn't believe what was before him was real. You hid your rank? After a moment, he asked with an extremely incredulous tone. To his surprise, Ji Yuan shook his head, smiled lightly. 6th-rank beastmaster, absolutely no doubt. As his words fell, lightning surged in his eyes. Alvu. The flash spirit raised its lofty wolf head, letting out a howl that pierced through the entire venue. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, before the astonished gazes of countless spectators, a mass of clouds as dark as ink appeared in the sky, with lightning rumbling. Judgment of thunder. As Ji Yuan's words landed, lightning descended from the dark clouds, filling the sky. Giant rock barrier. Ice ceiling wall. The terrifying thunder power was overwhelming, and in the arena, Zhang Bao's face changed dramatically, quickly issuing commands. The ice crystal unicorn's sharp horn burst forth with colorful brilliance, forming a floating ice wall in midair. The ice wall radiated brilliant light, exuding an indestructible power. The earth rock wolf also let out a howl, its entire body summoning earth elements wildly, forming a semicircular rock barrier that shielded Zhang Bao and itself. Boom, bang! In an instant, a series of thunderous strikes assaulted the ice wall and rock barrier. The fragments of thunder splattered on the ground, leaving behind tiny pits. Inside the barrier, Zhang Bao gasped quickly, each thunder strike jolting the barrier violently. Although he had just advanced to the 5th rank for only 2 months, he was still a 5th-rank beastmaster. Zhang Bao looked at his palm, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Since my beast cannot win, then there is only one last method left. His last trump card. Boom! At the same time, the fortress finally could not hold up any longer, shattered by the thunder. Zhang Bao roared, clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging on his arms. Above, the dark clouds gradually dissipated. Soon, Ji Yuan, you are also reaching your limit. After all, not being a 5th rank, controlling two beasts at the same time, I can last at most 1 minute. Ji Yuan, next, this will be my last strike. If you can withstand it, this final will be counted as your win. Zhang Bao's roar resonated through the heavens, and Ji Yuan's expression turned serious as he recalled both Jian Pao and Ming. He exerted himself to adjust to his final state. Then, on the stage, the wooden patterned demon statue, the ice crystal unicorn, and the earth rock wolf transformed into beams of light, drilling into Zhang Bao's chest. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying wave of soul power erupted from Zhang Bao's body. It's the Zhang family's resonance battle skill, Merge Soul Draw. Oh my god, Ji Yuan actually forced Zhang Bao to such a state. I heard that this Merge Soul Draw is extremely rare, a resonance battle skill initiated jointly by Beastmasters and their beasts. To see this today is truly an eye feast. However, this Merge Soul Draw seems to have significant aftereffects. I remember that after casting it, the Beastmaster would be completely powerless, collapsing for 7 days and 7 nights. TSK, to force Zhang Bao to use this move, Ji Yuan, even in defeat, you are still glorious. In the corner, Zhao Tianho still wore a smile, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Bao, finally settling on Ji Yuan. My godson, how will you take this final blow? On the arena, the wildly surging wave of soul power within Zhang Bao generated an immense whirlwind, billowing against Ji Yuan's clothes and the fur of his beasts. A resonance battle skill. Ji Yuan felt a familiar wave, then suddenly smiled. A resonance battle skill? I have one too. Ming Jian Pao. With his light shout, Ming and Jian Pao's bodies tensed, ready to go. Ji Yuan also reined in all his thoughts, gathering the remaining soul power in his body toward his heart. It's impossible to defeat me. When the strong wind suddenly stopped, Zhang Bao's muscles expanded to their limits, his body already filled with enormous soul power, craving release. Activate, resonance, shadow strike. Just at that moment, Ji Yuan took the initiative to charge out. Roar! Oh, beside him, Ming and Jian Pao both let out a roar simultaneously. Following that, the figures of the two beasts actually split into two, conjuring up 2 identical clones. Oh, the two Jian Pao charged forward at the forefront, moving at lightning speed, their bodies transforming into 2 bolts of lightning, creating a blur of electric current, bewildering to perceive. Behind them, Ming and its clone simultaneously unleashed the nether flame, merging into clouds of mist. In an instant, this overwhelming double mist completely enveloped Zhang Bao. He crossed his arms over his chest, his pupils fixed on the front. At a certain moment, soul merge, savage charge, Zhang Bao suddenly roared. Swish! He shot out like a cannonball, a powerful wave of soul power condensing before him into a tangible shield, violently slamming into Jian Pao and Ming. Puff! But unexpectedly, his calculated charge directly penetrated the bodies of the two beasts. Illusion? His heart was filled with panic, but there was no time to react when a terrifying wave approached silently. Suddenly, Ji Yuan's pale face and curling lips appeared in front of him, having appeared without him noticing. Soul shock. In his moment of unpreparedness, Ji Yuan's palm pressed against his chest. The terrifying soul power fluctuations exploded with a loud bang. At this final moment, Zhang Bao, who was a 5th-rank Beastmaster, quickly reacted, also pouring his soul power frantically at Ji Yuan. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, booming. Chapter 76. The outcome is undecided. On the stage, the mist created by Ming and flashing shadow was slowly dissipating. The entire arena, with hundreds of thousands of spectators, all stood up in unison. They knew this was the final clash between the two, who would emerge victorious. Zhao Shan grabbed his hair with both hands, not daring to breathe. Mu Shuxin gripped the edge of the stands, her eyes sparkling. Su Ziyin clenched her small hands tightly, constantly praying in her heart. When the last bit of mist dissipated on the stage, one person was standing and one person was on the ground. The person standing was Zhang Bao. Wow! In an instant, a portion of the crowd cheered. Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin sighed deeply when they saw this scene. But soon, they all let go of their worries. After all, the other side was a 5th-rank Beastmaster, and Ji Yuan had done well to make it this far. Those who supported Ji Yuan also fell silent, listening to the cheers of Zhang Bao's supporters. Although they knew that it was almost impossible for a 6th rank to defeat a 5th rank, they still couldn't help but feel some disappointment. Puff! Suddenly, Zhang Bao, who was standing, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then, his body straightened and fell backward heavily. At the same time, the young man who was lying on the ground moved. He turned over, struggling, using both his hands and feet, unsteadily standing up. The intense dizziness and weakness relentlessly attacked his body. Ji Yuan furrowed his brows, covering his mouth and coughing violently. His hand trembled slightly, and after coughing, a pool of crimson blood spilled out. His eyelids fluttered, and at this moment, a terrifying pain radiated from his left rib. In the previous clash, his soul shock had shattered Zhang Bao's defenses first, causing the opponent to fail to fully deliver his attack. But even so, based on the now painful sensation with every breath, it seemed his left rib was not in a good condition either. Just like that, Ji Yuan covered his rib with one hand and wobbled toward Zhang Bao. With a slight motion of his hand, flashing shadow appeared. Because Ji Yuan's condition was very poor, and with his soul power nearly depleted, flashing shadow also looked weak, its beastly eyes drooping. However, flashing shadow still obeyed his command, slightly opening its mouth, and a small, wild explosive light ball began to form, aimed directly at Zhang Bao's head. Good. Zhang Bao, lying on the ground, was breathing heavily, his gaze locked firmly on Ji Yuan. I admit. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Bao seemed to have reached his limit. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Even though he hadn't finished the third word, based on the fact that Ji Yuan could still summon his beast at this moment, the outcome of the battle no longer needed to be spoken. The last breath hanging on Zhang Bao was long exhaled by Ji Yuan. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Victory! He won. The entire arena was silent. No one could believe that, in this battle between a 5th rank and a 6th rank, the final victor would be Ji Yuan. A wolf. At the same time, Zhao Shan, with bloodshot eyes, let out an indescribable howl. Immediately after, the beast-taming ring in his hand flashed, and a huge banner appeared. Mu Shuxin's excited face was beaming as she and Zhao Shan each grabbed a corner and opened the banner. At the same time, Zhao Shan crazily shouted the contents of the banner. Tremble, everyone! You are facing the first new star of Lin Yun City, the first tough guy of Lin Yun City, the first beast master of Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan is the champion. Ji Yuan. Mu Shuxin also raised the banner high, completely disregarding her image, jumping and shouting. The passion of the two immediately ignited everyone else. In an instant, the terrifying roar, like a landslide, spread to the sky, pierced the arena, and reached the ears of all the citizens in Guanyin City. Countless people raised their arms and shouted at this moment, cheering for the comatose and handsome youth lying on the ground. Su Zin stood quietly in the crowd, looking at the face of the handsome youth on the screen, a happy smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. As the medical team entered and took the two away, the cheers in the venue only grew louder. Meanwhile, those who had previously supported Zhang Bao left awkwardly amidst a chorus of booing. But then, something unexpected happened that shocked countless people. The host did not announce the competition results for a long time, without any statement, and the venue turned on all the lights, signaling the audience to leave in an orderly fashion. This scene puzzled everyone. There is still one way. In a room, several people sat casually. In front of them was a huge screen. The screen repeatedly played the scene just before Zhang Bao lost consciousness. I admit, his words were clear, repeating over and over. This is our only point we can use. A woman stood in front of the screen, her gaze sweeping over the others, saying Zhang Bao did not admit defeat. And Ji Yuan also fell into a coma, so this final match is a draw. But if that's the case, others probably won't buy it. That's true. Those from the lower-ranked districts are already dissatisfied. If we do this, could it be everyone? The woman said coldly. I don't think you understand. Once we allow Ji Yuan to win the championship, what consequences will arise? First, if he wins, it will ensure that Old Yang's plan to merge the districts goes ahead without hindrance. Do you really want to merge with those useless low-ranked districts, sharing resources with them? Ji Yuan comes from a low-ranking district, and now he already has countless supporters. Once Ji Yuan wins, the merger of districts will become a definite outcome. This merger of districts will not only affect our wealth, but even our businesses will suffer severely. Everyone, please consider the consequences of this. After the woman finished speaking, the other people in the room fell into silence. After a moment, a man spoke. This Yangqing is cold-hearted and unsympathetic. If the merger actually takes place, some of our businesses may not be able to continue. Mu Li, what are you planning to do? The others were silent, tacitly agreeing with the man's words. Seeing this, the woman named Mu Li smirked and said, It's simple. Use the rules to change the winner of this match to Zhang Bao. In past district competitions, it has happened before where both sides fell unconscious. Then, the final result would be decided by a vote from 120 districts. The one with the most votes becomes the champion. How about that? This is within the rules. The crucial point is that Zhang Bao did not verbally admit defeat. Her words made everyone present think for a moment, then they all nodded. Do as you say, and make it happen. Chapter 77. How to Count. How shameless. In a high-end restaurant in Guanyin City, inside a private room, Zhao Shan was furious. Mu Shuxin and Su Zin also frowned. At this moment, it was the night after the end of the finals. After all, as the top-ranked city, their medical standards were exceptional. In just one night, Ji Yuan had fully recovered. However, he did not expect that the result of the finals would end up as a draw the very next morning. If it's a draw, how does that count? Ji Yuan played with the utensils in front of him, looking at the three. They were all young masters and young ladies from beast mastery families, and of course, they understood this situation better than he did. There have been such situations before, and the final result will be decided by a vote from 120 districts, the 5 major families, and some designated personnel from the Beastmaster Alliance. Then, based on the votes, the champion will be determined. Su Xin spoke softly, and as soon as she finished, Zhao Shan immediately cursed. Bah! Let Lao Ji and Zhang Bao vote. Beside him, Mu Shuxin said, don't be too anxious according to the rules. If both sides involve the 5 major families, to avoid suspicion, the 5 major families cannot participate in the voting. That's what they say. But who knows if they will do something secretly. I need to contact my dad. After saying this, he immediately got up to make a phone call. At this moment, Su Xin suddenly said softly, I will find a way for you. No need. Don't make it difficult for yourself. Ji Yuan shook his head repeatedly. He understood Su Xin's situation in the Su family. Even if she could really do it, it would definitely come at a great cost. He didn't want to see his close friend suffer any grievance for him, except for Zhao Shan, because he was thick-skinned. Seeing Ji Yuan's firm attitude, Su Xin bit her red lip and said nothing more. Sigh, just when one wave settles, another rises. Mu Shuxin sighed lightly, feeling helpless in this matter, only able to feel anxious. Now, public opinion on the internet was polarized. Some were angrily criticizing, some were supporting the vote, and some were analyzing rationally. Overall, the key point about the tie was that Zhang Bao never said the words, I concede. Under the deliberate guidance of certain people, some tightly seized on this point, mindlessly whitewashing, calling for the whole country to agree to vote. This last city competition had reached its peak both in topic and heat. In the private room, the atmosphere was silent. Before long, Zhao Shan pushed the door and came back. Dad says not to worry. Other than that, there's nothing else. Zhao Shan shrugged. At the same time, high in the sky, a giant golden eagle flew under the moonlight. On its back stood a middle-aged man with graying hair and a cold expression. The golden eagle had flown for an unknown amount of time, and at a certain moment, it suddenly dove down. Through layers of clouds, it finally landed steadily in a yard. Its landing was silent, and the middle-aged man jumped down, retracting it. Tanhi. As soon as he steadied himself, an old man's voice came from the corner of the yard. Tanhi looked over and saw an old man with a cane, hunched over, walking slowly towards him. I know why you're here. The old man smiled and said, come in and sit. Tanhi seemed to be in a bad mood. After nodding, he walked into the house without hesitation. This was a quadrangle, and the furnishings and decorations inside were very retro. The matter of merging the city has been proposed by me for 20 years. The old man, leaning on his cane, trembled as he sat in the chair and said, back then, you were the only one who supported me. Some people have been in high positions for far too long, to the point where they think everyone in the world lives a life as lavish as theirs. Fortunately, over the years, at least some people have awakened and began to support my proposal. The old man spoke to himself, his wrinkled, aged face seeming to be consolidating certain emotions. What's the use of supporting the proposal? Tanhi snorted coldly. Why do they want to suppress talents like Ji Yuan? Why do they want to declare this competition a tie? In the end, it still comes down to the word prejudice. Does someone with a low background and low city ranking really not deserve better resources? You need to calm down. This mindset is already deeply rooted and cannot be solved just by a few words. The old man sighed heavily. I have been trying to change for so many years. Change? Anger surged in Tanhi's eyes, but he still maintained his composure. If you really want to change all of this, you should stop this farce from happening. Tanhi. The old man shook his head. You should know that this matter is within the rules, and there are not a few people supporting Zhang Bao. Calm down, Mayor Tan. He said leisurely. A tie vote is not necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps it can elevate Ji Yuan's reputation even more. That's if someone doesn't play tricks. Tanhi snorted coldly. Aren't you here just to say this? The old man glanced at him. Rest assured, I will supervise. As soon as these words fell. If that's the case, I'll trouble you, teacher. Tanhi's expression changed in an instant, standing up and bowing slightly to show respect. It's getting late, so I won't disturb the teacher's rest. I'll leave first. After saying this, Tanhi pushed the door open and stepped out, summoning the golden eagle, disappearing in an instant. The elderly man sitting in the room seemed to have expected this scene. He remained motionless, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. In the high sky, Heavenly Envoy, Yes, it is exactly as we anticipated. I understand. Let's make contact again. On the Golden Eagle, Tanhee's eyes flickered. 3 days after the finals, on the morning of the third day, Ji-Yun left his hotel room and got into a special vehicle, his expression indifferent. The voting process will be live-streamed. The voting coalition consisted of 120 mayors, 5 major beast families, and 15 high-ranking members of the alliance. The total number of valid votes was 140. As Ji-Yun was on his way to the venue, on the other side, the Zhang family. Smack! The crisp sound echoed. On Zhang Bao's left cheek was a bright red handprint. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. What did you say? You want to abstain? The middle-aged man stared at Zhang Bao, his tone cold. A loss is a loss. I'm no match for Ji-Yun, I admit it. Dad, why make such a voting decision for the championship? Zhang Bao's tone was firm and heavy. He didn't understand. Admit what? The middle-aged man exploded with rage, striking out with another slap. The fiery pain surged through Zhang Bao's cheek, making him grit his teeth. You are a Zhang family member. As a 5th-grade beastmaster, yet you lost to an unknown nobody from a small city. Don't you feel embarrassed to admit defeat? Do you want the Zhang family to become a laughingstock across the nation? You worthless fool, if you don't go today, get out of the Zhang family and never return. Chapter 78, Deciding Victory for the Great Lion Update. The voting venue was located in the northern part of Guanmian City, in a giant circular hall. Compared to the lively atmosphere of the finals, here, it felt oppressive. In the circular hall, 120 mayors sat neatly. The 10 high-ranking members of the Beast Alliance sat at the front of the hall. And the central figures of this event, Ji-Yun and Zhang Bao, were arranged in the center of the hall, sitting facing each other at 2 simple tables. The atmosphere in the entire venue was tense and serious. There were no outsiders present, due to the situation where both contestants fainted on the day of the finals, resulting in a tie. According to the rules, today we will conduct the voting process, with mayors from across the country and senators from the Beast Alliance voting together. The voting process will be live-streamed, conducted under national supervision. A middle-aged man with a beard from the Beast Alliance spoke in a serious tone. After speaking, he sat down directly. Click! A mechanical sound echoed. A semi-transparent screen was projected behind Ji-Yun and Zhang Bao. At the same time, 2 buttons, one red and one blue, popped up in front of the mayors and senators present. The screen also split into 2, changing into blue and red. Blue represented Ji-Yun. Red represented Zhang Bao. Please, all participating mayors and senators, begin voting. Based on this competition's performance, select your champion. The cold mechanical voice contained no emotion, like an intelligent butler in a rest area. Almost as soon as it finished speaking, all the participants pressed their buttons. In an instant, the screen behind Ji-Yun and Zhang Bao displayed the districts represented by the voters. Outside, Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xin were each at their homes, anxiously watching the live broadcast on TV. As the live vote counts appeared and changed, their hearts all raced. In the live footage, it could be seen that Ji-Yun and Zhang Bao's vote counts were increasing at nearly identical speeds. Jin, 20, 21, 25. Zhang Bao, 23, 24, 26. The vote counts of both were neck and neck. At this moment, the whole internet was buzzing. Oh no, looking at this momentum, won't there be a tie again? Who knows? The 10 senators haven't voted yet. The current votes are from the 120 mayors. It's uncertain. Oh wow, both of their vote counts have reached 50. So close, if it goes on like this, it really could end in a tie. What is this? 120 votes split in half. No, Zhang Bao's votes have stopped. Stopped at 56. And Ji-Yuan's are still increasing. The comments flew across the screen, and in an instant, exclamation points dominated the live stream. Inside the venue, as the rapidly increasing votes gradually slowed down, even stopping completely. In the end, Ji-Yuan's votes stood at 64, while Zhang Bao's votes were at 56. The difference between the two was 8 votes. But no one was happy, because this was just the votes of 120 city mayors. When the 10 alliance senators, with blank expressions, pressed the voting button, Zhang Bao's votes began to change again. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bao's votes surged to 64. But it wasn't over yet. As the 2 names appeared on the red and blue screens, Ji-Yuan and Zhang Bao's votes rolled up simultaneously. They both ultimately settled at 65. With that, all 130 people completed the voting. Among them, Ji-Yuan received 64 votes from the 120 mayors, and from the 10 alliance senators, Ji-Yuan only received 1 vote. Bastard! How could someone betray us? In a certain room, the sound of a glass shattering rang out. A woman, furious, shouted, "Bastard! Bastard! Bastard!" Then, she immediately dialed the phone number. In the venue, sitting calmly to the side, Tanhee's face was tranquil, but a hidden light flashed in his eyes. His gaze swept across the senators, landing on the bearded man, who had cast his only vote for Ji Yuan. This was unexpected for Tan He. According to the plan, Ji Yuan should have lost this vote by 1 vote. Other mayors exchanged glances, also surprised by this dramatic turn of events. Vote count complete, a mechanical voice sounded. Due to a tie, according to our additional rules, the 4 great beast families will be notified to come to the venue for the final vote. Considering Zhang Bao's special identity, according to the rules, the Zhang family must avoid conflict. The venue fell into dead silence again, and the entire internet exploded because of this result. Damn it, I say, Zhang Bao should be directly declared the loser. He was the first to faint, while Ji Yuan came after him. Can't that be considered Ji Yuan winning? A bunch of dogs chasing Ji Yuan every day. Are you Zhang family's hired online warriors? Only you lowly city folks can resonate with Ji Yuan, right? Exactly. Isn't it better to stay honestly in your small places? Why do you have to come here and show your faces? This keyboard war began, revolving around the ranks of the cities. While waiting for the beast families to head to the venue, both sides were cursing fiercely. At this moment, a post appeared out of nowhere, instantly halting the mindless bickering. Should Ji Yuan lose? Let's take a look at just how much potential this small city contestant possesses. The poster's ID was Silent Nightfall. Online, the #1 fan supporting Ji Yuan. During the first round, when Ji Yuan was caught in the storm of public opinion, this Silent Nightfall verbally battled with everyone, posting over 2,000 replies. At that time, countless people speculated that this Silent Nightfall was Ji Yuan's alternate account. But after Ji Yuan defeated Xiaoling Ju in the 4th round, this ID became inactive. Unexpectedly, today, she appeared again, and with such sharp words, the entire post dissected every battle Ji Yuan fought in the city competition. Especially in the finals, many people couldn't understand why Zhang Bao lost, and Silent Nightfall provided an answer. Everyone ignored one crucial point: the difference in soul power qualifications. Actually, if you all pay attention, you can find out all the information about the 2 contestants. It was all made public during the finals. First, there's Zhang Bao, who became a level 9 Beastmaster at 18, and after 7 years, 2 months ago, he stepped in a level 5. His soul power qualification is low. Then, there's Ji Yuan, who awakened Supreme Soul Power qualification at 18, experienced a 2-year gap, and only before the start of the city competition did he contract his first beast. As of today, Ji Yuan has only been a Beastmaster for just over 3 months. 3 months, advancing from the 9th rank to the 6th rank, with extraordinary soul power qualifications, able to control 2 beasts at the 6th rank at the same time. Just these 3 keywords, even one of them in someone else's case wouldn't be ordinary, right? But why, when it comes to Ji Yuan, is it so hard for people to accept? Is it just because he represents the lower district? In a post, Night falls silent, straightforwardly shut everyone's mouths with plain words. In a chat group of 4 people, Zhao Shan, wow, you all have to take a look at this post. Who exactly is this Night falls silent? I must find him and treat him to a meal. As he said this, he shared the link to the post. Mu Shushin, I'm reading it now, it said so well. I'm getting more and more convinced that Old Tan has paid a lot of money to hire commoners for Ji Yuan. After all, the words show he understands Ji Yuan very well. Su Zine changed the topic and said, quick, watch the live stream. The moment to decide the victor has come. Chapter 79. Who will be the champion? Outside the venue, in front of a heavy brown wooden door, 2 men and 2 women, all of extraordinary demeanor and dressed appropriately, stood there. You 3, shall we communicate with each other? The male representative of the Xiao family, dressed in a suit, smiled and said, I will vote for Zhang Bao. I will also vote for Zhang Bao. The male representative of the Mu family spoke indifferently. Zhang Bao, the female representative of the Su family, also nodded. Only the female representative of the Jiang family remained silent. Everyone, please enter. At this moment, the wooden door slowly opened. The 4 of them received an ancient bronze coin. If the judgment coin is placed on the contestants' table, it will be considered a vote for the other party. A mechanical voice sounded, and in the serious venue, the lights created a passage. The representative of the Xiao family walked out first, under everyone's gaze and the live streaming equipment, and placed the judgment coin on Zhang Bao's table. Xiao family, 1 vote for Zhang Bao. The Mu family representative followed closely, stepping forward with the same pace, and without hesitation walked to Zhang Bao's table, gently placing down the judgment coin. Mu family, 2 votes for Zhang Bao. When it was the Jiang family representative's turn, she walked lightly, approached Ji Yuan's table, and delicately placed a round coin on his table. Linyan City, 1 vote for Ji Yuan. At this moment, Everyone's gaze turned to the last one, the representative of the Su family. Her crucial vote would decide the champion of this district competition. Immediately, the Su family representative stepped forward. She walked to the center of the venue, under the watchful eyes of countless people passing by Ji Yuan. The victor was already determined. Whoosh! She ultimately stopped in front of Zhang Bao's table and threw the round coin from her hand. The bronze coin traced an arc in the air, and under the observation of countless eyes, accurately landed on Ji Yuan's table. The sound of the coin striking the wooden table echoed, and the Su family representative smiled at the camera. It was even again. The representatives of the Shao and Mu families exiting looked sullen. Among the 5 great families, there's had the closest relationship with the Zhang family. The Zhang family was powerful, maintaining a balanced interaction with any family, neither too deep nor too shallow. Only the Su family was reclusive, quiet, and did things at their own pace. For instance, at this moment, no one could know what these Su family members were thinking. The scene fell silent. As for this result, it was uncertain if it would once again surprise everyone. The votes are equal. According to the additional rules, the final decision will be made by the 3 alliance elders. A mechanical voice announced, and, simultaneously, 3 screens of the same size were projected at the center of the venue. The screens flickered like decorative screens, as if performing some kind of remote connection. At the same time, in a certain courtyard. Don't let this farce go on any longer. How about letting the votes be discarded, you two? You mean to keep the final result in a tie, sharing the championship? Why not? Doing this will not only save face for the Zhang family, but also give an explanation to that kid from Linyan City. Such a small matter really shouldn't make us old folks worry about it. Let's do it this way. I agree. Old Yang, what about you? Ethereal yet slightly clear words echoed in the ears. Sitting in a room with vintage decor, the old man stroked his cane, remaining silent. Old man, pretending to be deaf again. Forget it. Let's see how he expresses himself later. Inside the venue. At a certain moment, the flickering screens suddenly displayed images. 3 screens corresponded to 3 elders. They were the elder figures of the Beastmaster Alliance. The first elder had white eyebrows and hair, with a tuft of snowy beard, his face clearly showing the traces of time, wearing white robes that gave him an air of immortality. He was Li Chongqi, one of the 3 Beastmasters of today. It was he who proposed to abstain from voting. The second elder had white hair, but a youthful face, smiling brightly, making it hard to guess his true age just by appearance. He was also one of the 3 Beastmasters, named Yin Pampa. The third elder was Yang Qing, who spoke with Tan He and advocated merging the urban areas. At the moment the 3 distinct-looking elders appeared on the screens, everyone in the hall stood up, bowed, and only then sat down. Please, elders of the Alliance, make your ruling. A mechanical voice prompted. Li Chongqi and Yin Pampa remained silent. At this time, Yang Qing stood up, leaning on his cane, making a crisp tapping sound. Throughout history, when a ruling has been required from us, we will review the 2 contestants' performances during the competition. His aged face was calm, and his murky eyes scanned the 2 contestants in the hall, ultimately fixing on Ji Yuan. Considering the overall performance and showcasing in the finals, I choose Ji Yuan. After Yang Qing finished speaking, he lightly tapped his cane, and his image returned to static. His words let the mayors supporting Ji Yuan in attendance breathe a sigh of relief. With this elder's statement, the outcome was nearly sealed. After hearing Yang Qing's answer, Li Chongqi and Yin Pampa both paused to think, and then both chose to abstain from the vote. At this point, after the ruling of the Elder Alliance, the champion of this urban competition is Ji Yuan. Accompanied by the mechanical voice, the serious venue lit up with lights. Ji Yuan stood up, scanning the entire hall, and then, his heart as calm as water, gave a slight bow. Clap. At the same time, a crisp round of applause erupted. Tan He leaned against his chair, watching the handsome young man in the hall, a hint of a smile in his eye, lightly clapping. With his movement, applause spread and echoed throughout the hall. Congratulations. Zhang Bao stood up, his expression unchanged as he spoke. Then, he was the first to leave the venue. Outside, Ao Ao, Old G has won. Old G is the champion. After going around in circles, these damn people still failed. It's really refreshing. Zhao Shan danced with excitement at home. The 2 women who were also glued to the television showed different degrees of joy. In Guanmian City, somewhere. Nonsense. This is ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Inside the house, there were continuous loud noises of smashing and crashing. Also in Guanmian City, at the Jiang family ancestral home. So, you changed that senator's vote? By a clear pond. Jiang Tianho sat cross-legged, with a fishing rod in front of him. He listened to the inquiry on the other end of the phone and smiled. I suddenly changed my mind. I think my godson really needs this championship to boost his reputation. But you used my godson and even fabricated a second non-existent betting agreement. Aren't you afraid he'll find out and turn against you? A laugh came from the other end of the phone. Ji Yuan will understand. Now that the plan is complete, I prepared a big gift to thank him. Oh, what gift? Share it with me for reference. Get lost. This is a secret between Ji Yuan and me. I can't tell anyone. Tan He. Oh, Tan He, you really should thank my godson. Ever since he appeared, you become quite generous, you stingy old coot. Looking back on our school days, I still prefer the current you. Hey, after so many years of friendship, now that your son is inseparable from Ji Yuan, isn't this fate? Huh, I really don't know if this little guy Ji Yuan will accomplish something earth-shattering in the academy. Chapter 80, here for you. Linyan City. Since the night the voting ended, the entire city set off fireworks for 3 days and nights. These fireworks were made from the unique materials manufactured by the science era. It can erupt with dazzling colors, yet produce no smoke. It was set off for 3 days and 3 nights, costing a total of 100 million. Moreover, overnight, a statue covering 300 square meters appeared in the center of Linyan City, standing 15 stories high. The statue was crafted from smooth, white stone, utilizing thousands of workers and hundreds of Earth-type beast tamers for construction. Sculpted was a handsome young man, standing tall with confidence and vigor. Beside him, there were 2 5-story high beast statues. One was a Qilin, and the other a giant wolf. The statue was lifelike, capturing the moment when Ji Yuan controlled the 2 beasts in the final match. Below this statue, there stood a monument with golden letters carved into it. In memory of Linyan City representative Ji Yuan, for winning the national district competition, champion. Ji Yuan created history. In the district competition, he first defeated Hao Zhan, who ranked 15th in the district. Then he overcame Xiao Lingjue, the young master of the Xiao family, who ranked 2nd in the district. Finally, he reached the finals, a stage that low-level districts could only gaze upon in the past. On the stage, he faced off against a 5th-level beast tamer without losing ground and ultimately received confirmation from veteran figures in the voting, winning the championship. This championship of Ji Yuan in the district competition is well-deserved. Online and in reality, no one dared to say otherwise anymore. Linyan City became famous because of him. All the citizens knew that next year, Linyan City would no longer be a low-level district. With immense resources pouring in, the lives of all citizens would greatly improve. At this moment, a tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful woman stood under the Ji Yuan statue, silently watching, her eyes filled with daze and endless regret. Yunjia. An elderly woman's voice came from behind. The woman sniffed, turned her head to look at the old woman, and murmured, "Aunt Qin, do you think you will still forgive me?" The old director of the Blue Sky Orphanage shook her head and handed over a luxurious envelope. With Ji Yuan's blessing, our city has 100 spots for beast tamers to go to the Holy Sky Super Academy. Chen Qin handed the envelope to Lin Yunjia and said, "You don't want to give up like this, right? If you truly wish to make up for past mistakes, then strive to follow in his footsteps and truly help him." After the voting ended on the 5th day, according to process, today is the day for the 3 super academies to select new students. At this moment, on the outskirts of Guanmian City, in an extremely vast plain, people were flocking. Today, 120 contestants from the district competition gathered on the plain, along with beast tamers sent from various districts to super academies. Among them, 100 beast tamers from Linyan City found Ji Yuan, their big brother, first, and then followed closely behind him. At the same time, many contestants from low-level districts came up one after another to greet Ji Yuan. "Hello, my name is Chun Feng. Hello, my name is Liu Tongha. Hello." One by one, just as if it were arranged, after introductions and handshakes, they left for the next person. Ji Yuan could only patiently respond to each of them. During this time, many members of the opposite sex wanted to leave a contact method. However, they were all politely declined by Mu Shuxin, who had wine-red long hair. She stood next to Ji Yuan, her flawless face complemented by her wine-red hair, radiating an unparalleled aura that left many girls feeling inferior. Wow, it's really exaggerated. In the 20 minutes we have been here, people have not stopped greeting old Ji. In the back, Zhao Shan muttered quietly. Beside him, Su Xin stood silently in the crowd, her starry eyes gazing at Ji Yuan's back, flickering with hints of emotion. Among the 100 beast tamers from Linyan City, Lin Yunjia hid among the crowd, staring blankly at Ji Yuan's side, where that vibrant and lively girl stood. "Hey, hey, hey." At this time, a thin figure suddenly dashed out from the crowd and rushed in front of Ji Yuan. "Su Su, Seeing the newcomer, Ji Yuan was taken aback. This guy was the young master of the Su family, who was infatuated and unable to extricate himself during the semifinals. I was going to ask you, which academy do you plan to go to? Su had a smile on his face, rubbing his hands together, completely not looking like a young master. What do you want? Ji Yuan glanced at him. Of course, I want to follow in your footsteps. Su laughed. Umph. You have your eyes on Ji Yuan's beast, right? Suddenly, a cold hum came from behind. Su's smile froze, and as his gaze crossed Ji Yuan's right shoulder, he widened his eyes upon seeing the almond-faced, icy girl. Sister? Sister? Biological sister? At the same time, Zhao Shan also looked at Su Ziyin in surprise. In front, Ji Yuan and Mu Shuxin were also a bit astonished. No kidding, if she's not a biological sister, who is? Are you stupid? Hearing Zhao Shan's words, Su immediately changed his expression, looking arrogant. Zhao Shan, suddenly sprayed with this confusion, was furious and ready to retort. How can you talk to my friend like that? But at that moment, Su Ziyin stepped forward, her fair little hand reaching out and grabbing Su's left ear, twisting hard. This force made both Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan involuntarily shiver. Oh, wait. It hurts, it hurts. It was a mistake. Sister, I was wrong. As expected, Su cried out in misery, tears forming in his eyes. Oh my goodness, I knew this woman was skilled at ear twisting. Turns out she already has her victims. Zhao Shan swallowed hard, and Su Ziyin glared at him in anger. Seeing this, Zhao Shan hurriedly hid behind Ji Yuan, trembling in fear. The commotion quickly attracted a lot of attention. As everyone's eyes turned toward her, Su Ziyin, who was not used to the noise, relaxed her grip, took 2 steps back, and lowered her head. Ji Yuan looked at Su, who was grimacing and rubbing his ear while gasping, and smiled silently. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing fiercely in front of everyone. The landing of these 3 brought no dust or noise. Only the vast soul power radiating from their bodies indicated their identities. Among the 3, there were 2 women and 1 man. Standing in the middle was a woman in a blue long dress, who scanned the crowd and said, "Champion, step forward." As soon as her voice fell, the crowd of thousands immediately opened a path. Ji Yuan, under everyone's gaze, slowly walked to the front. The 3 of them directed their gazes toward him. An unspoken pressure hit him, thick with intimidation, trying to break Ji Yuan's calm expression. But Ji Yuan remained neither servile nor overbearing, his expression like water, softly saying, "I am Ji Yuan from Linyun City. I greet the 3 seniors." Seeing this handsome young man's face unchanged, the woman in the blue dress was extremely satisfied. No need to be too polite. We are here for you. Chapter 81. My Junior, extra for the big lion. Wow, are these 3 all the deans? The deans of the 3 super academies actually came personally to welcome us. What kind of face do you have? They are looking for the champion, not you. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect the elusive dean to make a personal appearance today, especially when everyone heard one of the deans say they were here for Ji Yuan. The looks directed at Ji Yuan were full of envy. 2 ladies, should we start bidding? I'll go first. At this time, the voluptuous woman in the blue long dress beamed with a smile, her big watery eyes blinking as she looked at Ji Yuan, saying, "I am Lu Qingxi, the dean of Lantian Academy. As long as you can join, I will make sure everything in the academy is smooth for you. Not just beast resources, soul power resources, and skill resources, but everything. Also, in our Lantian Academy, the ratio of female students is quite high. A little handsome guy like you will definitely be very popular." Lu Qingxi seemed to be born with charm, her soft and gentle voice making many boys present feel stirred. They even began picturing their wonderful life after entering Lantian Academy. Behind, Mu Shuxin looked at the beautiful dean filled with hostility. Su Ziyin stood in the crowd, also pouting with a cold snort. "All right, I've said my part. It's your turn." Lu Qingxi winked at Ji Yuan, revealing a smile that captivated many boys, before slowly returning to her position. Following her was the only man among the 3. The man wore a black and gold outfit, his sharp features exuding a sense of composure and a hint of pride. Since he appeared, he had kept a cold face, rarely smiling. "I am Zhang He, the vice president of the Juling Academy. Juling Academy has been ranked first among the 3 major academies for years. That's all you need to know." Zhang He's tone was flat. This trip was merely a formality, just to see a champion of a city competition, although this champion was rather unusual. However, for Juling Academy, they had seen too many geniuses. More importantly, he was from the Zhang family, so how could he treat Ji Yuan kindly? The vice president is so arrogant. What do you know? To be called the strongest academy among a gathering of prodigies must mean they have the right to be arrogant. The crowd whispered among themselves. Zhang, he didn't care about his attitude. After finishing his sentence, he directly closed his eyes to rest. Ji Yuan looked at him, feeling amused. The disdain in Zhang He's eyes was unmistakable. Well, he had never planned to join Zhuling Academy anyway. At this moment, the third person, the woman who had remained silent since her appearance, took a step forward. This woman had ice blue long hair, exquisite features, and her brow carried a coldness that turned people away. She wore a blue and white outfit, accentuating her graceful figure like a cold fairy. Saint Heaven Academy, Tang Yi. Today, representing my teacher, I invite you to join Saint Heaven Academy. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, her tone indifferent. After saying this, a semi-transparent chip appeared in her snow-white palm. Ji Yuan took it and held it in his hand. This kind of information storage device would play a voice in his ear after infusing it with soul power, calm and unhurried. No one knew what information Ji Yuan received. After a moment, he expressionlessly stored the information device into his storage ring. Then he apologetically said to Lu Qingxi, "Sorry, Director Lu, actually my first choice is Saint Heaven Academy." Hearing this, Lu Qingxi immediately showed a disappointed expression, her look so aggrieved that some impulsive young men behind her cursed Ji Yuan in their hearts. "Did you really make such a clear choice? Let me choose." "Look," Lu Qingxi said, filled with grievance, pointing at Zhang He and Tang Yi, "only I came personally. Do you really have the heart to refuse me?" As she spoke, her fingertip lightly touched her red lips, and in that moment, her charm made many inexperienced young men gaze at her with infatuation. Right after, jealous and resentful glances came from behind, piercing Ji Yuan's back. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. This woman was a bit difficult to handle. One sentence, one action, and he became the target of everyone's scorn. "Director Lu, please do not tease my junior." Fortunately, the cold and beautiful goddess Tang Yi spoke up, alleviating his predicament. "Oh, so protective already? Could it be that our little ice queen has taken a liking to this champion?" Lu Qingxi raised her delicate eyebrows, teasingly looking at Tang Yi. The cold and beautiful goddess remained indifferent, calmly responding, "Anyone who decides to join Saint Heaven Academy is someone I must take care of." When she said this, it was evident she was serious. Lu Qingxi then sighed, "Truly worthy of being a top student consistently ranked among the top 3. If only my girls had your awareness." Then, she looked at Ji Yuan and smiled. "Ji Yuan, I remember you. Heartless little guy, you owe me a favor. You have to repay it later. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." Zhang He said lightly, "That's smart." During this, he didn't forget to glance at Tang Yi. These people spoke so sharply and harshly, but to Ji Yuan, they could only make him smile it off. Whether it's a chicken or a phoenix, it's not up to Vice President Zhang to say. If I remember correctly, Junior Ji Yuan not only defeated your son Zhang Bao in the finals, but also received personal recognition from Elder Yang at the voting venue. The Vice Dean suggests you be mindful of your words. The coldly stunning Tang Yi did not hold back at all, directly using sharp words to counter Ji Yuan. Zhang He maintained a calm expression, briefly glancing at her, seemingly not intending to dwell on it. Tang Yi continued, stepping forward and waving at Ji Yuan. "Junior." Ji Yuan stepped forward. "Please stand over there. After I confirm the other juniors, I will take you back to the academy." Tang Yi raised her right hand, pointing to an empty space on the left. "Okay." He obediently walked over. Just the fact that Tang Yi defended him and confronted Zhang He during their first meeting earned her respect. After he stood properly, Tang Yi scanned the entire field with her cool gaze and said, "Next, those juniors whose names I read, step forward, led by Junior Ji Yuan, and line up behind him. Zhao Shan, Hifun, Suzine Mushu Xin, Zhong Xian Susu." This list had long been confirmed by the 3 academies, and all those qualified for admission were clearly visible, from their backgrounds to their beast-taming numbers. Thus, a situation could occur. Apart from those from beast-taming noble families who could choose academies freely, other outstanding individuals might be selected by all 3 academies simultaneously. In this way, the academy with the first choice would seize the advantage. The other 2 academies would only be left to select from the remaining people, and whoever the champion of the competition chose would get to pick first. The competition for selection had already begun from the start. Chapter 82. Off to the Holy Sky Super Academy. Tang Yi's list was lengthy, taking about 5 minutes to read. Ultimately, around 400 people were selected by the Holy Sky Academy. Among these, there were 100 from Linyan City, 50 males and 50 females. With Ji Yuan joining the Holy Sky Academy, all the females were absorbed by the Windstorm Academy. Lin Yunjiao was among them, But Ji Yuan did not know, and even if he did, he would not care. As for the girl who grew up in the same orphanage with him, she had already died in his heart during the autumn test. As soon as Tang Yi finished selecting, she did not wait. After politely bidding farewell to Lu Qingxi, she waved her hand and summoned a massive, chilling ice griffin that towered above the sky. This was Ji Yuan's second time seeing another griffin. Zhao Tianho's griffin radiated a sacred light, as if it were a holy beast saving the world. In contrast, Tang Yi's ice griffin was filled with endless coldness and murderous intent, like its master, only to be admired, never to be desecrated. In terms of size, Tang Yi's griffin was superior, with a broad back large enough to accommodate over 400 people. Such a massive beast was something Ji Yuan had never seen in his life. Not just him, even Zhao Shan was amazed. Thus, 400 new students rode on Tang Yi's ice griffin, soaring into the sky. This big guy looks even stronger than my dad's. At this moment, Ji Yuan and his 3 companions sat cross-legged at the front, only about 5 meters away from Tang Yi. Zhao Shan patted the back of the ice griffin in admiration. No. Su Xin shook her head gently, her starry eyes watching Tang Yi's back, and quietly said, "Among the griffin species that still exist today, the strongest is certainly Uncle Zhao's sacred peak griffin. Then there are the flame peak griffin and the dark peak griffin. As for this ice peak griffin, it can only rank last. However, the bloodlines of these griffin species all have a limit in the mythical realm and belong to the top-tier tamed beasts in the world." When discussing information about these tamed beasts, Su Xin clearly understood more than Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin. Listening to her, Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled, and he casually asked, "What about the Star Peak Griffin? The big one we encountered in the Beast King's secret realm?" "I'm not very sure either." Su Xin smiled apologetically. The Star Peak Griffin is an ancient royal-level species, and there is very little information left. But one thing is certain, the Star Peak Griffin is an existence that looks down on all its kind. I know this. Mu Shuxin suddenly took over the conversation, raising her hand and saying, "Because the elemental attributes of the Star Peak Griffin are extremely special, it is said to be able to use the power of the universe." "Yes." Su Xin nodded. "Using the power of the universe?" Ji Yuan was slightly shocked in his heart, then fell into deep thought. During the admission invitation, just now, Tang Yi had given him a chip, which contained a passage and a picture that only he could see. The picture showed a skeleton covered in mud. Caption: Saint Sky Academy has everything you want. At first, when he saw it, his heart shook. Tan He could not have leaked his secret. There was only one possibility, that the principal had seen clues about Ming and Shan Pe. In fact, this matter was inevitable. Although royal creatures had long been extinct, it was impossible for no information to be preserved. As long as those in high positions paid attention, they would soon uncover the truth about Ming and Shan Pe. Therefore, what he needed most from beginning to end was protection. In this city competition, he had already indirectly offended the Zhang and Shao families among the 5 great families. Once it was known that his tamed beast was an extinct royal-level creature, these guys would probably go to any lengths to invite him to explain things clearly. Thus, having one or even multiple big figures to protect him became especially crucial. From the chip given by the Saint Sky principal, it seemed that the other party was conveying a friendly message. All speculations would be answered once they arrived at Saint Sky Academy. As winter approached, the smog in the high sky was heavy. The 4 of them chatted casually, and after an unknown amount of time, they felt that the flight altitude of the cold Peak Griffin was continuously decreasing. Are we getting there? A trace of expectation rose in Ji Yuan's heart. Looking back at the past 3 months, he hadn't fully experienced campus life. What would a super academy be like? He was really looking forward to it. As the cold Peak Griffin dove more clearly and quickly, after passing through another thick gray cloud, everyone's view suddenly opened up. Wow! A chorus of gasps sounded from the back of the griffin. Ji Yuan looked out, his eyes shining with excitement. At this moment, below them was a vast and magnificent scene. From high above, this piece of land looked like a giant chessboard, with countless buildings resembling chess pieces filling the board completely. As they continued to descend, the small buildings gradually enlarged, and the details of the city began to unfold. It could be seen that among these buildings, there were wide roads crisscrossing, enough to accommodate 5 vehicles side by side. What was fascinating was that flowing on these roads were not vehicles, but peculiar tamed beasts. Not only that, even in the low sky, there were flying tamed beasts soaring. Here, there was no ban on tamed beasts. Everyone could showcase their own tamed beasts. At a glance, it was as if they had arrived in the city of tamed beasts. I'm a bit excited. What should I do? Zhao Shan, who loved lively situations, couldn't suppress his joy while looking at the scenery on the street. At this moment, Ji Yuan remembered something. By the way, how is your snowy ice gorilla progressing? Before the city competition, Zhao Shan's snowy ice gorilla had already entered a state of evolution sleep. But after 2 months, there was still no progress, and at that time, he was worried about something going wrong. He just wait and see. In response, Zhao Shan smiled mysteriously, putting on a show. Seeing this, Ji Yuan pouted and stopped inquiring. At this moment, in front, Tang Yi suddenly spoke. Freshman, welcome to St. Sky's Super Academy. Looking up ahead, Ji Yuan's pupils involuntarily constricted. Ahead stood several majestic white buildings. At the very front of these buildings were 2 giant gates made of pure gold. Above these giant gates, for golden characters shone brightly, gleaming even in gloomy weather. The cold peak griffin continually descended, seeming ready to land on the empty space in front of the gates. Ji Yuan couldn't help but cast a final gaze at the academy, vast and magnificent beyond description. He unconsciously compared the Beastmaster Academy in Lingyun City with this place. It was not even 1/10,000th of a part. This thought rose up in his heart. When the cold peak griffin's terrifying body, blocking the sun, stabilized on the ground, its icy crystal wings slowly lowered, forming a staircase for the newcomers to safely descend. Everyone wore looks of astonishment, gazing around at the 2 luxurious and grand gates. Once all the people reached the ground, Tang Yi waved her hand to recall the cold peak griffin. Your admission information has been registered. Please proceed immediately to the dormitory area to check in. Tomorrow, an entrance test will be held in Wisehang Plaza. The results will determine your class placements. Chapter 83, 4-person dorm. Who is the boss? Junior students, welcome to St. Heaven Academy. Tang Yi's tone was cold. After speaking, she took the lead and walked into the academy, lost in her own thoughts. At the entrance of the academy, there were 2 signs. Each had arrows pointing in left and right directions. The boys' dormitory area goes straight left, and the girls' dormitory area goes straight right. It was rather simple and clear. Ji Yuan looked at Mu Shuxin and Su Xin, smiling. Let's go check in first. See you later. Okay. The 2 girls nodded at the same time and then headed off together to the right. Let's go too. Ji Yuan turned around to look for Zhao Shan, only to find that he had already run to the front. At the same time, he didn't forget to wave back at Ji Yuan. Old Ji, hurry up. What are you waiting for? Thus, 400 new students split into 2 groups, one to the left and one to the right, approaching 2 completely different buildings. Why are you so excited? On the way, Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan, bouncing around like a monkey released from a zoo, attracting the attention of many students. Hee, I've already had my dad arrange it. We're in the same dormitory. Zhao Shan laughed excitedly. In fact, just like Ji Yuan, he had never experienced campus life since awakening his soul power. So, excitement was bound to happen, especially since it was campus life with a good buddy. When they arrived at the boys' dormitory, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan couldn't help but stop in their tracks. The building in front was 10 stories high, hundreds of meters wide, shaped like a sharp giant sword, thrust into the ground. This building was painted in gray and white, exuding a unique texture. Upon entering the courtyard, which was extraordinarily spacious, it was completely empty, as if the older students were deliberately avoided to make room for the newcomers. At the entrance on the first floor of the dormitory, a bald man with a stern face and black-rimmed glasses was sitting. When Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan approached, the bald man suddenly raised his head with a swish. His sharp gaze shot at the 2, causing Zhao Shan to instinctively retract his head. Scan your face first. The bald man raised his hand, pointing at a machine hanging in midair. Ji Yuan walked over, and a blue light shot out, sweeping across his face. Moments later, the light retracted, and a female mechanical voice announced, New student Ji Yuan, dormitory, 8th floor, room 811. Click. Suddenly, a small drawer popped out from the wall, containing a square handbook. Memorize everything about the Academy's prohibitions in the handbook, and do not violate any rules. The bald man adjusted his glasses, staring at him, word by word. Are you the champion of this batch? I will keep an eye on you. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Such familiar words. This guy couldn't be the headmaster or something, right? He picked up the manual and stood aside, waiting for Zhao Shan. New student Zhao Shan, dormitory, 8th floor, room 811. Unexpectedly, as soon as the announcement rang out, the bald man's serious expression changed instantly, and he kindly looked at Zhao Shan, saying, It's young Master Zhao. What is Mayor Zhao busy with lately? Damn, your face changed way too fast. Not only them, but the new students lined up behind also silently complained. Then, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan took the lead and rode the elevator to the 8th floor. The hallway was very wide, certainly not inferior to the size of the dormitory. Arriving at room 811, The door lock was all facial recognition. As the heavy entrance door opened, the scene that came into view left Ji Yuan frozen at the doorway. Holy crap! Is this real? Beside him, Zhao Shan was also a bit surprised. This so-called four-person dormitory not only had a living room, kitchen, and balcony, but even each room was independent. Is this the lavish touch of the Super Academy? This condition is simply amazing. The two closed the door and checked out all four independent rooms. The dormitory was fully furnished, equipped not just with furniture, but also with little daily necessities. The innermost room was the largest among the four. Old G, you should take this biggest room, right? Zhao Shan pointed across, saying, how about I live opposite you? Seeing Ji Yuan hesitating, he continued, what's there to think about? We got here first. Anyway, there are still two empty rooms, Before he could finish, the dormitory door suddenly opened. So, you also have a wolf-type beastmaster? Damn, can you let me see it later? At the same time, a voice came in as the door opened. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were both taken aback when they heard this voice and looked over. And sure enough, the lean Su pushed the door in. He froze upon seeing people in the room, but then, when he recognized one of them, he directly screamed, no way. Ji Yuan, you also live here? Damn, what luck is this? Su dashed into the room, nearly bursting into tears from joy. Ever since he saw the flash of light in the semifinals, he had been thinking about it day and night, hoping to observe the king among wolf-type beast masters up close again. Before entering the academy, he wished fervently to be in the same dormitory as Ji Yuan. He never expected it to really come true. At this moment, he looked beside him, where Zhao Shan was eyeing him with a strange look. How come you're here? What? I also live in 811. Do you have a problem with that? The two were immediately at daggers drawn upon meeting. Fortunately, another figure walked in at the doorway, and when Ji Yuan saw the person, he was stunned. The last member of this four-person dormitory was a robust man with a tiger back and bare waist, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. After this sturdy man walked in, he first looked at Ji Yuan and revealed a sincere smile. Good to see you again. This person was Zhang Xian, who resided in Villa 93 in the lounge area of the city competition. What a coincidence. Ji Yuan nodded with a smile. This person left a pretty good impression on him. Every time he met him, he was smiling warmly. Thus, all four members of room 811 were gathered together. The troublemaker Su directly began playing combinations. Since our dormitory members are all here, the first thing we need to do is determine who is the boss, the second, the third, and the fourth. Su looked up, seeming to want to say he should be the boss with bravado. But when his gaze swept across Ji Yuan, he felt a little guilty. Ahem. Su pretended to cough a few times, looked at Zhao Shan and Zhang Xian, and finally he locked on to Zhang Xian and said, Bro, you decide. Who should be the boss? Hearing this, Zhang Xian scratched his head and spoke in an honest and quiet manner. I don't know either. Let's do this. I'm the youngest, so I'll be the fourth. You're the youngest? You look almost as old as my Uncle Lu. Zhao Shan said in disbelief. Zhang Xian indeed looked very mature, but he was only 21 years old. Being called out by Zhao Shan, he didn't get angry, just smiled stupidly. Seeing this guy not being fooled, but instead directly recognizing the fourth, Su secretly cursed in his heart, looking at Ji Yuan, scratching his nose and saying, so, Brother Ji Yuan, what do you think about the position of the leader? Do you want to be the leader? Ji Yuan smiled lightly and said, can you beat me? Chapter 84. Who is number 2? Su froze in place, wanting to argue back, but couldn't find the words, only able to secretly repeat 3 good words in his heart. With this champion of the big competition here, the position of the leader is definitely out of reach. Smack! At this moment, a hand landed on his shoulder. Su turned his head to see Zhao Shan, smiling brilliantly. Third, your lineup is good. It really brings us closer in how we address each other. What do you think? Su beamed at this praise, but instantly felt something was off. Who the heck is the third? If I can't be the leader, then I am number 2. Go to hell. Among the 4 of us, I have no objection to old G being the leader, but I must be number 2. Get lost, you nameless guy. What right do you have to sit in the number 2 position? Nameless? Zhao Shan was stunned, then immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to argue with him. Come on, tell me, were you strong? Su stood tall and said proudly, I am from the 5 great Beastmasters families. I am from the Su family. My grandpa is the current head of the Su family. And then, Zhao Shan said with a blank expression, isn't that enough? Su glanced at him. Enough. Zhao Shan pretended to clap his hands, then took a deep breath and said softly, listen up, Su kid. Without waiting for Su to respond, he suddenly raised his volume and shouted, standing in front of you is Zhao Shan, son of Zhao Tianho, the mayor of Hongling City, son of Jiang Wanxiu, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and the brother of the current district competition champion, and your sister Su Xian's good friend. How about that? Am I not taller and stronger than you? After speaking, Zhao Shan revealed a contemptuous and proud expression for the first time. Ji Yuan shook his head and smiled beside him, thinking this guy was not doing it right at all. Su clearly didn't expect Zhao Shan to have such a background, and then, as if he caught on to something, he looked suspiciously at Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan. You two are brothers? Stop listening to his nonsense. Ji Yuan waved his hand. Zhao Shan huffed. We are closer than real brothers. We are brothers who've been through life and death together. What else do you have to say? I refuse. I want to duel with you. Su clearly didn't want to easily give up the position of number 2. All right, after school entrance testing tomorrow, let's have a fight. What's the point of fighting? You brutish guy. Su chuckled, squatting by the round table in the living room, extending his right hand and saying, Dare you? If you lose, I will accept you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan laughed. This little guy thinks he can arm wrestle with him? Rolling up his sleeves, he walked directly to Su's opposite side. Ji Yuan stood nearby with great interest. At this moment, Zhongxian leaned over and whispered, Brother, who do you think will win? This big guy adapted pretty quickly. The title almost caught him off guard. Then he laughed and said, They both have a chance. Soon, their hands clasped together. Zhao Shan and Su gazed at each other, both filled with strong determination for the number 2 position. Start. With Ji Yuan's command, both of them immediately gritted their teeth, their arms tensing simultaneously. At this moment, neither would budge an inch, stuck in a stalemate. Little thing, I didn't expect you to have quite a bit of strength. Zhao Shan grunted a few words through his teeth. Su's eyelids quivered, seemingly concentrating all his attention on his right hand. In this way, their struggle lasted 5 minutes, and still neither side budged. One could only see their hands trembling wildly, but they did not lean in either direction. 10 minutes later, both of them firmly gripped the table legs with their left hands, eyes locked on each other, not giving an inch. 15 minutes later, you, gritting his teeth, Su spat out a few words, You still won't let go? Opposite, Zhao Shan similarly gritted his teeth and said, Who lets go first? Who is stupid? 20 minutes later, Big brother, those two have so much perseverance. Zhongxian stood beside Ji Yuan, watching the two of them sweating profusely, and admiration couldn't help but rise in his eyes. To hold a wrist wrestling match for 20 minutes is simply talent. At the same time, it also indirectly reflected the determination of these two guys for the position of second. Ji Yuan rubbed his brow and finally spoke to interrupt. Mu Shuxin and Su Xian are settled, and they want to invite us to stroll around the academy. You two stop messing around. Listen, there's no way you kiss sister. I'm gonna pull your ears. Bastard Zhao Shan, I just won't accept you. Then, just keep going. Seeing that these two were endless, Ji Yuan sighed. How about this? You are both the second. Is that okay? As soon as these words came out, both of them let go at the same time, looked at him, and nodded, saying, Okay. Looking at their shaking right hands, which looked like they had Parkinson's, Ji Yuan was completely speechless. It turned out these two stubborn ones were just waiting for someone to give them a way out. Let's go meet them at the academy gate. After saying this, Ji Yuan took the lead to walk out, with the fourth Zhongxian closely following him. Zhao Shan and Su exchanged glances, and immediately they said in unison, Hello. I'm the third. I am the second. I am the second. I am the second. The two of them argued back and forth, following Ji Yuan and Zhongxian behind. This college life was bound to be lively. With these two lively treasures, every day would be extraordinarily lively. At the academy gate, with over 400 new students completed their registration, senior students began to appear in the academy one after another. Mu Shuxin and Su Xian stood among the crowd. Two beautiful women with completely different temperaments caught many people's attention. After settling down for a while, the two women seemed to have changed their outfits. Mu Shuxin tied her wine-red long hair into a ponytail with a black butterfly hairpin, revealing her flawless face, paired with casual attire, lively and charming. Su Xian, on the other hand, used a light blue maple leaf hairpin to tie her black hair into a bun. Wearing a gray long skirt, her fair oval face contained a hint of aloofness. One was warm as fire, the other cold as ice. Standing in the crowd, they were extremely eye-catching. At this moment, as a handsome young man walked over from a distance, the two women showed different reactions. Mu Shuxin smiled and hopped towards Ji Yuan, waving her hand. Su Xian's starry eyes lit up when she saw the handsome young man. She stood quietly, her eyes sparkling. Sorry, there were quite a few people on the way. Took a few minutes. As he walked up, the handsome young man smiled gently. How does it look? Pretty. Mu Shuxin tilted her head, revealing the black butterfly hairpin holding her ponytail, smiling as she asked. This hairpin was a gift Ji Yuan had given her when they went shopping together after the 4th round of the competition. Not bad. Ji Yuan smiled, and then looked at Su Zin, noticing she was also using a hairpin to tie her bun, and gave both women a thumbs up. Very beautiful. Upon receiving compliments, Su Zin's ears turned red. Just as she was about to say something, both women simultaneously noticed the burly Zhong Xian following behind Ji Yuan. Hello, sisters-in-law. My name is Zhong Xian. I rank 4th in the dormitory. Zhong Xian, with a simple-hearted appearance, spoke without even thinking. As soon as these words came out, both women were startled. Even Ji Yuan nearly stumbled and quickly turned back to say, Zhong Xian, you misunderstood. We are good friends. Su Zin immediately lowered her head, her fair oval face blushing, her heart racing, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Mu Shushin's gaze was also scattered, awkwardly saying, Ahem, Ji Yuan is right. Oh, Zhong Xian scratched his head, his face full of embarrassment. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Strange, these two women looked just like they liked elder brothers. I am the second. You are the third. You're talking nonsense. I am the second. You are the third. At this moment, 2 arguing voices arose from the crowd. The 4, who were awkward just a second ago, immediately turned to look at the source of the voices. Zhao Shan and Su Su were arguing fiercely, even walking and fighting at the same time. They continued even when they got close. What are you guys doing? Mu Shushin asked in confusion. We're arguing about who is number 2. The 2 answered in unison. What number 2? Who's number 2? Without a second thought, they said directly, being Lao Ji's number 2. Being Ji Yuan's number 2. Beside them, Ji Yuan's face darkened immediately. You two, get the hell out of here. Chapter 85. Entrance Exam. The 6 of them had been hanging out from the afternoon until night before separating. Zhao Shan and Su Su were still arguing endlessly, competing everywhere. Su Zin transformed back into a silent girl, passively answering questions the whole time. Mu Shushin pulled Ji Yuan to look at this and that, while Zhong Xian followed closely behind Ji Yuan, admiration shining intensely in his eyes. On the way back to the dormitory, the 2 who had been arguing all day finally fell silent. Ji Yuan rarely enjoyed the quiet. Everything in this super academy exceeded his expectations, lifting his spirits. Thank you all. Suddenly, Su Su, who had been shouting all day to be number 2, said quietly and sincerely, Thank you for being friends with my sister. My sister and I have always been marginalized by the Su family. Our parents went missing when we were young, and it was our grandfather who raised us. My sister has a cold personality and is very rejecting of strangers, which has left her with no friends in the Su family since childhood. For many years, I have tried to enlighten her. Until recently, she suddenly ran away from home and left a note telling me she needed to clear her mind. Later, I found out she went to the Withering Valley and met 2 friends. Since then, I noticed she sometimes smiles foolishly at her phone screen. Su Su looked sincerely at Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, saying, Ever since I was little, my greatest wish is for my sister to have friends and be happy. Thank you so much. With that, tears misted in his eyes. This sight left Ji Yuan somewhat speechless. Beside them, Zhao Shan remained silent for a moment, patted his shoulder, and said, Though Miss Su loves to twist ears, she's actually a nice person. Thank you. Su Su wiped his eyes, choked up, and said, So, can you give me the number 2 spot? You idiot. Zhao Shan's expression darkened, and he pretended to punch him. Su Su took off running, and Zhao Shan chased after him, cursing loudly. Ji Yuan watched the 2 chase each other and sighed. 4th, you must not get infected by them. Okay. Zhong Xian replied with an innocent smile. Back in the dormitory, the 4 rooms each had a private bathroom. This layout was beyond just convenient. After taking a hot shower, Ji Yuan fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, he seemed to return to the cold stone slab, unable to move, letting those distorted people gnaw and tear at him, until a gentle knocking on the door startled him awake. Lao, Ji, wake up, or you'll be late. Zhao Shan's voice came through the door, and Ji Yuan blinked awake, checking his phone. It was 8:20, leaving only 20 minutes until the test. After washing up, he opened the door wearing a fitted black outfit. Zhao Shan and Su Su leaned on the living room sofa, playing on their phones, while Zhong Xian leaned against his room's door waiting. When he saw Ji Yuan come out, Zhong Xian gave a silly smile. Big brother. Let's go. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded. Walking out of the dormitory, the 4 of them surged with the crowd toward a vast open space in front of the teaching building. The endless square had a smooth, flat surface paved with stone bricks, each brick carved with the face of a strange creature. This creature was the species depicted on the emblem of the Holy Sky Academy, known as the Holy Sky Angry Wing Dragon. It was said to be an emperor-level creature, surviving for tens of thousands of years, and was one of the guardian beasts of the Holy Sky Academy. At this moment, 3 technological light pillars shine with a bluish glow stood in the endless square. This light column is the most advanced testing light column of today. It can measure the soul power quality, rank, potential of a beastmaster, as well as the bloodline level of their beasts, all within 2 seconds. Moreover, this testing light column cannot produce any errors and is an extremely efficient detection tool. With over 400 new students, if 3 light columns are activated simultaneously, it is likely that all tests could be completed in one day. At this moment, in the YA Square, aside from more than 10 Academy mentors and higher-ups, the remaining people are all new students waiting to be tested. The testing order had already been arranged according to a list, and, as the champion of the competition, Ji Yuan was naturally assigned first. He was to be tested alongside 2 unfamiliar young men. Step forward. Next to the testing light column stood a serious-looking woman. After Ji Yuan stepped forward, she gently said, "Please touch the testing column." He reached out and pressed his hand on the light column. A cold touch spread from his palm throughout his body, and then the testing light column began to vibrate. Meanwhile, the other 2 light columns also started to show signs of activity. Whoosh! At that moment, the testing light column, where Ji Yuan stood, suddenly shot out a towering golden beam of light, piercing the sky. The other 2 columns merely flickered for a moment before stopping, and a cold mechanical voice echoed. Li Heng, soul power quality. Intermediate, soul power rank. 7th rank, beasts. 2, bloodline level. Intermediate. Lu Yinxian, soul power quality. Lower, soul power rank. 8th rank, beasts. 1, bloodline level. Intermediate. Information about the other 2 new students was announced. Both were from Linyan City and had gained entry into the Super Academy thanks to Ji Yuan's protection. Li Heng, Lu Yinxian. Comprehensive rating, low. Classified as 5th rank. At the Holy Sky Academy, students are divided by ranks rather than grades, with 5th rank being the lowest and 1st rank the highest. When the test for the 2 ended, Ji Yuan's golden light column was still expanding, while at the same time, a fierce wind arose, and the world changed color. This fluctuation made the people conducting the tests look slightly solemn. The mentors waiting not far away had varying expressions, each person's eyes now filled with excitement when they looked at Ji Yuan. That kind of gaze was like finding a piece of gold among gravel. Every mentor wanted to claim this gold as their own. A breathtaking momentum swept through the academy, and those students watching from other places showed varying degrees of surprise. In a certain independent classroom on the highest floor of the teaching building, a beautiful goddess with long dark blue hair, Tang Yi, leaned by the window, gazing at the towering light beam in YA Square, deep in thought. Is this person the champion of this year's competition? In the classroom, there were others also paying attention to the entrance test. The speaking young man had silver hair, facing the window, his tall figure radiating immense waves of soul power. It should be, right? Among this year's newcomers, aside from the talented heirs from various families, he is the only one with some promise. A golden light column, it seems his foundation is good. Winning the championship is expected. However, compared to Senior Ku's crimson gold light column back then, there is still some gap. As soon as the silver-haired young man spoke, a few people around him nodded in agreement, with some even flattering him by saying, "Indeed, the golden light column barely stands out, but at most it's just a 1st rank. There's no way to compare with Senior Ku." Yes, truly, just as everyone was praising. Buzzed. Suddenly, the towering light column in YA Square underwent a dramatic change. From golden, it instantly transformed into pure black. At the same time, within this blackness, a trace of dazzling gold intertwined. Ji Yuan's testing light column changed color from gold to black gold. Chapter 86, Imperial Beastmaster. It's actually a black gold column. Throughout history, those who triggered the black gold column eventually became renowned super beast masters. I remember the last time a black gold column appeared was more than 20 years ago. Great. The Academy's gold list this year is going to be lively. The appearance of the black gold Gongju stirred up a lot of excitement among the watching students. In the YA Square, the waiting mentors exchanged glances filled with hostility towards each other. Ji Yuan's test lasted about 3 minutes. He clearly felt a hidden power sweeping through his body over and over again, as if trying to probe all his secrets. Finally, when this power flowed to his beast taming seal, the golden Gongju turned into black gold. As the power completely left his body, the Gongju slowly dissipated. Then, the test results that several mentors had been eagerly awaiting were finally announced. New student Ji Yuan, soul power qualification, special rank, soul power grade. Grade 6, beast tamed. 2, bloodline level, mythical. As soon as the results came out, not only did the mentors feel a shock, but also many of the 400 new students gasped in surprise. Most of them only knew Ji Yuan's beasts were impressive, but never expected his bloodline level was actually mythical. This is already considered the highest level of bloodline. Moreover, his soul power qualification is a special rank. Even the top 10 districts, special qualifications are a rare existence. This guy, Laoji, always causes a stir wherever he goes. In the crowd, Zhao Shan laughed happily. Ji Yuan was his good brother, and naturally, he felt proud and honored when his friend shone. Old 4, I have a life-and-death friendship with him. What do you think? Is it okay if I'm the second in the dorm? Zhao Shan patted Zhong Xian's strong arm and laughed. Zhong Xian tilted his head and thought for a moment, ready to agree. But then Su Su suddenly shot in. You are so unethical, causing unfair competition. What do you mean by unfair competition? Suddenly, the two began to argue again, while Zhong Xian stood by helplessly, not knowing whom to stop or how to advise. In the end, he remembered the method his big brother taught him. He stretched out both hands, and, while Zhao Shan and Su Su were arguing excitedly, he suddenly used his arm to lock their necks. Zhong Xian, already strong like an ox, easily trapped the two like grabbing chicks, and they fell silent. The method my big brother taught me is really useful. Zhong Xian chuckled, completely oblivious to Zhao Shan and Su Su's faces turning red gradually. While the three were making a fuss, Ji Yuan's final rating was determined. Ji Yuan, comprehensive rating, special. Rated as Emperor Student. When the final 3 words rang out, the mentors in Y Square, who had been gearing up, were all stunned. Emperor Student. The mentors were dumbfounded. There was another type of student above the level 1 student. These students represent the highest standards of the Academy and are the unique students that the Academy prioritizes to nurture. In the Holy Sky Academy, there had only been 6 freshmen in history who were designated as Emperor students during the entrance test. Now, Ji Yuan became the 7th person. The mentors hung their heads helplessly. Emperor students had exceeded what they could compete for. Emperor students have special mentors, and after the entrance test, someone will contact Ji Yuan directly. Student Ji Yuan, you can leave now. At this moment, the woman standing by the testing Guju was no longer as serious as before. She smiled gently at Ji Yuan. Do I not need to stay here? Ji Yuan was stunned. The 2 people who had tested with him were asked to stay aside and wait. Only students rated as level 5 or level 1 need to wait until the test is over. You are an Emperor student and can leave directly. Can I wait for my friends? The test is over, and it's best not to linger in Y Square. The woman continued to smile. If it were any other student, they would have been scolded a long time ago. No way. Who made the person in front of her Emperor student? After getting the answer, Ji Yuan politely decided to leave. During his departure, as he passed by Zhao Shan and the others, he said, I'll go back to the dormitory and wait for you. Originally, he was quite eager to see Zhao Shan and the others. Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin's test results. The Emperor's Life. Ji Yuan silently repeated in his heart. This title, what does it represent? It should be a pretty good ranking, right? As he walked towards the dormitory, he suddenly caught sight of a blue-haired, beautiful figure walking towards him. He looked carefully and realized it was Tang Yi. Junior Ji Yuan, the cold goddess, stopped 5 steps away from him, speaking coldly. Senior, is there something? Ji Yuan looked at her in confusion, and then saw her turn around. Her blue hair fluttered as she said, The teacher wants to see you. Throughout the journey, Tang Yi maintained a 5-step distance. Ji Yuan obediently followed behind her, passing through the teaching building and reaching the last building, a 4-story square building. Along the way, many students greeted Tang Yi politely with his senior. Ji Yuan noticed that the students looked at her with respect and unabashed admiration. It seemed that this cold goddess had a remarkable reputation in the academy. After she entered the square building, they went upstairs. Ji Yuan observed everything as they passed, and soon confirmed that this building was an exclusive building for the academy's higher-ups. He also understood who wanted to see him. Sure enough, when they reached the 4th floor, Tang Yi stopped in front of a milky white wooden door. On the wall outside the door, there were 5 golden plaques, Dean's office. Tang Yi stretched out her delicate hand and knocked on the door. Come in. A deep voice came from inside the room. Tang Yi stood still, and Ji Yuan immediately pushed the door open and walked in. The dean's office was much simpler than he had imagined. There were no complex or extravagant furnishings, just a few bookshelves, a tea table, and an office desk. On the wall behind the desk, there was a piece of calligraphy, dragon-like and powerful. The words read, When the extreme end comes, the the beginning follows. So how is it? Getting used to it. A light smile came from behind him. Ji Yuan turned around and saw a man dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and slippers standing there. The man looked ordinary, but his eyes were deep and unfathomable, making Ji Yuan feel an inexplicable urge to avoid eye contact. Judging by his outfit, it was hard to associate him with the title of dean. Student Ji Yuan, I greet the dean. Ji Yuan slightly bowed his head to show respect. No need to be so formal. The man smiled and said, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. He walked over to the tea table and said as he walked, Can you bring back the extinct emperor-level creatures? One sentence, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding in Ji Yuan's mind. Instantly, Ji Yuan quickly composed himself, not revealing any flaw. But inside, he was still shocked beyond belief. This was his biggest secret, one no one knew. How did the dean? At this moment, the dean turned his head and smiled. Don't be so nervous. If I really wanted to do something to you, no one in Great Xia could stop me. He said it casually, but Ji Yuan didn't dare take it as a joke. Sit. The dean pointed to the sofa next to the tea table, then sat down first, crossing his legs and looking at Ji Yuan with interest. Ji Yuan sat down, remaining silent. If the other party was not trying to dig deeper, then his purpose... Whoosh! Suddenly, the dean threw a gray, circular ring. Ji Yuan quickly caught it, and the moment it touched his hand, his consciousness entered a strange space. This is... In front of him, there was an enormous skeleton. From its shape, it seemed to be some sort of reptile. Ding! Detected a complete emperor-level creature skeleton. The long-lost system prompt sounded. The dean had given him a royal ring containing the skeleton of an emperor-level creature. Exiting the royal ring space, Ji Yuan looked at the dean. Tan, he asked me to give this to you. He said it's a gift for winning the championship. The dean smiled lightly. Tan, now that he thought about it, he hadn't contacted him for a while. It seemed that Tan, he was also trying to send him some kind of message. Is it the meaning of being able to trust this dean? Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and put away the royal ring. Dean, how can I help you? Unexpectedly, the other party just waved his hand and smiled, saying, It's too early to talk about this now. You just need to answer me one question. Can you revive Imperial-level beings? Hearing this, Ji Yuan no longer concealed anything and nodded. Yes, but there is a premise. The bones of the Imperial being must be intact to do so. At this moment, hearing his personal admission, a hint of barely perceptible brilliance flashed in the dean's eyes. Good. The dean exhaled deeply, seeming relieved, and said, I indeed need your help, but not now. When you reach the 5th tier, I will tell you. Otherwise, knowing too early will only add to your troubles. Don't worry from now on. No one in the Great Xia can take your life. After saying this, he stood up. Seeing this, Ji Yuan also stood up. The dean walked to the desk, pulled out a dark gold card from the bottom, and handed it to him, saying, This is the highest authority card. Except for a few specific places, you can come and go freely in the academy. Ji Yuan took it without showing any expression, but his heart was overjoyed. After wandering around the academy yesterday, he had already locked onto a few must-visit places. These included the skill core room, reading room, simulation training room, and so on. These places were classified by authority level. The higher the level, the better the places. And here's this. The dean again presented a royal ring. Inside is a relatively intact skeleton that was excavated from the Lost Land. I don't know what species it is. It had been kept in the Research Institute, and I retrieved it for you yesterday. Thank you, Dean. After receiving the royal ring, Ji Yuan politely exited the office. He rushed back to his dormitory at the fastest speed. It was empty, indicating that the test had not yet ended. Back in his room, after locking the door, Ji Yuan immediately took out the 2 royal rings, planning to absorb the remains gifted by Tanny first. This skeleton was probably several dozen meters long, and its huge skull was several circles larger than a truck hub. After completing the absorption, information popped up. Biological, flourishing wood lizard. Race, giant spiritual lizard. Bloodline, imperial level. Attributes, wood. Characteristics, wild growth, emits flourishing vitality, allowing plants to grow rapidly, and can heal all non-lethal wounds. Other data lost. Integrity of remains, 99.9%. After going around, it was it again. The remains of this flourishing wood lizard were first encountered in the Beast King's secret realm, inside the spider's nest. Later, deep in the mines of Hongling City, in order to escape Zhang Di's pursuit, Ji Yuan burned the remains of this flourishing wood lizard to exchange for a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, this time, what Tanhi sent him was actually a complete flourishing wood lizard remains. With the unlocking of the Imperial Guide, Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and exited the royal ring space. He looked at the second royal ring, given by the dean. Inside was a humanoid skeleton, half a meter tall and thin. Ji Yuan was startled at first, thinking it was the corpse of some ancient human. But upon closer inspection, this skeleton not only had a tailbone, but its head was also non-human. Detected Imperial-level remains. The system prompt sounded, and he immediately began to absorb it. Remains absorption complete, generating data panel. Biological, cold shadow demon ape. Race, demon ape. Bloodline, Imperial level. Attributes, ice dark. Characteristics, demon spirit body. Ignores all attacks from ice, dark, and fire attributes. Other data lost. Integrity of remains, 100%. Detected the integrity of cold shadow demon ape's remains is 100%. Do you want to immediately copy the complete body? Looking at the prompt box, Ji Yuan suddenly fell into contemplation. Actually, after learning that reaching the 5th tier required a long wait, Ji Yuan had hesitated about his 3rd royal beast. Because he did not know when he would reach the 5th tier, the last royal beast slot became particularly important. As he asked himself, neither the flourishing wood lizard nor the cold shadow demon ape was an option that made him eager. Although reaching the emperor level, it definitely wouldn't be an ordinary beast. But these two beasts really weren't within his desired range. If only they were grade 5, I wouldn't have to struggle so much. Sighing, Ji Yuan ultimately chose to put away the Emperor Beast manual. For now, let these two big guys continue to sleep. Exiting the beast space, he didn't know how long he had been troubled, but he vaguely heard Zhao Shan laughing outside. Opening the door, Zhao Shan, Su Su, and Zhong Xian all turned their heads in surprise. Old Ji, so you were here. Zhao Shan proudly ran over, putting his arm around him as he looked at the other two, loudly saying, "Fourth, who's the second brother in this dormitory?" Zhong Xian honestly replied, "You." Beside them, Su Su drooped his head, gloomy and dispirited. Seeing that he didn't refute, Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan in surprise. "What happened?" Guess what level I was rated?" Without waiting for an answer, Zhao Shan said, "Level 2. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, then turned to the other two. "And you guys?" Zhong Xian held up 3 fingers and said, "I'm a level 3. Then, he patted Su Su's back and said, "Third brother is the same as me, also level 3. "I see." Ji Yuan chuckled softly. So that's how it is. Even the ratings were overshadowed. This time, Su Su really had nothing to say. Chapter 88, Classmates. Adding more for the big lion. Night. In the chat group of the 4. Mushu Shin. Nervous. Tomorrow we officially start college life. So nervous. After all, she had been locked at home without the chance to go out. However, for her, an old chatterbox, the excitement and thrill must outweigh the nervousness. Zhao Shan. I'm so happy today. I'm the second. Ji Yuan. What level are you all? I heard if the levels are different, we can't attend classes together. Mushu Shin. I'm a level 2 student. Why can't we attend classes together? Zhao Shan. I'm level 2 too at Mushu Shin. Maybe we'll be in the same classroom. Mushu Shin. Zhao Xiaomei. I don't want to be in the same classroom as you. Suzy. I'm a level 3. Level 3? In front of the screen, Ji Yuan frowned. Then, he thought of Su Xian's soul power qualification being only low level, and the beast she had seen was just a flame-devouring sparrow. However, Su Su and Zhong Xian were also level 3 students. He hoped the 3 of them could be grouped together in the same class for mutual support. Mushu Shin. At Su Xian, don't be discouraged, come on. You will definitely rise to level 2 soon. Su Xian. Thank you. Ji Yuan. At Su Xian, go for it. Zhao Shan. At Su Xian, I'm now second. There's 3rd and 4th below me. If anyone bullies you, just tell us. I'll have my brothers deal with him. Mushu Shin. At Zhao Shan. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Ji Yuan covered his face. This guy was just like a child who hadn't grown up. After chatting a bit more, the 4 of them wished each other good night and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ji Yuan was awakened by the ringtone of his phone. Looking at the time, it was already 8:30. The caller ID was an unknown number. After answering, a boy's voice rang out. "Hello, Ji Yuan. I'm your mentor, Lei Shi. Are you up?" "Hello, Mentor Lei. I'm just getting ready to head to the teaching building." Lying in bed, Ji Yuan replied. "Okay, come downstairs now. I'll be waiting for you at the dorm entrance." After hanging up, Ji Yuan quickly sprang up. After a swift wash, he walked slowly to the dorm entrance. At 8:30, it was already class time. The entire dormitory building was empty. At the entrance stood a man in deep blue attire, standing straight. The man looked middle-aged, his short hair neatly combed back, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his right eye. On first glance, he exuded a refined and gentle air of a scholar. "Mentor Lei," Ji Yuan approached. "Let's go. I'll take you to the logistics office to pick up your clothes." Lei Shi took a step forward, glancing at Ji Yuan from head to toe. Once they reached the logistics office, resembling a storage room, Leisure reported a series of sizes to the warehouse manager. About 10 minutes later, the manager returned, pushing a cart full of items. Inside, there was a set of blue and white clothing. This is the academy uniform, a symbol of your identity. From now on, you must wear it properly in the academy. Leisure pointed to a nearby changing room and said, "Go ahead, change into it." Walking into the changing room, Ji Yuan changed his clothes in an instant. The collar of the uniform was embroidered with a golden thread depicting the head of a fierce beast roaring silently, a unique mark of the Imperial students. The uniform fit perfectly, adding a touch of youthful vigor to Ji Yuan's handsome face. Stepping out of the changing room, Leisure nodded, "Not bad." Then, he stepped forward and patted Ji Yuan's shoulders. Swish! Suddenly, a silver-white cloak extended from the shoulders of the uniform, hovering just off the ground. Ji Yuan turned his head in surprise to observe, noticing that the cloak was made of an extremely delicate material. Under the light, unique patterns could be clearly seen. In the center of this cloak, a beast paw was outlined in gold thread, half clenched, firmly grasping the two characters Imperial in its palm. This is the Holy Spirit Cloak, a privilege exclusive to the Imperial students. Don't underestimate it. It can withstand the full force of a leader-level beast attack at a crucial moment. After packing the other items, Leisure handed them to Ji Yuan. Withstanding the full force of a leader-level beast attack, Ji Yuan did not hide his surprise. "Let's go to the classroom." Following Leisure, they headed straight for the teaching building. During this time, Ji Yuan learned some things about the Imperial students. There were over 100 Imperial students in the entire academy. They were divided into 6 classrooms. The class that Leisure was in charge of had a total of 18 students, making 19 with Ji Yuan included. They rode the elevator, going up all the way. When they reached the top floor, the elevator doors opened. A strong, restless aura rushed in, waves of soul power deliberately radiating outward. Every new Imperial student would receive this kind of welcome ceremony. Ji Yuan stood in the elevator, feeling as if he was under the gaze of countless eyes. If someone with a weak mind were here, they might be scared into paralysis. But unfortunately, Ji Yuan was not easily frightened. Moreover, the intensity of these soul powers varied. Though intimidating, they did not compare to that of a special grade aptitude. Buzz! Beside him, Leisure, who was observing, suddenly saw a dark gray light pattern emerge from Ji Yuan's body. In an instant, the light pattern rapidly spread, and the waves of soul power, trying to suppress him, were instantly dissipated. In the corridor, several exclamations sounded. Special grade aptitude, truly extraordinary. Leisure pondered in his eyes and stepped out of the elevator first. Ji Yuan followed closely behind, his expression normal. The top floor was the exclusive teaching level for Imperial students, with 6 classrooms evenly distributed across it. Thus, each classroom was impressively large. As they walked by, Ji Yuan noticed that each classroom had a large lever at the podium position, unsure of its function. After passing 4 classrooms, Leisure finally stopped. He stood in front of an open door, and a continuous noise spilled out from inside. The moment he stepped into the classroom, it instantly fell silent. "Come in," Leisure called out. Ji Yuan entered the classroom, and immediately, 18 men and women of various dispositions turned their gazes towards him. With a quick glance, he suddenly spotted a cold, blue-haired girl sitting quietly in the corner by the window. When she noticed him, the girl slightly nodded in acknowledgement. "Tangyi, what a coincidence." At the podium, Leisure smiled and said, "Ji Yuan, summon your beast." In an instant, on the left, a fire phoenix-like beast appeared, and the temperature in the classroom instantly soared. On the right, a silent yet slightly ferocious black giant wolf emerged, with rumbling thunder echoing around it. Ji Yuan stood between the two beasts, scanning the crowd, his tone somewhat friendly, saying, "New student Ji Yuan, please guide me more." The Super Academy speaks in terms of power. Without discussing the black gold pillar of the entrance test, just the terrifying waves from the 2 summoned beasts at this moment are enough to make everyone wary of this new student. Among the Emperor-level beasts, the lowest quality is 5th rank. However, Ji Yuan's arrival has broken this norm. But combined with his performance in the city competition, no one would be foolish enough to regard him as an ordinary 6th rank beastmaster. Chapter 89. The First Class. To prevent some people from falling behind in information, I'll tell you all in advance that our new classmate is the champion of this year's city competition. Leisure said with a beaming smile, but his gaze lingered on Ming and Shan Per. He had shown curiosity about these 2 beasts during the live broadcast of the competition, and now, in close contact, he could truly feel that unique bloodline fluctuation. Indeed, they are mythical-level beasts. Just a competition champion, Senior Ku was also the champion in the city competition back then. Three male classmates below sneered, dismissive of it. In the classroom, the arrangement of desks and chairs was quite interesting. They were not lined up neatly in the traditional sense, but rather scattered with each person sitting wherever they pleased. For instance, the three male classmates who had just laughed sat in a row, while in front of them sat a handsome man with silver hair and brown eyes. The other students were either by the window, at the back, or huddled together with no semblance of order. Yes, they are all competition champions, but our new classmate's black gold pillar is even better than your senior Ku's red gold pillar. How impressive! A sarcastic voice echoed from the corner. Ji Yuan looked over and saw that the speaker was a bald man. His words made the three boys' faces flush with anger, but the senior Ku they referred to continued to calmly flip through the book in his hands, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Seeing him unresponsive, the three fell silent as well. It seems that this academy life isn't as harmonious as he had imagined. However, these matters were of no concern to him. The top priority now was to advance to 5th rank and to help Ming and Sean expand a new skill. Aside from that, he cared about nothing else. Instead of squabbling here, why not practice hard? Tomorrow is Friday, and the gold list rankings will be revealed. I shouldn't have to remind you, right? Leisure stood at the podium, scanning the three boys who had initiated the trouble. Then he made a gesture to Ji Yuan, inviting him. In my class, the key is to be yourself. You can choose your own seat. In a large classroom, the central position was occupied by the silver-haired man and his three lackeys. The wall beside the aisle was also claimed by many students. After a quick glance around, he noticed that only 3 desks by the window were available. Of these, 2 belonged to the cold and beautiful goddess Tang Yi and the bald man who seemed to stand up for him earlier. The remaining desk was empty. The distance between this empty desk and Tang Yi was quite spacious. Senior sister, may I sit in front of you? Ji Yuan walked down from the podium. Since the space was ample, Ming carried the chair in its mouth, while Sean bumped the table with its head, following closely behind him. No. Unexpectedly, the response was a cold remark laced with concealed anger. Turning his head, he noticed that the silver-haired man, who had not spoken before, was coldly staring at him. Is he a suitor of Tang Yi? Doesn't seem like it. So what is the reason? Is it because both of us are competition champions? As Ji Yuan recalled the earlier conversation between the lackey and the bald man, he found the answer in his heart. At this moment, Tang Yi spoke coldly. You can. Hearing this, a dark glint flashed in the silver-haired man's eyes, and he coldly glared at Tang Yi before saying nothing else. Ji Yuan sneered internally and signaled the 2 beasts to set down the desk and chair. Where does all this hostility come from? After he put away the 2 beasts and sat down, Lei Shi at the podium, who had been watching everything, clapped his hands and said, Today's lesson is about the maintenance and cultivation of beast space. But because of the new classmate's arrival, we will temporarily set aside the knowledge-based lessons. Ji Yuan, come up here. Lei Shi waved his hand. When he walked to the podium, Lei Shi pointed at a lever nearby and said, push it forward. Ji Yuan grasped the lever, the cold temperature covering his palm. As he pushed it forward, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. With the lever pushed, beams of technological light began to appear on the classroom walls. At the same time, once the beams swept by, the walls transformed into a lush green forest. The ceiling turned into a vast clear sky, and beneath his feet, the hard ground turned into forest mud. You can understand that pushing the lever changes our classroom into a simulated realistic forest space. The scale of this space is enormous, and everything inside is controlled by me. Seeing Ji Yuan's astonished expression, Lei Shi chuckled and explained. After speaking, he clapped his hands. I will start assigning task objectives now. Tang Yi, here, the cold and beautiful goddess responded. Today, you are responsible for hunting 5 legendary beasts, with a time limit of 8 minutes. Okay. Tang Yi nodded, then the cold peak griffin appeared. She leaped onto it, and they instantly vanished. Ku Xianji. Here. The silver-haired boy replied, nonchalantly. You are responsible for hunting 30 overlord-level beasts, with a time limit of 10 minutes. No more than 5 minutes. After saying this, Ku Xianji's figure flashed, and he sprinted deep into the forest. Next, Lei Shi called out each remaining student, assigning them tasks until only Ji Yuan was left. He then slowly spoke. This is your first class. Under normal circumstances, I would assign you to hunt 5 overlord-level beasts in 10 minutes. But, based on your performance in the city competition and the black gold beam during the entrance test, I want to see your limits. As soon as he finished speaking, a light cursor suddenly appeared in front of Ji Yuan. This cursor was light blue, shaped like an arrow, pointing towards the depths of the forest. Go. Follow the guidance. After reaching the location, I will prompt you. Lei Shi crossed his arms, raising his chin. Interesting. Ji Yuan clenched his palm, and instantly, the figure of Ming appeared, enveloping him in a blazing fireball, racing towards the arrow. Soon, they followed the guidance and arrived at a circular clearing surrounded by green trees. All around the clearing, the trees were dense, almost impenetrable. Let's start with the simplest. Leisher's voice echoed in all directions. At the same time, Ji Yuan was astonished to see a line of light yellow text appear in his view. First wave, low-level bloodline beasts, quantity, 50. Roar. In an instant, raucous roars suddenly erupted, followed by fierce beasts baring their teeth, bursting out from the trees. From all sides, they immediately surrounded Ji Yuan. Ming! Boom! The terrifying pressure of the royal-level bloodline instantly spread, causing these low-level bloodline little creatures to have their hearts shattered by this bloodline pressure. Each fallen beast transformed into blue light points and vanished. Before his eyes, the light yellow numbers rapidly changed, instantly dropping from 50 to 0. Second wave, mid to high-level bloodline beasts, quantity, 100. Compared to before, this new group of beasts was much stronger, surging out from the forest again. Interesting. Ji Yuan smiled. Immediately, the fiery flames surged in Ming's beastly eyes. Whoosh! The boiling hellfire instantly engulfed the entire clearing, the terrifying high temperature scorching out countless screams. The number of beasts in the second wave also rapidly diminished. In just a few breaths, it dropped to 0. Chapter 90, Outgoing Mission. At the initial location, Leisher stood with his arms crossed. Before him, more than 10 screens floated, displaying live feeds of each student situation. Beside him, a cold and beautiful woman with blue hair quietly stood, also observing. His Qilin beast is very good at large-scale attacks, capable of handling multiple directions at once. Leisher looked at the central screen, Ji Yuan's projection, and muttered to himself. Interesting, can bloodline pressure directly kill low-level bloodline beasts? Let's give this guy a try and see how he handles it. Leisher waved his hand. In the open space, before him, pale yellow words shifted again. Round 3, dominant level beast, quantity, 1. A strange gasp echoed from the forest. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked, seeing a pair of large brown furred hands pushing through the trees, revealing a huge human face. Then, this human jumped out. Bang! As the ground shook, Ji Yuan looked up and gazed at this big guy, whom he was not unfamiliar with. Human-faced mad ape? He remembered this species was instantly defeated by Mu Shuxin in the Withering Valley. He recalled that the human-faced mad ape was immune to fire-type damage, a natural enemy of fire elements. Oh wow! The human-faced mad ape stood 4 meters tall, looking down at Ji Yuan, opening its mouth and howling. Flash! In an instant, Ming's figure disappeared, and a giant black wolf appeared. Wow! At the same time, the human-faced mad ape swung its hand, terrifyingly large with a powerful gust of wind. Ji Yuan rolled backward to evade, while Flash instantly appeared behind the human-faced mad ape. Standing up, he immediately shouted, "Release Berserk Blast!" Roar! Flash got all 4 paws on the ground, its body tensed, with electric light bursting from its mouth, thunder surging. Crackle bang! Basketball-sized lightning orbs shot out, exploding on the human-faced mad ape's back and the back of its head. The violent shockwave made the human-faced mad ape stagger, ultimately kneeling on the ground. Dance of lightning. As the electric light burst forth, Flash slammed into the human-faced mad ape's spine, knocking its massive body to the ground. Then, at Ji Yuan's signal, Flash darted to the head of the human-faced mad ape, its mouth spitting out the explosive light balls again. This time, the light balls infused with a hint of soul power exploded, driving waves through its soul. After several blasts, the human-faced mad ape gradually stopped struggling. Within 1 minute, the battle ended. Decisive, not bad. Leisher looked at the screen, where the human-faced mad ape vanished into light dots, and pondered. Add 3 dominant level beasts for him. In his view, this should be the limit Ji Yuan could handle. Soon, in the open area, 3 peculiar creatures with thick bloodline waves appeared. One resembled a wild buffalo, but had a pair of sharp horns. One looked like a lizard, but had an upside-down, triangle snake head. The last one was a plump, giant frog. Ji Yuan had never seen these 3 types of summoned beasts before. Thunder Judgment. The clear sky suddenly darkened with dense clouds. Before the screen, Leisher carefully observed every move of Flash. The 3 dominant level beasts were easily shattered by lightning. Seeing this, he didn't pause but continued to summon 3 more dominant level beasts to attack Ji Yuan. Then, he glanced at the cool figure nearby and said, "How about it? You should be able to handle tomorrow's outing task, right? His fire-type Qilin beast and thunder-type wolf beast just happen to fill your elemental gap. He'll be on your team tomorrow." "That's fine," Tang Yi replied flatly. To her, it didn't matter who her teammate was. For most tasks, she could handle them alone. Remember not to let him get harmed. After all, the principal personally requested to take care of him. Tomorrow's task is slightly tricky. If it weren't for the high bloodline level of his summoned beasts, to be honest, I wouldn't want him to take the risk. Leisure raised his head and saw the students returning one after another, glancing at Ji Yuan's situation again. The newly summoned 3 dominant level beasts had also been eliminated. 4 minutes, 7 dominant level beasts. Not bad. This shouldn't be your limit, right, Ji Yuan? Then he whispered, Ji Yuan, come back. Today's lesson ends here. In the open space, Ji Yuan, who had consumed just over half, heard Lei Shi's voice. Immediately, he leaped onto Flash's back, rushing back the way he came. Returning to the starting point, everyone was already waiting. When Ji Yuan arrived, Lei Shi pushed the lever beside him, and a flash of light passed, bringing them back to the classroom. Recalling the simulated space they were in just now, he couldn't help but admire the technology of the current world. Tang Yi, Ke, Xin, Zhangwan, Li, Chong, Ji Yuan, the students I called out. Leave it. Everyone else can go. On the platform, after Lei Shi finished speaking, someone immediately stood up and left. In a short while, only 6 people were left in the classroom. Tomorrow, our class has a commission task that requires us to go far away. Commission task? Ji Yuan's heart stirred. There was actually such a thing. Interesting, this academy life is completely different from what I imagined. Instructor Lei, I have a question. The silver-haired man, Ku Xianji, raised his hand. Lei Shi indicated for him to speak. Ku Xianji pointed at Ji Yuan, word by word said, he just entered school and is participating in a commission. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? As soon as he finished speaking, in the corner, the bald man named Zhang Wen snickered, idiot. Then, on the platform, Lei Shi appeared to be deep in thought, nodding, yeah, you are right. Since that's the case, then don't participate. Just leave. Lei Shi waved his hand towards the door. You, Ku Xianji stood up with a face of anger, but then as if he thought of something, clenched his fist and stopped talking, striding out of the classroom. After he left, Lei Shi looked at Ji Yuan. Since this is your first time participating in a mission, there are a few things I need to clarify. First, any commission tasks that involve leaving the academy carry a certain degree of danger. Once you go out, you must follow the arrangements and cannot act on your own. Second, Tang Yi is your team leader for this action. During the mission, if you have any concerns or thoughts, you must tell her first. Third, any commission tasks that involve leaving the academy are confidential. No matter what you encounter or do during the mission, you cannot disclose it to anyone, including your closest people. Do you understand? Lei Shi's tone was extremely serious and stern. Seeing his demeanor, Ji Yuan immediately nodded solemnly in reply. Understood. Very well. Gather at the academy entrance at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After leaving the teaching building, Ji Yuan returned to the dormitory, but found that Zhao Shan and the others were not there. Still not out of class, he let out a breath and sat on the sofa in the living room, contemplating the commission task for tomorrow. From Lei Shi's appearance, this so-called task probably wasn't as simple as imagined. A confidential task, what could it be? Everything can only be revealed tomorrow. Chapter 91, Gray Forest. Zhao Shan and the others returned late, having been told that the first day's classes were packed. The 3 of them looked very tired, which surprised Ji Yuan. Being an imperial student, not only were their class times quite casual, but their privileges were much higher than ordinary students. The next day, early morning, Ji Yuan set off from the dormitory at 7 o'clock. Thanks to the academy's spacious area, students could summon their beast mounts to travel. When he arrived at the academy entrance riding his elegant Kirin, which was a mix of blue and white, he found that someone had arrived earlier than him. A giant griffin shrouded in cold air was crouched on the ground, its massive eagle head slightly lowered, allowing a beautiful woman ahead to stroke it. Senior sister. Ji Yuan jumped down from Ming's back. Tang Yi nodded, as a sign of acknowledgement. Actually, he had many questions, but he knew that others wouldn't casually engage with him, so he didn't make things awkward. After a while, Lei Shi, the bald man Zhang Wan, and the short-haired woman Li Chong came together. Good morning. After exchanging greetings, Lei Shi looked at Tang Yi and said, get ready to set off. Let's proceed as planned. Tang Yi responded with an leaping onto the griffin's back, then signaling Ji Yuan to follow. The griffin's size was much smaller than when they first met. It could probably only hold 3 or 4 people. Today's weather was nice. Although it was morning, the winter sun had already risen early. Riding the cold peak griffin flying high in the sky, one could just bask in the gentle sunlight. The flying speed was very fast, almost instantly leaving the academy's range. Are you from Linyan City? After an unknown amount of time, a cold voice sounded. Ji Yuan opened his eyes, somewhat surprised that the other party would take the initiative to speak. Then he replied, "Yes, senior sister. Is there something you want to know? I should be able to answer that." Tang Yi shook her head, and after a moment of silence said, "There is also a person from Lingyun City in our class." Oh, but according to the information he had, in the 10 years Tan Hurin had served, no one should have entered the Super Academy. Could it be that this person joined the academy 10 years ago? No, that would mean their age wouldn't be low at all. But thinking back to the classmates in the class, the only one who could be considered old by appearance was the bald man, Zhang Wen, who looked about 30 years old. Is it Zhang Wen? After thinking for a moment, he asked. No, Tang Yi denied it. She's on an external mission. I see. Ji Yuan nodded, and the atmosphere fell back into silence. About half an hour later, the griffin suddenly began to dive down. As it dove, what came into view was a gray land. We've arrived. Tang Yi said, hold on tight. Chirp, accompanied by a sharp eagle cry. The griffin suddenly accelerated, and a terrible feeling of weightlessness spread. In this moment, Ji Yuan thought of a saying. People fly ahead, while the soul follows behind. If it weren't for the cold air emitted by the griffin shielding them from the howling wind, with such terrifying speed, the two on its back would have been thrown off, until the cold-peaked griffin crashed to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deafening boom. Ji Yuan looked around. They had landed in a strange gray forest. It was like an endless forest had been drained of life. Every vibrant green plant turned gray. A gentle breeze blew, and the dark leaves swayed slowly, a musty and rotten smell piercing the nostrils. Ji Yuan frowned, but saw Tang Yi jump down to the ground first. Senior sister, this place is... He jumped down as well, crouching to pick up a handful of black soil with his feet and rubbed it between his fingertips. The loose black soil felt like ashes from burnt wood, with a charred smell. This is the eastern border. Due to the terrain, the griffin visibly shrank again, now roughly the same size as the Ming. Tang Yi's cold eyes swept the surroundings with caution. Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan also quietly became alert, with Ming circling around them, following Tang Yi as they moved slowly. After about 5 minutes, Tang Yi suddenly raised her right hand. A bird with deep blue feathers appeared, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. As if guided by it, Tang Yi sped up her pace, leading Ji Yuan through the endless gray forest with many twists and turns. After a 10-minute walk, her steps finally slowed down. Before them was a huge cave that looked like the giant mouth of an abyss. It grew directly from the ground, surrounded by dark red cracks, and the inside was pitch black, with strange echoes occasionally ringing out. Ji Yuan stood at the cave entrance to observe inside, only able to see a certain dark red light flickering. Whoosh! Suddenly, the previously soaring deep blue bird dove down, crashing into the cave. After a few dozen seconds, Tang Yi took action. Follow me. She waved her hand and jumped directly into the cave with the cold-peaked griffin. Seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly called Ming to follow. Darkness enveloped them instantly, and the falling time didn't last long, quickly reaching the ground. Bang! As soon as they landed, a booming explosion sounded ahead. Ji Yuan hastily looked up and saw the cold-peaked griffin flapping its wings, sharp ice cones shooting out. As they flew past it, he barely managed to see some strange creatures being cleared away. Without thinking, Ming soared out alongside the cold-peaked griffin, attacking together. At this moment, Ji Yuan finally found time to observe his surroundings. Beneath the cave, a hidden underground cavern was revealed, and the space in front of them extended downward. The surrounding rock walls were cracked, with streams of dark red light flowing in the crevices. Ji Yuan approached, noticing Tang Yi's cold face, staring as the beasts unleashed their attacks. As he moved forward, he finally saw those strange creatures, a variety of types. Most bizarrely, all the creatures displayed some form of deformity. Either their bodies were huge with tiny heads, or they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Their appearances were gruesome. Those with low endurance would likely have nightmares just from one glance. What kind of species are these? Ji Yuan frowned tightly, murmuring to himself. These creatures wailed under the dual assault of the underworld flame and ice-peaked griffin's fire and ice. Before long, under the high temperature and extreme cold, they all turned to ashes and ice shards. Tang Yi continued to move downward, during which she coldly replied, "These are experimental subjects." Deformed experimental subjects? Goodness, did the alchemist come? Ji Yuan silently complained, yet his steps did not stop. The two continued downward, encountering many more deformed creatures along the way. He observed carefully and found a common feature among these creatures. On their foreheads, there was a dark red mark, the shape strange but somehow familiar, yet he could not recall it for a moment. As the slope gradually leveled out, they finally arrived at the deepest part. Here was an excavated underground space filled with oddly shaped glass containers and various incomprehensible bottles and jars. The entire space was illuminated with a blood-red light, suffused with oppression and strangeness. When Ji Yuan's gaze moved to the deepest part, his expression changed slightly. Cursed Soul Kingdom. Chapter 92. Goodbye, Remnants of the Cursed Soul. Before him, at the deepest part near the wall, stood 5 gigantic glass containers. Inside, there were 5 people with blood-red skin, draped in blood-colored veils. Ji Yuan recognized this shape. It was exactly those remnants from the Cursed Soul Kingdom that had attacked him and Mu Shushin in the Withering Valley. Bang! Almost the moment he discovered these 5, the glass container shattered. Guard the surroundings, I'll deal with them. Tang Yi snorted coldly, and the Ice Peak Griffin immediately spread its wings. A faint blue soul power wave surged from Tang Yi's body, attaching itself to the Ice Peak Griffin's attack, creating a resonance of soul power. The ice spikes released by the Ice Peak Griffin became even more dazzling after the resonance. A faint aura of soul power condensed around each ice spike, crashing into those 5. Clang! As expected, the soul power barrier appeared, fully blocking the Ice Peak Griffin's attack. The soul power barrier of these 5 was likely stronger than Secretary Lin's from back then. Suddenly, figures shot out from the debris on both sides, rushing towards Tang Yi. Flame Storm. At a critical moment, Ming manipulated the underworld flame to form 2 flaming barriers, stopping all the attacking creatures. Tang Yi did not get distracted by this. Seeing that the Ice Peak Griffin's attack did not take effect immediately, she quickly summoned 2 more beast companions. One was a deer-like creature shimmering with icy crystals, and the other was a robust, half-human tall, ice-blue snow rabbit. Whoosh! In an instant, the 3 ice-type beast companions unleashed a dazzling flurry of skills towards the distant remnants of the Cursed Soul Kingdom. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan controlled Ming to clear the lurking deformed creatures in the shadows. In this underground space, the fierce sounds of battle echoed. After clearing all the hidden deformed creatures, Ji Yuan hurriedly looked towards the main battlefield. He saw the frenzy of attacks from the 3 ice-type beast companions merely reduced the soul power barrier of the Cursed Soul remnants to a translucent state, still far from completely breaking it. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately summoned Flashing Spirit, just as he was about to attack. Clang! Suddenly, scarlet glows lit up, and Ji Yuan almost instinctively shouted, "Senior sister, be careful!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But the moment his words fell, 5 scarlet spears penetrated the skills of the 3 ice-type beast companions and flew toward them. The spears were extremely fast, several times quicker than before. Ji Yuan managed to evade, having anticipated it, but nearby Tang Yi and her beast companions were not so fortunate. All that was seen was the ice-blue snow rabbit lying on the ground, with a small bloody hole in its left abdomen. The other deer-like creature was completely pierced through, kneeling on the ground with its head drooping. The Cold Peak Griffin and Tang Yi only suffered some minor scratches. A large amount of blood stains spread, and the 5 Cursed Soul remnants seemed to be attracted by the blood scent of the 2 beast companions, their pupils suddenly turning blood red. Stars! Rabbit! Tang Yi looked at the 2 critically injured beast companions, and for the first time, her cold, frosty face showed a pained expression, and then she quickly brought them back into the beast space. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, they could be nurtured back inside the beast space. When she looked back at the 5 Cursed Soul remnants, the coldness in her eyes became extremely intense. Whoosh! A sparkling crystal light flashed, and beside her appeared a tall figure, muscular and robust. This figure looked like a human, but its head was a fierce wolf's head. Its thick right arm was carrying a long crystal staff, and upon its appearance, the enormous wolf head let out a roar, as if carrying all of Tang Yi's anger at that moment, charging toward the 5 Cursed Soul remnants. The attacks of these Cursed Soul remnants were very clumsy, and their movements were not agile at all. From beginning to end, Ji Yuan never saw them run or dodge. After coming out of the glass container, they simply walked slowly, looking as if they were unfamiliar with their own bodies. As a robust werewolf charged forward with the long staff, the 5 Cursed Soul remnants merely looked up, their blood-red eyes staring at the werewolf, motionless. Crash! The werewolf swung the long staff from right to left. Boom! A loud thud echoed throughout the space, and with one strike, all 5 Cursed Soul remnants were sent flying out, crashing into countless empty glass containers. Whoosh! At the same time, those Cursed Soul remnants on the ground seemed to be completely awakened by that strike. The 5 quickly got up, turning into blood-red shadows, instantly clinging to the werewolf. The werewolf let out a howl as the five cursed soul remnants began to tear and bite at its flesh. Their attacks were primitive and frenzied, and the werewolf continuously let out wails, prompting Tang Yi to shout, "Release, wild fury." Instantly, the howling werewolf burst forth with a violent aura of slaughter. The powerful wave of energy sent the five cursed soul remnants flying, but before it could take a breath, these creatures clung back again, continuing their crazed biting. Tang Yi clearly did not expect this scene. She immediately wanted the cold-peaked griffin to break the encirclement, but feared that its attack might accidentally hurt the werewolf. Her eyes filled with conflicted emotions. Release, explode. Suddenly, a soft voice came from beside her. Bang! In an instant, a soul-shaking explosion sound wave erupted. Then a blue and silver mingled lightning sphere shot out, instantly crashing into the werewolf's back. The explosion sphere, resonating with soul power, would produce a soul shockwave upon launch and explosion. When this sphere exploded, the five cursed soul remnants were all stunned mentally. The werewolf also stood momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, releasing a powerful wave of energy that sent the five clinging to it flying. After a moment, it dodged back to Tang Yi's side, breathing heavily, its body covered in numerous bloody wounds. At this moment, Tang Yi turned to Ji Yuan. She would not forget that the attack released by this junior's beast contained a hint of resonance with soul power. Thank you. Then, she coldly thanked him, although her tone still held no warmth. If it weren't for Ji Yuan's decisiveness just now, her werewolf might have been hurt even more severely. At that moment, the five cursed soul remnants got up again, rushing out wildly. Frost breath! Ice mark annihilation! Seeing this, Tang Yi coldly shouted. Beside her, the werewolf planted its ice crystal staff into the ground. The mouth exhaled an extreme cold, mixed with the terrifying low temperature that could freeze everything. Where it passed, layers of frost instantly appeared. The soul energy of the five cursed soul remnants' horns flickered, already on the verge of shattering, and now disturbed by this breath, their movements began to slow down. Chirp! At the same time, the cry of an eagle echoed. The cold-peaked griffin flapped its wings and struck down instantly. Clang! Two beams of cold light appeared, carrying terrifying waves powerful enough to obliterate any object, and swept across the throats of the five cursed soul remnants, who could no longer avoid them. Crack! The soul energy horns shattered, the cold light unstoppable, shooting toward the rear and embedding deep into the wall. Chapter 93. A call from the depths of the forest. Blood erupted like a fountain. The five cursed soul remnants' bodies and heads separated, their bodies weakly collapsed onto the ground. Their blood carried a sticky black liquid. On the ground, it gathered into a vortex, slowly spinning. You, in the end, will join us. At the same time, in Ji Yuan and Tang Yi's ears, a strange and ethereal whisper suddenly appeared. The voice appeared suddenly. After exchanging a glance, a ripple of unease surged in Ji Yuan's heart. He quickly turned his head, only to see that the blood of the five cursed soul remnants had turned into a black sphere, emitting evil waves. Run! Ji Yuan suddenly felt a sense of fear, and then he heard Tang Yi's slightly panicked voice. The cold-peaked griffin turned into a streak of cold light, rapidly speeding back toward the path they came from. Just then, Ji Yuan took one last look at the black sphere, and it exploded. Boom! The terrifying explosion shockwave, capable of shaking souls, instantly spread. Wherever it passed, the ground, air, even light were swallowed. The shockwave moved extremely fast, but fortunately, Ji Yuan had already retracted the flash spirit into the beast tamer seal in time. However, just as the cold-peaked griffin was about to fly out of the cave with the two of them, the black explosion wave suddenly accelerated. Bang! The final residual shock caused violent tremors, and, as the cold-peaked griffin barely flew out of the cave, it was sent flying by the aftershock. In the midst of staggering, it released its grip on Ji Yuan and Tang Yi, and they both rapidly fell in different directions. The cold-peaked griffin, in a daze, reacted quickly and flapped its wings, flying toward Tang Yi. As for Ji Yuan, during his rapid fall, blood mist sprayed from his mouth. The power contained in the final aftershock was no less powerful, causing both Ji Yuan and Tang Yi to suffer varying degrees of injury. Grinning, in this critical moment, Ji Yuan summoned the spirit of the abyss. A mass of flames immediately surrounded them as they plunged into the gray forest. After a while, cough! Ji Yuan felt as though his internal organs had shifted, and indescribable pain spread throughout his body. Roar! Suddenly, the sound of several beast roars echoed from around. Ji Yuan gave a bitter smile, Truly, misfortune never comes alone. Fortunately, the spirit of the abyss was beside him. Intimidation activated, and the suddenly appearing beasts were all intimidated, but they did not leave. Tang Yi is even closer to the impact of the explosion's residual wave than I am. Her injuries should be severe too. The intense pain made him unable to lie down on the ground. His consciousness was in a haze. His injuries were worse than he had imagined. Now, he could only pray that Tang Yi's injuries were not serious, and that she could still find him. However, in this vast gray forest, with them landing in different spots and the branches being extremely thick, finding him would not be easy. Waiting to die was not an option. Better rely on himself. Ji Yuan exhaled, a decision forming in his mind. Although this was a helpless move, but given the current situation, not only was he severely injured and at risk of fainting at any moment, but there were also a pack of beasts eyeing them. He could only do this. Emperor's bestiary. In his mind, the ancient bestiary appeared, and Ji Yuan's gaze stopped on a creature that was entirely green and full of life, murmuring to himself. Copy, verdant-wood lizard juvenile. Copying, lively-wood lizard juvenile, please wait. With a flash of green light appearing beside him, a palm-sized lizard full of endless vitality appeared. Contract. At the moment the contract mark was sealed. Boom! The sky suddenly changed color, with endless vitality exploding from Ji Yuan and spreading wildly in all directions. In an instant, the gray forest revealed a brilliant flash of green. Then, the gray tree trunks began to change, and the lifeless forest seemed to be infused with life, beginning to show hints of emerald green. At the same time, far away, Tang Yi, as Ji Yuan had thought, was closer to the explosion aftermath, her cold face covered in blood. Her eyes tightly closed. She had fallen into a coma. Fortunately, she was a 5th-grade beast master, so even in her coma, her cold-peaked griffin in the beast space could still move. Where she fell, countless strange beasts also gathered. To intimidate them, the cold-peaked griffin doubled in size, protecting the unconscious Tang Yi beneath its body. The celestial phenomenon caused by Ji Yuan's contract could be sensed even 10 kilometers away. But the other team led by Lei Shi was deep in another underground cave, completely unaware of everything happening outside. The contract did not last long, and the transformation of the gray forest did not spread too widely, probably only around 500 meters. Ji Yuan lay on the ground, a lively-eyed lizard resting on his chest. The little lizard radiated a gentle aura, flowing into his body and healing his injuries. The intense pain gradually eased, and his consciousness became clear again. Creature, lively-wood lizard juvenile. Race, giant spirit lizard. Bloodline, Emperor Ji, slightly flawed. Attribute, wood. Characteristic, wild growth, emits vibrant life force, causing vegetation to grow rapidly and can heal all non-fatal wounds. Talent, insect nemesis, emits an aura that terrifies insect creatures, and lively gaze, wide field of vision, able to observe any direction without blind spots. Passive skill, flexible size, can autonomously control body size, maximum 2 meters, minimum 5 centimeters. Skill 1, swallow, extends tongue to stick to smaller prey, then retracts and swallows it whole. Skill 2, lively vitality, emits healing light patterns, easing wounds and sharpening mental focus. From the attribute panel, it was clear that this was a type of support beast. The surrounding beasts had long fled due to the noise during the contract. Now, after healing most of his injuries, he decided to put away the lively-wood lizard. Ming reappeared. Ji Yuan checked his location, then took out his phone, preparing to call Lei Shi. Help! Suddenly, a weak, ethereal whisper mysteriously echoed. Ji Yuan paused his movement, abruptly raising his head to look forward. At the moment the whisper appeared, the recently contracted lively-wood lizard sent out a strong response wave from the beast mark. It seemed to be receiving some kind of peculiar guidance. Come. The eerie whisper continued, sending shivers down his spine, and he prepared to leave. But within the beast mark, the lively-wood lizard was crying out loudly, begging Ji Yuan to move forward following the whisper. What is that? After the contract, although the bond between the beast and the beast master allowed some connection, they could not engage in overly complex communication. The only feeling Ji Yuan could sense now was the lively-wood lizard's plea and urgency. This strange scene made him frown and pause. After pondering for a moment, he tentatively walked forward 10 steps. My child, come here. As the whispers rang out, a prompt sound appeared simultaneously. Ding. Detected Emperor creature remains marked. Ding. Detected Emperor creature remains marked. In an instant, a series of prompt sounds and deep red points abruptly appeared from the direction the whisper had come. Chapter 94, Life Spirit. 1268. Ji Yuan stood still, counting the glowing dots in front of him in disbelief. There were actually 18 in total. This means, not far ahead, there were the remains of 18 royal-level creatures. In that instant, a storm surged in his heart. Wait, the whisper just now said, "My child," could it be referring to the verdant wood lizard? Please, please come, I will not harm you. At this moment, the ethereal whisper sounded again. The weakness contained in the voice was incredibly real. Ji Yuan frowned and pondered. In the end, he chose to turn and leave. But after just a few steps, he halted. In his mind, the voices of 18 royal remains echoed madly. Damn it! Along with the verdant wood lizard's persistent pleas and roars, he turned back, glancing into the depths, gritting his teeth, and ultimately chose to move forward. Fortune favors the bold. If anything goes wrong, he would escape immediately. Leaping onto the back of the ling, the man and beast cautiously delved deeper ahead. Soon, they exited the forest that had regained vitality due to the contract, stepping once again into the gray and silent woods. This way, all along the way, the ethereal whisper kept calling. When they reached a dead end where gray tree trunks were densely packed, Ling came to a halt. Be careful. Ji Yuan vigilantly observed the surroundings. Come through. The whisper came out once again. This time it was very close, as if it was right in front of them. But there was no path in front of Ji Yuan and Ling. Holding a suspicious thought, Ji Yuan reached out, launching a strand of soul power at the dense cluster of tree trunks ahead. He saw that the soul power passed directly through the dense trunks, creating ripples. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan squinted, thought for a moment, then no longer hesitated, giving the command for Ling to charge through. As expected, the dense group of tree trunks seemed to be some kind of illusion. They passed through without any obstruction, and the scene beyond the illusion made Ji Yuan's pupils shrink suddenly. Behind the illusion was a dry pond that had long since dried up. Unlike the gray silence of the outside world, the ground here, though cracked due to drought, was covered with vibrant green grass in the gaps. What stunned Ji Yuan was that in this dry pond, there were a total of 18 skeletons, arranged in a circle, as if in worship. These skeletons were not whole. Some lacked limbs, some lacked skulls, and some lacked spines. In the very center of these skeletons was a wooden statue. The wooden statue curled up. From its basic outline, it was clear that it had a human shape. Are you the one calling? Ji Yuan stared at the wooden statue and asked. Yes. Immediately, the ethereal voice sounded. This time it was very close, making his pupils shrink. The wooden statue has become sentient? What are you? He swallowed hard. I am a spirit of life. Spirit race? Ji Yuan's eyes filled with astonishment. He had seen in books that in ancient times, many powerful beast tamers possessed spirit race beasts. Compared to other types, spirit races were not only as clever as humans, but also possessed extraordinary combat power, making them the most unique beasts that countless people longed to have. What has happened to you now? But what puzzled him was that this wooden statue did not look like the spirits recorded in the books. In ancient times, great wars, life, fading, I'm on the brink of death. The wooden statue's words were broken and messy, not revealing any details. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yuan summoned the verdant wood lizard. It lay in his palm, letting out excited roars towards the wooden statue. My child, save me. The second sentence was directed at Ji Yuan. The verdant wood lizard can provide a large amount of life force. Can it save you? Ji Yuan remained unmoved, still just asking. Not enough. I need more life force. Ji Yuan's eyes flashed with caution. Human life force is useless to me. I need my child. No. Ji Yuan shook his head, honestly saying, this is my beast. I won't let it die. However, just as he finished speaking, the lively wood lizard in the palm is looking up, letting out a clear cry. It is willing to give its life for this spirit of life. Strange, this lively wood lizard has just been created, so it shouldn't have any extra memories. Unless, Ji Yuan frowned, unless this spirit of life was embedded in the lively wood lizard's genes. You misunderstood. At this moment, the wooden statue weakly said, it will not die. Immediately after, the wooden statue spoke the most crucial sentence. You can save me. I am willing to make a contract. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan's expression remained the same, but his heart moved. That's the phrase I've been waiting for. He raised his eyes to look at the wooden statue and said, I am willing to save you, but since the lively wood lizard doesn't have enough life, what should I do? Unexpectedly, the wooden statue replied directly. Absorb the remains, replicate, create the juvenile. Ji Yuan's heart shook. Coincidence? No, impossible. I can read minds right now. What the hell? Then hasn't he been walking around like he's naked since he arrived here? Since you can read my heart, do you still want to make a contract with me? After a moment, he forced himself to stop thinking wildly and voiced his doubts. I have no other choice. After getting the answer, he fell silent for a while before taking a step forward. When he was about 10 steps away from the wooden statue, he stopped. In his hand, the lively-wood lizard leaped out and came to the side of the wooden statue, its eyes filled with affection. Wow! Accompanied by a flash of green light, Ji Yuan felt clearly that the beast mastery mark belonging to the lively-wood lizard dissipated. At the same time, the wooden statue seemed to let out a long sigh, and, under his gaze, it actually began to move its body. From a curled position, it slowly changed to kneeling. Its appearance did not change. It still retained its brown wooden statue form. Thank you. After stretching its body, it nodded at Ji Yuan. Soon after, a peculiar green rune floated out from its forehead. Seeing this, Ji Yuan did not hesitate and instantly concentrated his soul power into a contract mark, merging with this rune. Sizzle. In an instant, a green mark the size of a thumb appeared on Ji Yuan's forehead. This is the beast mastery mark of the spirit of life. The wooden statue was very decisive, but it had no other choice. Just as Ji Yuan said, in today's world, we are far too distant from ancient times. The imperial creatures have long been extinct. If there are no imperial children merging into its body, its final fate will be to become a lifeless wooden statue, forever remaining in this space. If Ji Yuan hadn't happened to possess the ability to create imperial creatures, perhaps no one else in this world could save it. Chapter 95, Manga. As long as I can completely replicate these remains into juveniles, you can recover to your peak. After the contract, Ji Yuan stood next to the wooden statue, looking at the bones around and asked, "No, but at least it can allow me to restore my true form." The wooden statue shook its head. "I see." Immediately, Ji Yuan began to absorb. He started with the skeleton on the far left, but just after finishing the absorption, he twitched his mouth. Remains absorption completed. Biological name, lively-wood lizard. Remains completeness, 55%. When the creatures in the Imperial Compendium are replicated, the accumulated remains completeness will return to 0, leaving only the corresponding compendium. If he wants to replicate the juveniles again, he must continue to search for remains. Unexpectedly, this first skeleton is also the lively-wood lizard. He couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really fated with him. Remains completeness 55%. The replicated juvenile bloodline level is only legendary. Do you wish to replicate? Replicate. Confirming in his heart, he then walked towards the next remains. The spirit of life followed him closely. When a lively-wood lizard appeared, it squatted down gently and wrung chi into its own body. Once more, the absorption caused the wooden statue of the spirit of life to reveal a hint of skin, just a small patch. Remains absorption completed, generating data panel. At the same time, the second skeleton was also absorbed. Biological, Fanhua winged wolf. Race, flying wolf clan. Bloodline, emperor level. Attribute wood. Feature missing. Other data lost. Remains completeness, 73%. Copy. Remains completeness, 73%. The copied young bloodline level is only legendary. Copy? Such a high completeness. Only legendary level. Ji Yuan paused, then promptly copied it out. Just like that. He absorbed and copied ahead. The life-sustaining spirit comforted and blended behind. 18 remains, although not well-preserved, all had a completeness of over 50%. Absorb and copy all, it took about half an hour. At the same time, just as he copied the last remaining creature, the Emperor's compendium changed. Detected that the number of Emperor creatures copied by the host has reached 20. The Emperor's compendium is about to upgrade, unlocking more functions. The upgrade is expected to take 36 hours. Please wait. Finally upgraded? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Wow, isn't this upgrade threshold a bit high? When he exited his mind and turned around, he was almost startled. In front of him, a fair-skinned, beautiful woman stood delicately. Her light yellow long hair flowed down like a waterfall to her waist. Beneath her curved willow brows were a pair of clear, captivating eyes. Her flawless skin was soft, as if it could break, on her rosy cheeks, thin lips like rose petals slightly pursed, with a hint of joy at the corners. Just in time, restoring the true form of the spirit. She wore a green gauze dress. Under the hem, a pair of delicate, smooth little feet danced on the ground, hopping joyfully, like a small sparrow escaping from its cage, light and joyful. Ji Yuan stared blankly. This so-called true form of the spirit was somewhat beyond his expectations. After looking her over, he finally focused his gaze on her pointed ears. That was the only part that was different from humans. Suddenly, just as she was lost in the joy of regaining her true form, a message panel appeared before Ji Yuan. Biological, life-sustaining spirit. Type, spirit race. Bloodline, unknown. Attribute, unknown. Feature, unknown. Talent, unknown. Skill 1, unknown. Skill 2, unknown. Path to advancement, unknown. What the hell? This confusing attribute panel made Ji Yuan wonder if he had made a mistake. At this moment, the excited, life-sustaining spirit seemed to come back to herself. Looking at Ji Yuan beside her, seeing his frown, she showed a cute smile and said, "Don't worry, I can't read minds anymore." Her words made Ji Yuan snap back to reality. Looking at her smile, he suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Rubbing his forehead, he asked, Wait, how old are you?" At this moment, her youthful appearance made it hard for him to adjust. Hearing his words, the life-sustaining spirit was taken aback. Then, she replied, "Not used to it? I thought you would prefer to interact in this form." After saying this, under Ji Yuan's gaze, she suddenly seemed to change into another person. In just a moment, the childish cuteness on her face disappeared, transforming into calm and Heilungness. "In the future, do you want me to interact with you in more mature manner?" Her tone was flat, carrying a hint of experience and hardship, so different from her earlier, lively girl appearance. "Can be played like this?" Ji Yuan was stunned. "Of course, I also have a stricter appearance." Saying this, she seemed to want to change again. Seeing this, Ji Yuan hurriedly waved his hands. No. Just change back to how you were just now." "All right, Muga, how old are you?" I should be 4,880. Mugu recalled seriously, but the number that came out of her mouth almost caused Ji Yuan to drop his jaw. "I can't remember clearly. My memory is quite fuzzy right now. I need to rest well. Maybe I can remember it then." After saying this, she stretched lazily, her perfect figure displayed in front of him, and Ji Yuan quickly looked away, saying, "Then you should go back to the beast seal and rest." I've been in wooden sculpture form for over 4,000 years. I really need a break." Immediately, her body transformed into shimmering dots of light, rushing into the beast seal on Ji Yuan's brow. "Oh, I almost forgot." Suddenly, Mu Ji's voice came out. Whoosh! Then, a burst of emerald green energy surged out, crashing against the illusion they had come through. Instantly, the illusion vanished, revealing a gray forest. Almost at the same time, his phone rang. Taking it out to check, it was a call from Lei Shi. What made him sweat was that there were over 60 missed calls, not only from Lei Shi, but also from Zhao Shan and others. "Hello, Minterlei. Ji Yuan, you finally answered. Where are you now? Are you hurt?" Chapter 96, Gold, Silver, Bronze. When a giant insect descended from the sky and landed in front of Ji Yuan, he realized that during the time he had been helping Mugu recover, Lei Shi had almost gone mad looking for him. On the back of the insect, Lei Shi, seeing Ji Yuan unharmed, allowed a deep sigh of relief. If something had happened, the principal would have skinned him alive. Damn it, he would never let this guy go on a mission again. Eventually, Ji Yuan boarded the return bus. This giant insect had a long, hard black horn, looking like an enlarged version of a rhinoceros beetle. At this moment, on the back of this large rhinoceros beetle, Lei Shi was sternly criticizing Tang Yi, who had just awakened from her coma. Beside him, the bald man Zhang Wen and the short-haired woman Li Chong watched with great interest, as it was their first time seeing Tang Yi being scolded. Ji Yuan felt ashamed and apologized for the cold and elegant senior sister. He didn't expect that the place where Mu Gu was hiding would block all external signals and perceptions. This also led to the fact that they had searched for almost an hour with nothing to show for it. In the future, be more clever on missions. Got it. Lei Shi scolded sternly. If something had really happened, how would he explain it? Got it. Tang Yi and Ji Yuan both nodded, one with indifference, and the other slightly restrained. "By the way, did you say that the blood of the cursed soul remnants gathered into a?" Lei Shi asked. Tang Yi showed no intention of speaking. Seeing this, Ji Yuan responded, "It is indeed true. I saw it explode with my own eyes. These rats have new tricks." Minterlei frowned, no longer speaking. The atmosphere remained silent along the way. When they returned to the academy, the rhinoceros beetle landed in Waya Square, attracting the attention of countless students. However, when they noticed the uniforms worn by Ji Yuan and the others, they quickly shifted their gaze. The imperial lineage could undertake unique, external missions, which was something everyone knew. This mission was considered a complete success. Everyone receives a reward of 10,000 points. Feel free to go to the Sacred Dragon Tower to claim it. Lei Shi put away the rhinoceros beetle and looked at Ji Yuan and the others, saying, "Tomorrow is a day off. No classes." After parting ways, On the way back to the dormitory, suddenly an ID called Untitled added him as a friend, remarking, Tang Yi. As soon as he approved the request, the cold and elegant senior sister sent 3 messages in a row. Sorry for what happened today. If you have any problems in the future, you can ask me. The Sacred Dragon Tower is on the east side of the teaching building. Looking at these 3 simple messages, he suddenly remembered that when he first met Tang Yi, she had said that she had the duty to protect every junior. Although she didn't show much on the back of the rhinoceros beetle. However, through these 3 messages, he could still feel her guilt for not being able to protect herself well. Thanks, senior sister. Without saying much, Ji Yuan simply replied. Back in the dormitory, as soon as he opened the door, a loud shout rang out. Zhao Shan, wait for me to charge into the silver list. You better hand over the second place to me obediently. Hey, little old third, it's not too late to say that once you really make it into the silver list. Su Su was fuming, confronting Zhao Shan head-on. The arrival of Ji Yuan made both of them pause. Then, Zhao Shan suddenly jumped up from the sofa and ran over. Old Ji, where did you run off to this morning? You just got back. Calculating the time, Ji Yuan and his group left the academy at 8, and it was now around 12 o'clock in the morning. Nothing much, just an outside class. He smiled lightly. Then, he curiously asked, what were you guys talking about just now? The silver list. At this, the two looked at him like he was an idiot. Old G, it's been 4 days, and you don't even know what the silver list is? Yeah, that's a bit outrageous. With their comments, Ji Yuan laughed awkwardly, as he really had never heard of this thing before. Immediately, the two pulled him to sit down in front of the sofa, each taking turns to explain, in our academy, there are 3 lists, gold, silver, and bronze. When we took the entrance test, didn't we get ranked as students? Students from level 5 to level 2 are included in the bronze list, while the first level students and the emperor level students are arranged separately in the gold and silver lists. For example, Zhao Shan took the lead, pointing at Su Su. He is currently a level 3 student on the bronze list, and now he wants to advance to a level 2 student. He needs to challenge a student from the silver list. If he succeeds in the challenge, he will advance to level 2, and the defeated chicken will drop down to level 3. Zhao Shan's explanation was simple and easy to understand, but the example he gave made Su Su unhappy. Shut up. How does the one I defeat become a chicken? If you can defeat him, what else could he be but a chicken? You bastard. These 2 guys exploded simultaneously like fireworks. Ji Yuan felt a headache coming on and got up. The 4th old Zhongxian was not in the dormitory, probably in class. He returned to his room, locked the door, and isolated himself from the noise of the 2. In his heart, he was pondering the information he just learned. So that's how it is. Following this logic, wouldn't it mean that even the emperor-level students could be challenged and replaced? Interesting. However, he soon realized something was wrong. So that means, isn't he on the gold list now? What if someone wanted to challenge him? As far as he knew, the entire academy didn't only have 5th-level beast tamers among the emperor-level students. Many first-level students were also at the 5th level. These guys were either former emperor-level students or challengers eyeing him closely. Now, as a 6th level, he must be considered the weakest among the emperor-level students. 5th level. When would his opportunity for advancement finally come? At this moment, his phone rang. Mu Shuxin. When he answered, a cheerful laugh came through. Ji Yuan, where are you? Do you have some time? Come out. I have something to talk to you about. What's so important that we need to meet? Oh, come on, don't ask so many questions. Since you have time, just come to Wuyo Square. I'll be waiting for you here. Hanging up, Mu Shuxin in the dormitory looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were determined. She clenched her fists as if to boost her confidence. Then she opened the door and bounced out. All dormitory layouts were the same. In a room next door to Mu Shuxin, a quiet girl with an oval face leaned against the door, her small hands clenched, not knowing what she was thinking. When Ji Yuan appeared at Wuyo Square dressed in the unique uniform of the emperor-level students, his dashing figure caught the attention of many female classmates. Likewise, the wine-red-haired girl who had been waiting for a long time was also the focus of many male classmates. Mu Shuxin stood still, watching the handsome young man continually walk toward her, her eyes sparkling with light. You look really handsome in that outfit. Very nice. As he approached, Mu Shuxin blossomed a beautiful smile. Is that so? I think so too. Ji Yuan jokingly raised an eyebrow. TCH, not modest at all. Mu Shuxin pouted. On the surface, everything seems the same as usual, but only she knows that at this moment her heart is pounding wildly. Especially when she thinks about what she is about to do, a wave of nervousness surges even more. All right, let's get to the point. Why did you call me out? Ji Yuan smiled. Oh well. Mu Shuxin took a deep breath. Her personality is to say whatever comes to mind, so she immediately raised her voice and said, Ji Yuan, Buzz! Just as she started to speak, two beams of light, one gold and one silver, suddenly appeared in the sky above the academy. At the same time, a voice echoed throughout the academy. Silver List first-year student Kush Xuanji challenges Golden List Imperial student Ji Yuan. Chapter 97. Intentional sniping for the charming Dragon King. Another update. Kush Xuanji? Isn't he an Imperial student? What's going on? In Y Square, Ji Yuan looked up. He saw in the high sky his name and Kush Xuanji's name, one gold and one silver, slowly flickering. On the other side, Mu Shuxin's courage, which she had finally mustered, completely dissipated because of this sudden interruption. She closed her eyes, gritting her teeth and stomping her feet, cursing in her heart how this ridiculous situation came so coincidentally. At this moment, Ji Yuan thought back and forth, discounting the possibility of having the same name. Kush Xuanji harbored inexplicable hostility towards him. He was very clever and immediately thought of a possibility. Kush Xuanji intentionally lost to a certain first-year student and then, as a first-year student, challenged him, trying to make him lose his qualification as an Imperial student. But can it really be done this way? And what is the meaning of doing this? However, before this, what was Mu Shuxin about to say? He raised his eyes and looked at her. Mu Shuxin's gaze was downcast, her brow slightly furrowed, and her expression was somewhat displeased. Sorry, what were you saying just now? Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan thought his distraction had annoyed her and smiled. Mu Shuxin looked into his eyes but found it hard to speak. She could only sigh and say, nothing. Who is this Kush Xuanji? How did you get into trouble with him right after you enrolled? She glanced at the two names in the sky, feeling puzzled. I don't know either. Ji Yuan shrugged. He truly had no idea where this guy's hostility came from. They need to be careful. Most first-year students are not simple. Let's leave it at that. I have class in the afternoon. I'm going back now. Mu Shuxin, her enthusiasm completely gone, turned and left with light steps. At that moment, more names appeared in the sky, mostly one gold and one silver. Just then, his phone vibrated. He swiped it open to see. Tang Yi, Kush Xuanji is not an ordinary fifth tier. He is stronger than Zhang Bao, whom you defeated in the competition. With one sentence, he understood what the other person meant. They want me to avoid the spotlight. Indeed, being able to defeat Zhang Bao was mainly due to the information gap, aside from the fact that his beast was exactly countered by Ming and Shanpa. Moreover, the city competition was live-streamed the whole time. He had no secrets left, although he had contracted an extremely special beast today, the life spirit Mu Ge. However, her panel was completely unknown, making her a mystery. After a while, seeing he hadn't replied, Tang Yi sent another message. If you want to accept the challenge, go to the Sacred Dragon Tower. Thanks, Senior. After a moment of silence, Ji Yuan replied, and then he headed towards the east side of the classroom building. The Sacred Dragon Tower is the only towering building in the Sacred Sky Academy. The surface of the tower is etched with uneven diamond patterns, paired with a dark yellow lacquer, shining under the sunlight like dragon scales, extremely dazzling. Traditionally, as towers rise higher, their area becomes smaller. But the Sacred Dragon Tower is layered equally, reaching straight into the clouds, as if it is a bridge connecting heaven and earth with no end in sight. According to legend, the Academy's guardian beast, the Sacred Sky Angry Winged Dragon, resides at the top of the Sacred Dragon Tower. Ji Yuan stood at the entrance, retracting his gaze from looking up, and entered the tower with the surrounding crowd. The first-floor lobby was circular, and as soon as one entered, a strong sense of technology hit them. Virtual screens filled with data and content were projected everywhere, and the lobby had many counters, each guarded by a dedicated staff member. In a corner, Ji Yuan discovered the promotion challenge platform. Compared to the crowded counters nearby, this place had significantly fewer people. Student, do you want to initiate a challenge or respond to a challenge? The staff member at the counter was young and energetic, wearing the academy uniform, looking like a student part-timer. Respond to a challenge, Ji Yuan said. Okay, please tell me your name. Ji Yuan. Okay, I have retrieved the relevant challenge information. The person challenging you is a first-year student, Kush Xuanji, a Tier 5 Beastmaster. Do you choose to fight? I choose to fight. Okay, the challenge has been activated, scheduled for tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, Arena 1. We look forward to your performance. Because it was a designed ranking system for students, all challenge processes were very organized. The Holy Sky Academy had a total of 20 small duel arenas and one large duel arena. Besides promotion challenges, students could also settle any personal grudges through duels. After responding to the challenge, Ji Yuan did not choose to leave, but instead asked the part-timer, do I have to come here to initiate a challenge? Of course not. You can also choose to spend 500 points to buy a challenge token device. The part-time worker smiled as he took out a coin-sized item from under the counter. Produced by the science era, just a gentle press can project the rankings of the gold, silver, and bronze lists. As he spoke, he operated the device, and suddenly 3 medium-sized virtual screens appeared in front of Ji Yuan. After purchasing the challenge token, you can check the rankings, initiate or respond to challenges anywhere in the academy. It's very convenient. Do you want to buy one? Only 500 points. The part-time worker instantly transformed into a sales expert, looking at Ji Yuan expectantly. 500 points. Ji Yuan fell into deep thought. Earlier, Lei Shi had mentioned that this outing task had a reward of 10,000 points for everyone. At first, he did not know what this item was for, but now it seemed that the points were the Academy's universal currency. Coincidentally, the task reward of 10,000 points could be claimed at the Holy Dragon Tower. Save one for me. I will come to get it later. After saying this, Ji Yuan observed his surroundings and found the task reward settlement center counter, quickly walking towards it. All right, student. The part-time worker smiled as he watched Ji Yuan's departing figure, silently laughing. Sold another one. At this rate, I'll soon be able to buy the skill core I've always dreamed of. According to the rules, as long as he could sell one challenge token, he would earn a 100-point commission from the 500 points. In the end, Ji Yuan obtained his first money earned at the Holy Sky Academy from the Reward Settlement Center. With this huge sum, he wandered around but awkwardly realized that he couldn't afford anything he wanted. Finally, he had no choice but to leave the Holy Dragon Tower, holding the challenge token. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Shan and Su Su were still arguing. Zhong Xian had already returned, sitting on the sofa, watching the two quarrel, occasionally showing a silly smile. Big brother. Seeing Ji Yuan, Zhong Xian rushed over. I heard someone is deliberately targeting you. The two arguing paused upon hearing this. Then, they rushed over and stared at the fourth one, saying, What did you just say? Who wants to target him? The promotion challenge. When a first-year student challenges an Emperor student, it will be broadcast throughout the academy. Didn't you hear it? Zhao Shan and Su Su looked confused. Could it be that they were so engrossed in their argument that they missed it? Chapter 98. Opportunities Arise for the Enchanting Dragon King. A bonus chapter. Dormitory 811. So, Ku Xianji is intentionally lowering his rank and challenging you just to push you out of the Emperor student position? Zhao Shan frowned, extremely confused. Is this guy out of his mind? Isn't it just because you haven't been upgraded to tier 5 yet? Scared of the weak and afraid of the strong? You can't say that. Su Su shook his head. I know about Ku Xuanji's reputation. 3 years ago, during the entrance exam, he created a red gold beam and was rated as a first-tier student. Then, he used a year to advance from the 6th tier to the 5th tier. After consolidating for a week, he challenged an Imperial student and won. This guy isn't the type to bully the weak. Which side are you on, you bastard? Zhao Shan cursed angrily. Tisk. Su Su glared at him. Can you let me finish speaking? If it were usually, they would surely start a new round of verbal battles. But now it was about Ji Yuan, so Zhao Shan had to hold back. Seeing him calm down, Su Su turned to Ji Yuan. I heard your class has a silver-haired beauty? Silver-haired beauty? Ji Yuan frowned, trying to recall, but he had no impression at all. Many people are spreading the word that Ku Xuanji is one of the pursuers of this silver-haired beauty. Isn't he silver-haired himself? It must be dyed. Aren't you the one who said you weren't clear on where his hostility comes from? Could it be because you're getting too close to this silver-haired beauty? Su Su's words suddenly reminded him of his deskmate in the classroom. That empty desk and chair. No wonder Ku Xuanji looked furious when he chose his seat that day. He hadn't even seen the silver-haired beauty, and just because he chose a seat, he could be hated? What is this, a domineering CEO? A pure love warrior? That's a bit absurd. So, you chose to accept the challenge. Of the three, Zhao Shan knew Ji Yuan the best. Why not? Ji Yuan smiled. The other party has already been at the 5th tier for 2 years. I don't need to remind you of that, right? Su Su looked at him in surprise. Could it be that this guy is hiding some big move? Are you confident you can win? He asked tentatively. You're thinking too much. Ji Yuan shook his head. The other party is a genuine 5th tier student. No matter how amazing I am, I have no chance of winning. Then you still. If ilose. Before Su Su could respond, Ji Yuan suddenly chuckled. Moreover, the outcome of this battle doesn't represent anything. If I lose, I just lose the title of Imperial Student. I chose to accept the challenge not because I'm confident of winning, but because I won't avoid anything. It's just a battle of promotion and demotion. Whether it's an Imperial student or a first-tier student, to me, it's just a title. Just right. Let me take this opportunity to feel the true strength of a 5th-tier beast tamer. Ji Yuan felt no waves in his heart as he said these words. He was not insincere, he really didn't care. First of all, he held a permission card given directly by the dean. With this card, he could enter places Imperial students could enter, and enter places Imperial students could not enter. Secondly, his current soul power rank was indeed a hard injury. No matter how flowery he spoke, it wouldn't change this fact. Su Su and Zhong Xian stared at him blankly, clearly a bit confused. Only Zhao Shan silently gave him a thumbs up. The next day, early in the morning, Ji Yuan appeared on time at the first duel arena. Ku Xuanji, with silver hair and brown eyes, looked calm. When he looked at Ji Yuan, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. The duel arena was fairly standard. It could accommodate over 1,000 people at once. Today, there were about 100 or 200 students watching, mostly those who had no class and liked to join the fun. Zhao Shan, the three of them, and Mu Shuxing couldn't come because they had class. Only the petite and delicate Su Xin stood quietly among the crowd. Most of the spectators were discussing how Ku Xuanji would defeat Ji Yuan in a few minutes. This was a duel without suspense. When the whistle blew, Ku Xuanji intended to humiliate Ji Yuan, only summoning one beast. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan came out strong, simultaneously controlling the Ming and the Flash, catching the arrogant Ku Xuanji off guard. Unfortunately, in the end, the difference in rank was just too great, and this duel concluded with Ji Yuan's defeat. However, he fought against Ku Xuanji at the 6th tier, and he still lasted for 5 minutes before losing, which was quite impressive. Ask, how many at the 6th tier can last this long against a 5th tier opponent? Most are crushed, after being defeated and leaving the arena. Due to excessive soul power consumption, Ji Yuan's face looked slightly pale. The crowd that had been watching dispersed, and he blended into the throng, his steps neither hurried nor slow. Suddenly, a light blue small glass bottle was handed to him. Ji Yuan was taken aback, turned his head, and saw a flawless, pale, oval face. Su Xin, no classes today? He smiled. Su Xin nodded with concern. This is soul power replenishment liquid. No need to waste it, I'm fine. He waved his hand. Seeing this, Su Xin pursed her red lips and took the glass bottle back. She grabbed the hem of her clothes with both hands, walking beside him, side by side. Behind them, Lei Shi adjusted his spectacles, watching Ji Yuan's retreating figure, quietly saying, once he advances to the 5th tier, there will be no opponents among the same rank in the entire academy. He turned his head to look at Tang Yi, who had blue long hair, and asked, do you believe it? Maybe, Tang Yi said indifferently, and then left. That, walking in the academy. With flickering eyes, Su Xin fell silent for a while before suddenly speaking up. Are you okay? Huh. Ji Yuan turned around and smiled. I'm fine. Losing to a 5th tier Beastmaster, I can accept it. He looked down at his hands. To be honest, after clearly recognizing the gap with the 5th tier, he felt somewhat disappointed in his heart. The opportunity to advance come quickly. Yesterday, at this moment, Su Xin said softly, did Mu Shuxing say anything to you yesterday? While speaking, she cautiously glanced at Ji Yuan's expression. Mu Shuxing? She didn't say anything. Ji Yuan was taken aback, wondering what she meant by that. Just as he was about to ask, a mechanical notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The Emperor's Illustrated Guide has completed an upgrade. New features are online. Please summon the Emperor's Illustrated Guide to receive. At the same time, the moment the Emperor's Illustrated Guide finished upgrading, Ji Yuan suddenly felt that the recovering soul power in his body began to undergo a strange transformation. That feeling was as if a ravine appeared within him, causing the soul power to gather together, forming a stream. Moreover, this stream was gradually expanding in scale, seemingly about to transform into a rushing river soon. For a moment, the soul power began to stir inexplicably, as if guided by some strange force, crazily converging towards his abdomen. This feeling, are you kidding me? The Emperor's Illustrated Guide just finished upgrading, and his opportunity for the 5th tier is here. Chapter 99, Breakthrough to the 5th tier, Cosmic Star River. What's wrong? Seeing him suddenly stop, Su Xin looked a bit puzzled. I suddenly have something to attend to. How about we have dinner together after they finish classes tonight? Okay. Ji Yuan appeared eager. Seeing this, Su Xin obediently nodded. Let's go. Flash Wolf. A black giant wolf appeared. After Ji Yuan waved to her, he leaped up, his figure instantly disappearing. Su Xin stood at the spot, gazing blankly at his retreating back, her red lips slightly parted, as if saying something. Ji Yuan returned to the dormitory at the fastest speed, dashed into the room, locked the door, and then threw himself onto the bed. He sank his mind into his body, and gray soul power was continuously gathering towards his abdomen. In just a short while, the soul power had already formed a horror beyond description. A surging power brewed within, but Ji Yuan, sensed something abnormal. According to Tanhi's words back then, when the soul power gathered into a sea, it would gradually stop and finally, he would feel a mysterious connection. This connection would urge him to open up his own Beastmaster space. However, right now, the soul power in his abdomen had already merged into an infinite ocean, the gray soul power waves rolling, and the surface was anything but calm. At the same time, the soul power was still continuously gathering. A feeling of expansion was starting to intensify from his abdomen.